In her past life, Su Yao struggled to survive in a post-apocalyptic world, but due to her misplaced trust in others, she not only lost all those she cherished, but also met a tragic end, devoured by zombies in despair. When the wheel of fate turns, Su Yao finds herself reborn a month before the outbreak of the apocalypse. This time, she is no longer the weak woman subject to the whims of others. Instead, she is bound to an invincible system, embarking on a path of bloody revenge and resurgence. The system is extraordinarily powerful, providing her with infinite storage space to hoard supplies at will, granting her the ability to discern the weaknesses of zombies and allow her to acquire rare abilities and formidable equipment by completing tasks. No longer concealing her brilliance, Su Yao, with the system's assistance, aggressively stockpiles various necessities, weapons, and ammunition before the apocalypse arrives. As the world descends into chaos, with zombies rampant and fear gripping the hearts of people, Su Yao wields her blade with a fervor and determination that is palpable wherever she goes. Zombies fall victim to her merciless slaughter. Her approach is ruthless and decisive, utterly indifferent to the opinions of others. In this survival-off-thefitist realm, she forges her own rules through sheer strength. Confronting those who have betrayed and harmed her, Su Yao shows no mercy, administering a tooth-for-tooth retribution, making them pay dearly for their heinous deeds. As the crisis of the apocalypse intensifies, mutated zombies and mysterious organizations emerge. Yet, Su Yao, empowered by her invincible system, repeatedly transforms peril into safety, growing ever stronger. She establishes her own faction, leading a group of like-minded allies, carving out a domain of her own amidst the desolation of the apocalypse, and becoming a fearsome queen of the wasteland. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Apocalypse. Startled, when Qian abruptly opened her eyes, sitting up in bed. The world outside was shrouded in darkness, enveloped in an eerie silence. Utilizing the moonlight as her guide, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Upon recognizing the familiar yet alien environment, her pupils dilated in astonishment. This place is her home. When Qian reached for her mobile device, her gaze fixated on the time displayed on the screen, rendering her momentarily speechless. July 4th, 2123, 11:14 p.m. She turned her head towards the window, and a few meters away, under the glow of a streetlight, several elderly men were seated in casual attire, engrossed in a game of cards. A fleeting memory flashed in her mind, prompting her to hastily activate her phone's camera, directing it towards the men. Indeed, she recognized them. On a fateful night, just before the apocalypse, she had stayed up late binge-watching a series and had witnessed them metamorphosing into creatures of horror, tearing each other apart. At the time, she had assumed they were merely embroiled in a dispute over their game. After observing them motionless on the ground, she had called for an ambulance, dismissing the incident as insignificant once they were taken away. Little did she know, that was merely the overture to the cataclysm that would soon unfold. In the magnified footage, one elderly man, clutching a deck of cards, suddenly lunged at the nearest companion. A shrill scream erupted, and chaos ensued as they grappled violently. The scene persisted for over 2 minutes, culminating in the men collapsing to the ground, lifeless. When Qian captured this harrowing moment, poised to cease recording when an unexpected gasp escaped her lips. For the bodies, which had either already perished or were not expected to rise for days, were now gradually stirring back to life. He walked stiffly towards home, but after a few meters, he collapsed once more. Ding! The Apocalypse Awakening system has been activated. Just as when Qian set down her phone, a strange voice echoed in her ears. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a line of text materialized before her eyes. Do you accept the Awakening Novice task? What is this? She had never encountered anything like this in her previous life. When Qian paused for a moment, then promptly agreed. In the next instant, she found herself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. A thatched cottage, a well, and a 1 square meter vegetable garden. Is this the fabled space? In the midst of the apocalypse, all sorts of bizarre occurrences could unfold. In her past life, when Qian had also awakened a supernatural ability, but instead of space, it was invisibility, so she quickly acclimated to these peculiarities. Overjoyed, when Qian eagerly perused the novice task list, Prepare survival supplies for the apocalypse 0500 yuan. Does this mean she should start stockpiling? Wen Qian smiled and swiftly exited the space, surveying her surroundings for suitable items. Her gaze fell upon the computer on the table. If she recalled correctly, this was the one her brother had purchased for her just last week, costing exactly 5,000. Prepare survival supplies for the apocalypse 285,005,000 yuan completed. Reward: combat space 5 square meters. When Qian stared at the numbers in astonishment. 28500. Her brother had distinctly told her he bought it casually on his way home for just 5,000. How could this be? In an instant, when Qian understood, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Taking a deep breath, she continued with the subsequent novice tasks, moving items into the space. Ergonomic chair, 8,600 yuan. Sofa, 37,000 yuan. Television, 23,000 yuan. Trash bin, 66 yuan. Socks, 1 yuan. 1 yuan? When Qian furrowed her brows as she examined the socks she had just brought in, and upon recognizing them as belonging to Wenrang, she promptly discarded them. Wen Qian gradually grasped the underlying principle. Initially, it was essentially 1,000 yuan worth of supplies exchanged for 1 square meter of space. Though uncertain if prices would rise subsequently, as long as she relentlessly contributed items, her space would expand exponentially. Moreover, she discovered that as long as the items were devoid of life, their condition remained eternal in this realm. The ice cream she had forgotten to consume an hour prior still lay there, solid and unyielding. This truly was an unparalleled sanctuary for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Alas, that the light in Wen Qian's eyes dimmed gradually as thoughts of her parents and brother, who resided next door, crossed her mind, and she clenched her fists tightly. If only they could enter as well. Though given another chance, she possessed the capability to protect herself and them. She could not assure that unforeseen circumstances would not arise. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. This time, she would not allow them to be separated from her. After several hours of bustling activity, Wen Qian had nearly emptied her home. The grass hut within the space had also been upgraded to a mud house, then to a brick house. Congratulations, you have completed all beginner tasks. A family member slot has been awarded. Please bind family member information within 24 hours. Wen Qian stood frozen in place. Others could enter as well. Wen Qian turned and exited the space, intending to find someone next door. She resided in a spacious duplex penthouse, encompassing a total of 300 square meters, complemented by a 100 square meter rooftop garden, designed with a 1-unit per floor layout. In the adjacent unit's top floor live her parents and elder brother. The connection between the two rooftop gardens featured a low wall, merely about 1.5 meters high, which was non-load bearing. Thus, it had been removed and transformed into a trivial iron gate. Qian, are you awake? Mother has prepared your favorite beef buns and millet porridge, still warm. Will you eat well before going back to sleep? On the staircase, Mo, who had come to call Wen Qian for breakfast, was startled to find the living room empty, her face draining of color. Had there been a burglary? She hurried downstairs, and upon seeing her daughter emerge from the room, tears streamed down her cheeks. Are you all right? Let mother have a look. Mo circled around Wen Qian twice, only breathing a sigh of relief once she confirmed her daughter's safety. Meanwhile, hearing Mo's exclamation, Wen Chongning and Wen Rang rushed over, equally startled to witness the emptied living room. Father, mother, brother, Wen Qian's voice trembled, as she had lost count of the years since she last saw them. In her previous life, they had all perished in the apocalypse while protecting her, leaving her to endure alone for a decade. She threw herself into Mo's embrace, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Mo, thinking her daughter had been frightened by a burglar, hurriedly attempted to comfort her. The two men beside them were at a loss. One yearned to embrace his daughter, while the other wished to tousle his sister's hair. Yet both hesitated, restrained by their pride. Chapter 2. Spatial Binding of Family. Having survived alone in a post-apocalyptic world for a decade, Wen Qian had long forgotten the sensation of tears. Without the protection of her parents and brother, her home had been seized and her provisions plundered. She fled to the west, striving to stay alive while evading those unscrupulous men who sought to exploit her. Ultimately, with nowhere left to escape, she was compelled to take a life. With the first act of violence came the second, from a trembling hand to a numbness that enveloped her. The number of lives she claimed grew, while the audacity of those who dared provoke her dwindled. In the end, she had transformed into a figure of terror, a female Yama. When Xian lifted her gaze to the nearby Li Mo, wiped her tears, and allowed a faint smile to grace her lips, softly reassuring him. Mother, do not worry. There has been no intrusion, and I am well. It's all your fault. What kind of wretched door did you buy for our daughter? It allowed thieves to enter so easily. It's my fault indeed. I take the blame. When Changning furrowed his brow and nodded repeatedly. He had initially refrained from purchasing a villa out of concern for safety, yet he had not anticipated that even this pen, though used, would fall prey to thieves. He would have someone install an electric fence at the doorpost haste. Let's see who would dare to break into his home again. Wen Xian interjected, halting Wen Rang from calling the police, her expression earnest as she regarded the trio before her. Father, mother, brother, do you believe me? The three exchanged perplexed glances, but without hesitation, they nodded in unison. That if I were to say that the apocalypse is imminent, would you still believe me? When Rang inquired, did you have a nightmare? No, Wen Xian replied, retrieving her phone to show a video recorded the previous night. Take a look at this. The three gathered around, their expressions varying as they watched. When Changning remarked, these elderly gentlemen were quite fierce. No wonder I heard the sounds of police and ambulances this morning. Li Mo added, they play cards there daily with age, come to shorter temper, leading to inevitable quarrels. When Rang commented, that alone does not signify anything. What if I said I possess a space? When Xian and Wen Rang exchanged glances, the 5-year age difference between them had rendered Wen Xian almost entirely reliant on her elder brother throughout her upbringing. When Changning was engaged in business, starting with selling fruit, moving on to running a restaurant, and eventually establishing an educational institution. His ventures were diverse while his wealth increased. So did his busyness. Eventually, as her family's circumstances improved, Li Mo resigned from her position at the hospital to devote herself to caring for their 2 children, and the situation gradually improved. Before that, Wen Xian had always been like a shadow to Wen Rang. He washed her clothes, fed her meals, introduced her to games, and even led her in escapades from studies. Thus, they shared an unparalleled bond devoid of generational gaps. Mom, I must inform you in advance that I will be taking you somewhere shortly. You will find yourself there unexpectedly, and Dad and brother will also vanish suddenly. Please do know. To be alarmed. Li Mo reached out to feel Wen Xian's forehead. Is this child running a fever? I am not. When Xian grasped her mother's hand, her expression earnest and grave. Are you prepared? Li Mo gazed at her, hesitatingly nodding. In the next instant, the two vanished from their location. Wen Rang inhaled sharply, while Wen Changning's expression changed, causing her to stagger back a few steps. Rang, we're your mother and sister. In the unfamiliar environment that abruptly materialized, Li Mo shivered in fright. Ding, binding family member information. Wen Xian listened to the system's voice and observed the panel that appeared before her, which clearly recorded all of Li Mo's information, while Li Mo herself could not see any content at all. Name, Li Mo. Gender, female. Age, 47 years. Height, 163 centimeters. Blood type, B. Occupation, former surgeon. Relationship, mother and daughter. Loyalty, never betray. After scanning the entire panel, Wen Xian swiftly confirmed and pressed the binding key, only to find the system provided an additional prompt. Members may only enter and exit with the head of the household. The head of the household may freely unbind any member within the space, and once a member leaves the system, all memories related to the space will vanish. This was in essence a cheat skill. Wen Xian chuckled softly, closing the panel. Mom, let's go outside. If we stay too long, they'll start to worry. As Li Mo emerged from the small room, she indeed noticed the absence of familiar things in her home. Her expression somewhat dazed, she nodded and grasped Wen Xian's hand, and together they departed from the space. Now, do you believe? Wen Xian assisted Li Mo in sitting at the edge of the bed and turned her attention back to Wen Rang and Wen Changning. The expressions of the two individuals had already turned grim. After a moment of silence, Wen Rang softly inquired, how long until the apocalypse? A month, but the situation could change. It might arrive sooner. Brother, Do you recall the zombie films you once took me to see? Indeed, is the apocalypse akin to those? No, it is far more terrifying. He had just completed a significant project, having been occupied for over a year, accumulating nearly 3 months of vacation through annual leave and rescheduling. After hanging up the phone, Wen Rang turned to Wen Xian. Speak up, we must prepare in advance. Wen Chongning and Li Mo sat upright, their expressions serious as they awaited Wen Xian's words. Wen Xian observed their reactions, a warm sensation coursing through her heart. They were always like this, unconditionally doting on her and bestowing their unwavering trust. The weather in the first 3 years of the apocalypse will be extreme. Although the seasons will still be distinct, summers could reach temperatures of 60 to 70 degrees WH. All winters may plunge to minus 60 or 70. Furthermore, there will be water and electricity shortages, with zombies roaming freely. Thus, we must first stockpile food, clothing, and medicine. Wen Rang nodded thoughtfully. But our greatest adversary in those first 3 years is likely not the zombies. Is it? Correct, Wen Xian affirmed. It is humanity. With food shortages, human nature will be laid bare. In her previous life, neighbors had climbed fire escapes to the top floor, leaping from the rooftop to invade their home, seizing their provisions, and subsequently driving them out. Wen Xian recounted the events of that time, and the expressions of the three grew increasingly somber. Arang, let us go to the building materials market at once. When Chongning rose with indignation, he was originally a merchant who had ascended from the depths of the marketplace. Although his temperament had softened considerably after the birth of his daughter, he would never permit anyone to bully him. This time, he would confront anyone who dared to challenge him. Those unafraid of death were welcome to come. Chapter 3. The entire family goes on a shopping spree, Dad. I will take care of things on the rooftop. You and Mom should head to the market. I cannot distinguish the freshness of meat, vegetables, and fruits as well as you two can, Wen Rang suggested. Let us split up. It will be quicker this way. When Chongning pulled Li Mo to their feet and walked away, while Wen Xian could still hear him shouting, "How dare you bully my daughter? I will make you pay." Wen Rang watched their figures disappear completely before turning his attention back to Wen Xian. The siblings exchanged glances, and Wen Rang continued to inquire about matters that piqued his curiosity. How many years has the apocalypse lasted? I do not know for certain, but judging by the circumstances at the time, it is unlikely to conclude within 20 years. It certainly had not ended by the time I perished. And that was already the 15th year, Wen Xian replied. Wen Rang swallowed hard and asked, "And you? How many years did you spend alone?" Wen Xian was taken aback by his question. It had been a considerable time since she had last seen them. Moreover, even when she tried to soften her gaze in their presence, it was still evident that her eyes bore the sharpness and resilience acquired through experiences of life and death. This younger sister of his, who had never been wronged even when their family lived in a cramped house during difficult times, was a testament to their upbringing. Their parents did not expect her to achieve great heights. They only wished for her to stay on the right path, to be joyful, and to maintain good health. Wen Rang shared this sentiment. They could earn money and did not want her to struggle unnecessarily. As long as she refrained from gambling or substance abuse, they would strive to ensure she lived a life free from want. Yet, they never anticipated that they would ultimately leave this little one to fend for herself. With a sigh, Wen Rang stepped forward and gently stroked Wen Xian's hair. This time, brother will accompany you until the end. After a brief pause, he added, "Let us go eat and fill our stomachs before we head out to shop." All right. Wen Xian realized it had been an eternity since she had savored such delicious, fragrant meat buns. The pangs of hunger from her past life resurfaced, and she devoured more than a dozen in one go. It was only when Wen Rang, worried she might overindulge, finally intervened that she ceased her feast. Once they had satisfied their appetites, the siblings parted ways. Wen Rang headed to the material market to deal with rooftop matters, while Wen Xian set off to procure other necessary supplies. She drove to the largest high-end, membership-based supermarket in the city, preparing for a zero-cost shopping spree. Do not mention moral boundaries to her. The apocalypse was imminent, and everyone's threshold had shifted to mere survival. She had contemplated traveling abroad to engage in such endeavors, but the impending doom weighed heavily on her mind. The elderly gentlemen who had succumbed to death while playing cards downstairs were evidently infected. This situation had already unfolded. The apocalypse could commence at any moment, and she dared not part from her family lightly. As she stepped through the supermarket's entrance, the system's voice resonated in her mind once again, surveillance shielding activated. The host will no longer appear on the monitoring screens. Wen Xian smiled slightly, thinking how considerate the system was. She pushed her shopping cart to the second floor, where an array of products was meticulously displayed on steel shelves, and staff members were offering various samples to customers along the main aisle. The supermarket's shelves were impressively deep, around 70 to 80 centimeters, designed to accommodate ample stock for shoppers, given the scarcity of staff to assist. Extending her arm into the steel framework, the distant surveillance cameras were utterly oblivious to her actions. When Qian proceeded toward the grains, effortlessly transporting 50 boxes of 40-pound rice into her spatial storage. Further ahead lay flour, high gluten, low gluten, and all-purpose, each box weighing 30 pounds, and she collected 50 boxes from a single shelf. She then gathered a variety of grains: black beans, green beans, adzuki beans, millet, brown rice, black rice, glutinous rice, and peanuts, taking 20 boxes of each. For cooking oils, including peanut oil, corn oil, olive oil, sunflower oil, and avocado oil, she procured 35-liter barrels of each. As it was a weekday morning at 9 o'clock, the supermarket was relatively deserted, allowing her actions to go unnoticed. When Qian moved on to the condiments section, acquiring 20 bottles each of light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, cooking wine, aromatic vinegar, sashimi soy sauce, and Sichuan pepper oil, she gathered 50 bags of various spices: cardamom, cinnamon, dried chili peppers, star anise, bay leaves, fennel, Sichuan pepper, and cloves. Additionally, she collected approximately 70 boxes of iodized and non-iodized salt, each containing 10 bags of 5 pounds. Uncertain of the current storage limit of her spatial realm, she felt compelled to gather as much variety as possible. Otherwise, she would be unable to accommodate anything further once filled. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the system's voice resonated in her consciousness. Ding. Time-limited double task activated. Within 1 hour, for every 1,000 yuan worth of supplies stored, the space will expand by 2 square meters. A slight smile graced Wen Qian's lips as she quickened her pace, tossing high-quality meats into her shopping cart in full view of the attendant. Pork ribs, 3 kilograms per box, priced at 120 yuan. 10 boxes amount to 1,200 yuan. Pork shoulder, 3 kilograms per box, costs 80 yuan. 10 boxes total 800 yuan. Pork tenderloin, 3 kilograms per box, is priced at 75 yuan. 10 boxes come to 750 yuan. Pig's trotters, 3 kilograms per box, are sold for 90 yuan. 10 boxes total 900 yuan. Black pig ribs, 2 kilograms per box, are priced at 110 yuan. 10 boxes yield 1,100 yuan. Soft bone ribs, 3 kilograms per box, are available at 110 yuan. 10 boxes cost 1,100 yuan. Black pig spare ribs, 1.5 kilograms per box, are priced at 130 yuan. 10 boxes total 1,300 yuan. Fatty beef rolls, 2 kilograms per box, cost 130 yuan. 10 boxes amount to 1,300 yuan. Beefsteak, 1.5 kilograms per box, is priced at 180 yuan. 10 boxes yield 1,800 yuan. Lamb skewers, 1 kilogram per bag, are available for 100 yuan. 10 bags total 1,000 yuan. A fully laden cart of meat amounts to a grand total of 250 yuan. It is not that she desires to cease her procurement, but rather that the freezer is devoid of stock. The attendant merely perceives her as a buyer. Yet due to the absence of purchase limits, there is little that can be said, leading to a slow and laborious process of gathering goods. When Qian maneuvered her cart to a secluded corner of the shelf, where the surveillance system was disabled, seizing the opportunity when no one was around, she discreetly concealed the items in her space before turning towards the home appliances section. Although the apocalypse has rendered water and electricity unavailable, her space is equipped with both. The wear and tear of appliances is inevitable. Furthermore, this time they had made prior arrangements, utilizing household generators and solar panels. Thus, she aimed to procure a few more small appliances. Robotic vacuum cleaners, priced at 3,600 each, led Wen Qian to take 3, totaling 10,800 yuan. Air purifiers, at 4,000 each, required a larger stock, prompting Wen Qian to collect all that was visible, amounting to 10 units, totaling 40,000 yuan. The dishwasher, the most expensive model chosen, cost 26,000 each. 2 were acquired, totaling 52,000 yuan. A bladeless fan that combines cooling and ventilation, priced at 3,800 each. 5 units were obtained for 19,000 yuan. As for the air conditioner, it was deemed unnecessary since the household is already equipped with them. They could simply be dismantled and stored away if needed. The PS5 gaming console, priced at 1,000 each, resulted in 2 units for a total of 8,000 yuan. Drones, valued at 5,000 each. 6 units were taken from the shelf, amounting to 30,000 yuan. Departing from the home appliance section, Wen Qian's shopping spree totaled 159,800 yuan. Chapter 4. Efforts and Dominance. Wen Qian briskly moved on and spotted a set of food preservation containers, her eyes lighting up. These containers could maintain the freshness of food in its original state, allowing her to prepare meals in advance and store them neatly, ready to be taken out when needed, saving both time and effort. A box containing 12 preservation containers was priced at 200 yuan, and she opted for 10 boxes, totaling 2,000 yuan. A 7-piece knife set was priced at 700 per set, and she procured 10 sets for 7,000 yuan. A pack of 32 rolls of toilet paper was 280 yuan, and she purchased 10 bags for 2,800 yuan. Moist toilet wipes, sold in bags of 8 for 80 yuan, were a splendid find, knowing their worth. Wen Qian took 20 bags for 1,600 yuan. Garbage bags, with 360 units per box, cost 70 yuan each, and she acquired 100 boxes for 7,000 yuan. In total, 2,400 yuan was spent. Within half an hour, Wen Qian had amassed goods worth 190 for 150 yuan. According to the system's exchange ratio, her spatial area had now expanded by 389 square meters. Unable to contain her inner excitement, Wen Qian sought out a secluded corner to enter her space. Upon witnessing the supplies she had just gathered piled up in the open space, and the modest dwelling she had toiled through the night to upgrade now transformed into a charming 2-story villa, her joy was immeasurable. She resolved to continue stockpiling. Her ambition was to elevate herself to the same echelon as the domineering CEO, awakening each morning in a sprawling 500-square-meter master bedroom, where even a trip to the restroom necessitated a drive within her extraordinary mansion. Exiting her space, Wen Qian cheerfully descended to the first floor. Making her way to the cosmetics section, the post-apocalyptic sun blazed fiercely, casting a bronzed hue upon all, reminiscent of native Africans. While there is beauty in being tanned, she had no desire for it, and certainly, the affluent fair-skinned beauties shared her sentiments. Thus, sunscreen became a highly sought-after commodity, ripe for exchange for other supplies. Wen Qian collected all the products from the shelves, 70 units of sunscreen at 200 each, totaling 14,000 yuan, 50 units of large-capacity hand cream at 180 each, amounting to 9,000 yuan. 20 boxes of toothbrushes, with 6 in each, priced at 120, totaling 2,400 yuan, and 10 sets of toothpaste, each containing 6, at 160, summing up to 1,600 yuan. Just as her gaze fell upon the sanitary napkins on the shelf, she suddenly overheard 2 staff members conversing quietly as they approached from afar. Who knows? I distinctly remember there being stock this morning. How could it have sold out so quickly? It must be one of those purchasing groups again. How irritating. After absorbing their remarks, Wen Qian chuckled softly and proceeded to the fresh produce section on the first floor. Given that they were restocking there, it would be unwise for her to make her move. Upon arrival, she noticed the sparse crowd. The fruits were sold by the box and crate, arranged against the wall, each type boasting hundreds of boxes. Undeterred, Wen Qian also took 30 boxes, which had no impact on the overall quantity. She merely waited for a moment of inattention from others, placing her hand on the selected items, and in the blink of an eye, the goods vanished into her space. Even those with keen eyesight would merely assume they had experienced a fleeting illusion. Moreover, having survived alone in the apocalypse for many years, Wen Qian's observational skills had already reached an exceptional level, ensuring that no hint of her actions would be detected. A box of lychees cost 50 yuan, totaling 1,500 yuan for 30 boxes. Watermelons were priced at 60 yuan per box, which amounted to 1,800 yuan for 30 boxes. Blueberries were 70 yuan per box, leading to a total of 2,100 yuan for 30 boxes. Kiwis were priced at 300 yuan per box, resulting in 9,000 yuan for 30 boxes. Cherries cost 200 yuan per box, totaling 6,000 yuan for 30 boxes. Apples were 100 yuan per box, summing up to 3,000 yuan for 30 boxes. Young coconuts were priced at 80 yuan per box, resulting in 2,400 yuan for 30 boxes. As she departed from the fruit section, Time was running short. Yet not far away lay the liquor section, another prime location. High-end mount was secured behind glass cabinets, requiring purchasing qualifications to access. However, other brands like Wuliangya and Guijiao were available to anyone with the means to buy. Her father enjoyed a drink now and then. And since liquor could serve as a disinfectant in critical moments, it was indispensable in the apocalypse. Wen Qian conducted a thorough sweep, accumulating over 100,000 yuan worth of liquor before she was satisfied and left. After an hour, she had amassed supplies worth 403,250 yuan, equating to 806 square meters of storage space. Casually, she tossed additional items into her empty vehicle before heading to the checkout, then prepared to venture into her next battleground. Benching was vast, with several large chain foreign membership supermarkets scattered throughout. As a former spendthrift, Wen Qian possessed membership cards for all of them, compelling her to explore each one to ensure an equitable distribution of resources. Wen Qian first ventured to another supermarket to procure sanitary napkins and contraceptive supplies. Although the latter was of no immediate use to her, such items could be exchanged for other necessities in the future, appealing to the affluent who would desire them. She then continued to stockpile essential provisions such as rice, flour, oil, salt, water, and spices, fundamental yet crucial commodities. Departing at 8 in the morning and returning home at 8 in the evening, Wen Qian successfully acquired 3 million worth of supplies for zero expenditure throughout the day. While the high-end supermarket's prices were inflated, the quality remained assured, and since the space was calculated based on the marked prices, she felt no loss. Tens of thousands of pounds of grain were thus securely stored in her space, providing her with a profound sense of security. Wen Chongning and Li Mo scoured several markets, purchasing 200 pounds of pork and 100 pounds of eggs from each, alongside some inconspicuous and long-lasting staples such as potatoes, cabbage, and vermicelli. Leaning against the sofa, Wen Chongning observed the large plastic bag in Wen Qian's hands with evident disdain. Wen Qian rolled her eyes in response and plopped down on the opposite end of the sofa. What do you know? Wealth should not be flaunted. I've stashed it all away. How much did you spend? I'll cover it, he offered. No need. It was all zero cost, Wen Qian replied casually, demonstrating her prowess as she made the car keys in her hand vanish and reappear in an instant, leaving Wen Chongning and the others momentarily unsettled. Qian, is it right for us to take these things without paying? Li Mo hesitated before voicing her concerns. Wen Qian had anticipated her reaction, as in a normal societal context. Such actions would indeed constitute theft, not merely inappropriate, but criminal. Given the magnitude of her shopping spree that day, it could easily land her in prison for a long time. However, the circumstances were no longer conventional. Mother, I understand your concerns. However, even if I refrain from taking these items, they will inevitably be submerged by floodwaters within a month. The average person will be utterly incapable of venturing out to gather supplies. The apocalypse is destined to arrive sooner than anticipated, and my sole desire is to prepare our provisions for the coming decades discreetly, without drawing the attention of others. Everything else pales in comparison. Chapter 5. Regardless of sacrifices, ensure my daughter lacks nothing once again. I overheard her mention that in a few years. The expressions of Wen Chongning and Li Mo darkened visibly. They fell silent for a moment, refraining from discussing the zero-cost purchases, instead inquiring about the circumstances surrounding the impending apocalypse. Living by the seaside, with such harsh conditions looming, could a tsunami occur? If it does, where would we find refuge? The two houses purchased by Wen Chongning are not far from the shore. To the left lies a mountain, ahead the sea, and to the right, a main thoroughfare, an exquisite location, the pinnacle of the entire community. The building consists of 30 stories, and they reside at the top. In front of the community, there is a cluster of villas, with the sea stretching gracefully beyond them, unobstructed by any structures. Each day, facing the ocean, one is greeted by the warmth of spring, lifting one's spirits considerably. To contemplate moving from here truly tugs at the heartstrings. A tsunami may indeed occur, but as far as I am aware, that is at least 15 years away. This morning, I did not have the opportunity to divulge much to them, only mentioning the natural disasters expected in the first 3 years. Now, after a day of reflection, they have begun to accept the reality of the impending apocalypse, their psychological fortitude gradually strengthening. In the first 3 years, there may be floods. However, as you are aware, our community is situated at a considerable elevation, with the first floor equivalent to the 5th floor of other neighborhoods. Thus, flooding will not impact our home. This building will remain standing for decades to come, ultimately evolving into a hub of alliances. As for events further in the past, I am not well informed. When Changning nodded, indeed, a span of 10 years suffices for a return on investment. Liamo inquired, Qianqian, what is the situation regarding the zombies you mentioned this morning? Will there be any developed antidotes in the future? None, Wen Qian sighed. This is what I must emphasize. We cannot remain confined to our homes indefinitely. Eventually, we will need to venture out and confront the zombies. You must avoid being captured or bitten at all costs. Once infected, there is no cure. When Changning cast a glance at his beer belly, resolutely deciding to begin a regimen of dieting and exercise starting tomorrow, he could not afford to hinder his daughter's progress. Liamo, her face etched with worry, asked, will antibiotics and such be difficult to procure in the future? All Western medications will be hard to obtain. Even if they are available, they will be controlled by those at the highest echelons of power. Therefore, mother, this is why I mentioned that our resources must be allocated wisely. Upon hearing this, a hint of relief graced Liamo's features. Although these matters seemed exceedingly strange for someone of her age, almost like a fantastical tale, she had questioned whether she was merely dreaming more than once today. Nonetheless, she chose to trust her daughter's words. Even if it meant sacrificing everything, she would not allow her daughter to lack essentials in this apocalyptic world. It was a gamble she was willing to take for her daughter. Money could be earned again, but a daughter is irreplaceable. Mother, I would like you to assist me in confirming the location of the pharmaceutical warehouse at the hospital and the epidemic prevention station. The medications available on the market are but a mere fraction, and we remain unable to access certain precious items such as anesthetics and vaccines. All right, I understand. I will go out to procure the medicines tomorrow, Liamo readily agreed. The atmosphere remained somewhat somber, prompting Wen Rang to turn on the television. Wen Qian had already stored her living room television away that morning, so Wen Rang brought over the one from next door. The television fortuitously switched to the local news channel, broadcasting reports about the elderly gentleman who had perished on the adjacent path last night. The group watched intently, resuming their conversation centered around the topic of zombies. Wen Rang inquired, how long after being bitten does one mutate? Wen Qian replied, in the early stages. The virus does not evolve. It takes approximately 3 to 7 days. In the later stages, it becomes severe within 10 seconds. Wen Rang continued, is the only way to eliminate them as depicted on television, by shooting them in the head? Wen Qian affirmed, yes, a headshot is essential. Other body parts are ineffective. Wen Rang clicked his tongue in frustration. We cannot obtain firearms, and even if we could, we wouldn't become sharpshooters. I must find a way to acquire some crossbows and arrows. Wen Qian turned to glance at the silent Wen Changning. Coming from a rural background, Wen Changning had a fiery temperament in his youth. While selling fruits on the street, he inevitably found himself embroiled in disputes. He also harbored a fondness for bladed weapons. To this day, he keeps a machete under his pillow, prepared for any potential intruders. Father, do you have any means of acquiring a superior tang sword? It would be quite exhilarating to use it against zombies. Wen Changning's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, wait for me. Dad will take care of it tomorrow. No, let's get in touch right now. The more, the better. The faster, the better. Ideally, we need to acquire it immediately so that we can obtain it within a week. The apocalypse may arrive sooner than anticipated, and we must always be prepared. Understood. With that, Wen Changning rose, clutching his phone, and headed next door to make a call. Liamo observed his retreating figure, shaking his head with a resigned smile. If you keep talking like this, your father won't be tired. He'll be delighted. He has always enjoyed martial arts. You know, even now, he spends his days at home watching action-packed films. Liamo's words sparked a realization in Wen Qian. She needed to stock up on external hard drives and download a variety of films, television series, animations, and variety shows to pass the time when boredom strikes. Her father favored action genres, while her mother preferred palace intrigue and domestic dramas. She and Wen Rang shared similar tastes, enjoying anime, thrillers, horror, and anything else that caught their fancy. Brother, do you know anyone who sells hard drives? Let's get some while we still have internet access and download some good content. How long until we lose internet connectivity? At most 3 months after the apocalypse. Initially, everyone held on to a glimmer of hope, believing they could contain the situation. However, as the zombies evolved at an alarming rate, even the internal team began to succumb, and the internet was disrupted due to various reasons, whether man-made or natural disasters. Let's go. We need to procure the supplies now. Wen Rang was a man of action, speaking as he grabbed the car keys and headed outside. His eyes glued to his phone as he searched for contacts. As someone involved in software, he was acquainted with several vendors of electronic devices. Liam watched the sibling duo depart with concern, unable to restrain his worries. "Aren't you, Jiang, tasked with taking care of your sister?" Chapter 6. The commencement of the apocalypse farming and animal husbandry system. When Rang drove to the designated location, where the store offered the largest hard drive with a capacity of 20 terabytes, priced at $2,300 each. Typically, a 1 terabyte hard drive can accommodate approximately 100 films, thus allowing for the storage of around 2,000 films on a 20 terabytes drive. However, should one wish to download high-definition Blu-ray films, each requires about 30 to 50 gigabytes of memory, meaning a 1 terabyte drive would only suffice for 20 to 30 films. Regardless, these 30 hard drives would suffice for the time being. Upon returning home, when Rang and Wen Qian activated all the computers in the household, investing heavily in several premium download software subscriptions, and spent the night downloading movies and television series. As when Rang sat in his study, unable to sleep, Wen Qian seized the opportunity to enter the space while the computer was processing. She had a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. The thought of leaving a multitude of supplies haphazardly mingled in the space unsettled her. Moreover, her daytime busyness had left her with little time to explore her newly upgraded space. After a day of diligent effort, her quaint cottage had transformed into a luxurious villa comprising 3 stories above ground and 1 below. The vegetable garden in front of the villa had also significantly expanded. Wen Qian devised a plan. Since the space had provisions for family members to enter, it implied that her father and Wen Rang could access it in the future. The basement of the villa featured an entertainment room where everyone could sing karaoke and watch films without the worry of disturbing the neighbors. Adjacent to the entertainment room, Wen Qian intended to designate one room for wine, another for tobacco and tea, valuable commodities, and the remaining room for instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, sausages, and marinated eggs, catering to the need for convenience foods. Although she now possesses the conditions to prepare her own meals, she cannot avoid the necessity of venturing out to meet others in the future. Thus, she must maintain a certain appearance. The first floor, aside from the living room, comprises a kitchen, a dining area, and 3 bedrooms, each equipped with an ensuite bathroom, perfectly accommodating her family. The second floor features 3 rooms designated for storing clothing and footwear, as well as essentials such as tissues, sanitary napkins, and toothpaste, while the remaining space is reserved for books and some valuable antiques and artifacts she anticipates acquiring. On the 3rd floor, she intends to convert one room into a surgical suite, while the others will be utilized for storing medical supplies and equipment. As for additional items, they will temporarily be placed in the villa's backyard. Behind the villa lies a yard of approximately 100 square meters, which, unlike the vegetable garden in front, is paved with concrete. Wen Qian plans to establish shelving akin to that found in supermarkets, categorizing and labeling the items for easy retrieval when needed. Should the space expand in the future, she could also consider introducing a shipping container. Once she had devised a simple plan, Wen Qian commenced her efforts. After a brief period of organizing, she discovered that she could indeed manipulate objects with her mind. However, due to her recent acquisition of this ability and her lack of proficiency, she could only sustain it for about 5 minutes before becoming dizzy. Ding! The Doomsday Farming and Livestock System has been activated. Please complete the tasks of acquiring live chickens 010, live ducks 010, live geese 010, live pigs 03, live sheep 03, and live cows 03, within 24 hours to earn a fish pond as a reward. Wen Qian raised an eyebrow at the mention of a fish pond. Does this imply that she will be able to enjoy fresh fish and shrimp at any time in the future? Such a remarkable system, truly appealing to food enthusiasts. Wen Qian promptly exited the space and shared this news with Wen Rang and the others. Consequently, after breakfast the following day, the group continued to pursue their individual tasks. Liam ventured out to procure medicine, while Wen Chongming and Wen Qian set out to acquire livestock. Wen Rang, on the other hand, sought to find a way to obtain bow and crossbow equipment. On the outskirts of the city, there exists a sizable livestock trading market, and Wen Chongming drove directly there. Initially, he intended to go alone, not wanting Wen Qian to accompany him and catch wind of the scents in the area. Although Wen Chongming appeared to be rather rough around the edges, he had grown up in the countryside, cultivating land and raising pigs. Later, he engaged in trade, selling various goods, which rendered him quite adept at handling matters in the market. To avoid drawing attention, he had even arranged to rent a truck overnight. Upon arriving at the area selling chickens, ducks, and geese, Wen Chongning selected 10 free-range chickens weighing around 2 pounds each, 8 hens, and 2 roosters, along with 5 black chickens. He also acquired 16 ducks, adhering to the breeding ratio of 10 hens to 2 drakes. Additionally, he procured 12 large geese, comprising 10 females and 2 males, 3 live pigs, 1 male and 2 females, 3 live sheep, 1 male and 2 females, and 3 cattle, 1 male and 2 females. Spotting some rabbits, he decided to purchase 2, as they are easy to care for and have a high reproduction rate. Even if all other livestock were to perish, they could still enjoy rabbit meat. Following this, he bought 2 donkeys, as it is said that donkey meat is as delectable as dragon meat from the heavens. In total, these purchases amounted to 76,000 yuan. The owner, noticing their attire and demeanor did not align with that of typical livestock traders, inquired out of curiosity about the purpose of their acquisitions. I intend to establish a rural leisure business, one where visitors can enjoy meals and feed animals. We cannot afford extravagant options, so we shall settle for more economical choices, especially since children in the city have little exposure to such experiences. The proprietor nodded in agreement, affirming that these provisions would be sufficient. After their discussion, Wen Chongning requested the owner to send assistants to load the items onto their vehicle. They then drove into an unmonitored area, where Wen Qian promptly placed the livestock into her spatial realm, successfully completing the task. With the fish pond acquired, they swiftly transitioned to the aquatic market to procure fish and shrimp. They purchased a considerable quantity of carp, crucian carp, grass carp, black fish, bream, pike, bass, white crucian carp, and bighead carp. Wen Chongning had only ever raised ornamental fish and was unfamiliar with the techniques. Thus he inquired extensively from the owner. Wen Qian stood nearby, occasionally scanning for additional items to acquire. When her gaze fell upon a stall selling marine products, she paused momentarily. In a few years, the global marine ecosystem is destined to suffer from nuclear wastewater contamination, rendering sea crabs and shrimp, and even seaweed, inedible. Just as Wen Chongning turned around, he noticed his daughter staring blankly at the seafood stall. He hurried over and asked, "What's the matter, dear? What are you craving? I'll buy it for you." "No, I just think it's a pity," Wen Qian replied. Leaning in, she quietly shared her concerns about future ocean pollution with her father. Upon hearing this, Wen Chongning furrowed his brow. He had assumed that living by the sea meant they could always access seafood, unaware that ocean pollution posed such a threat. Unable to contain his frustration, he muttered a curse before gently patting Wen Qian's head. "Well, it's not sustainable. Raising marine products requires regular water changes, and we want to have the conditions for that in the future. The notion of nurturing until the end is rather whimsical. Once the creature meets its demise, we shall feast upon it." Wen Chongning exhibited no trace of discouragement as he strolled over to the seafood stall, engaging in conversation with the proprietor. Chapter 7. An unexpected encounter with an adversary. After spending 50,000 at the fish market, the two departed in their vehicle. On their return, Wen Chongning discussed the matter of his spatial realm with Wen Qian. Upon learning that cultivation was indeed possible within, he promptly sought a location to procure seeds and saplings. He collected an abundance of common seeds, including cilantro, cabbage, eggplant, persimmon, chili, potato, garlic, green onion, lettuce, oilseed lettuce, and cabbage, acquiring 100 packets of each. For fruit trees, he obtained 10 saplings each of apple, cherry, banana, plum, blueberry, strawberry, grape, pear, peach, and hawthorn. After spending over 30,000, the pair ventured once more to the building materials market. There, they purchased 10 high-capacity solar batteries, 10 solar charging panels, 20 portable solar-powered lanterns, 5 gasoline generators, and 5 diesel generators. This acquisition cost 200,000, which Wen Chongning paid without hesitation, turning to Wen Qian to inquire if any additional items were required. They exchanged reports on their shopping endeavors for the day. Wen Qian had procured 10 satellite phones, each priced at 6,000. He also acquired 10 satellite phone cards, with each card costing 100, allowing for 300 minutes of conversation. However, the cards had a 1-year validity upon activation, while remaining dormant would grant them a 7-year lifespan, thus he refrained from purchasing in excess. Furthermore, he had enlisted a friend to obtain a crossbow and 1,000 arrows. Arranging to collect the items the following day, Li Mo ventured to several hospitals and pharmacies, procuring over 100,000 yuan worth of essential medications. She also traveled to distant markets, purchasing 100 jin of sausages and 100 jin of eggs from each. She refrained from lingering near her neighborhood, where familiar faces abound, and where neighbors conducted their businesses. Should word spread, it was likely that, when the apocalypse truly arrived, this crowd would descend upon her doorstep. Liamo remarked, "Some medications have purchase limits, so I could not acquire much. However, I noticed that online pharmacies still have stock available. We can place another order shortly." When Qian nodded in agreement, "It's best if the whole family collaborates. Efficiency is paramount." Each member promptly retrieved their smartphones, engaging in their respective shopping sprees, all opting for next-day delivery. After completing her order for medications, Wen Qian also purchased 10,000 heat packs, a veritable treasure during frigid days. Each package contained 10 heat packs, and she ordered 50 packages from every store, directing the shipments to a nearby community's express delivery station. The express station now operated as a 24-hour self-service facility, as long as one did not mistakenly take someone else's belongings. No one would scrutinize the surveillance footage to check how many packages were collected, rendering it exceptionally convenient. After a simple meal at home, the group set out once more, this time together with the intention of buying clothing and footwear. Currently, both Wen Qian and Liamo's wardrobes were predominantly filled with dresses and fashionable shoes, and even their athletic footwear was limited in number. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, each person selected suitable pairs of combat boots and windbreakers, followed by lightweight trousers, and finally, thermal underwear, cashmere sweaters, and down jackets. It is now summer, and thermal products are being sold at discounted prices, leading many to make selections without any doubt regarding their intentions. After purchasing these items, Wen Qian and Liamo entered the restroom, the only place in the entire mall devoid of surveillance cameras. In a hurry, Wen Qian concealed her belongings within her space. As they exited, she noticed several sporting goods stores, and her eyes lit up. She eagerly pulled the humanoid card reader, Wen Rang, into one of the shops to select a baseball bat, helmet, protective gear, outdoor tent, sleeping bag, and other items. While processing the payment, she could not help but inquire, "Brother, since you've only been working for a few years, have you nearly spent your entire salary these past few days?" Wen Rang scoffed, casting her a sidelong glance, and remarked, "Ignorance is bliss. I shall overlook your naivety this time." Wen Qian pouted, resolved to continue using his card, for she was still a university student, yet to graduate, and financially constrained. Wen Rang tossed the items to Wen Qian, instructing her to return to the restroom to stow them away once more. Subsequently, they all ventured to the underground supermarket, each pushing a cart to procure daily necessities and food. Wen Qian continued her frenzied shopping spree in unnoticed corners, clearing the shelves of instant noodles, spicy sour rice noodles, snail rice noodles, vermicelli, spicy hot pot base, and more. By the time they departed, aside from the items purchased by Wen Rang and the others, she had additionally stockpiled hundreds of boxes of instant noodles and spicy sour noodles, 500 pounds of rice, 300 pounds of flour, and over 1,000 bottles of mineral water. By evening, the family returned, laden with their bounty. Upon seeing them, Wen Qian's expression darkened immediately. Zhang Yang and his wife Su Yin were former colleagues of Liamo at the same hospital. Their son, Zhang Xiang, and Wen Qian are of the same age. They have attended the same kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school together. When they initially purchased their residence in this complex, Liamo had already resigned from the hospital. She thought that having an acquaintance in the hospital could facilitate matters should she fall ill in the future, which is why Zhang Yang's family chose to live beneath her. They occasionally hinted at the idea of Wen Qian marrying Zhang Xiang after her university graduation, and when they would eventually move into the home they had acquired for her, she refrained from expressing any objections. This was largely because she had no intention of letting her daughter drift too far from her. If the two children truly developed feelings for one another and decided to marry, cohabiting in her home would not pose an issue, especially since they were well acquainted and she and Oldwin would be nearby to ensure their daughter would not suffer any grievances post-marriage. Ultimately, it was Wen Qian who held the deciding vote. If she were disinterested, no amount of insinuation from the Zhang family would prove effective. "Hey, old one, where has this family gone?" Zhang Yang and his family approached with cheerful expressions, posing the question. Upon seeing Wen Qian, Zhang Xiang found it difficult to divert his gaze. He stepped closer to her, saying, "Shall we go watch a movie tomorrow? Then I'll take you out for a meal." "No, thank you. I have other matters to attend to," Wen Qian replied coldly. "What could you possibly have to do? Isn't it merely shopping for clothes? I can accompany you." Zhang Ziang said with a nonchalant expression, attempting to take Wen Qian's hand. I know a fantastic and pricey restaurant. It's on me. Really, it's unnecessary. I have serious business. Wen Qian swiftly evaded and intertwined her arm with Wen Rang's. Tomorrow, my brother and I are heading out. You can ask him if you doubt it. Observing his sister's reaction, Wen Rang discerned her disdain for that fellow and complied exceedingly well. Yes, we have matters to attend to. Zhang Ziang, upon noticing this, refrained from further comments as they all entered the elevator. Upon reaching the 29th floor, the Zhang family was the first to exit. Once inside their home, Su Yan rolled her eyes and couldn't help but exclaim, that wretched girl Wen Qian. I wonder what has gotten into her. Yang Yang has pursued her for so long, yet she remains unresponsive. Were it not for her family's meager wealth, I would hardly pay her any regard. Zhang Ziang reassured, rest assured, mother, once she marries me, those 2 properties belonging to her family will be ours. Moreover, that Qian her father gifted her will serve me perfectly for work. Chapter 8. The onset of the apocalypse. All are villains. The Zhang family, oblivious to Wen Qian's keen perception of their intentions, busily plotted their schemes. Upon returning home and closing the door, Wen Qian sank onto the sofa. Mom and Dad, do you recall when I mentioned that our family would soon attract the attention of our neighbors? They nodded in agreement. However, I failed to disclose that the instigator is the family downstairs. Initially, Su Yan came begging for food, weeping profusely, claiming her family was on the brink of starvation. We thought that fostering neighborly ties would be beneficial, believing that mutual assistance might help us overcome this hurdle. Yet their intentions were far from altruistic. On the first day, we offered assistance. On the second day, we did the same. However, on the third day, we truly found ourselves devoid of provisions. And sensed that the atmosphere in that household was rather ominous, leading us to refuse their advances. Consequently, Su Yan turned to the community group and proclaimed that our family possessed a substantial amount of supplies, yet chose to abandon our neighbors in their time of need. This incited a tempest of anger among those neighbors who were already weakened by hunger, prompting them to unite and launch an assault on our home. Caught unprepared, we were overwhelmed by their numbers as they battered our doors and windows. Once they forcibly gained entry, they seized the last remnants of our food. Yet, the family downstairs was still not satisfied. They had long been coveting our 2 apartments. Moreover, despite possessing 100 pounds of rice, they were unwilling to consume it, revealing that their visit was not born of desperation, but rather malice. Wen Qian recounted the events with a nonchalant demeanor, infuriating Wen Changning, who erupted in expletives. Damn it. They may look like decent folks, but they are nothing but beasts. I have long suspected that the family downstairs harbored ill intentions. Their son, unattractive as he is, seems to have designs on my daughter. Li Mo's expression also darkened, and after a moment of silence, he inquired of Wen Changning, Old Wen, what did the seller of the knife say when you contacted them yesterday? When can we expect to obtain it? Tomorrow. I shall rise early to collect the knife. Whoever dares to disturb our home will meet a swift and fatal end. Wen Changning seethed, his temper flaring with each passing moment as he contemplated confronting the family downstairs. Conversely, Wen Rang remained composed, though the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Wen Qian interjected, I share this account not to incite your anger, but rather to serve as a precautionary warning. As the apocalypse approaches, everyone reveals their darker nature. Our compassion only invites malice from others. Thus we must prepare in advance. Indeed, my daughter speaks wisely. Wen Changning nodded repeatedly, clutching her phone as she retreated to a corner, contemplating what self-defense weapons she could procure. Wen Rang turned to meet Wen Qian's gaze and inquired, how much can your space accommodate? Is there a limit? Currently, the space allows for 1,000 units of supplies per square meter. Aside from a 1,000 square meter villa, I also possess an acre of land and approximately 1,000 square meters of vacant area, with potential for further expansion. Wen Qian revealed this without reservation, as she intended for them all to enter the space. The space occasionally assigns me tasks, and I currently hold only 1 family member slot. However, since I've initiated this process, it is certain that additional slots will be made available, allowing you and Dad to explore its contents in due time. Understood, replied Wen Rang. Not one to be sentimental. I shall broaden my horizons and see what the grand villa looks like. A night passed, and after breakfast the next morning, Wen Changning ventured out to retrieve some tools, while Wen Rang busied himself elsewhere. Wen Qian's grandfather had been an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and both he and her grandmother had perished in a car accident, leaving behind a wealth of books and medicinal herbs. He had intended for his daughter to inherit the family legacy, but Li Mo, acting on her own accord, chose to study Western medicine, nearly driving the old man to despair. Later, he turned his attention to Wenrang and Wenqian. However, Wenrang had shown no interest in such matters since childhood. As for Wenqian, she had been influenced by her brother, who introduced her to various forensic dramas such as the case of the unjustly accused, the Grand Song's Chief Justice, Forensic Qin Ming, and Bones. He was determined to cultivate her into an exceptional female forensic expert. The thought of 15-year-old Wenrang being chased around the house by Li Mo, wailing in despair, made Wenqian unable to suppress her laughter. After tidying up, they first stored the bookshelf into their space, then proceeded to inspect the medicine cabinet, collecting any usable herbs within. Daughter, you mentioned that Western medicine will be difficult to find in the future. What about traditional Chinese herbs? Some can be found, though they are scarce, due to the extreme climate and perilous survival conditions. Besides the hordes of zombies, there are also individuals resorting to robbery and violence. Can your space grow herbs? In theory, yes, but I've never tried, so that's all right. I'll handle it, Mom. Oh, had I known, I would have listened to the old man and learned more from him. Li Mo nodded in agreement. She had initially chosen to study Western medicine because she believed traditional methods were too slow. When Qian's gaze fell upon the 5 tang swords resting on the sofa, and she rushed over in delight. So many. I thought acquiring even one would be quite fortunate. When Chongning sat nearby, watching her daughter's joyful expression with a proud smirk, crossing her legs with satisfaction. This is what they mean when they say money can accomplish anything. Each sword costs 10,000. 5 swords amount to 200,000. With weapons in hand, Wenqian felt a renewed sense of security. In the following days, several individuals continued their shopping excursions as usual. Wenrang procured 10 speedboats, along with rubber dinghies and life jackets. Wenqian refrained from inquiring about the cost. However, when they stowed the items into the spatial dimension, it visibly expanded considerably. After a bustling week, the long-awaited day arrived for the construction of the glass house on the rooftop. Wenqian accompanied them as an overseer and, witnessing Wenrang meticulously measuring dimensions and designing the final product, she couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for her brother. Chapter 9. Initiating the Apocalypse Defense System. When Wenrang previously mentioned the installation of a sunroom and security mesh, Wenqian had assumed the mesh would be placed outside the glass, as is customary in typical designs. To her surprise, he instructed the vendors to position the mesh inside instead. Leaning closer to Wenrang, she whispered, "Why is the security mesh on the inside? You mentioned that in inclement weather, I worry about acid rain corroding it." Wenqian remained silent, yet Wenrang could discern her concerns from her expression. With a sigh, Wenqian reluctantly acknowledged that her brother had always been remarkably clever, a trait that earned him a place at Wadaiku Vocational and Technical College. Let the neighbors report it. Once the report is successful, I shall dismantle it. You need not feel troubled. You should report it too. The security guard, bewildered, hung up the phone, momentarily perplexed by the other party's ambiguous attitude. With no other option, he proceeded as when Chongning had instructed. However, such reports require time. The entire process would take at least half a month to come to fruition. By then, it remained uncertain whether anyone would still be available to address the matter. After spending the better part of the day, the installation of the sunroom was finally completed. The roof was adorned with manually controllable honeycomb shades, while the southern side was designed with several sliding glass windows, facilitating ventilation during the summer heat. Additionally, the operable side was equipped with a high-transparency insect-proof screen. By simply opening the window and pulling down from the upper window frame, one could easily extract the screen from its housing and secure it in place at the lower frame. For this minor enhancement, Wenrang had spent an extra 10,000 yuan. Wenqian gazed contentedly at the completed glass room. Just as the installation workers exited her home, she heard the long-forgotten voice of the system echoing in her mind once again. Ding! Initiating Apocalypse Defense System. Congratulations on completing the defense upgrade task. Reward: Defense System Upgrade. Eternal temperature in the defense space. 1 slot for a technical personnel. Defense upgrade? Eternal temperature? A slot for technical personnel? Wenqian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the origin of this technical personnel, when she noticed that the newly installed glass room was already undergoing a transformation. Its thickness had increased to a professional ballistic level. Moreover, it was now constructed in such a way that one could only see outside, while the outside world could not perceive anything within. This enhancement applied not only to the glass room, but also to her home's original windows. which had similarly been upgraded. Wow. A voice came from the entrance. It was Wenrong, who seldom used coarse language. Hearing him, Wen Qian hurried over, concerned about what might have happened. Upon seeing her, Wenrong pointed at the front door of their home. He was preparing to install surveillance equipment when the doors suddenly transformed, startling him. Wen Qian chuckled at the sight of their front door now resembling a bank-grade security entrance. Upon glancing at the items in Wenrong's possession, he belatedly realized the situation. The technician, it must be him, right? Wen Qian quickly pulled Wenrong closer. And in the blink of an eye, they entered the space. The scene before them suddenly transformed, causing Wenrong's heart to race. He stood frozen for a moment, taking a breath before surveying his surroundings. Is this your space? Yes. I will first bind your information, and you may explore at your leisure. On the invisible panel, all his personal details were already displayed. Name, Wenrong. Gender, male. Age, 24. Height, 185 centimeters. Blood type, B. Occupation, programmer. Relationship, siblings. Loyalty, never betray. Wen Qian swiftly bound his information and then sought out Wenrong. Inside the villa, upon discovering that his sister had already arranged their bedroom, he nodded in satisfaction. Well, at least she has some conscience. She didn't make him stay in a doghouse. Not bad, right? Wen Qian leaned against the doorframe, gesturing toward his bed, an electric one worth over 10,000. Quite impressive. Wenrong approached and playfully flicked her forehead. Keep the matter of this space a secret from outsiders. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. Rest assured, I am well aware of the perils of the apocalypse. Wenrong had just tested the situation. Without Wen Qian's assistance, he could not leave this place alone, and it likely worked the same for entering. This indicated that no one could sneak in and steal anything without his sister's knowledge, which greatly relieved him. Otherwise, it would be heartbreaking if the little girl, who had worked so hard to stockpile supplies, were to have them taken away. Wenrong was reluctant to let Wen Qian engage in agricultural labor, despite having little experience himself. Nevertheless, he assisted her in cultivating the land, excluding the weeds. The two of them felt certain that their plot would inevitably expand, and thus they reached a mutual agreement to invest in space, purchasing a seeder, a sprayer, a harvester, a crusher, and a rice milling machine, among other equipment. After a considerable amount of effort, they finally located a local agricultural machinery factory and scheduled a meeting for the following day. Subsequently, Wenrong continued to install surveillance equipment while Wen Qian decided to venture out once more. She harbored an unsettling premonition, sensing that an apocalypse might indeed be on the horizon. Upon descending to the underground parking garage, Wen Qian unexpectedly encountered Zhang Ziang, who was walking ahead while engaged in a phone conversation, oblivious to her presence. Zhang Ziang proclaimed, I assured you I would definitely attend the class reunion. Moreover, I'll bring my girlfriend. What is there to doubt? Who is my girlfriend? It's Wen Qian, of course. Who else could it possibly be? Ha. She is indeed quite difficult to pursue, but it depends on who is doing the chasing. I've made up my mind. I'll obtain a marriage certificate with her right after graduation. With my good looks and my family's favorable circumstances, what could she possibly object to? Eventually, she has to marry, doesn't she? Wen Qian trailed behind, suppressing the urge to kick him away, while continuing to record his words on her phone. Zhang Ziang continued. Yes, we'll drive there together. What car? The Qian, of course. I've already told her that once we marry in a couple of years, that car will be mine for work. It'll suffice. But to be honest, I'm not particularly impressed by her car. I plan to have her father buy me a G-Class later. Yes, her brother drives one, but I've heard he bought it himself. Wen Qian chuckled softly, her amusement evident as she observed the little scheme unfolding. Zhang Ziang remained blissfully unaware of the presence behind him, his boastful chatter soaring to new heights. Wen Qian's gaze shifted beyond him, landing on a scruffy white stray cat perched atop her car, and she couldn't contain her excitement. Xiaobai. She hurriedly rushed over, her heart racing. Could it truly be Xiaobai? Startled by her exclamation, Zhang Ziang hastily concocted an excuse to end his phone call. He watched as Wen Qian approached the vehicle, catching the filthy feline that leapt down from the roof, and he quickly interjected, Wen Qian, you must discard it. That cat is filthy. You cannot keep a cat. It may adversely affect your ability to bear children in the future. Chapter 10. The entire family can now enter and exit the space. Wen Qian paid no heed to his nonsensical ramblings. Instead, she meticulously examined the kitten in her arms. Upon confirming it was indeed Xiaobai, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xiaobai was a long-haired, heterochromatic stray, with one eye a striking yellow and the other a vivid red, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Yet, it was not merely a pretty face. It had dominated the local refuse heaps, effortlessly besting any competition. In her previous life, when Qian had become intrigued after witnessing its single-handedly triumph over 3 adversaries. Even during the apocalypse, when she could no longer offer it treats, it remained steadfastly by her side. Xiaobai nestled against her, mewing softly as if attempting to communicate. However, upon Zhang Xiang's approach, the cat abruptly ceased its affectionate display, leaping onto Wen Qian's arm and swiping at Zhang Xiang's face with a swift paw. 3 crimson lines marred his cheek, and he let out a pained yelp, clutching his face as he glared at the wild creature that seemed poised to pounce once more, uttering threats with a mixture of indignation and fear. "Damn it, I will make you pay. Xiaobai, meow. Come on then." Wen Qian watched Xiaobai's protective stance and couldn't help but chuckle. She opened the car door and called out, "Xiaobai, let's go." Xiaobai turned and leaped into the passenger seat. Wen Qian glanced at Zhang Xiang, who wanted to follow but hesitated, her smile fading as she coldly remarked, "Go get the injection. Whatever it costs, send me the bill, and I'll reimburse you." With that, she drove away. Upon exiting the neighborhood, Wen Qian found a pet hospital and immediately arranged for Xiaobai to receive a comprehensive package that included a bath, deworming, and neutering. Initially, Xiaobai did not comprehend where they were. However, once the groomer picked him up and he spotted other felines, it was too late to escape. Xiaobai exclaimed, "Meow, meow, 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 meow. Can you behave like a human? Are you really going to do this to me again?" Feigning ignorance to his tirade, Wen Qian gently patted his head and softly reassured, "It's for the best. Once done, you will be forever cured. Otherwise, finding you a companion in the future will be quite challenging." Neutering is not a complex procedure, and after paying extra, she had it arranged immediately. Xiaobai did not resist excessively. Although he swore profusely throughout the ordeal, his curses echoing throughout the hospital. When Xiaobai emerged from the operating room, "Gender, male?" Wen Qian nearly burst into laughter at the question mark on the panel. Thankfully, Xiaobai was still dazed and unable to see it. Otherwise, he would have surely lost his temper. After settling the payment, Wen Qian carried the cat carrier to her car and turned towards the supermarket. She was determined to stock up on supplies for Xiaobai, canned food, dried fish, and cat litter. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Wen Qian received a call from Wen Rang, inquiring about her whereabouts and whether he should come to fetch her. At that moment, Wen Qian had already arrived downstairs and informed him that she would be home shortly, which eased Wen Rang's concern, prompting him to end the call. Wen Qian, joyfully carrying her cat, Little Bai, returned home. She had been quite busy, stocking up on supplies, 2,000 pounds of cat food, 1,000 bags of cat litter weighing 13 pounds each, over 500 boxes of cat food cans, and an innumerable quantity of dried fish. Upon seeing Wen Qian entering the house with the cat, Wen Rang raised an eyebrow and smiled, remarking that the useless boy downstairs, who had been seeking an easy life, had already come to complain, saying he was scratched by the stray cat she had rescued. "Yes," Wen Qian admitted with a smile, adding that he should be grateful that Little Bai had not mutated yet. Otherwise, with a single swipe, his head would have already relocated. Wen Rang was taken aback. "Animals can mutate? Such was the case in my past life. Anyway, our Little Bai has indeed changed, now resembling a majestic lion. Therefore, not only must I stock up on cat food, but I also need to gather more meat for him tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Wen Rang perked up and turned to Wen Chongning. "Dad, I want a dog." Wen Chongning replied, "Consider it arranged. I want one too." As the night passed, the next morning arrived. Wen Chongning set out to buy a dog, while Li Mo headed to the market for meat and vegetables. Meanwhile, Wen Qian and Wen Rang went to meet with the manufacturer of agricultural machinery they had arranged to see the previous day. The representatives were taken aback to find 2 young individuals before them, bewildered as to why they would be interested in such products. Realizing that they were young entrepreneurs, the merchants quickly regained their composure and led them to view the products. Wen Qian was utterly oblivious to the situation. Yet she was astonished to find that Wen Rang could engage in a lively exchange with the merchants, displaying none of the naivety of a novice. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she whispered, "Did you study agriculture in university?" Wen Rang turned to her, a look of disdain on her face. "You think I am like you?" she retorted, recalling the information she had researched the previous night. What was wrong with her? She was quite capable. While following Wen Rang, Wen Qian contemplated how to stockpile some gasoline and diesel. Logically, she should have been able to procure fuel from the gas station, but once in the space, what would she use to store it? As she pondered this, when Rang had already concluded negotiations with the merchant, they acquired a harvester, a tiller, a seeder, a sprayer, an irrigation machine, a feed grinder, a forage cutter, a corn peeler, a corn thresher, and a rice milling machine, purchasing 10 machines in total for over 100,000. After the transaction, the merchant cheerfully inquired where they wished to have the goods delivered. The merchant promptly arranged for workers to load the equipment onto the truck, departing in the company of the two promising young customers. When Rang drove to the rural area where her grandparents once resided, now, the village was nearly deserted. Even those who remained were elderly, as the younger generation had either moved to the city to buy homes or sought employment elsewhere. Once the truck drivers and workers unloaded the machines, they quickly departed, relieved not to have to labor further, clearly pleased with the arrangement. After they had gone, Wen Qian stored the machines in the space, inviting Wen Rang to join her for a closer look. As she had anticipated, the space continued to expand, albeit at a slower pace. It was evident that the exchange rate was no longer at the ratio of 1,000 per square meter. Ding! Congratulations on completing the farm equipment task. A reward of 1 additional member quota for farm cultivation awaits. The system's voice echoed once more, eliciting a soft chuckle from Wen Qian. Her father was indeed the chosen one for farming, without a doubt. Wen Qian eagerly shared this delightful news with Wen Rang, who was equally elated. With this, their entire family would have access to the space. Brother, do you see over there? ISNT that the storage sites for several major e-commerce platforms and supermarkets? Chapter 11. Caught in the act, Wen Rang found a secure place to park and gazed in the direction pointed out by Wen Qian, subsequently checking the map. It seemed accurate, yet the security measures in that area were undoubtedly stringent, making entry impossible. Even if entry was forbidden, they must find a way in. When the apocalypse arrives, there would be relentless rains for an entire month, and by then, even if they had the chance to venture inside, most of the contents would be damaged by flooding. Better that it be bestowed upon them. A whole month of continuous rain? Wen Rang exclaimed. Bin City, being a mountainous region, naturally housed inhabitants both atop and below the hills. While the city did not typically experience heavy rainfall in summer, a severe storm could inundate neighborhoods and vehicles. If there were to be incessant rain for a month, then Wen Qian leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, an entire month. Day and night without respite. The villa area beneath us has already been flooded, reaching even the 5th floor of our building. Wen Rang recalled Wen Qian mentioning a few days prior that the first 3 years would witness frequent flooding disasters, yet they would not affect their family. It was her family, not merely their community, a crucial distinction indeed. After a moment of silence, Wen let the news sink in before starting the car towards the e-commerce storage location. Under the bright daylight, the two of them had to be discreet. They took a detour around the outer roads, allowing Wen Qian to familiarize herself with the terrain before leaving. He had procured 2 male and 2 female German Shepherd puppies, all still mere pups. Upon catching a whiff of the canine scent, Xiaobai approached, and upon seeing the tiny figures, felt a profound disillusionment with the world. So you, my dear caretaker, not only took away my dignity, but now have dogs outside, do you? Have you fallen out of love? Is our bond fading? Wen Qian was oblivious to the brewing storm until she felt a palpable tension while cradling one of the puppies in her arms. As she slowly turned her head, she was met with the accusing gaze of Xiaobai, who sat silently, eyes fixed on her, as if to say, "Let us see how you explain this." Startled, Wen Qian instinctively tossed the puppy away. The little creature, unversed in the complexities of human emotions, struggled to adapt to the sudden loss of its warm embrace. Whimpering and rubbing against Wen Qian's leg, yearning for comfort. "Xiaobai, please allow me to clarify. The situation is not as you perceive," Wen Qian implored. Hastily crouching down before Xiaobai, "These pups are my arrangements for you. They will handle all the arduous tasks. When a problem arises that they cannot solve, then you shall make your grand entrance. This will only serve to highlight your prowess, will it not?" Xiaobai responded with a series of meows, laced with skepticism. "You deceitful wretch, I see through your ruse." Meanwhile, the German Shepherd puppies, wagging their tiny tails, scampered over, encircling Xiaobai. With an air of pride, it raised its tail and ascended to the rooftop to bask in the sunlight, followed by several exuberant puppies, seemingly determined to forge a bond with it. Wen Qian observed the puppies' perceptive attempts to win over their older companion, feeling a wave of joy. The expansion of her battle pet collection had garnered her a reward from the system. Ding! The scale of battle pets has increased, rewarding her with a natural sand pool. Wen Qian promptly entered her space to investigate and discovered a massive pool measuring 2 meters by 4 meters, already filled with cat litter, indistinguishable from those she had encountered in the marketplace. Moreover, beside the pool stood a flushing squat toilet, clearly designed for the convenience of the diligent caretaker to maintain the cleanliness of the sand pool. What an extraordinary space this is. It is truly indulgent towards its owner. Elated, Wen Qian spun around in delight before hastily exiting the space to join others in naming the puppies. After a brief discussion, they decided on the names. Wen Qian's dog would be called Little Black, Wen Rang's would be Little Green, Li Mo's would be Bei Bei, and Wen Chongning's would be Big Strong. As soon as the names were settled, the system promptly updated the information. Subsequently, Wen Qian led Wen Chongning into the space, finding his information. Name, Wen Chongning. Gender, male. Age, 48 years. Height, 178 centimeters. Blood type, B. Occupation, businessman. Relationship, father-daughter. Loyalty, never betray. My daughter is truly remarkable. The most extraordinary. For a moment, Wen Qian felt a sense of stiffness, for prior to her rebirth, she had not seen her father for a decade. Forgetting the taste of an embrace, she could barely recall the sound of his voice. Sensing her discomfort, Wen Chongning felt a pang of disappointment and considered withdrawing, only to be embraced by Wen Qian in return. Father, I miss you dearly. Wen Qian nestled in his embrace, whispering softly. In her previous life, the first to depart from her was Li Mo. On the day they were expelled from their homeland, he lost his life while protecting her from being sullied by Zhang Xiang, who fatally stabbed him. The second to leave was Wen Chongning. He met his demise at the hands of a group of scavengers while searching for supplies, and subsequently was devoured. Remaining was Wen Rang, who, in a bid to safeguard her, joined the alliance. He was exceptionally talented, ascending to the ranks of the alliance's management within 2 years. Yet, it was precisely his brilliance that incited feelings of insecurity among the petty-minded individuals who ultimately conspired against him, leading to his death during a mission. In the first 5 years of the apocalypse, Wen Qian endured the loss of the 3 individuals she cherished most. It was only after their departure that she awakened her extraordinary abilities, gradually growing stronger. Wen Chongning gazed at his daughter in his arms, awkwardly stroking her hair. Father is here. I will always accompany you. My dear, does carrying this space burden you? Do you feel unwell? Wen Chongning expressed concern, pondering the vastness of the space and fearing it might exhaust his daughter. I'm fine. I feel nothing at all. Just think. If heaven has granted me such a grand opportunity, it must surely treat me kindly. Otherwise, if I were to collapse under the burden, wouldn't such a magnificent creation be lost? After contemplating, Wen Chongning agreed with his daughter's perspective. Relieved, he turned to the fields to begin his work. Wen Qian bid him farewell and exited the space to join Wen Rang at the station to collect a package. A family received all the items they had purchased online. Seizing the opportunity when most people were at work, the two ventured out to retrieve the packages and stow them away. Afterwards, Wen Rang visited a nearby mall and procured 50 of the most memory-capacious smartphones, intending to listen to music, capture photographs, and record moments for posterity. In a world fraught with adversity, one must seek out a few pleasures, mustn't one? Wen Qian was taken aback. This seemingly dogged man possessed an unexpectedly romantic essence. Chapter 12. The end times have arrived. The affluent and capricious young master, clutching his smartphone, retreated to his study, engrossed in some unknown endeavor. Wen Qian assisted Wen Chongning in the space, and by evening, the two emerged together for dinner. As night fell, Wen Qian and Wen Rang set out once more, her thoughts lingering on the storage factory she had glimpsed earlier that day. Although their stockpile in the space was already sufficient to ensure their family's comfort during the apocalypse, one could never have too many belongings. The more substantial their resources, the more confident they would feel, especially when dealing with others in the future. Wen Rang parked the car near the storage facility, and the two walked towards it. The vicinity, dotted with residential buildings, saw people strolling about in the evening. Thus they remained inconspicuous. Do you see those 2 security guards at the entrance? They must be nearly 6'3", and you're shorter than they are. Do you intend to sneak in like an ant when they aren't looking? I was thinking you could employ a charm strategy. What do you say? Wen Qian replied earnestly, but upon hearing this, Wen Rang turned on his heel to leave, only to be firmly grasped by Wen Qian. Don't be too happy. Just getting by is enough. In the midst of their playful scuffle, the sudden chime of the system echoed in Wen Qian's mind. Ding! The apocalypse has commenced. A time-limited task has been unlocked. Collect 100 million resources within 24 hours, with rewards of a weapon exchange system. Wen Qian was suddenly taken aback. Startling Wen Rang. What's wrong? Did I hurt you? Wen Qian slowly lifted her gaze to meet Wen Rang's eyes, articulating each word with gravity. The apocalypse has arrived. No sooner had she spoken than flashes of lightning illuminated the dark sea in the distance, followed by the thunderous roar of approaching storms, resonating painfully in their ears. Wen Qian swiftly tossed Wen Rang into her spatial realm, then dashed towards the entrance. Time was slipping away. She needed to expedite the retrieval of supplies and then head to the gas station to stock up on fuel, followed by a visit to the hospital for medication and equipment. Otherwise, in a few hours, the city would be inundated, making it nearly impossible to navigate the streets. 3 minutes later, the once pitch-black compound regained its illumination as the staff activated the backup power, lighting up the area. In the rain, she darted through the chaos, beginning with the containers closest to the building, gradually making her way towards the entrance. Meanwhile, in the spatial realm, Wen Rang, having been unceremoniously thrown in by his sister, felt frustrated at his inability to assist her. His concern for Wen Qian's safety lingered, but upon witnessing the sudden appearance of objects in the open space, his anxious heart gradually eased. Half an hour passed, and Wen Qian successfully retrieved all the containers placed outside, totaling 68. She was acutely aware that the factory building housed even more resources, yet with workers and most security personnel inside, venturing there would be fraught with complications. She could no longer afford to squander her time here. Moreover, as the number of vanishing containers outside increased, it finally attracted the attention of the security personnel. Wen Qian observed dozens of security guards rushing out of the building and hastily made her way toward the exit. The guard stationed at the gate had also received the notification and dashed out into the rain, encountering Wen Qian face to face. However, due to the mask obscuring her face, he was unable to discern her features. Yet, her attire and physique clearly indicated that she was a young woman. A few guards momentarily hesitated, their initial reaction not identifying her as a criminal, but rather mistaking her for an office worker come to relay some information. However, without neutralizing them, Wen Qian could not escape, and she had no desire to waste time playing charades with them, so she had no choice but to act decisively. Her movements were swift, fierce, and precise, as she dispatched 3 guards with a combination of 2 flying kicks and an elbow strike. The 6th guard at the main entrance, realizing she was formidable, immediately brandished his taser. Yet, in the next instant, the taser found its way into the hands of the female thief. Wen Qian rendered him unconscious and sprinted out the door. Dozens of security guards surged from the compound, but they had not yet caught up. Panting heavily, Wen Qian pulled Wen Rang from the confines of the space. Hurry, drive. They're coming after us. Wen Rang, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure. He started the car and sped away from the scene. It was the first time in his life that the young master had engaged in thievery, and he had not anticipated such a grand affair. His heart raced as he drove the G-Class with the fervor of a fighter jet. Minutes later, after the guard's figures had completely faded from view, Wen Qian instructed him to stop. The vehicle came to a halt at the roadside, and Wen Qian, along with the car, was drawn back into the space. Continuing with the meticulously prepared Qian, the two exchanged vehicles and pressed onward. After the switch, Wen Rang moderated his speed. The incident at the park had occurred unexpectedly, and they could not fathom how a single individual could abscond with so many containers. By the time they pursued, Wen Qian and her companion had already changed vehicles, rendering any danger non-existent. Subsequently, she instructed Wen Rang to stop at a gas station they passed. The hour was late, and with relentless storms battering the area, the staff, believing no one would come to refuel, lay inside playing games. Noticing the gas station was deserted, Wen Qian promptly exited the vehicle to take action. She tentatively experimented with the equipment, only to her astonishment, it truly worked. The refueling apparatus, along with the underground fuel, vanished into her space. Observing this, Wen Qian swiftly collected all types of fuel before hurrying to the next gas station. Upon arrival, the process was even simpler. Her considerate space no longer accepted the same refueling equipment, but only fuel. This was not without reason. Her beloved space had spoken. Ding. The system indicated that the fuel storage had reached its limit, unlocking a preparedness achievement. The reward? An indefinite and unrestricted privilege of fuel access. Wen Qian was astounded. She could refuel freely from now on. Filling up with 98 octane, she would no longer have to fret over costs. Chapter 13. His sister slayed a zombie. Wen Qian relayed this delightful news to Wen Rang before dialing Li Mo. When the call connected, Li Mo's concerned voice came through. Qian, where are you now? After reassuring Li Mo, she ended the call and lowered her gaze to the map Li Mo had drawn for her. The map clearly marked her intended destination. Upon arriving, Wen Qian did not hastily allow Wen Rang to enter the space. After finding a suitable spot to park the car, the two of them ventured into the hospital under the shelter of an umbrella. This area also experienced a power outage due to a lightning strike. However, the hospital's backup power system was capable of activating within 10 seconds and could function for over 96 hours, thus mitigating any significant impact. They took the elevator to the surgical floor, where family members were anxiously awaiting outside the operating room. Wen Qian and Wen Rang exchanged a glance, just as piercing screams echoed from within. Suddenly, a series of sharp cries pierced the air, heightening Wen Qian's alertness. Could it be? A group of doctors rushed out of the operating room in a frantic manner, their masks stained with blood as they shouted, "Call the police! Quickly, call the police! The patient has gone berserk and killed Director Qin." Upon hearing this, Wen Qian instinctively reached for Wen Rang, but he deftly evaded her grasp. "If you dare to throw me in there, I will break your damn hands," Wen Rang said, his expression serious. He realized he could no longer rely solely on his sister's protection. Instead, he needed to become stronger to safeguard her. Wen Qian was momentarily taken aback by his words, for he spoke the truth. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Then stay close and hide behind me." Wen Rang smirked, nodding nonchalantly. Wen Qian took the initiative to push open the large door and stepped into the surgical corridor. Approaching her was the very patient who had been undergoing surgery but had mutated mid-procedure into a zombie. He was a construction worker who had been rushed in for emergency surgery after being impaled in the abdomen by steel reinforcement bars during the sudden storm that evening. Wen Qian gazed at his pallid eyes and disjointed movements, realizing that he had succumbed to infection and was beyond salvation. Without hesitation, she retrieved a tang knife from her spatial pocket, and with a swift motion, the zombie's head severed and fell to the ground. Wen Rang stood behind her, and despite his mental preparation, he was still taken aback by the striking scene before him, instinctively taking a step back. His sister had killed someone, not a person, but a zombie. Moreover, her actions were remarkably proficient, devoid of any fear or hesitation. After collecting 3 sets of surgical instruments, Wen Qian emerged to find that Wen Rang had visibly recovered. His expression remained stoic as he looked at her and stated, "Hand me a baseball bat." Wen Qian produced the requested item from her spatial pocket, and they both dashed towards the intensive care unit. Throughout the hospital, screams erupted intermittently from various floors. Even the morgue was not silent. Unbeknownst to them, this place had quietly transformed into the first site of suffering heralding the apocalypse. Wen Qian swiftly removed the monitoring equipment from the intensive care unit before hastening to the pharmacy. The pharmacy was already closed, the main door securely locked. Anticipating this, Wen Qian approached and deftly picked the lock. Wen Rang initially thought she was jesting, but to his astonishment, the door yielded in about 10 seconds. They rushed inside, collecting all the shelves and medications into her spatial pocket, and Wen Qian urged Wen Rang to flee the hospital. Along the way, they encountered several zombies. And much like in the operating room, Wen Qian wielded her knife with precision, denying the creatures any chance to assert their dominance and leaving no opportunity for Wen Rang to intervene. She has killed. Nearby, witnesses, horrified by the sight of Wen Qian decapitating a zombie, erupted into frantic screams. Wen Qian, indifferent to their concerns, hurriedly dashed to the entrance of the hospital. The entire facility had succumbed to chaos, with the parking lot exit in utter disarray. Fortunately, earlier on, Wen Qian had stowed the car away in a secure space. Battling the rain, she tugged Wen Rang towards a nearby alley devoid of surveillance, where she retrieved the vehicle once more. Wen Rang drove in silence, occasionally glancing at Wen Qian, who occupied the passenger seat. She too remained taciturn, if given the choice. She would prefer to conceal her transformation into someone so cold-blooded and ruthless. Surely, he must still harbor fondness for the person she once was? No one would relish the company of a merciless reaper. A self-deprecating smile graced Wen Qian's lips as she calmly embraced her reality. "I'll accompany you," she offered. Wen Rang promptly declined. "Were you injured earlier?" "No." Wen Rang swallowed hard, turning to look at Wen Qian again. "I do feel a bit frightened, but not of you. You know, witnessing certain scenes on television is vastly different from experiencing them in person. Although I was somewhat prepared, those sights were still profoundly disturbing. I require a moment to adjust." "What are you laughing at?" Wen Qian inquired, noticing his amusement. "I'm just thinking how impressive my sister is. If that fellow named Zhang downstairs had seen her, he would likely have wet himself in fright. Wen Qian contemplated the image of Zhang Ziang in such a state, and her mood brightened. On their way home, she made a stop at the epidemic prevention station and 2 large shopping centers, depleting every visible resource within. Along the route, she also cleared out several tobacco and alcohol specialty stores, likely emptying a dozen or so. At 3:30 in the morning, as she and Wen Rang safely arrived home, the system's time-limited task had been successfully completed. Inside the house, Wen Chongming and Li Mo had not slept a wink throughout the night. The power was out, and the 2 of them sat anxiously on the sofa, illuminated only by a small rechargeable nightlight, while Xiaobai and a little puppy kept watch nearby. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, they hurried to the entrance. And upon seeing that everyone was unharmed, Li Mo wiped away her tears in relief. Thank goodness they were safe. How could she live if anything had happened to them? It's all right, Mom, don't cry. When Qian had already changed out of her blood-stained clothes outside and stepped forward to embrace Li Mo, gently patting her back. When Rang approached and took Li Mo's hand, guiding her back into the house, his voice a mix of exhaustion and excitement. Stop crying, Mom. If you knew what great deeds your daughter accomplished tonight, I promise you wouldn't even have the strength to cry. When Qian thought to herself, that doesn't sound like a good thing. Chapter 14. Initiating the weapon exchange system. Fortunately, Li Mo did not take Wen Rang's words to heart. She shot him a sidelong glance and warned him in a calm tone, stop being cheeky. If your sister is hurt, I will break your legs. Wen Rang replied, Mom. While the distant sounds of police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks echoed incessantly, Li Mo and Wen Chongming shared a sense of foreboding as they turned to Wen Qian and quietly asked, has it arrived early? Yes. Wen Qian nodded in acknowledgement, having anticipated this over half a month in advance. Fortunately, we acted swiftly, and this time we are thoroughly prepared. When added, there have already been sightings of zombies at the hospital. It remains a mystery how the infection spread. Wen Qian remarked, in truth, there are traces to follow. For nearly a century, Earth has faced excessive exploitation, wars, pollution, natural disasters, and recurrent viruses, yet humanity has remained oblivious to these signs. This statement resonated deeply with Li Mo, who, having once been a physician, had endured a viral outbreak almost every few years, with each one growing increasingly severe. The supplies collected that night had transformed the space dramatically, expanding it nearly 5-fold. Furthermore, the buildings and facilities had been upgraded, likely as a reward for unlocking the stockpiling achievement. The speed at which she hoarded supplies was extraordinary, allowing her to complete numerous resource accumulation tasks ahead of schedule. Thus, she did not receive any task notifications and directly obtained the rewards. Wen Qian did not rush to inspect the contents of the 60-plus containers. After all, the space preserved items in their original state, ensuring that even perishables would remain intact. She recalled the reason for her frenzied stockpiling that evening, the weapon exchange system. While firearms were challenging to acquire, they were indispensable. Although by the late stages of the apocalypse, such items could still be found outside, the prevalence of treachery made them difficult to obtain. Wen Qian opened the panel, and indeed, a new tab for the weapon marketplace appeared. Her heart soared as she clicked on it, gazing at the rows of treasures that made her want to scream with excitement. Within, there were not only various rifles, handguns, and personal weapons, but also artillery, tanks, submarines, missiles, and fighter jets, an array of heavy weaponry. Even, it possesses weapons of mass destruction. Wen Qian, in a state of urgency, yearned to acquire a firearm to warm up her skills, only to discover at the moment of purchase that she was utterly impoverished. The least expensive weapon in the marketplace demanded a staggering 10,000 coins, while her account balance stood at a mere 0. It was evident that these marketplace coins could not be exchanged for money. After a period of contemplation, Wen Qian grasped the situation. For instance, the crops she cultivated and the fish she raised could be sold to the system if they were surplus. In return, the system would bestow upon her a certain reward, which constituted the marketplace coins. Wen Qian felt a mixture of joy and concern. Relying on agriculture to amass wealth for weaponry seemed like a daunting lifetime endeavor. Yet, she swiftly reassured herself, for her space was exceedingly indulgent towards its owner and would undoubtedly not place her in undue hardship. Perhaps there would be alternative means of earning in the future. Moreover, she was still baffled by farming. It would be best to enlist her parents and Wen Rang for assistance tomorrow. After all, many hands make light work. Reluctantly, Wen Qian closed the marketplace system and strolled towards her villa. since her villa had been upgraded to 1,000 square meters a few days prior. It had not expanded further. However, the amenities within the villa had been rejuvenated. In the backyard, a magnificent swimming pool, approximately 50 meters in length, had been installed, accompanied by a vast expanse of grass and a hot spring pool. This space would undoubtedly serve as the ultimate sanctuary for relaxation and entertainment. In the front yard, accommodations for Xiao Bai and several dogs had been prepared, conveniently located beside a natural sand pit, facilitating the pups in addressing their physiological needs. A bit farther away lay an expansive parking lot, adjacent to which was a refueling station. Currently, the parking lot is occupied by her Qian, when ranked G-Class, Limo's X5, and Wen Chongning's domestically produced Wuling Miracle vehicle. Indeed, Wen Chongning has purchased luxury cars for them all, while he himself drives a Wuling. The system has meticulously organized everything for her, suggesting a hint of obsessive-compulsive disorder. In front of the parking lot lies an orchard and a fish pond. As Wen Qian approaches, she is astonished to discover that adjacent to the fish pond, there is yet another pool. Although this pool is smaller than the pond, it still boasts an area of approximately 30 square meters. Wen Qian is momentarily stunned, for the pool contains the seafood her father recently purchased for her at the fish market. Maintaining seawater requires temperature control and regular changes. Additionally, an aeration device must be used to enrich the water with oxygen, ensuring a higher dissolved oxygen level, which allows the seafood to remain alive for a longer duration. In just this brief week, he has prepared a full 10 large tanks of seawater. Could her space really nurture seafood? This is truly marvelous. Wen Qian joyfully twirls with her little companion, Bai, who follows closely beside her. Bai, from now on, we won't have to go hungry. Bai replies with a cheerful meow. In her previous life, Wen Qian had resorted to gnawing on tree bark and drinking muddy water when food was scarce. The sensation of hunger had etched itself deeply into her being, a vivid memory that remained even after living again. Now, not only she, but also her family will no longer have to face starvation. Wen Qian breathes a sigh of relief, runs to the hot spring pool in the backyard for a soak, and then retreats to her space for a restful slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, she is astonished to find her body feeling unusually light and invigorated. She had thought that after yesterday's intense workout, her muscles would be sore today. After all, this body belonged to her past self, not one that had endured the trials of the apocalypse for over a decade. Wen Qian rose to stretch and began to suspect it was the effect of the hot spring. The space would not bestow useless things. This hot spring must be a treasure. The heavy rain had persisted throughout the night, showing no signs of abating. The low-lying areas in the city center were already submerged, yet the power supply had temporarily been restored. Wen Qian noticed that a few others had also awakened. They had hardly slept at all last night. The thunder outside was growing louder, shaking the windows as if they were trembling. Liemo had prepared millet porridge and steamed dumplings, and they gathered around the dining table, eating and discussing their plans for the day. Wen Qian picked up her phone to scroll through social media and suddenly stumbled upon a video. After watching it, he silently handed the phone to Wen Qian. She took the phone and glanced at it, realizing it was footage of her from last night at the hospital, fighting off zombies, captured by someone and uploaded online. Chapter 15 in the video, she resembled a female warrior. The blatant act of killing in a hospital was another matter entirely. The Wen Qian in the video sported a high ponytail, her feet clad in black Dr. Martens boots. She wore black cargo pants and a white short-sleeve shirt. A belt cinched her slender waist, accentuating her figure perfectly. In her right hand, she wielded a sharp tang knife, while her left hand grasped a young man who was half a head taller than her, as they hurriedly made their way outside. Suddenly, a man with erratic behavior charged toward her. She did not flinch, nor did she show any fear. Instead, she wielded the tang dao in her hand, causing the man's head to fall to the ground like a ripe fruit dropping from a tree, effortless and uncomplicated. Blood gushed forth as the man collapsed. Accompanying this was the startled outcry of the onlookers. Ah, a murder! The video, merely a few seconds long, culminated here. Wen Qian observed it all with an unperturbed demeanor. She wore a mask, as did Wen Rang, rendering them unrecognizable. Even if someone did recognize her, she held no fear. Beneath the video lay tens of thousands of comments, most branding her a murderer and urging the police to apprehend and execute her swiftly. Yet, a small faction discerned something amiss. That man who attacked her, doesn't he resemble a zombie? Indeed, he does appear zombie-like. According to reliable sources, there was a zombie outbreak at the downtown hospital last night, which has since been cordoned off by the police. I have credible information too. Several major shopping malls were swept clean by mysterious extraterrestrials last night. When Chongning and Li Mo had just finished watching the video as well, their expressions far from pleasant. Li Mo, being a former doctor accustomed to bloody scenes, fared somewhat better. However, when Chongning found herself unable to eat, promptly setting down her chopsticks to voice her opinion. Murder is wrong. When Rang replied, the person in the video is your daughter. Father, can your double standards be any more glaring? When Rang was provoked to laughter by her retort, what she said was indeed accurate. His conduct last night had been commendable, entirely avoiding hindrance to Wen Qian. In fact, from the moment they left the hospital, he had driven the car, assisting Wen Qian in her various shopping endeavors. Wen Rang would never admit to being weak. Yet he was acutely aware of the substantial gap in strength between himself and Wen Qian. Thus, after a half-hour respite following breakfast, he commenced a rigorous training regimen. Wen Qian had thoughtfully placed the fitness equipment upstairs, creating a buffer of an empty floor between them and the 29th level, thereby muffling any noise from below. Li Mo and Wen Chongning were not idle either, seizing the opportunity while the household still had water and electricity. They busily prepared a variety of dishes to avoid attracting unwanted attention or envy. They hastily cooked water-boiled fish, sauerkraut fish, squirrel fish, sweet and sour pork, 3-cup chicken, sweet and sour ribs, dry-fried green beans, and dry pot cauliflower, each dish favored by Wen Qian, ensuring ample portions were made. As the blind boxes were officially opened, Wen Qian unveiled the first container, which was filled with unopened cans of pet food. There were options for both cats and dogs, featuring an assortment of beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish, and venison cans. Approximately 100,000 boxes were estimated to be within that single container. Wen Qian nodded in satisfaction. Previously concerned that the supplies for Xiaobai and the others were insufficient, now they would be well stocked. The second container was brimming with canned beer. Her father and Wen Rang would undoubtedly be thrilled upon seeing it. The third container revealed an array of refreshing beverages: cola, Sprite, Red Bull, pulpy drinks, herbal tea, coffee, fruit juices, and coconut water, among others. The fourth container, upon opening, released a wave of cold air, revealing ice cream. The fifth container continued the frozen theme, containing fish tofu, cuttlefish balls, lobster balls, beef meatballs, fish roe dumplings, crab sticks, shrimp paste, tripe, millefeuille, yellow throat, and duck intestines, all essential ingredients for hot pot. The sixth box contained towels, bath towels, socks, underwear, as well as essential daily consumables such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, laundry detergent, and disinfectant. The seventh box was filled with snacks like potato chips, sunflower seeds, shrimp chips, cookies, chocolates, and lollipops. As the subsequent containers were opened one by one, they revealed exquisite fruits, rice, oil, grains, steak, lamb chops, salmon, sweet shrimp, household paper, cooking salt, children's milk powder, nutritional supplements, beauty and skincare products, and home apparel. There was an abundance of useful items. When Qian meticulously counted them, her face reflecting satisfaction. Afterwards, she checked on her chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, and upon seeing that they were all thriving, she felt reassured enough to leave. Outside, the sky seemed to be leaking, with rain pouring incessantly. Due to the heavy winds and rain, some of her neighbors' windows, poorly constructed, had begun to leak. The community chat was flooded with thousands of messages discussing the downpour and the events that occurred at the hospital the previous night. When Qian reclined on the lounge chair on the rooftop, one hand resting behind her head, the other holding her phone. Zhang Ziang, the outside world is truly perilous. Qian, if you wish to go anywhere in the future, just let me know, and I shall accompany you. Upon reading this, Wen Qian scoffed softly. Wen Qian, don't you think that girl who wielded the knife resembles me? Zhang Ziang, how could that be? You are so gentle and well-behaved. You would never engage in such actions. Wen Qian, don't you think the one she attacked looks like a zombie? Zhang Ziang, where are zombies coming from? Qian, don't pay attention to the nonsense people are spouting online. They fabricate tales merely to attract attention. After sending this message, Zhang Ziang initiated a video call. Wen Qian, without a moment's hesitation, declined the call, silencing her phone and tossing it aside. Rising from her seat, she commenced her workout. After days spent hoarding supplies, and with the outside world now unwelcoming, it was the perfect opportunity to focus on her physical fitness. Following a warm-up, Wen Qian ran 10 kilometers on the treadmill. Subsequently, she completed 500 jumping jacks, 5,000 mountain climbers, 500 alternating shoulder touches, and concluded with a 10-minute plank. As she finished this rigorous routine, drenched in sweat, she noticed her parents and Wenrang sitting on the sofa, utterly dumbfounded as they stared at her in astonishment. Chapter 16. The community is overrun with zombies. Wenrang had also run 10 kilometers earlier and had felt quite accomplished, believing he had exerted minimal effort. Yet, in comparison to his sister, he suddenly felt woefully inadequate. He exchanged glances with Li Mo and Wen Chongning, and they all stood up in unison, making their way towards the gym area. They were determined to train hard. They would not allow themselves to be the weak link. Wen Xian, observing their actions, couldn't help but chuckle. As Wenrang was to be the primary combat force, rigorous training was imperative. She instructed him to run 10 kilometers each morning before breakfast, another 10 kilometers after lunch, and yet another 10 kilometers before bedtime to build his stamina. In addition, both were to engage in an hour of strength training and 2 hours of sparring each day. Upon hearing his sister's ambitious plan, Wenrang struggled internally, thinking, not to mention whether I can endure this intensity of training. Will this daily 30 kilometers be the death of my knees? Wenrang nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation. With his plan set, it was now time to devise one for Wen Chongning. Although Wen Xian does not intend to let him charge into battle alongside her, he must possess strength superior to that of ordinary individuals. At the very least, during unforeseen circumstances, he should have the ability to protect himself. Therefore, he has committed to running 10 kilometers daily, followed by an hour of strength training and an hour of sparring with Wen Xian. As for Li Mo, she only needs to run 5 kilometers and engage in an hour of strength training. Upon hearing Wen Xian's words, Li Mo furrowed her brow slightly, filled with concern. Mother understands your worries for me, but compared to your training, am I not taking it too lightly? Not at all. I am aware you have numerous other responsibilities. Wen Xian reassured her. Each person's role is distinct. Indeed, Li Mo does not need to engage in overly strenuous tasks. However, she must tend to the daily needs of the entire family and diligently study and review the medical knowledge she has neglected for years. Wen Xian knows that Li Mo has recently downloaded and printed a considerable amount of medical materials. In the face of apocalyptic scenarios, seeking medical assistance from hospitals will be an impossibility. Li Mo is acutely aware of her significance, dedicating her nights to studying until the early hours. Around 2 or 3 o'clock, after discussing the exercise regimen with everyone, Wen Xian also mentioned the matter of exchanging space energy for weapons. We must strive to cultivate various grains as swiftly as possible. At the very least, everyone should have a firearm for self-defense. Upon hearing this, Wen Chongning felt a surge of energy and, after their workout, immediately requested to enter the space to begin farming. Having not entered the space for a day, Wen Chongning was astonished by the dramatic changes upon re-entry. The originally modest plot of land has now expanded to over 10 acres, igniting a fervent enthusiasm within her, filling her with vigor. Both the wife and children are diligently striving, and he must also exert himself, rolling up his sleeves. Wen Chongning first rejuvenated the extra land, and then planted several staple crops, including corn, wheat, and rice. Subsequently, he designated a plot for cultivating fresh vegetables to be consumed daily by the family. After sowing the seeds, he began to irrigate the land. Once the watering was complete, he proceeded to the livestock area. The grass in this space thrived remarkably. It seemed to regenerate overnight after being grazed, making the husbandry of livestock incredibly effortless. He first gathered eggs from the chicken coop, then cleaned the pigsty, filled the troughs with food, and fed the donkey and rabbits. The cattle and sheep roamed freely, grazing in designated areas without concern. The ducks and geese leisurely waddled by the fish pond, occasionally taking a swim to catch fish. So it came as no surprise to Wen Chongning when he found duck and goose eggs near the pond. When his daughter, Wen Xian, called him to come out for a meal, he was on the verge of dozing off in sheer comfort. Daughter, this hot spring is simply delightful. I feel a significant alleviation of my back pain. Wen Chongning suffered from a severe back ailment, requiring multiple visits to the hospital each year for physical therapy and acupuncture. The doctors suggested surgery if the pain became unbearable, but he feared the potential risks of paralysis and becoming a burden to his family, which led him to postpone the decision. Upon hearing his words, Wen Xian felt a stirring in her heart. This space is filled with wonders. It might indeed have the power to heal her parents' ailments. Dad, from now on, let us come here every day for an hour. All right, I shall heed your wishes." The two individuals exited the confines of their space and relayed their plans for a hot spring retreat to Limo and Wenrang. As they dined, they watched television. Reports of zombie attacks had begun to surface in various districts, plunging the entire city into chaos. Panic was already brewing within the community group, as residents sensed that this deluge was no ordinary storm. Yet, more alarming than the relentless rain was the closure of the local vegetable market situated in a low-lying area. Now submerged halfway, merchants, having caught wind of rumors regarding zombie bites, chose to remain indoors, prioritizing their safety over daily earnings. While there were still some grains and flour available, who could subsist on rice alone without vegetables? Consequently, all major online shopping platforms were inundated with orders. People attempted to order takeout and procure fruits and vegetables from e-commerce sites, only to discover that no one was available to fulfill their requests. Despite having funds in their accounts, they found themselves unable to spend. Just as when Qian finished browsing the messages in the community group, the light in her home suddenly dimmed. Darkness enveloped the entire neighborhood. There was yet another power outage. When Qian hastily activated the backup power supply to keep her downloading computers operational. However, she refrained from turning on the lights, opting instead to light a candle. She then settled into a lounge chair on the rooftop, cradling her cat, savoring ice cream, and listening to the howling wind and rain. This inclement weather had persisted for 5 days, and some households were already running low on supplies. Yet the rain continued unabated. And what was even more terrifying was that an incident of zombie bites had also occurred within their community. As they approached the entrance of the community, a security guard suddenly charged at them, knocking them to the ground and sinking his teeth into one of them. This horrifying scene was witnessed by several neighbors who were also planning to venture out for supplies, leaving them utterly terrified as they fled back to their homes. There are zombies in our community. Chapter 17. Breaking into her home. The chilling incident at the community entrance was observed by many residents living on the lower floors. Some even recorded videos and shared them in the community group. Instantaneously, the group chat erupted with messages. "It's true, zombies are attacking people. What should we do? I just tried to call the police, but the line was busy. When will this rain ever stop? We're running out of food." "Same here. We only have 2 packs of noodles left, and I'm too scared to eat them. Is the apocalypse upon us?" Every household secured their doors and windows, vigilantly watching for any signs of movement below. When Qian took out her binoculars to observe and discovered that dozens of zombies were wandering nearby. They were merely concentrated in the western section, and due to the heavy rain and fog over the past 2 days, they had gone unnoticed. When Rang, witnessing this scene, felt a complex mix of emotions. Had they not prepared in advance, they would surely be as frantic and fearful as the other neighbors. "Once the rain stops, I'll take you down to practice against the zombies," Wen Qian declared. She turned to Wen Rang, causing the smile that was about to bloom on his face, in admiration of his sister as a precious fairy, to vanish. Upon hearing her words, both Wen Chongning and Li Mo felt a sudden pang of anxiety. However, neither spoke up, allowing their daughter to take the lead. Wen Qian observed the worried expressions of the two individuals and smiled reassuringly. In the early days of the apocalypse, the non-mutated zombies were not particularly fearsome. However, one crucial piece of advice remained. Should you encounter them in the future, refrain from shouting or screaming. Zombies possess poor eyesight during the day, yet they are acutely sensitive to sound. Just as when Qian finished speaking, a piercing cry for help echoed down the street. "Help! Help me!" The group instinctively turned their gaze to a vehicle emerging from a nearby villa district, its engine roaring and inadvertently drawing the attention of the zombies. Initially, the driver believed he had struck a person and frantically exited the vehicle to investigate. However, as soon as he stepped out, a zombie lying on the ground savagely bit into his calf, tearing away a chunk of flesh. The metallic scent of blood wafted through the air, luring even more distant zombies. Within a minute, both the driver and his vehicle were encircled by a horde of over a dozen zombies. Despite the driver's desperate cries for help, who would dare to intervene in such a dire situation? Nearby residents peered through their windows. A blend of fear and curiosity etched on their faces as they witnessed the gruesome spectacle. The zombies swiftly dismembered the living man, their formidable strength enabling them to tear off human limbs with ease. One by one, they devoured him, leaving only bones behind. This harrowing scene brought many to tears. Wen Qian, equipped with binoculars, had a clearer view than others. Wen Chongning felt nauseated, while Wen Qian and her companions remained considerably more composed. Li Mo's face turned pale. Yet she managed to hold her ground. Observing Wen Chongning, drenched in sweat, She gently patted his shoulder. It's all right, we'll stay here and watch. After a couple of days, we should be able to acclimate. When Changning had already encountered a zombie up close at the hospital, and after several sleepless nights binge-watching gruesome zombie dramas, his psychological defenses had fortified significantly. As for Wen Qian, she exhibited no signs of emotional fluctuation. In fact, she appeared somewhat peckish, contemplating the prospect of searing a steak. Did these zombies not only bite but also consume human flesh? Wen inquired with concern. If they devour all the humans, how can anyone transform into a zombie? A pertinent question indeed. Wen Qian smiled faintly and provided him with an answer. Zombies could be categorized into various tiers. Some consumed humans while others did not. The ones downstairs that feasted on human flesh were a rarity. Yet they would likely form the initial wave of mutations, proving far more formidable than ordinary zombies. When felt an urge to curse, the apocalyptic scenario was proving exceedingly challenging. When Qian continued, the villa area is currently half submerged, and by tomorrow morning, it will be entirely inundated. Within 3 days, our community's ground floor will succumb as well. And within a week, chaos will ensue within the community. Our household is also nearing scrutiny. In truth, there were already individuals scheming against her family. On the 29th floor, the Zhang family had witnessed 2 consecutive zombie attacks, leaving them trembling with fear. The couple, both doctors at the Central City Hospital, were acutely aware of the pandemonium unraveling there. The external situation was far more dire than their limited observations suggested. The 3 of them hurried into the kitchen to assess their remaining provisions: 5 packets of instant noodles, a case of bottled water, and, in the refrigerator, a frozen chicken and a pound of pork. However, due to the power outage, the perishables were already thawing and would not last much longer. They had exhausted their fresh vegetables, leaving only 2 melons as remnants of their fruit supply. There remains a considerable quantity of rice. Not long ago, guests visited our home and gifted us 100 pounds of rice. At that time, we deemed the gift rather meager. Yet little did we anticipate it would become a lifeline in these trying times. Zhang Yang sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed in consternation. This situation cannot persist. The chaos outside will only escalate, and it is uncertain when it will come to an end. 100 pounds of rice will sustain us for a maximum of 3 months. What then shall we do? His wife, Su Yan, wore a troubled expression as well. I heard from Dr. Lao Jiang at the hospital that many of our attending doctors and nurses have perished. The outside world is perilous, rendering it impossible to venture out for groceries. There has been no activity from the community either. It is futile to rely on them for relief supplies. Zhang Xiang remained silent for a while, then lifted his gaze towards the ceiling. Zhang Yang and Su Yan noticed his action and followed suit. Puzzled, Su Yan inquired, "Son, why are you staring at the ceiling? The Qian family has always had a decent diet, haven't they? They are quite affluent, and perhaps they possess a wealth of provisions." "Indeed," Su Yan exclaimed, slapping her thigh. "How could I have forgotten about their household? Let us go upstairs and share a meal." The trio tidied themselves and set out, but the elevator was out of service, compelling them to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the 30th floor, they found themselves momentarily dumbfounded. Was this truly the entrance to the Wen family's abode, or had their doorbell vanished? Inside, the surveillance system installed by Wen Rang detected their presence, triggering a warning on the computer. Upon hearing the alert, Wen Rang hastened to the study and, through the monitoring screen, spotted Zhang Yang's family. Zhang Yang remarked, "When did they replace their door? It appears remarkably sturdy, clearly a substantial investment." Su Yan, a spendthrift, squandering money on frivolous matters. Zhang Xing, "Mom, enough of that. Regardless of how much we have, it will eventually belong to us. Let us head inside for a meal." Li Mo, overhearing their conversation, was both amused and exasperated. This Su Yan had always been one to seek petty gains, and her appetite had only grown, now presuming to dictate our spending habits. When Changning, "Damn it, I'll go chase them away." When Qian reached out to stop her father, urging him to wait and observe a little longer. They pressed their ears against the door, yet heard nothing. "Su Yan, they can't possibly be out, can they?" The trio exchanged glances, and Zhang Xing quietly suggested, "Mom, what if we pry the door open and take a look?" Chapter 18. A vicious beating of the Zhang family. Zhang Xiang's simple proposition sent ripples of intrigue through the 3 of them. They glanced around, feeling a sense of guilt, and began to whisper amongst themselves. "Su Yan, but we don't know how to pick locks. How can we pry it open?" Zhang Xiang, "Don't worry, Mom. My dad and I have been practicing with this lock over the past few days, and we're ready to give it a try." Zhang Yang, Exactly. If we succeed, this place could be ours. Su Yan's eyes sparkled at the thought. This was an aerial villa, something she could never afford with her own meager resources. That wretched Liemo, who would have imagined such fortune? Previously, she had settled for a rural man, lacking education and background, without even a proper job, merely a fruit vendor, who among her colleagues didn't ridicule her at that time. Unexpectedly, after a few years, when Changming's business flourished beyond measure, it even prompted Liemo to resign and embrace the life of a wealthy lady at home. Though Su Yan remained reticent about it, her heart was consumed with jealousy. They both graduated from the same school. Why, then, was Liemo's husband so much more prosperous than her own? Clearly, Su Yan considered herself more attractive than her counterpart, deeming the situation utterly unfair. As these trivial thoughts plagued her, she bit her lip and forcefully knocked twice on the Wen family's door. Liemo, are you home? It's Su Yan. Open the door. Yet, the house remained silent. Faced with this lack of response, Su Yan decisively called upon her husband and son to break in. A few minutes later, the three members of the Zhang family reappeared at the entrance of the Wen residence. Observing their actions, Wen Qian couldn't help but smirk before turning away and striding toward them. Wen Changning and Liemo intended to follow suit, but were halted by Wen Rang. No need to intervene. My sister can handle it alone. Leaning back in his chair, Wen Rang languidly stared at the surveillance footage on his computer, relishing the unfolding drama. Outside, the trio was engrossed in strategizing their next move, entirely unguarded. They assumed the house was empty. Otherwise, how could they be denied entry? Thus, when the formidable door, capable of withstanding a cannonball, was suddenly kicked open from within, the three were unceremoniously knocked to the ground, blood streaming from their noses. Su Yan's head struck the wall, causing her to cry out in pain. Yet, in the next instant, her son's scream echoed even louder. A dagger, glinting ominously in Wen Qian's hand, hurtled toward Zhang Xiang's inner thigh, nearly severing his most vital essence. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiang's trousers were stained crimson with blood. Zhang Xiang's face turned pale from the pain as he looked up at Wen Qian with a fierce glare and asked, "What are you doing?" Su Yan, witnessing her son's injury, was filled with anguish and scolded, "You crazy girl. I'll kill you." Apologetically, Wen Qian leaned against the doorframe. Yet her eyes betrayed no hint of remorse. "I thought a shameless thief was attempting to break into my home. I had no choice but to defend myself." The nerves that had gone numb from agony were once more ignited, and Zhang Xiang, tears streaming down his face, collapsed into Su Yan's embrace. "Mom, it hurts. It hurts so much. Am I going to die?" Zhang Yang was the first to rise, lifting his son to carry him inside. Upon seeing Wen Qian blocking the entrance, he sternly ordered, "Step aside. Call your parents out. You have injured my son, and your family must take responsibility." Su Yan echoed, "That's right. Let us in to tend to his wounds." Wen Qian remained silent, merely kicking the three who attempted to force their way in, sending them sprawling to the ground. They were taken aback by her strength, feeling as if their bones might shatter. With a cold gaze, Wen Qian looked down at them. "There is nothing to eat at my home. My parents are too weak to rise from bed, and my brother and I are so hungry we could bite." "Are you certain you wish to enter?" "Could bite?" The Zhang family seized upon those words, recalling the terrifying images of zombies devouring humans they had seen not long ago. Shuddering in fear, could this girl truly have been infected? Otherwise, how could she possess such strength to kick them away? Inside, when Rang heard his sister's words and, with a sinister grin, called out, "I could have sworn I detected the scent of blood. Is there anything to eat?" Startled by his words, the Zhang family scrambled to their feet, ready to flee. However, Wen Qian stood like a specter at the fire escape, her expression devoid of emotion. With a slight parting of her crimson lips, she spoke, "If you dare to lay a hand on my family, I will end your lives." "You wouldn't," Su Yan retorted impulsively, her tongue quicker than her mind. Upon hearing this, a chilling smile crept across Wen Qian's face, instilling terror within Su Yan. "You will find out if I would dare. I grant you but a single chance. Choose wisely." That wretched Wen Qian, emboldened by audacity, dared to threaten them. Su Yan, with one hand on her hip and the other dialing 110, found her calls met with silence, inciting her to curse vehemently. "Have they all perished? Not a single call is being answered. What use are they to us?" Zhang Xiang lay on the sofa, pain rendering him speechless. He had never endured such torment throughout his life. The thought of Wen Qian injuring him and forbidding him from visiting her home filled him with rage. Since she was so defiant, he resolved to teach her a lesson. His eyes glinted with malice as images of overpowering Wen Qian and mercilessly tormenting her danced in his mind. In a weak voice, he uttered, "Mom, Dad. This matter must reach the neighbors." Zhang Yang and Su Yin exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by his words. Currently, there are others in need. It is common knowledge that the Wen family is affluent. They will surely seek assistance. If the Wen family maintains this stance, it will incite public outrage. When they find themselves cornered, they will inevitably turn to us for help. Zhang Ziang harbored a deep desire to witness Wen Qian kneeling before him, weeping and pleading for his mercy. Within the entire community, our relationship with her family was the most amicable. They had no recourse but to seek our assistance. Once we ascended to the 30th floor, we could handle them as we pleased. Zhang Ziang's words stirred a sense of excitement in Su Yin and the others. Yet they managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Zhang Yang expressed concern. He was uncertain whether the west gate of his home had been compromised. With Wen Qian suddenly exhibiting such formidable prowess, what if we were unable to prevail? Su Yin reassured him, "It's nothing. With so many people in the community, how can we not deal with them? Let us first unite with the residents of the 28th floor. If we can expel the Wen family, each household will receive one of the 2 apartments. Then we shall devise a strategy to confront the 28th floor. What do you think?" Chapter 19. A frantic retaliation. After the Zhang family members concluded their discussion, Su Yin promptly reached out to their neighbors downstairs. By 6 in the evening, the once tranquil community chat erupted with fervor. Su Yin tagged Li Mo and subsequently shared a photograph of a blood-stained pair of trousers, demanding an explanation. "Your daughter injured my son today. How do you intend to address this matter?" The residents, confined within their homes and beset by hunger and boredom, observed the unfolding drama with a hint of schadenfreude. As Su Yin had anticipated, inquiries about the incident quickly emerged. Seizing the opportunity, she embellished the narrative, weaving a tale from thin air. "As soon as I knocked on the door, that Wen Qian rushed out and stabbed my son with a knife." Su Yin. She even stated that even if her family had food, they wouldn't spare us a bite, urging us to roll as far away as possible. Su Yin. By heaven's conscience. Su Yin. Our intention in going upstairs today was certainly not to beg for food. Although my family is currently out of provisions, I was solely concerned about her family's situation. Su Yin. Li Mo, after working alongside you for over a decade, is this how you conduct matters? Su Yin. Stop pretending to be oblivious. Come out and apologize immediately. Then provide me with a solution. Su Yin. Wen Qian also mentioned that her teeth are itching and she feels like biting someone. Surely your family hasn't been infected, have they? Su Yan's barrage of messages unsettled those who merely wished to quietly observe the unfolding drama. Infections? Biting? This was indeed a grave matter. In no time, the crowd rallied, condemning the Wen family. After shedding so much blood, what a ruthless attack. They expressed concern for you, yet you retaliate with knives? Hurry and apologize. Who would have thought such neighbors existed in our community? How can anyone feel secure living in the same vicinity as such people? If their family is infected, we are all doomed. Contact the property management to send someone over. Such hazards should be addressed promptly. Within minutes, the group chat saw an influx of over 100 messages. Wen Chongning and Li Mo were infuriated upon seeing the barrage of messages. They were astounded by the Zhang family's shamelessness in distorting the truth. Li Mo, trembling with rage, attempted to type a clarifying response, but was swiftly interrupted by Wen Qian, who snatched the phone from him. "Mom, don't waste your breath on them." In the video, the Zhang family was conspiring furtively about how to usurp their home. Zhang Yang. When did they change the door? It certainly appears robust and must have cost a pretty penny. Su Yin. A family of spendthrifts squandering their wealth on trivialities. Zhang Ziang. Mom, enough of that. Whatever money there is, it will eventually belong to us. Let us just go inside for a meal. The group knocks on the door, but no one responds. Zhang Zing. Mom, how about we pry the door open and take a look? Su Yin. But we don't know how to pick locks. How can we do that? Zhang Zing. Don't worry, Mom. My dad and I have been practicing at home these past couple of days, and we have just the right tool for this lock. Zhang Yang. Exactly. If we succeed, this place will be ours from now on. The scene captures the trio's faces and voices with remarkable clarity. Wen Qian posts the video and tags Su Yin, asking a question. Wen Qian, is this what you meant by your concerns for us? Su Yin is taken aback to discover their surveillance at her doorstep, recording their actions. Other onlookers are equally surprised by the swift turn of events, falling silent. Wen Qian, everyone is aware of the current peculiar circumstances. Let me ask you this. If a neighbor suddenly attempted to pry open your door, would you not feel alarmed? Su Yan, feeling flustered for a moment, quickly comes forward to defend herself. Su Yan, stop your nonsense. We were genuinely worried about your safety, eager to check on you. Wen Qian, oh? So you're implying that you've never coveted anything from my home? Su Yan, nonsense. Do you really think you're some extraordinary treasure that everyone desires? Su Yan, let me make this clear. Wen Qian, my family is wealthy. We have no interest in your meager possessions. Su Yan, with your utter disrespect towards your elders, I hold you in no regard. Neither does my son. Su Yan, do not presume that your affection for my son, coupled with your attempts to pursue him, grants you the right to cast aspersions upon us. Wen Qian chuckled softly upon reading a few of her messages. They were from that day in the garage when Zhang Xiang was boasting about taking her to a class reunion. In the video, Zhang Xiang was blissfully unaware of anyone behind him, his confidence ringing loud and clear. Who is my girlfriend? It's Wen Qian. Who else could it be? Haha. She is indeed a challenge to win over, but it all depends on who is pursuing her. I have made up my mind. Once I graduate from university, I will get a marriage certificate with her. With my good looks and family background, what could she possibly object to? Eventually, she must marry, right? Yes. We will drive there together. What car? Just a Kian. I've already told her that when we marry in a couple of years, that car will be mine for work. It's acceptable, but truth be told, I'm not particularly fond of her car. I plan to have her father buy me a big G later. Yes, her brother drives one, but I've heard he purchased it himself. Wen Qian not only captured the audio but also ensured Zhang Xiang's face was visible. Consequently, even if Su Yan wished to deny that it was her son, she could not. After posting the video, Wen Qian inquired, am I chasing after your son? Does he even deserve it? Do you? Su Yan, delete that video. You are infringing upon someone's portrait rights. I could sue you. Wen Qian, fool, go ahead and sue. Wen Qian, let me reiterate. If you make another move against my family, I will ensure you meet your demise on the 30th floor. Feel free to test me. After delivering her pointed remarks, Wen Qian recalled another matter. Wen Qian, your family clearly has 100 pounds of rice, yet you contemplate dining at the neighbor's house. Have you no shame? Su Yan was taken aback. How did Wen Qian know about her family's provisions? Su Yan, you little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Where would my family acquire such an abundance of rice? Did you provide it? Wen Qian smiled and sent a screenshot. Wen Qian, take a look for yourself. A week ago your son complained to me about how gift-giving has become increasingly meager, noting that when visiting your home, he only brought 100 pounds of rice. Wen Qian, do take pride in the good son you raised, just don't deny him. Wen Qian, and do keep a watch over your front door. 100 pounds of rice can sustain you for quite some time. Her words sent a chill down Su Yan's spine. Admitting the truth was out of the question. So she immediately denied the authenticity of Wen Qian's image, claiming her family had no supplies. Yet whether or not they did, the onlookers had already formed their own conclusions. Chapter 20. Time-limited zombie extermination task. Su Yan, fearing they would come to seize her provisions, hastily deleted her apartment number from her contacts. But what purpose did that serve? The necessary details had long been committed to memory. When Changming and Li Mo, upon seeing the evidence presented by their daughter, exhaled in relief, their spirits considerably lifted. Su Yan went on to frantically argue her case in the group chat, but this time, no one paid her any heed. Everyone was preoccupied with concerns about survival in the days to come. Ever since the second power outage, the electrical system had yet to be restored. Currently, the entire city faced blackouts, and the repair crews were overwhelmed. Power outages, food shortages, and zombies, catastrophic issues arose one after another. Some astute individuals began to retrieve pots and pans from their homes to stockpile water. Should the water supply become contaminated or cease altogether in the coming days, survival would become truly impossible. Uncertain of when assistance would arrive, the residents pondered whether the homeowners committee could take the initiative, collaborating with the property management to procure provisions from the nearby supermarket. The discussions in the group chat were fervent, yet Wen Qian found their concerns rather amusing. They feared for their lives and dreaded hunger, yet they expected the committee and property management to venture out on their behalf. Quietly, Wen Qian noted the names of those who instigated others to seek food before preparing hot pot ingredients with Li Mo. While others faced water, electricity, and food shortages, her household remained unaffected. Moreover, her home was neither sweltering nor cold. The system had informed her that the temperature within the defensive space was constant. Over the past few days, she had observed that her home maintained a pleasant climate, neither too hot nor too cold. setting up a table in the rooftop garden. Shielded by other rooms, they were discreet from prying eyes of neighbors, even those with telescopes. Given Li Mo's aversion to spicy food, they chose a dual-flavor hot pot base, one side spicy, the other tomato. The array of ingredients included beef, lamb, grass carp slices, beef tripe, yellow throat, duck intestines, luncheon meat, fish balls, shrimp paste, potato slices, kelp, lettuce, green bamboo shoots, winter melon, baby bok choy, enoki mushrooms, and tofu skin. They presented all the dishes they relished, accompanied by freshly retrieved beers, cola, coconut juice, and hawthorn juice from the fridge. When Qian had initially contemplated including pig brain, but refrained, fearing it might evoke unwelcome associations for her father and diminish their appetite. The family gathered around the table, enjoying their meal and engaging in conversation, completely dismissing the shameless antics of those downstairs. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, Wen Qian disposed of the kitchen waste into the processor, while the other refuse was temporarily placed in the storage space. She cleared out a container to store the trash, intending to discard it altogether on a future outing. After all, the waste remained unchanged in the space, free from fermentation, pests, and unpleasant odors, which she found acceptable. With their appetites sated, the family resumed their activities. Wen Qian encouraged Wen Rang to exercise, while Li Mo retreated to the study to pursue his studies. Meanwhile, Wen Chongning was preoccupied with his agricultural endeavors within the space, eager to get to work and save money for his daughter's weaponry. After several days of training, Wen Rang could distinctly perceive an enhancement in his physical strength. Additionally, after indulging in an hour-long soak in the hot springs each evening in the space, he experienced no muscle soreness. Thus, he confidently trained alongside his sister, completing a 10-kilometer run followed by an hour of strength training, before entering the space for sparring practice. Having trained in Sanda during his youth, Wen Rang initially hesitated to exert his full strength against Wen Qian, fearful of injuring her. However, his sister swiftly dispatched him with a single move, her dagger's sharp tip hovering perilously close to his nose, nearly costing him his life. From that moment onward, Wen Rang ceased to hold back. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he found himself unable to lay a finger on Wen Qian, which left him utterly perplexed. In the training ground, Wen Rang panted heavily. "If I recall correctly, didn't you study piano and ballet as a child?" he inquired. "Yes, and what of it?" Wen Qian replied, observing her brother collapsed on the ground, a smile playing on her lips. "Do you look down upon those of us who pursue the arts?" "I wouldn't dare." Wen Rang managed to rise, albeit with great effort. "From now on, I shall avoid encounters with individuals like you. I wouldn't dare provoke anyone from your circle." After enduring a 2-hour ordeal, Wen Qian and Wen Rang decided to practice crossbow shooting together after a brief respite. Meanwhile, Wen Chongning, having completed her agricultural chores, was diligently training nearby with a few small puppies. Once Wen Qian and Wen Rang concluded their practice for the day, the trio exited their space, only to find that night had already fallen. Within the community, sporadic screams and cries for help echoed, as some individuals who had previously remained safe from the zombies began to succumb to the chaos. The flood had completely inundated the villa area downstairs, spilling into their neighborhood. The thought of their vehicles parked in the underground garage being submerged filled everyone with a sense of dread. Discussions erupted in the group about forming a team to scavenge for supplies, alongside fervent criticisms directed at the property management for their failure to assist, with threats of withholding future payments looming. Observing this, Wen Qian silently cursed the foolishness of it all. Reclining on the sofa, she noticed another message from Zhang Ziyang. "Zhang Ziyang, Qian, why did you say that in the group today? Do you realize how hurtful your words were? Zhang Ziyang, you know how much I have always liked you, more than anyone else. Zhang Ziyang, you're aware that my pursuit of you is not motivated by your family's wealth. My feelings for you are genuine. Zhang Ziyang, besides me, you want to find another man who treats you with such care and devotion. Zhang Ziyang, please do not act so willfully. Your family has connections. But even if there is still food, it won't last long. Zhang Ziyang, why not come to my home? I will protect you. Zhang Ziyang, I can pretend today's events never happened, provided you apologize and agree to be my girlfriend. I will forgive you." When Qian finished reading the message and swiftly deleted the friend, feeling as though the world had become considerably quieter, she tossed her phone aside, cradled Xiaobai, and moved to the window. Xiaobai, with its keen sense of smell, detected the scent of zombies outside and grew somewhat agitated. When Qian gently patted its head, reassuring, "Don't fret. Once the rain subsides, you'll have your chance to hunt. After holding Xiaobai for a while, she realized it had become rather portly. Recently, Xiaobai had spent most of its time in the company of several small puppies. Astonishingly, their growth over the past few days had been remarkable. Xiaobai, originally weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, had now ballooned to 13 pounds. As for the puppies, when they first arrived at her home, they could barely run without wobbling. Now, they were nearly the same size as Xiaobai. Xiaobai found it perplexing just a few days prior. It could easily swat the little pups away with a single paw, yet they had suddenly grown so much. Nonetheless, the pups were quite obedient to Xiaobai, which pleased it immensely. Outside the community, about 100 meters away, stood a row of solar streetlights. Wen Qian leaned against the window frame, observing the zombies drawn to the lights, her mind tranquil and empty. Suddenly, she heard a voice from the system. Ding! A time-limited mission has commenced. Within 24 hours. For every zombie killed, the host's combat power will increase by 1. If 100 zombies are slain, any member of the system will receive a combat power increase of 10. Chapter 21. The War God is actually her. Upon hearing this news, Wen Qian's spirit soared. She dashed to Wen Rang's room, where he had just finished washing up and was about to read a bit before sleeping. Her face radiated excitement. Brother, let us go out and slay some zombies. Wen Rang reclined on the sofa, his expression one of profound exasperation as he absently dug at his ear. Observing the exhilarated countenance of his sister, he momentarily entertained the notion that he had misheard her. Surely she was not suggesting a night of revelry at a nightclub. Could they not postpone their practice until the storm had abated? Suddenly, a task was issued by the system. For each 100 zombies vanquished, his combat prowess would increase by 10%. No sooner had Wen Qian's words faded than Wen Rang sprang to his feet, hastening to the wardrobe in search of suitable attire. Wait for me. Recently, Wen Rang had endured relentless torment from his sister, and his yearning for enhanced combat capabilities had reached a fever pitch. Although Wen Qian had refrained from disclosing the exact rewards bestowed upon her by the system, Wen Rang astutely surmised that her gains were undoubtedly greater than his own. However, he firmly believed in the adage that good fortune should not be squandered on outsiders. His sister's strength was synonymous with his own. It mattered not that he was unable to best her. As long as he could triumph over other adversaries in the future, he would be content. After donning their battle attire, complete with masks and goggles, and layering raincoats over their outfits, Wen Rang and Wen Qian exchanged farewells with Wen Chongning and Li Mo before stepping outside. Upon learning of their intention to confront the undead, Wen Chongning and his companion were nearly brought to tears with worry. Yet, despite their anxiety, they bit their tongues and refrained from uttering a single word of discouragement. The apocalypse had descended upon them. Clinging to their former ways of living was no longer feasible. Their children had matured, surpassing them in strength and foresight. If their daughter deemed it necessary to venture forth and eliminate zombies, then it must surely be the correct course of action. They could not hinder their children's growth or impede their progress. Once Wen Rang and Wen Qian departed, Wen Chongning secured the door, then grasped the baseball bat and tang knife left by his daughter, embracing his wife as they moved to the window. His daughter mentioned that they would first deal with the zombies near the community. Thus, standing by the window should provide a clear view. Wen Qian and Wen Rang descended the fire escape, step by step. As it was his inaugural venture into hunting zombies, Wen Rang felt an undeniable sense of anxiety. Treading with utmost caution, to his surprise, they encountered not a single zombie within the building. Upon reaching the ground floor, the unit door was firmly shut, and the howling wind seeped through the cracks, creating a cacophony that was exceedingly harsh. Wen Rang hesitated for a moment, opting to speak the truth. A bit, but I can overcome it. Having lived for over 20 years, he had never even killed a chicken. Now, thrust into the daunting task of slaying those transformed into zombies, he was undoubtedly at a loss. Yet, he believed he could surmount it. There is always a first time for everything. And when Rang understood, he must take this step without hesitation. Rest assured, I will not allow you to come to harm. Wen Qian smiled, her confidence still intact in the early days of the apocalypse. Clutching a tang knife, she offered Wen Rang a crossbow, and also retrieved a speedboat from her storage. With much of the outside world submerged, their community was one of the few places barely holding on. Thus, Wen Qian planned to lure the nearby zombies to the community gate before shifting to other locations. Noticing that Wen Rang was mentally prepared, she opened the unit door. The resounding clang of the iron gate echoed loudly in the stillness of the night, capturing not only the attention of the zombies, but also startling the residents within the building. They leaned against the window, straining to discern the events unfolding below. Upon realizing that the commotion was deliberately orchestrated, they deemed the individuals involved utterly insane. Consequently, the once quiet community group erupted into a flurry of chatter once more. Where did those two fools come from? If they wished to end their lives, they might as well jump from the building. After all, wouldn't he that just had 2 more zombies to the horde? Damn it, there are always foolish people, but this year seems especially rife with them. The zombies outside have gathered. What are they planning? Do they intend to drag us down with them? If you're going to die, do it far away. Don't tarnish our territory. The air was rife with mockery and scorn, yet within minutes, the tide began to shift once more. Wait, are they killing zombies? Amid the chaos, when Xian found herself lamenting the insufficient number of zombies, she nearly wanted to grab a megaphone and beckon for more fresh prey. Yet only about 30 had appeared. Discontented, she vented her frustration upon the zombies themselves. Thus, when Rang watched in astonishment as those once ferocious, initial mutated zombies, capable of devouring the living, were dispatched with ease by his sister, as if she were simply chopping vegetables, one swift stroke severing each head cleanly, with precision. When Xian's blade fell, the zombies' heads tumbling to the ground, their bodies still exhibiting signs of consciousness. After a few moments, they too collapsed. When Rang, standing behind his sister, felt his own blood begin to boil, he raised his crossbow, taking aim at a zombie lurching towards them with menacing intent. After a brief moment of holding his breath, he expertly pierced the creature's skull. Beautiful. When Xian couldn't help but exclaim, impressive. For the first time, he successfully eliminated a zombie, and when Rang was exhilarated, his palms clammy with a thin sheen of sweat, he dared not relax, continuing to coordinate with Wen Xian. After half an hour, more than 50 corpses of zombies had accumulated before the heavy iron gate. Wen Xian persisted in striking the gate to attract more zombies. Yet their arrival was significantly slower than the rate at which they were dispatched. If this continued, it would merely squander time. Thus, Wen Xian resolutely decided to change locations. The two of them first removed their masks, inhaling the fresh air. They lifted the speedboat, intending to venture into the city. The central hospital was a disaster zone, undoubtedly teeming with prey. Suddenly, just as they were about to depart in the speedboat, an excited voice echoed through the community. "We're God. Let us go together." When Xian paused slightly, turning to look, 8 or 9 individuals rushed out from the community, all desperate for food, yearning to scavenge but too fearful to do so alone. Seeing that someone had cleared the nearby zombies, they seized the opportunity, clinging desperately to the chance to hitch a ride. They had witnessed from above how effortlessly these two dispatched the zombies. It was evident they were no ordinary individuals. As the group hurried towards them, recognition dawned, leaving them momentarily stunned. Wen Xian, how could it be you? The siblings from the Wen family had gained a modicum of fame in the community, not only for their striking appearances, but also for their outstanding academic achievements. One had been directly admitted to Tsinghua University, while the other had secured a place at the Foreign Affairs University. Whenever parents mentioned these two children, their expressions were filled with envy. When Xian gazed at their astonished expressions and spoke with indifference, "Is there something you need?" Chapter 22. The person in the video is Wen Xian. "How come you are here? Are you also going out in search of food? Could you take us along?" "Yes, please take us with you. Strength lies in numbers. We implore you, as neighbors, lend us your assistance. Our supplies have run out, and we are on the brink of starvation." Observing their eager faces, Wen Xian felt no stirrings of sympathy within her heart. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she acquiesced. "Very well, let us go." Given her recent understanding of her brother, Wen Xian should not have agreed. Firstly, they were pressed for time, and secondly, these individuals clearly lacked any combat experience, offering no aid should they encounter zombies. Her words brought unrestrained joy to the group, and seizing the opportunity before she could retract her offer, they hastily boarded the speedboat. Wen Xian met Wen Rang's puzzled gaze and smiled gently, leaning closer to whisper, "A crowd like this will surely attract the zombies." Wen Xian did not possess the noble spirit of self-sacrifice. In a world ravaged by chaos, merely surviving was already a luxury. It was inconceivable for her to risk her life to protect anyone beyond her family. Her willingness to include them was solely due to their potential as bait. With one foot poised on the edge of the speedboat, she firmly set the ground rules for those aboard. "I consent to take you along, but I cannot guarantee your survival. Should we encounter zombies, my priority will be the safety of myself and my brother. If any one of you is bitten or scratched by a zombie, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Do you understand?" Several individuals nodded in agreement, aware that she could have declined the request. Observing their compliance, Wen Qian activated the speedboat and steered towards the nearest supermarket. As the vessel sped away, the onlookers in the residential building experienced a tumult of emotions. Though they had been confined to their homes for only a few days, it was evident to all that such a catastrophe would not be resolved in mere months. It was conceivable that they would endure years before reclaiming their former lives. The scarcity of supplies would inevitably intensify, and thus, this moment represented the optimal opportunity to seek provisions. Otherwise, by the time desperation took hold, the supermarket shelves would have long been emptied. While the rationale was understood by all, when it came time to act, trepidation set in. What if one were to be bitten by a zombie while outside? Those creatures were indeed capable of devouring humans. Presently, they had witnessed individuals effortlessly dispatching dozens of zombies, igniting a flicker of hope within them. Perhaps zombies were not as formidable as they had imagined. With a mere knife, they could be slain. If others could succeed, surely they could too. Consequently, after Wen Qian and her companions departed, a dozen more rushed down the stairs. However, this time, they did not manage to escape safely, but rather fell victim to the zombies drawn by the scent of blood from afar. The strength of zombies surpassed that of humans. They moved sluggishly by day but could operate like normal beings by night, with their vision significantly enhanced in the darkness. A chorus of anguished screams echoed at the entrance of the community, causing the next wave of eager individuals to hastily shut their doors and windows, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to venture outside. On the speedboat, a cluster of anxious people nervously surveyed their surroundings, wary of a potential zombie attack. Fortunately, Wen Qian had just drawn all the nearby zombies away and dispatched them, so for the moment, they were safe. Observing the calm and composed demeanor of the brother and sister, devoid of any fear, they recalled a minor incident that had transpired in the community group earlier that day and struck up a conversation with them. What brings just the two of you out? Where are your parents? Wen Qian cast a sidelong glance at the questioner and replied softly, My parents are unwell and have collapsed from hunger, so it's just us who could come out. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in understanding. As people age, their bodies inevitably succumb to various ailments. Many of them were also parents, which compelled them to risk their lives in search of sustenance, unwilling to let their children go hungry. With just a few succinct words, Wen Qian convinced them of her family's dire situation. After all, who would willingly venture outside to face death if they were not in desperate need? Hence, even if the Zhang family later disseminated rumors in the community group, no one would believe them. The speedboat soon approached the vicinity of the supermarket, which was indeed swarming with zombies. Wen Qian rose to her feet, glanced at the trembling individuals behind her, adjusted her mask back to its proper position beneath her chin, and unsheathed her blade with determination. The sight of these living beings ignited the zombies' primal instincts, and they surged towards the group with ravenous cries. With a swift leap, Wen Qian sprang from the speedboat and landed deftly atop a parked vehicle at the roadside. The crowd had yet to fully comprehend the situation when a flash of cold light pierced through the air, followed by a spray of crimson blood. The freshly mutated zombies still coursed with human blood. With tremendous force, Wen Qian severed the entire head of the creature, casting a glance at the neighbors, who were frozen in fear, their legs trembling. She barked, Don't just stand there on the boat. Move into the supermarket. When rang, lead the way, follow me. As Wen Qian observed the increasing number of zombies, a smile crept upon her lips, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. These are mere damage-enhancing buffs. Come forth, my treasures. Her fervent desire to vanquish the undead was palpable, so much so that even the zombies rushing towards her sensed her malevolence. Yet, now that they had arrived, she would not grant them the luxury of escape. With no living souls nearby, she had no fear of collateral damage. Wen Qian reveled in the thrill of slaughter, a satisfaction she had not experienced in quite some time. In the front of the group, when Rank's movements became increasingly adept, he would eliminate any zombie he could and evade those he could not by darting towards his sister. The 10-member team entered the supermarket unscathed. Inside, some staff members had also transformed into zombies, who were swiftly dealt with by Wen Qian and Wen Rang. The neighbors accompanying them were astonished by the pair's prowess, and upon examining their attire, a sense of familiarity dawned upon one of them. Ah, I remember now, he exclaimed, gazing at Wen Qian with a sudden realization. You are the female warrior from the hospital who fought the zombies, aren't you? Indeed, that is I, Wen Qian affirmed, not denying her identity. It was beneficial for them to recognize her strength. This way, Should they ever contemplate any ill intentions towards her family, they would think twice about their own capabilities. But enough of that. Let us see what supplies we can gather. Most of the items in the supermarket had been soaked in water. Since when Qian had come, she felt compelled to put on a show. However, she showed little interest in the waterlogged rice and flour, opting instead for a few packets of instant noodles, some dried noodles, and a few bottles of mineral water. When the neighbors noticed her disregard for the rice and flour, they urged her, "Those items won't sustain you. You should take something more substantial. Please, you all go ahead," when Qian replied with a gentle smile. "It's not easy for you to be out here. So my brother and I will finish up in a few days and then come back." Chapter 23. Accepting the punishment. Drink. The supermarket had already been ransacked once, leaving only a meager selection for them to share. In this outing, when Qian and when Rang exerted the most effort, yet they refrained from competing with the others for supplies, which moved several neighbors to tears. What a remarkable child! When Qian scanned the surroundings, hearing the unmistakable sounds of zombies, confirming that the area was currently safe, she and when Rang decided to address the zombie threat first. "Hurry and gather your items. Wait for me at the checkout once you're done. Remember not to wander off, or I won't be able to save you," she instructed. "Absolutely, we won't stray," they assured her. Time passed swiftly. Over an hour had elapsed since they left home. Together, Wen Qian and Wen Rang had dispatched 137 zombies, both feeling the rewards bestowed by the system. While Wen Rang's gains were not yet particularly apparent, Wen Qian felt increasingly liberated with each zombie she eliminated. "Where are you planning to go next?" the neighbors inquired, surprised to see that they seemed ready to continue their venture. "My mother, suffering from heart issues, was distressed by matters arising in her group today, which left her feeling unwell. Consequently, I resolved to visit the pharmacy in search of some rapid-acting heart rescue pills. Just look at the Zhang family's antics. What despicable deeds they engage in. Their acting skills are passable, are they not? It is a pity they did not attend the Central Academy of Drama. The speedboat has been reactivated, heading straight for the city center." Just as Wen Qian anticipated, the city center had succumbed entirely, with the number of zombies far exceeding that in her neighborhood. Accompanied by Wen Rang, she dared not let her guard down. Wen Rang, through his actions, demonstrated that his intellect was not his only asset. He was significantly more adept in combat than others. From home to the supermarket, and then to the central hospital, Wen Rang's grip grew steadier, and the number of zombies he dispatched increased. From dusk until dawn, the brother and sister engaged in a relentless spree, their adrenaline surging, entirely oblivious to fatigue. Some survivors hiding in the buildings witnessed their slaughter of zombies, and in their astonishment, could not resist recording the events on their phones, sharing them online. Many netizens even placed their hopes in the duo, leaving comments with their residential addresses, imploring them to eliminate the zombies. In a span of 24 hours, the pair had vanquished 3,000 zombies. Relying solely on manual weapons without firearms, their arms were nearly rendered useless. They hurried into their space, indulged in a bath and a hot spring, and without so much as a bite to eat, collapsed onto their beds, deep in slumber. They awoke after 15 hours of restful sleep. Liamo, aware of their exhaustion, had prepared a sumptuous feast for them: sweet and sour ribs, braised fish, sour soup with fatty beef, spicy stir-fried clams, garlic oil lettuce, shredded pork with green peppers, and dry pot baby cabbage. Wen Qian and Wen Rang, upon witnessing this scene, resembled famished souls who had not feasted for an entire week, indulging in a frenzy of consumption. Ultimately, Wen Qian devoured 5 substantial bowls of rice, finally feeling as though she had been revived. Wen Rang exceeded her appetite, and the two of them, completely sated, leaned against the wall for support, slowly making their way to the living room before collapsing onto the sofa. Reclining there, Wen Qian felt no desire to move and playfully nudged Wen Rang with her foot. "Today is a day of rest. Let us forego our workout, shall we? I appreciate your concern for this matter, but I refuse to exercise today, even if it costs me dearly." Wen Qian felt no pain, merely a profound fatigue that rendered her inert. The two reached a mutual agreement, deciding to embrace a day of leisure. Wen Qian clutched her tablet, engrossed in the anime she had downloaded in advance, while Wen Rang glanced through his WeChat messages. News of their late-night grocery expedition with several neighbors had already circulated, prompting many to add him as a friend, hoping he would take them on future outings. Wen Rang shared the messages with Wen Qian, who furrowed her brow. She then arranged the 10 packets of instant noodles, 2 packs of dried noodles, and 5 bottles of mineral water she had acquired last night on the table, capturing a photograph to send to the group. "Wen Qian, please ration these supplies. they should last a month. Therefore, I do not intend to venture outside for the next month. As long as the system refrains from assigning me tasks, no one shall compel me to step out in the rain. Battling the elements is exceedingly uncomfortable. Last night, while gathering supplies, her neighbors had all witnessed her actions, so she harbored no fear of their awareness. Moreover, such a meager quantity would not sustain her for long, and everyone was well aware of her fierce reputation. It was unlikely anyone would dare to seek her out for mere sustenance. On the 29th floor, Zhang Ziang gazed at the messages in the group chat, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. He stumbled upon several videos showcasing Wen Qian effortlessly dispatching zombies, and he was astonished by her prowess. If she were his girlfriend, his future safety would undoubtedly be secured. Even if food ran scarce at home, she could venture out to procure some. But how could he persuade her to agree? Zhang Ziang had pursued Wen Qian since high school, only to be rebuffed by her insistence on focusing solely on her studies and avoiding early romantic entanglements. Later, when they both attended university, despite not being in the same institution, they remained in the same city. Yet again, Wen Qian cited her overwhelming academic commitments as a reason to reject a relationship with someone from a different school, now that she had become so formidable, effortlessly eliminating zombies. Zhang Ziang knew that coercing her was out of the question. Opening his bedside drawer, he gazed upon the bottle of concoction he had prepared long ago, a peculiar glint flickering in his eyes. He had long contemplated this strategy. He doubted that once she became his, and the deed was done, she would still refuse to be with him. Zhang Ziang calculated his next move, eagerly opening the chat window with Wen Qian. He needed to first ease the tension in their relationship, allowing her to lower her guard. Setting aside his pride, he decided to apologize to Wen Qian. Although the fault lay with her, he chose to forgive. However, upon sending the message, his expression darkened instantly. The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not yet their friend. Please send a friend request, and once verified, you may chat. Wen Qian had removed him from her friends list. In a moment of frustration, Zhang Ziang hurled his phone to the ground. Damn it! A girl who refuses to drink a toast, but instead opts for a penalty drink. One day, he would undoubtedly make her pay dearly. Chapter 24. Is his sister infatuated with romance? Zhang Ziang was wholly absorbed in his schemes to win over Wen Qian. Yet she scarcely regarded him. In the midst of an apocalyptic struggle, to simply kill him would be a disservice. She felt compelled to allow him to savor the trials of this new world. After completing a time-limited system task, her combat prowess surged by an astonishing 3,000. What does this imply? It meant that she could now effortlessly snap his neck with a single hand, extinguishing his life as easily as one would crush an ant. After a day of rest, Wen Qian and Wen Rang resumed their rigorous training. On his first outing for a mission, Wen Rang exhausted all the arrows he had previously stockpiled. Concerned for his safety, Wen Qian insisted he remain by her side, assuring him that they could exchange supplies using the spatial commerce system in the future, which allowed him to proceed with confidence. However, now that he possessed no arrows, a sense of vulnerability enveloped him. Thus, he had no choice but to learn how to wield a tang knife to combat the zombies alongside Wen Qian. Wen Chongning joined them in the spatial realm, tending to the crops, feeding livestock, and cleaning up after the cats and dogs, all while following closely behind his son. Emulating his practice, the group remained in the space for several hours, and by the time they emerged, darkness had already fallen. The community's power supply had yet to be restored, and even the water flow from the faucets had begun to dwindle. The underground garage had been inundated with floodwaters, leaving neighbors on lower floors so anxious that they dared not sleep, reaching out in their group chat to inquire if any kind-hearted souls could offer them shelter, promising to pay for a room. However, during such times, when everyone is unable to spend the money in their accounts, who would dare to allow a stranger into their home for the sake of a meager sum? The atmosphere of the apocalypse grows increasingly palpable. Not only does the rain fall incessantly, but the number of zombies also escalates, and the temperature rises as well. In fact, Wen Qian and Wen Rang had noticed that night when they ventured out on a mission, it felt as though the sky were pouring hot water. It is difficult to imagine how high the temperature will soar once the rain ceases. Fortunately, their home maintains a constant temperature, allowing them to remain comfortable and at ease regardless of the sweltering heat or biting cold outside. In the evening, the family gathered around the dining table, enjoying a meal and engaging in conversation. Wen Chongning remarked, "The grains and fruits in our space will likely mature in 2 months, and we need not worry about fertilization or pests. It truly alleviates our concerns." Liamo added, "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel significantly healthier since drinking the water from our space and soaking in the hot springs daily. Upon hearing their words, Wen Qian chuckled. Given that we possess a plethora of medical equipment, let us all undergo a comprehensive health check tomorrow to ascertain our true well-being. Li Mo nodded in agreement. That sounds like a splendid idea. Let us retire early tonight. I shall wake you all for the checkup in the morning. When Rang was about to interject, but suddenly the home surveillance system emitted an alarm. The expressions of the group shifted, and they promptly rose to head towards the study. Wen Qian, trailing behind, speculated on which reckless individual dared to seek trouble at her residence. If it were those downstairs, she would not hesitate to open the door and hurl them out to become fodder for the zombies, denying them any further chances. In the study, when Rang sat before the computer, his brow furrowed. Li Mo and Wen Chongning stood behind him, their faces etched with confusion. Wen Qian leaned against the doorframe, observing the expressions of the three, and inquired, "What's the matter? Have you seen a ghost?" When Rang replied, "It's not a ghost. It's a man with a child. I have no idea what floor he is from or what he wants from us." A man with a child? Who would be so shameless as to come begging with their family in tow? Wen Qian, intrigued, moved closer to the computer to see for herself. However, upon catching sight of the face on the screen, she gasped in shock. Gu Ran. When Rang and the others were taken aback by her reaction. They did not recognize the neighbor, yet she seemed to know him. Outside the door, Gu Ran cradled a 3-year-old girl in his arms. He looked up at the door with curiosity, pondering whether an ordinary family would install such a professionally fortified door. After observing for a few moments, Gu Ran located the position of the surveillance camera. He focused on it and politely spoke. "Hello, is this Li Mo's residence? I am Gu Ki's son, Gu Ran. My sister is unwell. Could you please assist us?" Li Mo was taken aback. Gu Ki's son? What was he doing here? Biting her lip, she hesitated, unwilling to open the door. When Chongning and when Rang shared the same sentiment, they decided to play dead, hoping he would lose patience and leave. However, to their utter astonishment, their formidable female guardian swiftly turned and dashed to the door, clicking it open with a decisive sound. When Rang and the others were left dumbfounded, Wen Qian opened the door, confirming once more that she had not mistaken the identity. She scrutinized Gu Ran from head to toe and asked straightforwardly, "Are you injured?" "No," he replied. Wen Qian glanced at the child in her arms. "What about her?" she asked, only to be met with the reply that the child was suffering from a severe fever. "Come in," Wen Qian urged, pulling the visitor into the room. She closed the door firmly, and upon turning around, found herself locked in the gazes of Wen Rang and the others. Li Mo exclaimed, "How could you open the door to a stranger?" When Chongning added, "You actually let a strange man in?" When Rang remarked, "I see now, you must be infatuated." The trio fell silent, yet Wen Qian could discern their thoughts through their expressions. She rolled her eyes and addressed Li Mo. "Mom, this child has a relentless fever. Please examine her." Li Mo retorted, "How can I do that? I have no equipment, no medicine. Am I to gamble with my life?" Unwilling to flaunt her wealth, Li Mo was caught off guard when Gu Ran interjected, "Auntie, I know you have medicine at home. My father mentioned you recently purchased a considerable amount from the hospital. I truly have no other recourse, which is why I sought your help. My sister is gravely ill. If you can heal her, I will take her away immediately." To alleviate Li Mo's skepticism, Gu Ran rummaged through his backpack and produced several loaves of bread alongside a 10-kilogram bag of rice. "This rice is for you. I can manage with the bread. I only need a bit of medicine, nothing more." Li Mo furrowed her brow, yet her heart softened at the sight of the child, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the fever. She looked to Wen Qian, and upon receiving a nod of approval, she sighed and carried the girl into the room. Gu Ran watched her retreating figure with concern, yet he showed no intention of entering. Leaning against the doorframe, he assured Wen Rang and the others, "I shall wait here. You needn't worry, I won't intrude." Wen Qian smiled lightly. "Since you have entered this door, does it matter where you stand? Come in. I happen to have something to ask you." Upon witnessing her behavior, both Wen Chongning and Wen Rang felt an indescribable sorrow, reminiscent of the bittersweet sentiment of a daughter no longer being retained. Wen Chongning thought, his daughter, how could she be so kind to a stranger right before his eyes? Wen Rang mused, his sister is clearly infatuated. Chapter 25. The double standards are too obvious after casting a fierce glare at Gu Ran. Wen Chongning and Wen Rang turned to enter the house. Gu Ran sensed their animosity and hesitated briefly before changing his shoes and stepping inside. He was quite dirty, covered in mud and blood, so he opted to stand aside, gazing at Wen Qian. What do you wish to inquire? Where are your parents? They have passed away. My mother was bitten by a zombie on her way home from work. And my father intended to bring my sister and me to your house for medicine, but he was also attacked by zombies along the way. Gu Ran's voice remained steady, yet the sorrow in his tone resonated with those present. Wen Rang shot a glance at Wen Qian, signaling her not to pose such heart-wrenching questions. However, upon noticing his expression, she promptly asked again, "Are there any other survivors in your family besides your sister?" Wen Rang thought, "Is his sister really so inept at conversation?" Wen Changning remarked, "Her questioning skills are quite impressive." Gu Ran's face turned ashen as he shook his head. "No, they are all gone." Wen Qian inquired, "Before you came to my house, did you visit any pharmacies or hospitals?" "Yes, the hospital has completely fallen, and I checked several pharmacies, but they have all been looted. I truly find myself at a loss, which is precisely why I have come here." Wen Qian thoughtfully nodded, casting her gaze at his tattered clothes before turning to Wen Rang. "Brother, please take him to your room, find him some clothes, and let him take a shower." Gu Ran interjected, "No, thank you, but that won't be necessary. Once my sister feels better, I will take her home. In such circumstances, where can you possibly take her?" Wen Qian scoffed, "With those 2 loaves of bread in your bag, do you truly believe they can sustain a 3-year-old child?" Gu Ran stiffened at her words, his expression darkening. Wen Rang hastily rose, pulling Gu Ran toward his room for a shower. He feared that his sister's sharp tongue might utter something more cutting. The atmosphere was too tense for him to bear. Upon entering the bathroom, Wen Rang quietly advised, "We have a backup power system at home, but please refrain from turning on the lights. I've left some clothes for you outside. They are all new, untouched by me." "Thank you," Gu Ran replied. "You little rascal, how come I never realized you were this sort of person?" Wen Qian retorted, perplexed. "What sort of person?" "A superficial one. Infatuated. Do you think I'm blind? The moment you saw that boy's face on the surveillance footage, you lit up like a Christmas tree. Without a second thought, you opened the door for him, and then claimed you weren't smitten." Wen Rang's remarks left Wen Qian bewildered. She wearily looked at him, then at Wen Changning. "Father, do you also believe I like Gu Ran, which is why I allowed him to come in? Otherwise, what would it be? How did you treat Zhang Ziang when he wanted to enter our home?" Wen Rang replied, "Daughter, your double standards are rather evident." Wen Qian offered a faint smile, followed by a long sigh. Leaning against the sofa with her arms crossed, she tilted her head to meet Wen Rang's gaze. "I became acquainted with Gu Ran through you. He was once your subordinate, loyal to you, and even saved your life, ultimately sacrificing himself for you. Furthermore, he is a retired Special Forces soldier, possessing formidable combat skills. Retaining him would be advantageous for us." Wen Rang opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Wen Qian continued, "Consider this. He managed to escort his sister from the east side of the city to the west, visiting hospitals, pharmacies, and even supermarkets without sustaining any injuries. This alone attests to his capabilities." Wen Rang replied, "While that may be true, if given the chance to start anew, we cannot be certain he would remain as steadfastly loyal as before." Wen Qian asserted, "Thus, we must observe him. Should he exhibit any signs of treachery, he must be eliminated immediately. I have no use for the ineffectual, nor for those who are disloyal. With our current strength, disposing of him would pose no challenge." Upon hearing her words, Wen Rang and Wen Changning breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Changning remarked, "You nearly frightened me. I thought you might be secretly dating a boy behind Dad's back." Wen Qian replied, "Dad, I am focused on my career and have no interest in romance." Wen Changning countered, "But one should still engage in love when the time is right. Finding the right person to share a relationship with can be a joyous experience, as you can see from my parents." Wen Qian wished to avoid further discussion on the matter and rose to head to Li Mo's room. She received a system notification indicating the detection of an unconscious patient with 0 attack power, inquiring whether she required permission to bring the injured individual into the space for treatment. Li Mo had already conducted a preliminary examination of the young girl. Upon Wen Qian's arrival, the two swiftly brought her into the special space and, utilizing professional instruments, performed another thorough check. As Li Mo scrutinized the results from the CT scan, his brow furrowed with concern. "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Li." Wen Qian embraced Li Mo and recounted Gu Ran's situation, as well as the reasons behind her decision to open the door for him. After listening, Li Mo felt a sense of relief, gathered the necessary medication, and exited the space with the child. At that moment, Gu Ran had already finished his bath and changed into fresh clothes, anxiously awaiting news from Li Mo in the living room. When Li Mo entered and saw Gu Ran's tense demeanor, A pang of sorrow struck him. Earlier, he had heard the girl mention that his parents had passed away, leaving only his sister as his sole remaining family member. Liemo empathized deeply, envisioning his own loved ones in Gu Ran's place, unable to fathom such a tragic reality. I have already given her antipyretics, and the injection has been administered. You may go in and see her now. Thank you, Auntie. Gu Ran expressed his gratitude hurriedly before entering the room, where he sat by his sister's bedside throughout the night. The little girl's fever subsided in the early hours, and after waking briefly, she fell asleep once more. Gu Ran, having not closed his eyes all night, fixated on the small figure in the bed, overwhelmed by an indescribable fear. Initially, he had not formed a strong bond with this sister, as she was born while he was serving in the military, and he had scarcely seen her during his years away from home. With bloodshot eyes, he dared not blink, terrified that if he let his guard down for even a moment, he might lose this little girl as well. At dawn, when Rang knocked on the door, calling Gu Ran for breakfast, Gu Ran paused for a moment before declining. No need, I have some bread, that will suffice. Having brought your share, please do not stand on ceremony. When Rang entered the room and approached the bed, gently touching the little girl's forehead, Gu Ran initially declined several times, yet ultimately succumbed to Wen Rang's insistence and was led out of the room. On the dining table, steaming bowls of dumplings and beef noodles lay invitingly, causing Gu Ran to swallow hard. He had not anticipated that the Wen family, having been trapped for so many days, would still have such delectable fare. Being pressed into a dining chair by Wen Rang, Gu Ran shyly glanced at Liemo. Thank you, Auntie, for saving my sister and providing me with food. Once my sister regains consciousness, I will take her away. Given the current chaos outside, where can you possibly go with her? Liemo sighed. It would be better for you to stay here. My home is spacious enough for all of you. Chapter 26. The Celestial System, exclusively favoring its master. Gu Ran was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Liemo had proposed he remain, in such circumstances where self-preservation was a challenge. It seemed implausible that anyone would be willing to allow an outsider to stay in their home and share their provisions. Yet Liemo had spoken up, and it appeared that when Chongning and the others were in accord, nodding in agreement. When Chongning remarked, the outside world is indeed tumultuous. It would be quite difficult for you to manage with your sister. It's best you stay. When Rang added, to be frank, our supplies are quite ample. Accommodating the two of you poses no issue. When Rang deliberately made such a statement, contemplating that should Gu Ran exhibit even a hint of intent to seize their resources, he would take immediate action. Gu Ran, already moved to the point of tears, turned sharply upon hearing Wen Rang's words, his expression grave as he cautioned. Such matters should not be spoken of lightly. They could invite danger. When Rang contemplated the prospect of entrapment, remarking that otherwise, he would not have spoken. With a gentle smile, when observed, you managed to escort your sister across a significant portion of the city to reach my abode. Your skills must be quite exceptional. We shall provide sustenance and shelter, while you ensure our safety. What say you? In such circumstances, unfounded gestures of goodwill would only arouse further suspicion. It was far more prudent to negotiate a transaction that would put him at ease. Indeed, Gu Ran's tense shoulders gradually relaxed. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. You saved my sister's life, and you're willing to assist us. I am truly grateful. Rest assured, I will exert every effort to safeguard your well-being. No sooner had Gu Ran's words faded than the system's voice echoed in Wen Shan's mind. Ding! 2 members have been added to the combat team, and the prosperity of the space has increased by 20. The farm yield has increased by 20. She joyfully accepted the rewards bestowed by the system and proceeded to bind the information of Gu Ran and his sister. Name, Gu Ran. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters. Age, 23 years. Blood type, A. Occupation, former special forces. Loyalty, 90. Name, Gu Wanwan. Gender, female. Height, 90 centimeters. Age, 3 years. Blood type, A. Loyalty, 100. The information was successfully bound, and when Shan prepared to continue her meal, but the system issued several notifications in rapid succession. System prompt. Individuals with loyalty below 90 cannot have their information bound. Upon successful binding, the system will automatically elevate loyalty to 100. If the loyalty of a member subsequently declines to 80, the system will automatically eliminate that member, ceasing to issue any further alerts or notifications to the host. Except for personnel permanently stationed in the space, for every increase of 100 in space prosperity. The reward system will allow combat personnel to engage in activities within the space for an accumulated duration of 2 hours. To ensure the safety of both the host and the space, all members within the system are strictly prohibited from disclosing any information related to the space to outside individuals. The information on system members has been updated, and Gu Ran's loyalty stands at an impressive 100. When Xian, upon finishing these statements, felt a surge of joy that made her want to venture out and slay hundreds of zombies in celebration. A divine system, exclusively favoring its master. If this were a man, she would have married him on the spot. When Rang observed his sister's elation with a mix of admiration and frustration, pondering her previous claims of indifference towards Gu Ran, hearing that he had agreed to stay, her excitement was palpable. It was truly a sight to behold. Unaware of her brother's exasperated gaze, when Xian happily filled her stomach before taking her little white companion to the rooftop to play. After finishing his meal, Gu Ran heard the sound of crying emanating from the room. He hurriedly rushed in, discovering that Gu Wanwan was already awake and frantically searching for him. Brother. Upon seeing Gu Ran, the little girl immediately rushed into his embrace. Don't go. Gu Ran knelt down to hold her close, softly reassuring her, I want to leave. I will always be here with you. After a moment of fearful sobbing, the little girl spoke softly, Brother, I'm hungry. Gu Ran hesitated, feeling a bit troubled. He had just finished a bowl of beef noodles, and offering his sister bread seemed unfair. However, he couldn't bring himself to ask the aunt for more food. Just as Gu Ran was in a state of indecision, when Xian appeared at the doorway, she raised the items in her hand. Gu Ran, this. Truly thank you. From now on, we are all family, so there is no need for such formality. If you need anything, just ask. Gu Wanwan, nestled in Gu Ran's embrace, peeked at the unfamiliar sister at the door with curiosity. Brother, who is she? Wen Qian smiled and waved, greeting her. Hello there. My name is Wen Qian. I am your brother's friend. This place will be your home from now on. If you desire anything to eat, feel free to ask your sister. Confusion spread across Gu Wanwan's face. My home. It doesn't look like this. She glanced around and inquired further. Brother, where are mom and dad? Gu Ran stiffened suddenly. He had not informed Gu Wanwan of their mother's passing when their father died. Gu Wanwan had fainted from a high fever and had not witnessed it. Now, how was he to convey this painful truth to her? When Xian noticed Gu Ran's tension, his veins visibly strained, and sighed, stepping in to alleviate the situation. Your parents have gone to a very distant place to carry out a mission. Gu Wanwan's eyes widened. What is executing a mission? When Xian replied, well, it means they are helping others. Your father is a doctor, right? He is quite remarkable. He can heal people. There are many people there who are ill, so he went to assist them. Gu Wanwan pondered this for a moment and nodded. When Xian continued, yes, this time it will take even longer than before, but your brother will stay with you, so there is no need to be afraid. Gu Wanwan tightened her grip around Gu Ran's neck, as if clinging to a lifeline, unwilling to let go. Grateful, Gu Ran expressed her thanks to Wen Qian, who casually nodded before turning to leave, granting the siblings their privacy. In her childhood, she too had been fond of clinging to Wen Rang, as he was her world when their parents were absent. Hence, she could truly empathize with the young girl. After Gu Wanwan had a glass of milk, she exited the room with Gu Ran. Initially, she felt somewhat reserved upon encountering several unfamiliar faces. However, after savoring the vegetable and shrimp congee that Li Mo had brought, and witnessing the playful dogs and cats around the house, her spirits gradually lifted, prompting her to venture to the rooftop to play. Concerned that Xiao Bai might become annoyed, Wen Qian swatted gently at it, choosing to stay nearby. Within half an hour, Gu Wanwan had become quite familiar with her, sweetly calling her sister, which filled Wen Qian with a sense of accomplishment. Observing their joy, Wen Rang quietly approached Gu Ran and inquired softly, what do you think of my sister? Wen Rang, surely, you do not harbor any misunderstandings about my sister? Chapter 27. Distribution of supplies in the community before the apocalypse. Wen Qian was indeed innocent and kind, a statement that held no falsehood. She had never faced hardship or injustice, sheltered by her family from the harsh realities of the world. However, after years of struggling to survive in the post-apocalyptic landscape, she had long lost her connection to the notion of kindness. When Rang cleared his throat and asked again, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of my sister? Even if Gu Ran was somewhat oblivious, he grasped the implication of the question. His breath caught in nervousness, and he shook his head repeatedly. I didn't mean it like that. Rest assured, I would never do anything to my sister. I am not the type to be ungrateful, especially considering that I have someone I admire. Alas, it seems there is no hope for that. Wenrang suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for her sister, but before this emotion could fully take root, she was dragged into the adjacent room by Wenqian, who proceeded to give her a stern reprimand. Although Wenqian did not overhear their conversation, she could infer their sentiments from their expressions. I have declared my focus on my career. I do not harbor feelings for him. Wenrang, tread carefully, or I shall make you weep. Wenrang found herself utterly powerless against her sister's onslaught, only able to protest in indignation. I was merely concerned about your unrequited feelings. That is why I was attempting to gauge the situation. I have never been one to suffer from unreciprocated affection. After ensuring that Wenrang comprehended her position, that she regarded Gu Ran solely as a teammate, Wenqian set off for her running training. At 3 in the afternoon, the community experienced a water outage. The neighborhood chat was filled with lamentations, yet Wenqian remained unperturbed. Aside from the water stored in the communal space, she had also stockpiled a considerable amount at home. 2 large bathtubs and 5 oversized plastic barrels were reserved for daily washing needs, sufficient for quite some time. Prior to Gu Ran's arrival, he had already surmised that the Wen family must have accumulated a stockpile of supplies. His father had remarked that the Wen family was astute and possessed foresight. Otherwise, they could not have procured such an abundance of medicine before calamity struck. However, upon visiting the Wen household and witnessing the caliber of their daily meals, Gu Ran could not help but feel astonished. Outside, people were fighting to the point of bloodshed over a single pack of instant noodles, while the Wen family maintained a consistently high standard for their meals, featuring a delightful array of dishes: braised pork, kung pao chicken, spicy hot pot, stir-fried corn with pine nuts, dry pot cauliflower, and shredded potatoes with fragrant chives. Do not speak of the apocalypse. Even in times past, not every household could partake in such provisions. Gu Ran felt a flush of shame rise to her neck as she recalled the bag of rice she had brought. After spending 2 tranquil days at the Wen residence, she had not experienced such restful slumber in a long time, and neither had Gu Wanwan. On the 3rd day at noon, they stood by the window, observing the surroundings of the community after their meal. The flood had already reached the 2nd floor of their building, leaving the residents of the 3rd floor in a state of anxiety, trembling with fear. Those on the lower 2 floors had no choice but to relocate their belongings to the stairwell, living in constant trepidation of a zombie emergence. The number of voices in the community group chat dwindled. Without urgent matters at hand, no one wished to engage with their phones. Due to power outages, their portable chargers were swiftly depleting, necessitating careful usage. Gu Ran, holding binoculars, wore a grave expression. The number of zombies was increasing, impervious even to the floodwaters. The flood had swept the zombies into disarray, resulting in an influx of those drifting from other areas. Though the Wen family had stockpiled supplies, there would inevitably come a time when they would be exhausted. They could not afford to squander their resources. Given the current situation, even if he could swim out, it would be exceedingly difficult to evade the multitude of zombies lurking in the water. The sheer volume was overwhelming. Wenqian also observed the chaos below, but was unfazed by the abundance of zombies. She harbored hopes that once the rain ceased, her cherished system would bestow upon her a temporary mission to enhance her combat prowess, allowing her to venture forth and wreak havoc. Just as Gu Ran was beset by worry and Wenqian was fervently wishing for her next time task to arrive, a thunderous sound suddenly reverberated through the distant sky. It was the sound of a helicopter. Wenqian raised an eyebrow slightly, while the other survivors in the community were filled with ecstatic joy. Beginning at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, supplies would be distributed in the Black Mountain area, located 5 kilometers away. Staff would clear out and eliminate zombies along the route beforehand. Though they could not guarantee that there wouldn't be any stragglers, the eradication of zombies was scheduled to commence at midnight and conclude by 4 o'clock, and residents were advised to refrain from venturing outside during that period. Unfortunately, there would be no escort service available for residents traveling to and from Black Mountain. Individuals would need to make their own way. Each person must carry identification to receive a portion of survival supplies, distributed on a first-come, first-served basis. They surmised that Gu Ran would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to venture out for supplies. To maintain appearances, they felt compelled to join him. However, Wenqian was rather eager to observe Gu Ran's south combat prowess up close. The road to Black Mountain would not only be fraught with zombies, but also with others seeking to plunder supplies along the way. Tomorrow's expedition was bound to be a fierce battle. Indeed, Gu Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to them. Tomorrow, you stay home. I'll go collect the supplies. Surprised by his suggestion to bring Wenqian along, Gu Ran immediately declined. No, it's too dangerous. She should stay home and wait for us. Wenrang also opposed this notion. No, it would be more perilous not to take her. Without my sister with me, I feel utterly insecure. Wenqian smiled softly. I will accompany you both. Rest assured, I won't slow you down. Though Gu Ran felt a twinge of concern and hesitation, the thought of Wenqian's daily 30-kilometer runs and her rigorous training provided a modicum of reassurance. Regardless, she was undoubtedly stronger than other girls. Wenrang also seemed capable. Together, they could safeguard Wenqian without issue. With this in mind, Gu Ran nodded in agreement. As for swimming, they had a speedboat. It was impressive that they had even prepared for this in advance. No wonder they could amass wealth, possessing such foresight. After finalizing the itinerary for the following day, Wenqian reclined on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. The neighborhood group chat buzzed with discussions about how to reach Black Mountain the next day, when suddenly, someone brought up the fact that the Wen family owned a speedboat. The Wen siblings had previously used it to assist several neighbors in gathering supplies from the supermarket, and this anecdote had circulated throughout the community. Consequently, everyone hoped they would once again show goodwill and ferry the neighbors to collect supplies. Wenqian gazed at the flood of messages tagging her, and Wenrang closed her eyes momentarily and suppressed her frustration. Delicate fingers typed a few words on the screen before hitting send. What do I owe you? Chapter 28. The disgrace of being targeted. Wenqian could hardly believe the audacity of these individuals, brazenly demanding her assistance. She promptly declined. Even a moment's hesitation would be a disservice to herself. Soon, her refusal ignited a wave of discontent among the others, with even her downstairs neighbors joining the fray. The incident from a few days prior, where she had injured their son, lingered in Su Yan's heart like a bitter grudge. Amidst the cacophony of public condemnation directed at Wenqian, she found herself reveling in the moment and chose to voice her own opinions. Su Yan remarked, "Your family possesses a speedboat. What harm is there in assisting others?" She continued, "The situation is extraordinary. If it weren't for desperation, no one would seek your help." Su Yan further admonished, "One must not be excessively self-centered. Aiding others ultimately benefits oneself." She urged, "Tomorrow, escort the neighbors of the community back and forth, and accrue some merit for yourself." Upon reading Su Yan's words, Wenqian felt a mix of amusement and irritation. What a paragon of virtue she claimed to be. How audaciously she uttered such sentiments. Wenqian retorted, "With over 1,000 residents in the community, how am I to choose whom to assist and whom to leave behind?" She added, "Even if I devoted my entire day to shuttling you around, I would scarcely be able to transport everyone. Do not mention money to me. It is not a concern of mine. Everyone is well aware that money is currently of no use, as it cannot be spent." Wenqian then addressed Su Yan directly. "If memory serves, your family owns 2 inflatable rafts. Just a month ago, when your son invited me to the seaside, he even sent me pictures. Shall I retrieve our chat history to provide you with evidence?" "Su Yan, since you are so altruistic, do remember to bring along several individuals tomorrow. As for myself, I shall not take anyone. If you disagree, then keep it to yourself." After sending the message, Wenqian tossed her phone aside. Thus, she now possessed 3,000 mall tokens. Gazing at the array of weapons displayed on the shopping panel, she felt an overwhelming desire that nearly brought her to tears. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and resolved to spend the entirety of her 3,000 tokens. The mall also offered archery equipment, with arrows priced affordably at 1 token each, prompting Wenqian to purchase 3,000 arrows for her brother. After concluding her purchases, Wenqian resumed her daily training. As night fell, she and her companions retired early to rest. At the stroke of midnight, the distant sound of gunfire echoed through the air, signaling the commencement of the extermination of the undead. Wenqian continued to rest, and as dawn approached, a timely knock resounded at her door. "Wenqian, wake up. It is time for us to depart. I will be there shortly." She entered the bathroom, splashed her face with water, and after completing her skincare routine, tied her hair into a ponytail before stepping out of her room. Wenrang had already prepared instant noodles, and after finishing her meal, Wenqian informed her brother of her acquisition of 3,000 arrows, providing him with an added sense of security. With preparations complete, the trio exchanged farewells with Wenchongning and Li Mo before heading out. Gu Ran and Wenrang led the way with the speedboat, while Wenqian leisurely followed behind with her backpack, as if embarking on a picnic. Upon reaching the lower floor, they encountered neighbors lingering in the hallway, some of whom were specifically waiting for them. Upon their appearance, a throng of people rushed toward them, desperate to join in their escape. Wen Qian stood on the staircase, looking down upon them. I thought I had made myself sufficiently clear yesterday. Evidently, there are still those who cannot comprehend human speech. As the crowd attempted to forcefully seize the speedboat, they were met with resistance. However, this time, Wen Qian did not need to intervene, as Gu Ran swiftly resolved the situation. The assailants, left battered and bloodied, fled in disarray. The group paused on the third floor, leaping from the window of the emergency exit before boarding the speedboat, setting their course for the Black Mountain, where supplies were to be distributed. After hours of cleansing the area, the streets were momentarily devoid of the living dead. Many individuals have already embarked from their homes. Some are swimming, while others lounge upon inflatable pool floats. There are even those who, under the cover of night, have dismantled their own bed frames to fashion rudimentary rafts for their journeys. Among them, there are a few like Wen Qian who navigate in motorboats, yet they are a rarity. Wherever the motorboat ventures, the cries for help resonate in the air. A handful of individuals did not pause in their haste, reaching the Black Mountain with remarkable speed. The distribution point for supplies was established halfway up the mountain, and Gu Ran, carrying the motorboat, strode ahead without a hint of fatigue. After climbing for over 20 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. At this moment, nearly 2,000 people were already queued in front of them. The early arrivals were predominantly local residents, and armed personnel stood guard on either side of the line. Thus, no signs of looting were visible for the time being. Wen Qian, adorned with Bluetooth headphones, quietly waited in line while listening to music. Over an hour slipped by in this manner until they finally reached the front. After presenting their identification for verification, Wen Qian received the survival supplies. Each bag contained 5 packets of compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of mineral water, and 2 packets of noodles. Although the provisions were modest, the sheer number of recipients rendered the total substantial. After the 3 of them collected their supplies, they turned to descend the mountain. Wen Rang took Gu Ran's share and handed it to Wen Qian. Wen Qian pretended to stow the items in her backpack, but in reality, she concealed them in her spatial storage. The descent from the queue was no longer tranquil. At the base of the mountain, a considerable number of would-be robbers awaited, intent on seizing the supplies. Upon spotting Wen Qian and her companions with the motorboat, the crowd surged forward like a frenzy, surrounding them in an instant. Wen Qian found herself sheltered behind Wen Rang and Gu Ran, admiring Gu Ran's swift and decisive movements, silently marveling at his prowess as a former Special Forces operative. His skills were undeniably impressive. Her brother was formidable as well, though his practical experience did not quite match Gu Ran's, rendering him somewhat less adept in this moment. With no opportunity to intervene, Wen Qian stood idly in the corner, chewing gum. However, the crowd around them swelled, with some seeking the resources they possessed, others coveting their speedboat. Among them were neighbors from their community, harboring resentment because Wen Qian had declined to bring them along. Seizing this chance, they aimed to teach her a lesson. Recognizing several familiar faces, she smirked coldly. Evidently, her reputation in the neighborhood was not as formidable as she had believed. Or else how could such reckless individuals dare to provoke her? Chapter 29. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to challenge me? The throng pressing against them grew increasingly numerous, leaving Gu Ran momentarily overwhelmed. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted several burly men brandishing folding knives, advancing towards Wen Qian. Anxiously, he called out, "Wen Qian, be careful." With a fierce determination, Gu Ran attempted to dispatch the adversaries blocking his path, but the dozen or so assailants rushing in were no mere pushovers, thwarting his efforts. Meanwhile, Wen Qian remained steadfast, observing the 5 robust men charging towards her, her expression unwavering. "How old are you, little sister? Do you have a boyfriend? If so, it matters not. We older brothers are indifferent. With such beauty, it is evident you hail from a wealthy family. TSK. It must be quite delightful to have you. Do not be afraid, little sister. Your brother is a good man. Come with us, we have food. Indeed, there is plenty to eat. 1 stick each night to ensure you will not go hungry. What do you say?" A group of men exchanged lewd words, sharing glances before erupting into laughter. With a cold gaze, Wen Qian observed them, and when one attempted to touch her shoulder, she seized his wrist. "Ah!" The man's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Let go. You damned girl, let go. Ah! It's broken. My hand is broken." Obediently, Wen Qian released his grip. In the next moment, she kicked the man away with such force that he flew 5 meters before crashing to the ground. By the time the others realized what had transpired, they too met a similar fate. with an indifferent demeanor. Wen Qian swiftly dealt with a few of them and approached a group of familiar neighbors. They recognized her and immediately turned to flee. However, Wen Qian would not grant them such an opportunity. The scent of blood thickened in the air, reaching its peak when a man with a dagger lunged at her from behind, intent on taking her life. This marked Wen Qian's first experience of killing a living person in the post-apocalyptic world, and she found it no different from slaying zombies. What does this signify? It suggests that some individuals, while alive, are no different from the dead. They merely squander the air around them. Wen Qian wiped the blood from her goggles and turned to address the remaining neighbors, who had just moments ago considered ambushing her, but were now so terrified they soiled themselves. Who gave you the audacity to rob me? Before Wen Qian took action, Gu Ran had assumed that the tang knife she bore was merely a prop for Wen Rang. Yet now he realizes how profoundly mistaken he was. Every move executed by Wen Qian is lethal. Witnessing her sever a man's head with a single stroke, Gu Ran begins to doubt his own capabilities. Even he might not stand a chance against her, it seems. No wonder Wen Rang insisted on bringing her along. The surrounding crowd, terrified by Wen Qian's prowess, scattered in panic, crying out for help. Murder! Help! Last night, the incessant gunfire had deprived them of a restful night, and today she had risen early, leaving her both weary and famished. When she is hungry, her temper can become quite volatile. Wen Rang, well aware of his sister's formidable combat strength when provoked, quickly urged Gu Ran to leap onto the speedboat, leaving behind a headless corpse and dozens of incapacitated robbers, writhing in pain and unable to muster the strength to escape. On their return journey, the trio encountered several waves of zombies. The sheer number of individuals venturing outside that day had provided the previously evaded zombies with a fresh opportunity for a feast. Initially, Gu Ran assumed that Wen Qian would be fearful upon encountering the undead, being a girl and perhaps possessing a more timid disposition. However, he soon discovered his error. Wen Qian's ferocity in dispatching zombies was beyond his imagination. As they approached home, they stumbled upon the Zhang family of 3 downstairs. Upon seeing Wen Qian, they appeared as if they had spotted a glimmer of hope, calling out to her, "Wen Qian, help! Qian, it's me, Zhang Ziyang. Wen Rang, please save Uncle and Auntie. We will be eternally grateful." The robbers, noticing their cries for assistance, turned their gaze toward them, a glint of greed flashing in their eyes at the sight of the approaching speedboat. Yet, they beheld the girl standing on the assault boat, wielding a tang sword, clad in black, resembling the very embodiment of death itself. An inexplicable chill coursed down their spines, and they found themselves unable to make a move to intervene. Wen Qian, with unwavering focus, seemed to disregard Zhang Ziyang and his family entirely, departing without a glance. Upon returning home, Wen Qian entered the house to shower and change her attire. Gu Ran gazed at the tang sword she had carelessly tossed in the living room, beginning to question his existence. When Wen Qian emerged, he curiously inquired, "You are far more formidable than I. Why do you still allow me to stay in your home? What use is it to be strong alone?" Wen Qian settled onto the sofa, cracking open a chilled can of cola and offering it to Gu Ran. "I consented to your presence because you possess sufficient strength that earns my recognition as a potential ally. In this apocalyptic era, our adversaries will only multiply. I doubt I can contend against 100 foes alone, and I imagine you feel the same." After hearing her words, Gu Ran experienced a tumult of emotions. To be acknowledged by a strong individual is a cause for joy, yet the fact that this strong individual is merely a teenage girl left him feeling inadequate. Sensing his complex feelings, Wen Qian continued, "My strength does not negate yours. There is no need to be ensnared by such narrow thinking." Gu Ran reflected on her statement and found wisdom in it. There are always those stronger than oneself. Countless individuals undoubtedly surpass him in capability. What of girls? Many women possess greater strength than men, and there is no need for him to feel inferior for this. He quickly reconciled his feelings, and admiration was the only sentiment left in his gaze towards Wen Qian. When Changning and Li Imo emerged from the room, cradling Gu Wanwan, and inquired whether anything unusual had transpired during their outing. Wen replied, "How could there be nothing? The streets are rife with robbery. Fortunately, my son possesses remarkable prowess," scaring them all away. When Changning questioned, "How could the authorities decide to distribute supplies today? The downpour has yet to cease, making it quite inconvenient for everyone to venture outside. The rationale behind this urgency is that if supplies are not distributed soon, it may be too late." When Qian glanced at Gu Ran, inquiring, "You must have noticed the signs as well, haven't you?" Gu Ran nodded affirmatively. Indeed, when we took action on Black Mountain, the personnel maintaining order on the mountain observed us, but chose not to intervene. Chapter 30. The words Invincible seemed inscribed on their foreheads. Gu Ran noted what Wen Qian had also perceived. Gu Ran remarked, I believe their inaction stems not from a desire to ignore the situation, but rather from a sheer lack of manpower to manage it. Exactly, Wen Qian concurred, agreeing with his assessment. The decision to distribute supplies today likely arose from the meteorological department's realization that this rain would not relent anytime soon. The entire city is currently experiencing both water and power outages. If residents are not provided with a portion of supplies, many may indeed face starvation. When she went to collect supplies today, the staff noticed the Tang Dao she carried but refrained from confiscating it, indicating that the authorities tacitly permit residents to protect themselves to a certain extent. The entire city, the nation, and indeed the whole planet are engulfed in chaos. The higher-ups have recognized the severity of the situation, and it is evident that Binqing is not among the initial recipients of aid. Wen Qian remarked, if I am not mistaken, once today's supplies are distributed, there will likely be no subsequent allocations. Liamo, why do you say that? Wen Qian, because of our geographical predicament. Bin City is bordered by the sea on 3 sides, with only one accessible route. This location is easy to defend but difficult to attack, and transportation is exceedingly inconvenient. Given the nationwide turmoil and the prevalence of zombies, the cities that will receive priority for rescue are undoubtedly those developed transportation hubs, rather than our own. Liamo and Wen Chongning were taken aback, while Wen Rang and Gu Ran widened their eyes in realization. After a moment of contemplation, they all agreed with Wen Qian's reasoning. If no aid arrives, what fate awaits this city? A heavy gloom settled upon them. Well, let us take it one step at a time. Overthinking serves little purpose now. Wen Qian broke the silence in the room, appearing rather optimistic. Wen Rang and the others recalled her preparations and felt a sense of relief. Should this city become uninhabitable, they would simply relocate elsewhere. Ultimately, regardless of what transpires, the most important thing is that their family remains together. Liamo rose and headed to the kitchen to ponder what they would have for lunch. Wen Qian followed closely, while Wen Rang took Gu Ran and Gu Wan onto the study to play games. After their afternoon nap, Liamo prepared several bowls of dumpling filling, and they began to wrap dumplings together. With an increase in family members, the demand for food had certainly grown. Whenever she had time, Liamo would utilize her space to cook. However, she preferred to wrap dumplings with everyone. The more hands there were, the quicker they could work, and it allowed them to sit together, chatting and strengthening their bonds. She prepared 3 bowls of filling, one with pickled cabbage and pork, which Wen Qian adored, and another with mackerel, favored by Wen Rang. There was a pot of chives and shrimp, a favorite of Wen Chongning. Although Gu Wanwan was still young, she refused to be outdone. After washing her hands, she sat beside them, earnestly mimicking their actions. After a few minutes of diligent effort, she managed to craft a small dumpling. Despite the filling leaking out, it garnered unanimous praise, met with applause as a token of approval. After several hours spent wrapping the dumplings, Wen Qian assisted Liamo in carrying everything into the kitchen before transferring it to storage. The incident of her daughter's alleged crime had already spread throughout the entire community, having been relayed by certain neighbors. Liamo and Wen Chongning received numerous private messages from neighbors, reproaching them for failing to properly educate their daughter, resulting in such a criminal. It was as if those who had previously clamored for Wen Qian to take them out were not the same individuals. Upon reading those messages, Liamo and Wen Chongning were not angered. They had long ceased to care about the opinions of outsiders, especially since they did not believe their daughter had done anything wrong. If they were indifferent to the rumors, Wen Qian and Wen Rang were even less affected. Wen Qian spent 2 hours training with Little Bai in the storage space, and upon emerging, she took her pad to find Gu Wan on and watch animated films together. She quite enjoyed Tom and Jerry, thinking it suitable for children, so she allowed Gu Wanwan to watch for an hour each day. The two of them nestled on the sofa, happily munching on snacks and fruits while watching cartoons, seemingly unaffected by the apocalypse. Had it not been for the system's sudden announcement of a task, Wen Qian would have continued to revel in such simple joys. Ding! A time-limited task has commenced. Collect resources on the map within 24 hours to earn a steel factory. Preparing for battle, an additional 5,000 square meters of space had been granted, the last time being on the very day the apocalypse began. The system had thoughtfully provided her with a map, clearly indicating the specific locations she needed to raid for resources. A glance revealed that most of the sites were situated in the suburbs, a grain processing plant, a canned goods factory, 2 clothing factories, a building materials market, and a cement factory. The system's intent was clear. She was to deplete all these locations and subsequently construct a steel mill within her space. Elated, Wen Qian hurried to Wen Rang's room to share the news. Upon hearing about the rewards from the system, Wen Rang recognized their significance and immediately began preparing. By the way, should she bring Gu Ran along this time? Wen Qian hesitated for a moment, then decided to include him. While gathering supplies, he could temporarily keep his distance, as it was undoubtedly safer for the 3 of them to act together. Just as she finished her thought, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! Joint operation mission initiated. Within 24 hours, for every zombie killed, the host's defense will increase by 1. For every 100 zombies slain, any member within the system will receive a 10 increase in defense. Unable to contain herself, Wen Qian jumped in excitement, exclaiming in delight. She adored the system, having previously enhanced her combat power by 300. This time, with the formidable Gu Ran by her side, the results would surely exceed expectations. If her defense were to rise further, what weaknesses would remain? From that moment on, whenever she ventured outside, 2 words seemed to be inscribed upon her forehead: Invincible. Wen Rang was taken aback by her audacious behavior. Upon hearing her recount the system's additional tasks and rewards, he could no longer contain himself. He dashed into Gu Ran's room and forcefully pulled her out. Change your clothes. We are going out. Gu Ran was somewhat bewildered. It was already dark outside, and venturing out at this hour seemed rather perilous. Wen Rang replied, the more dangerous it is, the better. How else can we hone our physical and mental resilience? Gu Ran, although it sounded rather peculiar, it held an undeniable logic that left her utterly speechless. Chapter 31. Out to gather supplies. After the trio was fully equipped, they bid farewell to Li Mo and set out. As they dragged the inflatable boat down the stairs, Wen Qian furrowed her brow upon encountering neighbors who resided in the hallway. What floor is this? The neighbors were startled to see her. Her notorious reputation had already spread far and wide. Whispers abounded that she had gone mad, a kind of madness that permitted her to commit murder without consequence. What are you all doing here? A group of 10 or so huddled together, their voices trembling as they posed the question. They were residents from the lower floors who had been flooded out. Given the spaciousness of the building's emergency exit, they had collectively decided to gather there, believing that safety in numbers would provide some assurance. At that moment, several tents had already been erected in the hallway, and a solitary candle flickered on the ground. In the dim light cast by the candle, they gazed at Wen Qian's stern expression, feeling as though the knife she held could strike at any moment. I ask you, what floor is this? Wen Qian had not paid attention as she descended the stairs, and upon glancing around, she noticed no floor signs. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. The 5th floor. This is the 5th floor. The lower levels are submerged. We had no choice but to come here. Upon receiving the answer, Wen Qian's expression darkened further. But now, merely half a month has passed, and it has already come to this. Realizing that the current situation is far more dire than the last, Wen Qian wasted no time. She immediately leaped out of the window to gather supplies. The trio navigated their speedboat towards the outskirts, encountering a few zombies along the way. However, Wen Qian chose to evade all of them, leaving Gu Ran somewhat puzzled. Aren't we out here to hone our skills? Why not eliminate the zombies we see? Wen Qian glanced at him, her eyes steady. Not yet. There are several factories over there in the suburbs. I want to take a chance and see what supplies might remain. Gu Ran suddenly understood. Stockpiling supplies is indeed far more crucial than dispatching zombies. They needed to race against time, striving to arrive before others. Fortunately, supplies had just been distributed today, and the rain was intensifying, rendering the streets nearly devoid of any other living souls apart from them. As Wen Qian sat in the speedboat, a wave of boredom washed over her. She glanced at Gu Ran and playfully nudged his shoe with her foot, initiating a conversation. By the way, didn't you mention before that you have someone you like? How did you two meet? The sudden shift to this topic made Gu Ran feel a bit bashful. Is she also a Special Forces soldier? Yes. Wen Qian continued to probe. Where is she now? Is she still alive? A few days ago, we were in contact, but there has been silence lately. It seems she may have gone to execute a mission. Wen Qian sat to the side, exchanging a glance with Wen Rang, refraining from dampening Gu Ran's spirits. The absence of communication during such times is certainly not a favorable omen. Gu Ran paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. All right, I shall inquire about her. The inclusion of additional personnel in preparation for battle can enhance the prosperity of our space, and the system promises extra rewards. Thus, when Qian did not oppose the idea of welcoming capable individuals as teammates, they journeyed smoothly to the outskirts, where when Qian consulted the map, she feared that everything inside the factory might have been ruined. However, upon arrival, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the factory was perched upon a hill. Jian Shou truly possessed remarkable foresight. You two stay outside to guard against any potential ambush. I will venture in first, when Qian exclaimed, dashing into the factory. When Rang understood her intentions and engaged Gu Ran in fending off zombies outside, affording her ample time to gather supplies within. Once inside, when Qian swiftly dealt with the zombies and then illuminated the factory's equipment with her nightlight, discovering that everything remained in good condition. The abundance of grain in the warehouse made her eyes gleam with delight. She meticulously collected all the provisions. Receiving a system notification, grain processing factory supply collection complete. A total of 500 tons of stock grain and 200 tons of finished rice, along with a complete set of production management machinery. When Qian exhaled a sigh of relief and hurriedly returned outside, upon witnessing her safe emergence. When Rang and Gu Ran simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Gu Ran's empty hands, he assumed that everything had already been swept away, and thus consoled her. It's all right. We shall explore other places. We are bound to find supplies. When Rang smiled faintly, remaining silent, from his sister's expression, he discerned that this venture had indeed yielded significant results. Together, they united their efforts to eliminate all the zombies within the factory, then set off towards their next destination, the canned food processing plant. Upon arrival, when Rang and Gu Ran stood guard outside, while Wen Qian ventured inside to scavenge. Much like the grain processing factory, this place had not been previously raided. Wen Qian meticulously cleared the equipment and stock within the factory, ultimately securing dozens of boxes of canned goods to stow in her backpack, intending to reveal them to Gu Ran later to preserve his morale. The collection of supplies at the canned food processing plant is complete, totaling 10,000 boxes of fruit cans, 10,000 boxes of fish cans, 10,000 boxes of meat cans, and a full set of assembly line production equipment. The system's voice reassured Wen Qian, and she hurried out to share the good news with Gu Ran. And when Gu Ran's gaze fell upon her backpack filled with canned goods, peach, strawberry, hawthorn, luncheon meat, beef, and tuna cans, his serious demeanor brightened with a hint of satisfaction. The map provided by the system indicated 2 garment processing factories, albeit farther away, requiring traversal through a residential area. Therefore, when Qian opted to first visit the nearer construction materials market and cement factory, Gu Ran, upon hearing her decision, seemed bewildered, particularly regarding the cement factory, questioning what supplies could possibly be of use there. Unable to disclose the system's mission to him, Wen Qian steeled herself and spoke resolutely. Gu Ran was taken aback, turning to Wen Rang with an expression of disbelief. Is her level of awareness truly so elevated? Wen Rang, after being thoroughly deceived, Gu Ran observed that every action of Wen Qian seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. Wen Qian cleared her throat awkwardly, realizing her facade was still not robust enough, and that she needed further practice. The number of zombies in the construction materials factory was significantly greater than in the previous 2 locations, and the distribution of resources was rather scattered, resulting in a longer duration of effort. When Qian dashed up and down the stairs, slaying zombies while tossing items into her spatial storage. The dimness of the night rendered the surroundings barely visible to Gu Ran, who relied on the faint glow of a nightlight. His complete focus was on the zombies, fearful of being caught off guard and injured. Thus he overlooked Wen Qian's peculiar actions, even failing to notice the disappearance of the supplies. Chapter 32. Carving a path through blood. A plethora of building and renovation materials was gathered by Wen Qian. Though she found herself perplexed as to why the system required such an abundance of steel and bricks, she felt assured that the system had its own intentions, fueling her determination. She tirelessly ran for over an hour until she finally received a notification from the system indicating that all resources had been collected. At which point she paused, breathless, to wipe the sweat from her brow and sought to reunite with Wen Rang and Gu Ran. Initially, Gu Ran was alarmed by her absence, his heart momentarily halting in dread. However, upon hearing Wen Rang's reassurance that his sister had opted to venture upstairs to eliminate zombies, fearing she could not fully exert herself in their company, Gu Ran's anxiety subsided. With the construction materials market emptied and the zombies eradicated, the group settled by the window on the 3rd floor, exhausted and reluctant to move. When Qian glanced at the time, It was already half past midnight. They had set out around 10 o'clock, and 6 hours had swiftly passed. It was indeed time for a respite. She took out several boxes of self-heating rice, featuring Cantonese sausage, Taiwanese braised pork, curry beef, and teriyaki chicken. There were also 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, filled with lotus root, potatoes, kelp, black fungus, cauliflower, and various other vegetables. Upon opening the meal boxes, she combined the rice and vegetable packs, added water, and waited for 15 minutes, during which the delightful aroma of the food wafted through the air. Gu Ran had initially intended to settle for some compressed biscuits, but was pleasantly surprised by Wen Qian's meticulous preparations. Having enjoyed sumptuous meals at the one household daily, Gu Ran felt fortunate to encounter such a remarkable family. After satisfying their hunger, Wen Qian decided to rest for 2 hours before proceeding to their next destination. Neither Wen Rang nor Gu Ran voiced any objections, and the group leaned against the wall, closing their eyes to relish this fleeting tranquility. At 7 in the morning, the trio departed from the building materials market, heading towards the cement factory 3 kilometers away. Along the way, they encountered several waves of zombies, which the now rejuvenated group dispatched with ease. The longer Gu Ran spent with Wen Qian, the more he marveled at her prowess. In terms of stamina and combatability, he felt he could never catch up. Not long ago, he had seen videos online of Wen Qian battling zombies. At that time, he did not know her and dismissed the comments calling her a female warrior as mere exaggerations from those lacking experience. However, now he firmly believed that no one was more deserving of the title female warrior than she. Upon arriving at the cement factory, they were immediately confronted by hundreds of zombies. Wen Qian and Wen Rang, fueled by the promise of rewards from the system, charged forward with remarkable bravery. Gu Ran was awed by the siblings' formidable presence and, succumbing to their fervor, also hurled herself into the fray, wreaking havoc upon the undead. Seizing the opportunity while Gu Ran and Wen Rang were preoccupied with their relentless pursuers, Wen Qian hurried to scavenge for supplies. The cement factory was vast, complete with its own small quarry and mining site. Piles of raw materials, thousands of tons of gravel and sand, lay scattered about, and Wen Qian was uncertain if her storage space could accommodate it all. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on, fear of the system suddenly alerting her to insufficient storage looming over her. Fortunately, that dreaded notification never came, as she dashed around the factory like a headless chicken. Collecting everything within her sight while evading the ever-encroaching zombies, she ultimately completed the task. Congratulations on completing the cement factory collection mission. Rewards will be distributed upon the completion of all tasks. The familiar sound sent tears welling in Wen Qian's eyes. She sprinted toward Wen Rang and Gu Ran, exclaiming with excitement, "Brother, we must go." Upon learning that she had fulfilled her task, Wen Rang exhaled deeply in relief. With that, only 2 garment processing factories remained. Given the current dire circumstances, even those brave enough to scavenge for supplies were primarily seeking food. No one would think to collect clothing. After all, who doesn't he already have a few garments at home? Yet, Gu Ran saw no issue with Wen Qian's actions. The duration of this calamity remains uncertain, and they must frequently venture forth to exterminate zombies and gather supplies. The wear and tear on their clothing occurs at a far more accelerated rate than usual. Thus, preparing in abundance is undoubtedly prudent. As they traversed a residential area, the sheer number of zombies was enough to send shivers down the spines of the trio. It appeared that no supplies had been distributed in this vicinity yesterday, nor had there been any measures to eliminate the undead. After days of this ordeal, it seemed almost impossible to find any living souls remaining in this area. Along the way, Gu Ran narrowly escaped several close encounters with zombies, only to be yanked away by Wen Rang, thus evading peril at the last moment. After a strenuous journey, they finally arrived at the clothing factory. Gu Ran and Wen Rang decided to send Wen Qian inside to retrieve the items while they continued to fend off the zombies outside. Upon entering, Wen Qian managed to gather over 100,000 pieces of clothing in various sizes and styles, filling box after box and bag after bag, until her waist began to ache. She dared not slow her pace, seizing every moment to complete her search of the factory with utmost speed, finally collapsing onto the windowsill. Utterly exhausted. Ding! The time-sensitive supply collection mission has been fully accomplished. Rewards have been dispatched to the storage space. The host is advised to check promptly. The joint operation mission of the team is still ongoing, with a total of 600 zombies eliminated by the members, and there are 7 hours remaining in the mission. Wen Qian turned to glance at the 2 outside, who were now moving sluggishly from exhaustion. After pondering for a moment, She retrieved 3 bottles of water from the space well and called for them to come inside. When Rang and Gu Ran dashed into the factory, shut the door behind them, and accepted the water that Wen Qian tossed their way. They gulped down a bottle each in one go, gradually regaining their composure. When Rang exclaimed, "There are far too many zombies here. How long must we continue this slaughter?" Gu Ran, "I never anticipated there would be so many here." Wen Qian, "The residents living here are predominantly migrant workers, and there are very few locals. Consequently, actions such as the extermination of zombies and the distribution of supplies are initially focused on a few designated areas within the city, leaving them unattended." Wen Qian and Gu Ran sighed heavily, and after a brief respite, they were astonished to discover their stamina seemed to be recovering remarkably quickly, feeling as though they could venture out and engage in battle once more. Wen Qian understood that this was the effect of the well water within their space, so she charged out alongside them. No longer needing to scavenge for supplies, Wen Qian felt an immense sense of relief. The Tang Dao in her hand was washed clean by the blood, creating a river of crimson in her wake, with corpses strewn about. Exiting the garment factory, Wen Qian led the charge, carving a bloody path ahead of Wen Rang and Gu Ran. Initially, Gu Ran and Wen Rang contemplated putting up a struggle, but soon realized they could not match her speed. The disparity in their strength was stark. They were operating on entirely different levels. Chapter 33. Surrounded in the mall, however. Upon catching sight of a large chain store, she could not suppress her greed. "Brother." She tugged at Wen Rang's sleeve and pointed towards the shopping mall ahead on the left, instantly conveying her intent. Changing direction towards the mall, Wen Qian felt a surge of excitement, akin to about to unveil a mystery box, unaware of what treasures awaited her inside. The speedboat halted in front of the mall, where the floodwaters had already engulfed the first floor. As Gu Ran and Wen Rang deliberated on how to enter the shopping mall, they were suddenly taken aback by the sight of Wen Qian shattering the thick glass windows with her bare hands, beckoning them to follow her inside. Stunned, Gu Ran and Wen Rang exchanged glances, obediently trailing behind their formidable companion, scarcely daring to draw a breath. Inside the mall, there were indeed zombies. Yet their numbers paled in comparison to those they had encountered outside. Recognizing the diminished level of danger, Wen Qian proposed to Wen Rang, "Let us split up. You need not shadow me. Explore and see if you can find anything of interest. We shall reconvene here in half an hour." With no objections from either, they dispersed to scavenge for supplies. Wen Qian meandered leisurely through the western section, dispatching any zombies that crossed her path, without any particular desire for items. Thus, she wandered to the top floor of the mall, where, upon forcefully kicking open a sturdy warehouse door, she stumbled upon a treasure trove. Typically, supermarkets and shopping malls are located on the first floor, while the upper levels are reserved for restaurants or cinemas. However, this mall housed a vast warehouse on its top floor, brimming with grains and edible salt. Astonished by her fortune, Wen Qian unreservedly collected the bounty and prepared to descend to reunite with Wen Rang and Gu Ran. Yet, just as she approached the staircase, she found herself swiftly encircled by a group clad in uniforms, armed with firearms. Wen Qian regarded them coolly, her expression unwavering. "Is it appropriate for so many to point guns at a mere young girl?" she inquired softly. The leading man furrowed his brow, pressing the gun against Wen Qian's temple, and demanded sternly, "Where are the items inside? Hand them over. I have no idea what you were talking about. When I arrived, it was empty," she replied. "Impossible. We just patrolled here half an hour ago." Wen Qian remained resolute, adamantly asserting her ignorance. After all, how could she possibly have moved so many items on her own? Wen Qian. In the distance, Gu Ran's anxious voice echoed. Gu Ran and Wen Rang had sensed something amiss downstairs and rushed over. Upon seeing Wen Qian encircled by armed men, their tempers flared instantly. They dashed forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Wen Qian. "What are you doing?" Gu Ran exclaimed. "Is it not shameful for so many of you to bully a young girl?" Wen Rang added. "We mean no harm and do not wish to injure her. We merely want to know where the supplies from the warehouse have gone," the leader of the group replied, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he had already concluded that the 3 before him were criminals. Even if they were not, they must provide some useful information, otherwise, they would not be allowed to leave. When Qian discerned their intentions, her temper rising, "I said I don't know." She threw her backpack to the ground. "If you don't believe me, see for yourselves. This is all the supplies I have gathered today. If you truly wish to rob me, then take everything. All my belongings are right here. If you want anything else, there is nothing more." The standoff continued, as Wen Qian stood beside Wen Rang. ready to toss him into her space at any moment. Should this group truly resort to firearms, her only recourse would be to seek refuge in her space, biding her time with them. She could hardly believe that, once the flood submerged this building, they would still remain here. As for Gu Ran, the prosperity of her space had yet to reach 100, and thus he temporarily lacked the privilege of entry. Consequently, she found herself at an impasse. Wen Qian gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed intently on the movements of the group. The leader dispatched a subordinate to scout the area, who uncovered only the speedboat brought by Wen Qian and her companions, devoid of any other means of transport. For several days, they had maintained a watch, but merely half an hour prior, they had discovered a group of residents trapped in a building by zombies, prompting a full-scale rescue operation. That residential building lay in close proximity to the shopping mall, within a mere 100 meters. The consensus was that if anyone attempted to pilfer supplies, the sheer volume would necessitate several large trucks, making it impossible for them to escape unnoticed. They would simply apprehend the intruders when the time came. Yet, unexpectedly, the trucks were nowhere to be seen, and the supplies had vanished. "We are from the benching base. Since you have neither taken any supplies nor have a destination, why not accompany us? The base has already prepared accommodations and provisions for the residents, so you will no longer need to venture out in search of supplies." The base? In her previous life, the benching base was established only years after the onset of the apocalypse. How could it have developed so swiftly this time? When Qian had not anticipated inadvertently seizing the supplies meant for the base's rescue efforts, but with so many eyes upon her, she could not afford to acknowledge it. Otherwise, she would struggle to explain the acquisition of the supplies, risking exposure of her space. "This is not up to you," came the forceful response from her captors, as they began to lead Wen Qian and her companions away. Wen Qian exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Rang, signaling them to stow away their weapons, planning to seize an opportunity to act. The opposing force numbered around 60 to 70, and it was evident that they were professionally trained. Wen Qian found herself amidst the crowd, contemplating the likelihood of success should a confrontation arise. However, as they descended to another floor, the lead figure at the forefront suddenly halted. "Sir, what brings you here?" The fear in the leader's voice was palpable even from several meters away. She tilted her head, curious to see what formidable character had arrived. Yet, the dozens of imposing figures standing in front of her, each towering over her at nearly 6 feet tall, offered nothing but the sight of their backs, which exasperated her. Chapter 34. Wen Qian refrained from using foul language. With a sigh, Wen Qian lowered her gaze as she heard the formidable figure inquire, "Why haven't you moved the supplies?" His words caused the assembled crowd to stiffen. "What about the criminals? Have they been captured?" Upon hearing this, Wen Qian's displeasure surged. "Don't even think about framing us. I see through your intentions. You wish to shift the blame onto us. Accuse me of theft? Where's the evidence? I will never admit to it, not even at the cost of my life. Because if I confess, I would have to explain how I took the items, thereby exposing our hiding place." The individuals blocking her path instinctively parted, creating a passage before her. At last, Wen Qian's view cleared, and she finally beheld the formidable character, only to feel a sudden heaviness in her heart. Merely locking eyes with his fierce gaze and sensing his commanding presence, she realized he would be a formidable adversary, making it exceedingly difficult for her to escape his grasp. Wen Qian suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, even regretting her decision to come to this wretched place. Not only was it hindering her progress in combating zombies and leveling up, but she also encountered this unfortunate individual. The man approached step by step, while the team members lowered their heads, afraid to meet his gaze. Even their breaths were cautious. Wen Qian sensed the gravity of the situation and frowned at her sister, uncertain about how to resolve this predicament. Mo Han strode directly to Wen Qian, and the two locked eyes. He spoke softly, "Shall we converse?" Wen Qian's heart raced, but she maintained an unyielding facade. "Do you truly intend to engage in a civil discussion? Or is it merely a guise for coercion?" The team leader interjected. "How dare you speak to him like that? Mind your attitude." Wen Qian shot him a glare and fell silent. Mo Han's gaze flickered over her face before. To Wen Qian's astonishment, he commanded the others to retreat downstairs and wait. Though hesitant, they dared not defy his orders and ultimately complied, retreating to the stairwell below. Upstairs, only Wen Qian, her two companions, and Mo Han remained. Wen Qian pressed her tongue against her cheek, pondering whether the man had grown overly confident in his power due to his elevated status, or if he genuinely possessed such formidable abilities. After all, What gave him the audacity to confront the three of them alone? Emohan glanced at the two behind Wen Qian and asked, "May I speak with you privately?" "Anything can be discussed here," she replied. "Are you certain that everything can be articulated in this setting?" His rhetorical question left Wen Qian feeling uncertain. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over her. After a moment of hesitation, she followed him to a position several meters away. She couldn't shake the feeling that she heard him exhale softly. Approaching the window, Emohan halted and turned to face Wen Qian. "Produce the items, and I shall ensure your safe departure. I have already stated that the items are not in my possession. Your threats are futile. Since you insist that I am the one who took them, perhaps you could enlighten me as to how, with only 3 of us present, the entire warehouse was emptied? Was it not solely you? Isn't it true that the items are within your spatial possession? Now, retrieve them." Wen Qian? How could he possibly know about the space? Who on earth is this man? Let us communicate civilly without resorting to insults. Wen Qian. Emohan, I possess abilities akin to yours, thus I am certain of your involvement. I urgently require this batch of supplies today. They must be relinquished. I have no idea what you are talking about. Feigning ignorance, she resolved to disregard his words. Such individuals excel in extracting confessions during interrogations. He could not possibly be aware of her spatial abilities. It must be a ruse. Emohan seemed to penetrate her thoughts and suddenly broke into a smile. That grin nearly blinded Wen Qian, and she was further startled when he called her by her full name, nearly suffering a heart attack. Wen Qian, you are well aware of my meaning. Here's the deal. I will provide you with an equivalent supply in 1 week, but today, I must take what is mine. Wen Qian, you. How do you know my name? I not only know yours, but I am also aware that the 2 accompanying you are named Wen Rang and Gu Ran. I know your residence and the current circumstances of your parents. Wen Qian, are you threatening me? This is not a matter of calculation. I merely wish to convey my sincerity to you. I have assured you that I will ensure your safe departure and replenish your supplies in a week. If my intentions were insincere, I could easily eliminate you and obliterate your space, not sparing even your family. It has been a long time since Wen Qian experienced the pangs of fear. In her memory, the last time she felt such trepidation was a decade ago, when she took a life for the first time. Yet now, she finds herself trembling with fear at the mere utterance of a few words from the man before her. An instinctual voice within her warns that he is not jesting. He possesses the capability to end her life. At this juncture, she finds herself with no alternatives. I will provide you with an address. Please deliver the items there. Are you not concerned that I might flee? Would you? Emohan responded with a slight smile, prompting Wen Qian to silently curse his deceptive charm. She swallowed her indignation and nodded. Very well, where shall I send the items? I will send the address to your phone. Ensure it is delivered by midnight tonight. Having concluded his statement, he turned to depart. Wait. Wen Qian hastily caught up to him, blocking his path. I have one more question. How do you know me? How could he be aware of her name, her residence, her family members, and even her phone number? Your videos have garnered significant attention online. It is not difficult to find your information. Wen Qian pondered his words and found them to hold merit. In this era, personal information is no longer a closely guarded secret. Utilizing an app online necessitates the submission of one's identification number and phone number. Furthermore, during a previous visit to the community for supplies, she had to provide her home address and phone number as well. If someone were to take a keen interest in her, it would be remarkably easy to uncover her details. Wen Qian let out a feeble sigh, wishing for the internet to be disconnected as swiftly as possible. She dreaded the thought of being photographed and posted online each time she ventured outside. The proverbial bird that sticks its head out gets shot, and once someone gains notoriety, an array of troubles tends to follow. Just look at her. Today she had encountered a significant issue, hadn't she? Chapter 35. Defense increased by 600. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I will send you the delivery location in an hour, and I shall contact you again in a week to inform you of the supplies collection point, Emohan stated, offering no further commentary as he strode away. Once Wen Qian watched his figure vanish around the corner of the staircase, she could no longer contain herself and slid down the wall to sit on the floor. Wen Rang and Gu Ran hurried over. Are you all right? Gu Ran inquired. What did he say? Wen Rang added. Wen Qian pouted, tilting her head back to gaze at Wen Rang, and wrapped her arms around his legs, feeling a sense of grievance. Brother, you scare me to death. She was not lying. She truly felt frightened. The other party was fully aware of her vulnerabilities, while she remained oblivious to theirs. He had mentioned possessing abilities as well. What could his powers entail? The ability to discern others' capabilities? When Rang helped her up from the floor, admonishing, "Don't sit on the ground, it's cold." "How did he frighten you?" When Rang asked, "Is this frightening?" Gu Ran interjected, "They didn't take anything. So what is there to fear?" When Qian observed their expressions, feeling increasingly vexed. Thus, it can be concluded that she could indeed wait until the completion of her task before returning the supplies, which would not hinder her progress. When Qian leaned out to observe the outside, and upon confirming that the group had departed, she seized her tang knife and ventured forth. Upon exiting the shopping mall, when Qian was engulfed by a crimson haze of fury, when Rang followed closely behind, even from several meters away, he could sense his sister's murderous intent. It was evident that she had been profoundly stirred by the events of the day, when Qian relentlessly hacked at the zombies. Encountering a few waves of survivors along the way, and unsurprisingly, she found herself being filmed and broadcasted online once again. By 10:30 in the evening, the trio had collectively vanquished 6,000 zombies, successfully securing the bountiful rewards bestowed by the system. Ding! The joint operation mission has been completed. The host's defensive power has increased by 600. Please select one internal system member to receive a 600 increase in defensive power as a reward. Without hesitation, granting a prosperity bonus of 100 to the space. Prosperity. When Qian recalled that the system had mentioned a few days prior that for every increase of 100 in space prosperity, the system would reward the personnel on standby within the space with an additional 2 hours of activity time. This meant that Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan could now enter the space and remain there for 2 hours. Although the time was limited, if another crisis akin to today's were to arise, she would be able to take them along for refuge. What a divine system. Her previously soured mood, tainted by the minor incident in the mall, had entirely dissipated in an instant. "I have a few matters to attend to, but I will certainly be home before 1 o'clock, so there is no need for concern." Before Gu Ran had the chance to refuse, she was pulled away by Wen Rang. After they left, when Qian retrieved a speedboat from her space and took out her phone, cursing as she headed towards the location indicated by the unfamiliar number. Upon arrival, when Qian cautiously glanced around, finding no one lying in ambush, 10 minutes later, she received another message. The supplies have been safely received and are on their way to the base. When Qian was taken aback that the person would send another message, informing her of the supplies' destination, the base. In her previous life, Bin City had also established several bases, large and small, but only one was official, the Bin City base. Judging by the attire of the group she had seen today, they likely belonged to that very base. When Qian was puzzled as to why their actions were so swift this time, in her past life, it had taken until the 3rd year for the official base to be constructed. She found it odd, but did not delve deeper. Considering the multitude of strange occurrences around her, such as her rebirth, her system, and how that dog of a man had known about her space. Continuing her journey home, she arrived precisely on time to find a few people waiting for her in the living room. When Rang led her into the study and quietly inquired, "How did that person determine that we were the ones taking the supplies?" "I don't know, but he is aware of my space and knows all our backgrounds." When Qian replied, when Rang furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated, he pondered for a moment before asking, "What do you plan to do? Can this space be stolen?" The intricacies of the spatial realm elude my understanding. However, it appears that the other party harbors no animosity. They have even consented to return the supplies to me, thus rendering relocation unnecessary. Moreover, in these circumstances, finding a residence akin to ours is nearly impossible. They are acutely aware of our situation, and it is plausible that they are monitoring us. Even if we were to move, should they desire it, they could still seek us out. When Ruan nodded, yet she remained perplexed. Why would they be inclined to return the supplies to us? Could this truly be a stroke of fortune or perhaps a cunning trap? It does not seem to have the hallmarks of a snare. It is conceivable that they have discerned my abilities and wish to win me over. Acquiring a stockpile of supplies would pose little challenge for them. Yet finding someone with my capabilities is undoubtedly a rarity. This assertion is not born of arrogance. It is merely the truth. My current combat prowess renders the slaying of zombies a trivial task. Following the enhancement of my defenses today, the zombies can scarcely inflict harm upon me. I cannot believe that there exists anyone in their midst who possesses strength comparable to mine, which justifies their desire to ally with me. When Qian remarked, "Let us not dwell on this matter for now. We shall take each step as it comes. We will diligently complete our tasks and level up. Once we have exchanged all the weapons in the spatial marketplace, we shall possess the confidence to no longer fear." When Ruan replied, "Indeed, fretting over this is futile. However, it would be prudent for us to refrain from venturing out in the coming days. There has been a plethora of videos about you circulating online, and some individuals are even conducting live streams in various locations to track your movements. Our whereabouts are entirely transparent at present. It is wiser to exercise caution. I understand that as long as the system does not issue any tasks, I shall remain at home until the rain ceases. After she entered the space to bathe and changed her attire, she proceeded to examine the supplies she had gathered today. While at the cement factory, when Qian had been anxious, fearing that the large equipment and gravel she had discarded would crush the land her father had painstakingly cultivated. Now, seeing that the fields bore no damage, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The space had expanded significantly, and after walking for over 20 minutes from the villa, when Qian finally beheld the steel mill awarded by the system. Chapter 36. The 24-hour fully automated factory commences operation when Qian stood before the steel mill, somewhat bewildered. For there were several other factories nearby that had not existed in her space before. Curiously, she approached to investigate but found the door locked. Raising her gaze, she noticed a red exclamation mark hovering above. Would you like to unlock the food processing factory feature? Surprised, when Qian widened her eyes and promptly agreed. In the next moment, the door that had been tightly shut swung open automatically. Upon entering, she was left speechless. Her heart raced as she turned to exit and explore the other nearby factories. Would you like to unlock the canning factory feature? Would you like to unlock the garment factory feature? When Qian consented to all, and then received a new task. The factory's 24-hour fully automated operation feature has been activated. Please write the program to initiate it. Stunned, she thought, how could she possibly manage such a task? Yet, a spark of inspiration struck her, and she quickly exited the space, pulling in Wenrang, who had just lain down in bed, preparing for sleep. Brother, do not sleep. Get to work. What tasks need to be undertaken at this late hour? The system has instructed me to write a program. Come take a look. When Qian urged him as she led him outside the several brand new factory buildings, leaving Wenrang astounded. Is the spatial functionality truly this formidable? This is astonishing. Wenrang explored the factories inside and out, akin to a country bumpkin entering a grand estate, when he suddenly noticed the emergence of a computer interface before him. He swiftly scanned the code displayed, leaned against the wall, and commenced his work. When Qian observed the incomprehensible jumble of characters that appeared out of thin air, unable to grasp their meaning or assist in any way, so she patiently sat aside, waiting. Done, he exclaimed, and almost immediately, a voice from the system resonated. Ding. The factory's automatic operation mode has been initiated, and the spatial prosperity has increased by 400. The cloud warehouse storage function within the system has been activated. Please check promptly. When Qian was perplexed, but upon opening the control panel, she indeed discovered several new options beside the weapon shop. After spending some time studying them, she finally understood. The additional factories in the space would produce goods daily, which would first be stored in the cloud warehouse system, thereby not occupying physical space. Each product was accompanied by a display of the stored quantity, such as 10,000 steel bars, 10,000 pounds of rice, 10,000 cans of beef, and 10,000 bolts of cotton fabric. If she needed any items, she could simply click the retrieval button and specify the desired quantity in the subsequent options. This feature was incredibly convenient. They had found yet another avenue to earn currency in the shop. The two searched extensively but found nothing, leading Wenqian to harbor suspicions. It was no wonder the system directed her to the cement factory and the building materials market. This was the underlying reason. Upon hearing her words, Wenrang nodded thoughtfully, seemingly in agreement. After enjoying their time in the space, the two decided to take a break outside. The following day, they brought Wen Chongning and Li Mo into the space, both of whom were taken aback. Li Mo exclaimed, "Why does this space change its appearance daily? It has expanded again." Wen Chongning queried, "Don't these factories require human labor? Are they operating autonomously? Can we sell those goods outside?" The merchant's instincts stirred within him, igniting a sense of eagerness. However, before he could finish, Li Mo shot him a disapproving glance. With the chaos outside, who would you sell to? The zombies? When Chongning offered an awkward smile, scratching his head, "I was merely speaking off the cuff. I wouldn't actually venture out." When Qian interjected, "Not now? But perhaps in the future that could indeed be a possibility. The several bases in Binqing will eventually become operational, and they will undoubtedly be in dire need of supplies." She conveyed this to Wenrang and the others. "The group we encountered yesterday belongs to the official base in Binqing. In this apocalypse, survival as a lone wolf is exceedingly challenging, So we must seek out more capable allies. Our current combat strength is still insufficient. At present, the only ones truly fit to engage in battle were Wen Qian, Wen Rang, and Gu Ran. However, observing the condition of Xiao Bai and the few dogs, it was possible that in a month, they could be taken into the fray as well. Xiao Bai had successfully grown to over 20 pounds, resembling a dog in stature. Unbeknownst to Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan, who were unaware of the circumstances, they watched in awe as Xiao Bai grew at an astonishing rate, instilling a sense of trepidation in them. Upon hearing the commotion from within the house, Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan emerged to join the gathering. When Qian observed Gu Ran as he demonstrated self-defense techniques to her father and brother, and after a moment's contemplation, she proposed, "Gu Ran, shall we engage in a friendly contest?" "Absolutely." Gu Ran responded without hesitation, secretly eager to spar with Wen Qian, though he had refrained from voicing it until now. After all, as a grown man residing under another's roof, to express a desire to duel in front of Wen Chongming and Wen Rang would likely result in him being unceremoniously shown the door. Upon overhearing their exchange, Wen Chongming wore a look of concern, while Wen Rang simply chuckled, saying nothing, and led his father and Gu Wanwan to a nearby spot to watch the unfolding spectacle. Wen Chongming pointed at Gu Ran, issuing a stern warning. "Let me make this clear. Do not hold back too much. If you harm my daughter, you will have to answer to me." Gu Ran nodded in agreement, yet within 2 minutes, he found himself sprawled on the ground, having been bested by Wen Qian. Witnessing this scene, Wen Chongming smacked his thigh in disbelief. "You rascal, I told you to take it easy, but this is far too lenient. Are you letting her off as if she's a whale? Absolutely unacceptable. Let us do it again." Gu Ran lay on the ground, momentarily stunned. Although he had verbally agreed to Wen Chongming's request, he had been genuinely serious in their bout, showing no signs of restraint whatsoever. He was aware of Wen Qian's strength, yet this was beyond anything he had anticipated. Rubbing his arm, he wondered if he had sustained a fracture. Previously, he had only known of Wen Rang's considerable strength. As each time he was pulled, it felt as effortless as lifting a mere chick. However, when compared to Wen Qian, he found Wen to be rather gentle. Wen Qian observed Gu Ran's bewildered expression and awkwardly rubbed her nose. The last power boost provided by the system was overwhelming. She had yet to fully acclimate to it, and, in a moment of lost control, had eliminated her opponent in an instant. Next time she received a power-enhancing reward, she would need to share some with Gu Ran. Chapter 37. I have mutated. Gu Ran had anticipated his defeat, yet he never imagined it would come so swiftly. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he dedicated himself to intense training in the gym after dinner, continuing until nightfall. For 3 consecutive days, he maintained this rigorous regimen, prompting Wen Qian to intervene. She could not permit Gu Ran to immerse himself in training to the point of exhaustion. If he persisted in this manner, his body would inevitably suffer the consequences. Wen Qian pulled Gu Ran into the living room and, sitting on the sofa, spoke earnestly. "To be frank, my strength does not stem solely from training." "Then what is it derived from? Surely it cannot be innate." "I have mutated, do you understand? You see those zombies outside? Some of them transformed only after being bitten, while others mutated on their own. My situation is akin to theirs, albeit I have grown stronger." Wen Qian wove her tale, leaving Gu Ran in a state of half-belief. Noticing his skepticism, she continued, "Look at my cat and dog. They are indeed different from ordinary pets, aren't they? That is because they too have mutated. Therefore, you need not exhaust yourself with relentless training. Just wait until you mutate, and you will naturally become stronger." Realization dawned on Gu Ran. No wonder they had grown so large. Now he understood the reason behind it. However, he soon became disheartened again. Yet, mutations are not something that can happen to everyone. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly undergo a transformation. My home is a treasure trove of good fortune. Anyone who comes here experiences change. I am quite confident in this. Wen Qian gently patted Gu Ran's shoulder. "At present, I may possess greater strength than you, but my practical experience is still somewhat lacking. We shall continue to engage in mutual sparring, striving for improvement, aiming for a more formidable mutation." Gu Ran's eyes sparkled with naive enthusiasm as he nodded vigorously, brimming with determination. "I will strive to live well and aspire to undergo mutation at the earliest opportunity. Now that the internet remains accessible and everyone is cooped up at home, we are all relying on online entertainment. One had mentioned a few days ago that many people are conducting live streams, lurking in every corner of the city to catch her. However, Wen Qian had been staying at home these past few days, leaving them empty-handed. She opened the live stream and found the netizens discussing when she would make her appearance, which she found rather amusing. Suddenly, she spotted a comment. "This person is my neighbor. If you really want to stalk her, come to our community." Wen Qian furrowed her brow, initially thinking it was just someone seeking attention with nonsensical claims. But as the fool revealed the community's address, she took a deep breath. "If you don't believe it, come here to find out. But honestly, you might be better off not coming. She is a heartless maniac. Do you know why she always wears a mask? Because she is ugly. I have encountered her in person. She is both unattractive and diminutive, with a face marred by blemishes and a height that barely reaches 1.5 meters. In essence, she resembles a stunted winter melon." Wen Qian felt an urge to unleash her frustrations. "You are the true stunted winter melon, and your entire family as well. I stand at a height of 168 centimeters, practically nearing 2 meters when rounded up, capable of sending you flying with a mere kick." In her fury, she struck the bed with her fists, only to be interrupted by a knock at the door. When Rang entered, phone in hand, suppressing a smile upon discovering that Wen Qian was also watching the premiere. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Did you see what that comment said? Do you wish to experience the taste of my fist?" Wen Qian raised her fist in a playful gesture, startling Wen Rang into retreating 2 steps. "Calm down. Let me investigate which fool this is. Just wait," he declared before heading into the study. Curiosity piqued when Qian followed, initially believing he was jesting. However, after a series of operations, Wen Rang indeed managed to trace the person's IP address, locating it right beneath her building. Turning in his chair, Wen Rang teased, "Zhang Ziang, is it your intent to ruin what you cannot possess? I am quite curious to see if your head is filled with water." Zhang Ziang had posted her address online. Undoubtedly, some would come seeking her out. There would be those asking for protection and others attempting to seize supplies. After all, she had ventured out numerous times, vanquishing countless zombies, and the notion that her home contained no stockpiles would be met with disbelief. Nevertheless, given the multitude of zombies outside, reaching her would not be a simple task. Wen Qian's residence is surrounded by numerous corporate establishments, with residential buildings closely clustered together, making it a densely populated area. If those individuals truly possess the fate to arrive here, then she shall ensure they do not depart alive. The apocalypse has lingered for over half a month, with relentless downpours persisting throughout this duration, not ceasing even for a minute. The floodwaters have now submerged the 6th floor of the residential complex, and an increasing number of people have taken refuge in the corridors of the fire escape. Consequently, the likelihood of internal strife has escalated. It has become apparent to everyone that this calamity is unlikely to conclude in the near future, and the supplies distributed by the community during the last allocation will soon deplete. Thus, they dare not venture outside to procure resources, instead turning their attention to their neighbors. Among the entire complex, only the building where Wen Qian resides features a single unit per floor, while the other buildings accommodate 2 or 3 households on each level. In their desperation to seize supplies, residents have resorted to various tactics. Some resorted to lock-picking, while others brazenly attempted to forcefully breach doors. Those residing in the corridors have become the primary targets of robbery, their resources plundered by others who conspired together, leaving them without food or water, forcing them to seek provisions elsewhere. Even Wen Qian's household has not evaded scrutiny. Over the past couple of days, the security alarms in her home have been incessantly triggered. Each day, individuals approach the formidable door of the Wen residence, attempting to breach what appears to be an impregnable entrance. Driven to frustration by the incessant alarm, Wen Qian resolved to install an electric fence on the door. The anguished cries of the men who were met with punishment caught the attention of those on the 29th floor. Su Yan stealthily opened the door a crack, intending merely to witness the commotion. However, upon opening the door, she was confronted by Wen Qian, who stood outside like a harbinger of death, nearly causing her to lose her breath and faint. "What are you doing at my doorstep?" Su Yan exclaimed in panic. Zhang Yang and Zhang Ziang, upon hearing the noise, hurried over and were taken aback upon seeing Wen Qian. "Wen Qian, have you run out of food at home? We still have some left. Why not come stay at my house?" Zhang Ziang extended an invitation, only to be met with a sharp reprimand from his mother. Wen Qian smiled faintly, causing Zhang Ziang's breath to quicken as his mind began to wander into inappropriate thoughts. Their eyes locked for a brief moment before her crimson lips parted, and she softly inquired, "Do you think I would allow you to live until the day you finish your food?" Chapter 38. He informed her to collect supplies. A hint of a smile played on Wen Qian's lips, breathtakingly beautiful, which made the three members of the Zhang family tremble with fear. Observing his pitiful demeanor, Wen Xian scoffed, finding it hard to believe that he could engage in covert actions behind her back without being a fool. She plopped down on the staircase, waiting idly for Wen Rang and Gu Ran to finish their tasks. When someone attempted to pry open the door, they were startled to see her and fled as if they had encountered a ghost. After scaring off several groups, Wen Rang and Gu Ran finally completed the electric fencing. Pleased, she gazed at the electric fence on the door, and together with Wen Rang, they proceeded next door to install a similar barrier. With the installation of the electric fence successful and powered on, Wen Xian received a system notification. Ding! The defense system has been manually upgraded, granting a 100 increase in defense bonuses, and all members' combat strength within the system has been enhanced by 10. Wen Xian inhaled sharply, exclaiming in delight, "Wow! What an unexpected surprise." She hurriedly opened the door, only to find that the newly installed electric fence had transformed. The wires were significantly thicker, appearing much sturdier. As for the doors and windows at home, there appears to be no significant change at present, though they have undoubtedly been upgraded. Gu Ran was taken aback by the transformation of the electric grid. This grid had been installed by him and Wen Rang, so he was most familiar with its original state. Observing his astonishment, Wen Xian smiled calmly. "Did I not mention that my home is a place of auspicious energy? Not only humans and animals, but even this electric grid can mutate. Do you believe it now?" Wen Xian closed the door, attempting to influence Gu Ran's thoughts. "You've been here for quite some time now, and I believe you must have experienced some changes. Feel for yourself. Do you not sense an increase in your combat prowess?" Gu Ran slowly clenched his fist and waved it a couple of times. Seeing this, Wen Xian nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, indeed. It seems your combat power has increased by approximately 10. Really? Absolutely. Trust me, it is undoubtedly true. The system has stated that everyone's combat power has increased by 10, so it must be accurate." Although this enhancement was trivial for her, akin to the leg of a mosquito, even that was still something. Gradually accumulating such increases, Gu Ran and the others would surely grow stronger. Gu Ran felt an inexplicable sensation from her words, as if he had genuinely become a bit stronger. Thus, he remained in an exceptionally good mood, smiling throughout the day. Wen Rang devised another program to ensure that the electric grid would not trigger the switch during normal door openings. Their objective was clear, to specifically target those scoundrels attempting to break in. Wen Xian posted a notice outside the door, humorously warning that the door was electrified, and any would-be trespassers would bear the consequences. At the outset, skepticism reigned among the residents. The community had been deprived of electricity for several days. Where could she possibly obtain power? The electrical grid? More akin to a spider's web. Such notions were fit only for naive children. However, when the first individual attempted to sever the so-called electrical grid, he was instantly electrocuted. This shocking spectacle left the few remaining witnesses in sheer terror, prompting them to flee to the 29th floor in a state of panic. They exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless by the revelation that the one household possessed electricity. Where could they have sourced it? This astonishing news quickly spread through the community group, where all those with functioning phones were captivated by the tantalizing information. The Wen family, with their ample resources, must have stockpiled considerable supplies. Not only did they have electricity, but perhaps they also had running water. This prospect ignited a primal hunger among those who had endured days without sustenance, akin to wolves spotting their prey. The call to action was clear: invade the Wen residence. If they could eliminate Wen Xian and force her from her home, the property would become theirs. Though Wen Xian was formidable, capable of dispatching zombies, she was still merely a woman. If their numbers were sufficient, they could surely overpower her. As they contemplated Wen Xian's striking beauty, darker desires began to surface. The Wen family was affluent, and Wen Xian had been raised in comfort, reportedly untouched by romantic entanglements. The thought of being the first to claim her affections was intoxicating. Thus, one after another, individuals with a death wish made their way toward the Wen residence. Some met their demise at the jaws of zombies before even reaching the entrance, while others, desperate to reach her door, fell victim to the electric defenses guarding it. Meanwhile, Wen Xian, indulging in her comfortable existence, received yet another alert from the system. The defense system has successfully eliminated 50 enemies, unlocking the basic defense achievement. The system rewards a 100 increase in defense bonuses, and all members' combat power rises by 10. Upon hearing this, Wen Xian rolled joyfully on her bed. How delightful it was to level up her strength simply by lounging at home reading comics. Thus, she spent an entire week in the comfort of her abode. On the 7th day at noon, her phone buzzed with a new message. It was from the man she had encountered a few days prior, providing her with an address to collect supplies. When Qian stared at the message, lost in thought for quite some time, she was uncertain whether it was a trap. Yet her desire to go was undeniable. The supplies were plentiful. Although she had no immediate need for them, they would surely prove useful in the future. When Qian had privately discussed her ambitions with Wen Rang and Gu Ran, she wanted to establish a base. Having navigated through a solitary existence for 10 years in her previous life, she understood the significance of teamwork in the later stages. She and Wen Rang had visited other alliances, but she found their atmospheres unappealing and had no desire to be treated as a mere pawn. Thus, she resolved to forge her own path. Her spatial industry chain was already sufficient to ensure her sustenance, so her alliance did not require a large number of members. She did not seek basic labor, rather, she desired a formidable and elite combat team. With that in place, as long as her weaponry kept pace, she would have no lingering concerns. Consequently, she decided to venture out and undertake this journey. She shared her plans with Wen Rang, who expressed deep concern. Believing that the man could not genuinely be so benevolent and was undoubtedly attempting to deceive her, possibly leading to her capture. Thus, I shall venture forth. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, I can retreat into the void, rendering myself impervious to their actions. Moreover, I may gauge that individual's prowess. She is indeed curious about the nature of their extraordinary abilities. Wen Rang furrowed his brow, not intending to discourage her. Yet he harbored an unshakable feeling that this person posed a significant threat. It would be prudent to avoid antagonizing him. I am aware of my boundaries. Besides, today it is he who has summoned me, rather than my seeking him out for conflict. He has no justification to act against me. After conversing for a while, Wen Rang observed his sister's resolute determination and found himself at an impasse. He could only admonish her to exercise caution on her journey. You are now a public figure. Many recognize you, so please be vigilant. When Qian changed into a different outfit and, after exchanging words with Li Mo and the others, stepped outside. However, the moment she exited the community, she found herself under scrutiny. Chapter 39, His extraordinary ability is. As night fell, the zombies became markedly more active than during the day. Upon realizing she was being followed, Wen Qian did not hastily attempt to shake them off. Instead, she deliberately navigated through areas teeming with zombies. With the speed of her speedboat, she swiftly maneuvered through the horde, causing the zombies to redirect their attention towards her pursuers. Nevertheless, she soon encountered two groups of moderately capable individuals, also piloting speedboats. Yet, after traversing several streets, she managed to elude them. After nearly 2 hours, Wen Qian finally arrived at the location indicated by the man. It was a winding mountain road. Upon reaching a dry area, she promptly retrieved her vehicle from the void and drove to the mountaintop. In a brief journey of merely a few minutes, Wen Qian drove with utmost caution. She continuously observed Shizhou, yet she failed to discern any signs of an ambush. Upon reaching the summit, Wen Qian noticed the vehicle awaiting her and raised an eyebrow. As the other party saw her arrival, he opened the door and stepped out. Wen Qian approached, peering into his car with a hint of disbelief. Did you come alone? Yes. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Mo Han remained silent, his expression betraying no emotion. Yet, Wen Qian felt as if he were mocking her for her audacity. Gritting her teeth, she scrutinized him from head to toe before turning her attention to several nearby containers. These items appeared to be even more plentiful than those she had discovered in the mall days earlier. After opening a container and confirming it was devoid of explosives or refuse, she proceeded to store the contents within her space. Since he had come alone and returned the supplies as agreed, Wen Qian felt it inappropriate to harbor excessive hostility. After a moment's hesitation, she mustered the courage to pose a question. May I inquire about something? The other party, a person of straightforward nature, nodded in response, prompting her to continue. You previously mentioned possessing a special ability. May I boldly ask what it is? To have procured such an abundance of supplies, could it be that you also possess a spatial ability? Her curiosity was piqued, and she yearned to uncover the truth. Mo Han gazed intently at her for a moment, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. Pausing, he observed the tension etched on Wen Qian's face before he spoke again. It is telepathy. So I clearly heard your earlier remark about being a mere fade. Wen Qian, I apologize for the intrusion. When Xian had lived 2 lifetimes without experiencing such profound embarrassment, she awkwardly wished to dig a hole and hide within. Or perhaps to retreat into a space of her own, yet ultimately resisted the urge. Clearing her throat, she felt an unusual flutter of anxiety and resolutely refrained from mentioning her abilities again. Since you have returned the supplies to me, I shall consider the previous matters forgotten. A clean slate. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. With that, she turned to depart, only to be called back. Wait a moment, Imohan beckoned, striding toward her with a piece of paper in hand. Hesitantly, Wen Qian accepted it, listening as he spoke. This is the radio channel and satellite phone number. You can contact me if needed. You can send a text. As Wen Qian began to respond, she suddenly realized, is the communication network down? Indeed, he confirmed. All right, thank you. She tucked the paper into her pocket, not dismissing the possibility of future collaboration with him. Once she drove down to the foot of the mountain, she exhaled deeply. How could there be such a perverse ability as mind reading? How utterly bizarre. Wen Qian grumbled as she made her way home. Upon reaching the safety of her abode, she recounted the incident regarding the mind reader to Wen Rang. His expression, upon hearing her words, became notably complex. Sensing an ominous premonition, Wen Qian inquired, You didn't scold him that day, did you? Not just that. I cursed him quite fiercely. The siblings exchanged a silent glance, ultimately agreeing that if they were ever to encounter this individual again, they would do well to keep their distance. With the communication network entirely severed, phone calls were impossible, and certain individuals could no longer stir trouble online under false identities. Fortunately, Wen Qian and Wen Rang had already downloaded a plethora of films, television series, anime, variety shows, and documentaries in advance. Thus, even while confined at home, they never felt a tinge of boredom. Their lives were filled with richness, beyond meals and training. Wen Qian dedicated an hour each day to tutor Gu Wanwan in her studies. Gu Ran had always struggled academically since childhood. Otherwise, he would not have ventured into military service later on. Hence, upon inadvertently discovering the universities attended by the Wen siblings, he promptly introduced his sister to them, earnestly proclaiming, I entrust my sister to you. Gu Wanwan was exceptionally well-behaved, quiet, and unobtrusive. Even when she fell ill, her cries were soft. Unlike some unruly children who would wail and throw tantrums, the Wen family held a fondness for this little girl, appreciating her demeanor. Moreover, Gu Ran maintained a respectful distance from her. Ever since they relocated to this area and began living together, the siblings' range of activities was confined to their rooms. The living room and the rooftop, they never wandered elsewhere. They had never set foot in the kitchen nor pried into the Wen family's affairs to ascertain the extent of their provisions. During mealtimes, they occasionally fretted that, given the lavish meals they enjoyed, their supplies might soon dwindle. Each day was filled with sumptuous dishes, and their appetites were considerable, often consuming several bowls of rice in a single sitting. Consequently, Gu Ran had several times suggested going out to procure supplies, but Wen Qian consistently declined, assuring him to eat freely and without worry. Initially skeptical, he eventually believed in her words when he witnessed Wen Qian feeding Xiao Bai and the little dogs canned meat and raw bones, confirming that the Wen family indeed thrived in abundance. The arrival of him and his sister did not precipitate a scarcity of supplies. Thus, the days passed, one after another, as if they were beholding glimmers of hope. They even harbored the illusion that the cessation of the downpour would herald the end of their bleak existence. The relentless rains had inundated the residential complex of Wen Qian up to the 10th floor for an entire month. Standing on the rooftop, she observed the blinding sunlight outside her window and listened to the jubilant cheers of her neighbors as they flung open their windows, yet she felt no joy. For the aftermath of the rain would bring with it extreme heat, a sweltering weather pattern that would persist for at least 3 months. The plague was imminent. Countless corpses floated on the water's surface, already in a state of decay. The phenomenon of giant waves was ubiquitous, with mosquitoes buzzing and crows filling the sky. Li Mo observed the scene outside with a furrowed brow. As a former physician, she was acutely aware of the impending calamity. Gu Ran, seeing that the rain had subsided, felt an urge to venture out in search of supplies. Wen Qian, too, felt a stir of restlessness. Having spent too long indoors, she yearned to stretch her limbs. However, she resolved to wait a couple more days. There will surely be many others seeking supplies. I do not wish to encounter them. Very well. Let us wait another 2 days then. Gu Ran stood at the window, gazing outside, lost in thought. Wen Qian and Wen Rang both noticed this and exchanged glances. Wen Rang approached Gu Ran and inquired, The young lady you fancy. Has she not been in touch with you? Gu Ran stiffened momentarily before shaking his head. The last message he received was over half a month ago. Now, with all networks severed, it was difficult to reach out, even if he wished to. When Qian could discern his concern, he had barely eaten in recent days. Today, perhaps he intended to seek out that girl. Unable to bear witnessing his emotional turmoil, she contemplated for a moment and said, "Tell me her name and which unit she belongs to, and I shall assist you in locating her." Gu Ran was taken aback by her offer, feeling a mix of astonishment and delight. "What means do you possess? That is of no concern to you. Simply provide me with the information, and I shall see what I can do. If all else fails, I will accompany you to the military base. We must ascertain her well-being, do we not? If she is alive, we shall make every effort to find her. If she has passed, then we must swiftly sever this lingering attachment, for his life stretches ahead with ample opportunity to encounter others." When Qian spoke decisively, and Gu Ran, not wanting to appear sentimental, relayed the girl's identifying details to her and watched as she turned to enter the room. In the bedroom, when Qian opened the bedside cabinet, gazing at the written words within, and let out a soft sigh. If it were possible, she truly wished to avoid contacting this individual. When Rang seemed to sense her intentions and followed closely behind, asking, "Have you made your decision? This favor will need to be repaid in the future. Give it a try. One cannot simply watch him dwell on his thoughts day after day. His parents have already passed away, and the girl he cherishes remains untraceable. Although he feigns composure in their presence, they are acutely aware that he often weeps in solitude. Even his younger sister is cognizant of this. Once, she entered Wen Qian's room and softly confided, "Sister, brother is thinking of mom and dad again, and he is crying." Subsequently, she threw herself into Wen Qian's embrace, her lips quivering as tears cascaded down her cheeks. She seized the satellite phone and dialed the number that Mo Han had previously provided. After a few rings, the call was answered, and Wen Qian heard a courteous voice on the other end. "Hello, this is Wen Qian. May I ask who I'm speaking to?" "Oh dear. What was that man's name?" She was at a loss. The other party seemed to recognize her voice and responded, "Mo Han. Is there something you need?" "Yes, somewhat. I hear you are quite adept at locating individuals. Could you assist me in finding someone? A member of the Special Forces." When Qian stated her request directly, "I shall not ask for your help without recompense. I believe your base is in need of supplies, correct? If you help me find this person, I will deliver the supplies I previously acquired as payment. What do you think?" The other party fell silent for a few seconds before consenting to the arrangement. "All right. I will contact you once I have the information. Thank you. I shall await your call." When Qian was aware that this individual possessed considerable capability, yet she had not anticipated such prompt efficiency in his response. "I found him." Mo Han's voice came through cold and detached. "But are you certain the person you seek is named Zhang Duo? Though when Qian had been quite certain, his inquiry now cast doubt in her mind. "Wait a moment." She dashed into the living room to reconfirm the identity of the girl with Gu Ran. On the other end of the line, Mo Han also heard and inquired, "What do you want with her?" Mo Han fell silent, absorbing the stillness on the phone, while Wen Qian felt a twinge of unease. What did he mean by a trivial matter? "I promise to provide you with supplies. This is a transaction. If you disagree, you need not assist me." If he were to become enraged, she would say just that. However, after a brief silence, Wen Qian heard Mo Han respond, "Zhang Duo and her boyfriend are with me." "Who is the boyfriend you are referring to?" Wen Qian was left utterly perplexed. What was going on? Was he straddling two boats? It would be better to be dead. Wouldn't it be preferable to perish in the mission? In that moment, she found herself at a loss for words until Mo Han broke the silence. "How about this? You come to the base to confirm with your own eyes that this person is indeed the one you are searching for, and then you can give me the supplies. What do you say?" That was not acceptable. She was having second thoughts. She believed with 99 certainty that Mo Han had not mistaken the individual. Yet, she could not flee. He was aware of all her secrets, and there was no way to retract the transaction. If she were to retract her initial approach, what would happen if she truly needed his assistance in the future? Therefore, despite her immense reluctance, Wen Qian gritted her teeth and acquiesced. "Very well, we shall arrive at 8 o'clock this evening." After scheduling the time with Mo Han, Wen Qian hung up and relayed the situation to Wen Rang. Upon hearing her account, Wen Rang shared her sentiments, feeling an urge to curse. "What should we do? Should we inform Gu Ran? This brother is in quite a predicament. Why don't we just tell him that Zhang Duo has passed away?" Wen Qian contemplated for a moment before declining. Bin City was neither large nor small, and should they encounter him in the future, it would be imperative to reveal the truth. It would be better to disclose it now, allowing him to grieve just once. When Qian resolutely stepped outside. After all, isn't it merely a heartbreak from infidelity? What significance does it hold? In the face of life and death, love and affection are trivial. A woman merely hinders his ability to wield a sword against the enemy. Similarly, a man impedes her capacity to fight. Who in this apocalypse would indulge in romance? Is that not madness? Chapter 41. His head is quite green when Qian entered the living room, where Gu Ran was still standing by the window, lost in thought as he gazed outside. Taking a deep breath, when Qian swiftly approached him and inquired, "How long have you known Zhang Duoduo? And how long have you been dating?" Gu Ran rubbed his neck and smiled shyly. "We aren't officially dating yet. I'm the one pursuing her. However, she hasn't declined my advances. About half a month ago, she told me that when we meet again, she would agree to be my girlfriend." Understood. He is simply a fool in love. When Qian glanced at Gu Ran's hair, perceiving it as exceedingly green. After 2 years of pursuit, have you ever gifted her anything? Upon hearing this question, Gu Ran furrowed his brow slightly. Although his intellect was not particularly sharp, he sensed that when Qian's inquiries were somewhat peculiar. "Do you have any news of her? Have you found her?" Gu Ran was somewhat reluctant to divulge much, asking, "Why are you asking these questions?" "Nothing in particular. I simply wish to gauge the extent of your misfortune." When Qian spoke with a sharp tone, delivering both good and bad news. The good news was that she had indeed located her. The girl was unharmed. The bad news, however, was that, according to reliable intelligence, she was in a relationship, and the two were presently enjoying each other's company blissfully. Gu Ran froze, his complexion turning ashen. When Qian, listening from the side, wished to offer comfort but found herself at a loss for words, merely allowing her companion to continue with her biting remarks. "If I am not mistaken, she reached out to you solely to extract wealth, treating you as a mere cash dispenser. Though harsh, this is a reality you must now confront." Gu Ran felt a surge of indignation. "How can you be certain that the person you found is indeed her? Is the information you received reliable?" "An excellent question." When Qian replied with a smile, "That is why I have arranged a meeting. Tonight at 8 o'clock, I shall personally confront this Zhang Duoduo at the Bihai base." Gu Ran's emotions were a tumultuous blend of sorrow, anger, and fleeting hope, causing him to clench his jaw tightly and ball his fists. When Qian had no reason to deceive him, nor would she. Yet, the prospect of admitting he had been foolish for 2 years was something he found hard to accept. Observing the flush of anger in his eyes, when Qian sighed, "You have a few hours to process this matter. We shall depart for the Binhai base at 6 this afternoon. As a friend, I will offer you a few pointers. When you meet her tonight, do not reveal a trace of reluctance or sadness. In this post-apocalyptic month, I refuse to believe anyone's living conditions surpass ours. Thus, summon the spirit of a warrior heading into battle against zombies, and let her understand she has made a grave error in her choice. Furthermore, you, Gu Ran, are no longer someone she can aspire to be with. Do you understand? There are no insurmountable obstacles. You deserve better." When handed a pack of cigarettes to Gu Ran, my sister, though quick to speak, had a point. "Brother, the road ahead is long. It is not worth feeling dejected over such a person." After he finished speaking, he departed, taking the eager Gu Wanwan, who had rushed out of the room in search of her brother, along with him. Gu Ran sat quietly on the rooftop, silently smoking a pack of cigarettes. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a helicopter appeared in the distance. Similar to the previous occasion when they notified everyone to collect supplies, the same method was employed to issue new instructions. To ensure the safety and livelihood of the residents, an official base has now been established in Bin City. Residents are to gather at their respective community entrances within 1 hour, bringing their personal belongings, where staff will be present to count heads and arrange transportation to the base. Within the hour, personnel will clear out the zombies. Residents are advised to remain indoors and secure their doors and windows to avoid any mishaps. As the news spread, many hearts sank. What did this mean? They were being asked to leave their homes for some base? Would there be further flooding? Would the zombies ever be dealt with? Many had believed that once the heavy rain ceased, the situation would improve. Yet now, they were filled with panic. No one wished to leave. A golden nest or a silver nest could never compare to the comfort of one's own home. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to depart, as there was no food left at home, and they dared not contemplate what might happen next. Thus, households listened to the sounds of gunfire outside, hurriedly packing their belongings. Though in family, undoubtedly, would remain steadfast and not leave. Feeling bored, they leaned against the windowsill to witness the unfolding chaos. After a prolonged interval, the second comprehensive extermination of zombies commenced. However, in terms of effectiveness, this endeavor proved far less successful than the previous one. When Xian, observing through binoculars, soon heard Gu Ran's voice behind her. The zombies have mutated. Gu Ran, also peering through his binoculars, remarked on the situation below. Previously, if a zombie was struck by a bullet, although it would not result in fatality, its movements would become noticeably sluggish. Yet now, that was no longer the case. He had just witnessed 2 zombies sustain gunshot wounds to their knees. They only hesitated for 2 seconds before swiftly regaining their former agility. When Xian nodded in agreement with his assessment. Over the past few days, when Xian had sold half of the goods produced by her space's factories and had accumulated over 30,000 mall credits, she exchanged them for 2 firearms, converting the remainder into ammunition, along with 3 bulletproof vests, which she distributed to Gu Ran and Wen Rang. Upon seeing this, the 2 widened their eyes in astonishment. "Where did you procure these?" Gu Ran stammered. "A family heirloom, just a piece I didn't take out," when Xian replied casually. "My brother has never handled such items. You should teach him how to operate them. It's fortunate that the outside is rife with gunfire, so you 2 can warm up." Initially irritable, Gu Ran, finding a distraction, instantly became enthusiastic and urged Wen Rang to practice shooting. For Wen Rang, handling a gun for the first time was somewhat daunting. He had not anticipated that after years of diligent study, he would ultimately tread the arduous path of forsaking literature for martial pursuits. An hour swiftly passed, and at the entrance of the community, several hundred people had gathered. When Xian roughly calculated that the current population in their community was about half of what it originally was, which could be considered a remarkably high survival rate. As the floodwaters had yet to recede, the personnel could only transport residents using lifeboats, making trips back and forth. They first ferried the residents to the other side of Black Mountain, where they congregated with individuals from other neighborhoods, and then awaited the arrival of personnel from the base to escort them further. Zhang Yang's family of 3, residing below Wen Xian, also set off for the base. Initially reluctant to leave, they found their supplies nearly depleted, with only a few dozen pounds of rice remaining and no vegetables to speak of for days. They hoped that the provisions at the base would be more satisfactory, and since they had acquaintances there, they could potentially leverage connections to secure a more favorable situation, which ultimately compelled them to depart, albeit with reluctance. Chapter 42. A bloodbath at the base's gates. When Rung practiced shooting at home for an entire afternoon. By 6 in the evening, when the sun's intensity had diminished, the group donned their bulletproof vests and set off for the base. Throughout the journey, Gu Ran remained silent, his normally expressionless face appearing even more menacing. Standing on the assault boat, he gripped his firearm, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The handguns that Wen Xian had exchanged for him and Wen Rung featured double magazines, each capable of holding 34 rounds, with a rapid firing rate and formidable penetration power. Effective at ranges of 100 to 150 meters, allowing for both automatic and single-shot firing modes. Wen Rung had by now become proficient, finding the weapon far simpler and more manageable than a bow or crossbow, eagerly firing at any zombie that dared to raise its hand. However, the sweltering heat and the multitude of corpses floating in the water, along with the decaying bodies of the undead, rendered the scene visually repulsive. Wen Xian and her companions donned masks and goggles as they made their way toward the base. Along their path, they unexpectedly encountered other neighbors from the community. A kilometer away from the base, a quarantine perimeter had been established, providing temporary safety for numerous residents who had yet to move into the base. Wen Xian had presumed that the early departure of the community members would mean they had arrived long before. Yet she was taken aback by the sheer number of individuals heading to the base today. The arrangements were overwhelmed, forcing them to wait for several hours at Black Mountain before being transported. Upon seeing the figures of the Wen siblings, the neighbors paused in astonishment. A month of relentless downpour had ensued. Even if they had managed to survive, they were all gaunt and emaciated. However, the siblings appeared unchanged, and their physiques even seemed more robust than before. The Wen family had evidently not endured hunger. They possessed ample provisions but remained selfish, refusing to share with others. As these realizations dawned upon the crowd, their anger flared, and they began to hurl scornful remarks. "Who is this? Why do they look so familiar? Oh, isn't this the legendary female warrior? Ha! I thought she was formidable, yet here she is, seeking refuge at the base, just like us. Don't say that. We are not the same as her. We aren't as selfish and cruel." Indeed, she slays zombies, but she can also turn on her own neighbors. She's nothing but a murderer. Exactly, a murderer. Someone, come quickly. Arrest her. Wen Qian could faintly hear their impotent and furious shouts from afar. Casting a cold glance in their direction, she noticed that although their hearts raced with fear, they still dared to shout at her. Emboldened by the presence of others at the official base. What are you staring at? Do you think you can kill us? Exactly. Do you think this is a place where you can act with impunity? The residents from other districts, unsure of what was transpiring, had previously seen videos online of Wen Qian dispatching zombies. Thus, they gathered to witness the spectacle. Zhang Ziang, noticing Wen Qian being besieged, feigned support and interjected, "Everyone, let us remain calm. Once we reach the base, we are still neighbors. We shouldn't create conflict among ourselves." As he spoke, several men standing behind him grew more fervent. "What do you mean ourselves? Only you and her are in the same boat, right?" "Indeed. Zhang, be honest. Has Wen Qian not gone hungry this past month? Is it true that your family has been supporting her from behind? I've heard your family has 100 pounds of rice. How much of that have you given her? Surely, that can't be for free? Is there some sort of exchange?" Their words became increasingly outrageous, brazenly laced with lewd insinuations. Their gazes roamed over Wen Qian with unabashed greed. "So all you need is food? Name your price. How many pounds of rice for a night? We still have some supplies. If you raise your voice, we might consider giving you more." Such filthy language spilled from their lips, causing some bystanders to involuntarily furrow their brows. How could Wen Qian and Gu Ran endure such taunts? Without hesitation, she strode towards the group of men. Yet, swifter than their movements, was Wen Qian. A figure darted past, and before anyone could react, Wen Qian stood before several men. Grasping one of their hair, she forcefully drove her knee into his face. The man's nasal bone fractured instantly, blood gushing forth as he teetered on the edge of consciousness. The onlookers gasped in shock, unable to fathom that Wen Qian would strike first. In the next moment, a more astonishing event unfolded. She audaciously twisted the man's neck, severing his life. His head fell at an unimaginable angle, leaving the other 3 men in a state of sheer disbelief. Realizing that she had just taken a life, they concluded that this woman was utterly insane. They lunged at her collectively, intent on subduing her. Wen Qian regarded the trio of ineptitude with a cold gaze, delivering a swift kick that shattered one man's groin, sending him sprawling across the ground. The remaining 2 attacked her simultaneously from the front and back. One attempted a stealthy assault from behind, attempting to choke her, while the other brandished a dagger, aiming to stab her. With a deft motion, Wen Qian seized the arm of the man behind her, executing a shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Then, she snatched the dagger from the last assailant's grasp, kneeling on one knee and plunging the weapon into the throat of the man sprawled at her feet. Having dealt with that threat, she turned her attention back to the dagger's original owner, who had already recognized that he was no match for her. He turned to flee into the crowd, shouting, "Help! A murder has occurred." As he ran, terror causing him to wet himself in fear. Yet, he had scarcely run 2 meters when his head was severed, his body freezing mid-stride for a fleeting second before collapsing with a resounding thud. Wen Qian unsheathed her trusty Tang Dao and decapitated him. In a matter of mere seconds, Wen Qian had slain 3 individuals and gravely injured one. The scene erupted in screams, swiftly attracting the attention of the staff. Standing her ground, Wen Qian was confronted by 2 men clad in combat gear, brandishing their weapons in a threatening manner. "Disarm immediately. Fighting and killing are strictly prohibited within the base. You have violated the regulations and must face the consequences." No sooner had their words left their lips than their bodies stiffened in shock. For Wen Qian and Gu Ran had already pressed their guns against the temples of the 2 base members. No one anticipated that Wen Qian's group would be armed. Wiping the blood from her goggles, she replaced them and regarded the stunned base members with a smile. "Your base's regulations are of no concern to me. On the count of 3, lower your weapons, or I shall not hesitate to demonstrate whose gun is quicker." "Impossible. Don't think you can kill here and walk away unscathed." Wen Qian replied, 3. Bang! A gunshot erupted from Gu Ran's firearm, and the base member positioned before him collapsed in response. In an instant, Wen Qian seized the weapon from Gu Ran and, alongside Wen Rang, aimed at the remaining adversary. Caught off guard by their preemptive strike and witnessing his fallen comrade, the man shouted, "How dare you ambush us?" He attacked first. Wen Qian raised her firearm, the chamber already racked, stating, "If Gu Ran had not fired just now, it would be me lying dead beneath the gun." Chapter 43. Why are you so angry when I haven't provoked you? Put down the gun. Release the hostage. As Wen Qian listened to their shouts, she found it rather amusing. She casually toyed with the gun in her hand, deciding to keep it. Wen Qian, I do not wish to waste time with you. Take me to CMO Han. It was he who sent me. Upon uttering the name, the group exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. What were they all doing there? From behind the crowd, a sharp voice pierced through the tension. Wen Qian turned to see the leader she had encountered in the mall stepping forth from the throng. He paused, momentarily taken aback by the scene unfolding at the base's entrance, and then fixed a displeased gaze on Wen Qian, inquiring, "Did you kill him?" "Yes," Wen Qian replied candidly. "But he attacked first, intending to kill me." Yi Xinghua had not anticipated encountering such audacity on his own territory, and his temper flared, prompting him to draw his weapon. Just then, he heard one of his subordinates whispering beside him, "Boss, she claims that it was Commander Mo who sent them." Yi Xinghua froze, confusion washing over him as he turned to Wen Qian and asked, "What is your name?" "Wen Qian," she replied. Yi Xinghua fell silent, reluctantly lowering his gun and instructing those around him to do the same. "Everyone, put down your weapons." He was merely following Mo Han's orders to escort Wen Qian and her companions. Yi Xinghua could not fathom why the commander, so busy with his duties, would wish to meet someone like her. As he led Wen Qian and her two companions toward Mo Han's office, he resolved to report their actions once they arrived. If the commander learned that they had harmed their own, he would undoubtedly ensure they faced dire consequences. Wen Qian was brought into the base unscathed, leaving the crowd of onlookers utterly astounded. They had just witnessed with their own eyes how she had slain those three men. Some had previously doubted the authenticity of the online videos, suspecting they had been digitally altered. However, after today's harrowing experience, they were entirely convinced of Wen Qian's formidable prowess. Zhang Xiang, standing nearby, had an even clearer view. He was even splattered with blood, the decapitated body lying at his feet. Terrified, he broke into a cold sweat, his legs trembling beneath him. Eventually, with his parents' support, he sluggishly made his way through the gates of the base. Wen Qian was led before Mo Han by Yi Xinghua, who, upon entering the room, immediately began to report. "Report, Commander. Wen Qian has just killed 3 civilians and one of our team members at the base entrance. Please advise on how to proceed." Wen Qian shot him a sidelong glance, her mind unable to suppress a sarcastic retort. "Inept at everything, yet first in snitching. Just you and your incessant chatter." Mo Han was engrossed in perusing a document. After meticulously reading it to the end and signing his name on the final page, he slowly lifted his gaze toward Wen Qian. "Commander, his report contains inaccuracies. To clarify, I killed one of your team members and 3 civilians and severely injured another civilian." Wen Qian's expression remained impassive, her voice devoid of any fluctuations. The man whose groin she had shattered may still be alive, but his existence would certainly be a torment. The reason for her slaying that civilian was that they had attempted to assault her. As for the team member, he had sought to execute her. "Look, the safety on this gun is off, and the bolt is pulled back. With just a gentle tug of his finger, my life could be extinguished." It terrified me. Wen Qian revealed the firearm to Mo Han for a fleeting moment before swiftly concealing it behind her back, anxious that he might demand possession of the weapon. Yi Xinghua was taken aback by her words. Terrified? How can she even utter such a statement? He certainly did not perceive any semblance of fear in her demeanor. Mo Han, upon hearing her, nodded thoughtfully. "Self-defense. Precisely. The commander is astute." Wen Qian exclaimed. Yi Xinghua was left bewildered. Mo Han then turned his attention to Yi Xinghua and stated, "Reinforce the personnel to maintain order within the base. I do not wish to hear this again." "Understood, Commander." Yi Xinghua acknowledged. "Now, go fetch Zhang Duo from the medical team." "At once, Commander." Yi Xinghua complied, turning to exit and closing the door behind him. Wen Qian let out a sigh of relief. When she met Mo Han's gaze, she was surprised to find him rather reasonable, engaging in rational discourse. Both Wen Qian and Gu Ran had just experienced a moment of trepidation. After all, had the commander decided to prohibit their departure, they would have found themselves in an untenable situation. Observing Wen Qian's actions as she concealed the firearm, Mo Han lowered his gaze to continue signing the documents before him, calmly advising, "Go outside and unload the ammunition, otherwise it may accidentally discharge." "Oh," Wen Qian, noticing his lingering concern for the gun, pouted slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. Why was he so miserly? He had so many subordinates and an abundance of weapons. What harm would it be to gift her one? She had come today to generously provide supplies, and in exchange for an utterly useless piece of information and a mere gun, he wouldn't be at a loss, would he? Wen Qian turned and walked outside, raising her gun towards the sky, startling the guard stationed at the door. The table trembled from the force of her action, causing Mo Han's pen to slip, extending the final stroke of his name into an elongated line. Upon noticing this, Wen Qian quickly turned her head, pretending not to see. Mo Han gazed at the distorted name for a while before redirecting his attention to Wen Qian. What's the matter? I haven't provoked you. Why the outburst? Wen Qian contemplated feigning innocence, but considering his uncanny mind-reading abilities, she opted for honesty instead. Did I ever express a desire for this gun? A sudden silence enveloped her. Behind her, Wen Rang rubbed his forehead, wishing to whisk his sister away from the scene. Mo Han sighed and resumed his examination of the next document. Wen Rang gritted his teeth, murmuring softly to his sister, "Can you rein in your temper? If you seek death, don't drag me down with you." As siblings, while they may not share the same birthday, they certainly shared the same fate. The two whispered to each other, while Gu Ran, listening nearby, felt a swirl of complex emotions. He had been particularly despondent today, yet now those feelings seemed to dissipate, leaving only concern. Would they truly be able to exit this base unharmed? Gu Ran began to question his existence. The room fell into a hushed stillness as Mo Han busied himself, either reviewing documents or answering phone calls. The three of them leaned against the wall, staring at their own toes, hesitant to interrupt. They remained in this state of uncertainty until, at last, the voice of Yi Xinghua broke the silence from outside. "Report, Commander. The individuals have been brought in." Chapter 44. His sincerity. Yi Xinghua brought Zhang Duo over. Wen Qian, hearing the sound, curiously turned her head, fixating on the doorway. She wanted to see for herself what this deceitful rogue looked like, the one who had so thoroughly deceived Gu Ran. Upon receiving permission, Yi Xinghua pushed the door open, followed by a woman. Zhang Duo had been quite pleased to hear that Mo Han wanted to see her. In fact, on her way there, she had even discreetly applied some lipstick and touched up her makeup. However, upon entering the room and catching sight of Gu Ran, her expression changed dramatically. This time, without any prompting from Wen Qian, Gu Ran noticed her unease. Her gaze flickered, unable to meet his eyes, utterly unprepared for his presence here. Was he not supposed to be dead? Amidst such chaos outside, how had he managed to survive with that burdensome sister of his? The last time Zhang Duo had been in contact with Gu Ran was over 10 days ago. At that time, she had heard him mention that his sister was suffering from a severe fever and that he wanted to take her to the hospital for a doctor. She had thought to herself that this fool must surely be nearing his end. With the hospital in such disarray, how could he possibly survive? Even if by some stroke of luck he had lived, lacking food and resources, he would certainly perish from hunger. Zhang Duo had concluded that he no longer held any value for her. Thus, she severed all ties with him, deceiving him into believing she was out on a mission, and subsequently ignored his messages. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Mo Han and uneasily inquired, "Sir, what do you need me for?" Mo Han remained silent, directing his gaze towards Wen Qian. Gu Ran coldly interjected, "I have matters to discuss with you." Zhang Duo's body stiffened as she turned to meet Gu Ran's gaze and asked, "May I have a private conversation with her? The adjacent room is unoccupied." "Thank you." Gu Ran stepped closer to Zhang Duo, observing her anxious demeanor, and coldly replied, "Shall we go? Do you wish for your superior to discover the embarrassing deeds you have committed?" "You." Zhang Duo glared at him in fury. But Gu Ran paid her no mind and headed towards the adjacent room. Zhang Duo bit her lip, realizing that neither Mo Han nor Yi Xinghua intended to speak up for her, and reluctantly followed Gu Ran. Wen Qian leaned against the wall, curling her lip in disdain. She had expected Zhang Duo to be some ethereal fairy, but the reality was disappointingly mundane. From head to toe, she seemed unworthy of Gu Ran's attention. This girl must be severely nearsighted, or perhaps afflicted with glaucoma or cataracts. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how she could be so blind to the obvious. Wen Qian felt sympathy for Gu Ran, but her heart ached more for her own supplies. She turned to Mo Han and inquired, "Let us find a location. I shall deliver the goods to you." She assumed Mo Han would be elated and promptly arrange a place for the supplies, yet he replied, "You may choose not to deliver, but I require your assistance with the task. Please share your request, and I shall decide whether to comply." Wen Qian was not easily deceived, wary that he might expect her to remain and serve him. "We have several scientists who have gone missing during an external investigation. and I hope you can cooperate with my team in the search and rescue effort. Regardless of the outcome, it will not affect our agreement." Before Wen Qian could respond, Yi Xinghua interjected urgently, "Commander, what assistance could she possibly provide?" Yi Xinghua swiftly surveyed Wen Qian and Wen Rang, his expression replete with disdain. These two, fair-skinned and delicate, clearly had never toiled through arduous labor or endured hardship, particularly Wen Qian, whose hands were as tender as tofu. Bringing her along would merely entail carrying an encumbrance. Given that this outing was inherently perilous, Yi Xinghua was resolute in his refusal to include two individuals who might jeopardize the safety of his team. "I refuse to operate alongside her. We can accomplish the mission successfully on our own." Wen Qian smiled. "I have no desire to accompany you either. What's so remarkable about it? It's merely supplies. I can provide them. I am never short of resources." With a huff, Wen Qian turned her gaze to Imo Han. Just as she was about to express her intention to supply him with resources, the system's voice resonated in her mind. "Ding. A time-limited mission has commenced. Within 7 days. For every zombie killed by the system's members, the host's combat power increases by 1. For every 100 zombies slain, the combat power of all other members within the system increases by 10. Wen Qian. System, you are the father of my other world." She scrutinized the line of text that had materialized before her, and there was no mistaking it. Every 100 zombies killed would reward all members, excluding her, with a 10 increase in combat power. All of them, including her brother, including Gu Ran, even her parents, and Gu Wanwan. Such a tremendous stroke of fortune was not to be missed. Yet, having just expressed her dissatisfaction and disdain towards Yi Xinghua, she found it somewhat improper to retract her words so swiftly. Thus, Wen Qian silently turned her gaze back to Imo Han. "Commander, could you offer a way out?" Imo Han fixed his gaze on Yi Xinghua, disregarding his refusal. "This is an order. You have no choice but to comply." Moreover, with Wen Qian and her companions, whose prowess is formidable, the probability of success would at least double. Yi Xinghua's expression was one of disbelief. He had already investigated the trio. One was a university student, another a programmer at a startup, and the only one of any real merit was Gu Ran, a former Special Forces soldier. What could be deemed formidable about that? Yet, with Imo Han's assertion, he dared not retort. Imo Han and Wen Qian exchanged glances. "The command of this mission can be entrusted to you as a gesture of my sincerity. Perhaps you might reconsider?" The concession Imo Han offered was significant. And after a brief moment of astonishment, Wen Qian quickly interjected, "As for the command, I shall forego that. But if I have differing opinions at a critical juncture, your personnel must heed my counsel. If you agree to this, I shall assist you." "I agree. Additionally, you shall provide the firearms and ammunition. I am lacking in resources." Imo Han replied. Yi Xinghua stood in stunned silence, beginning to suspect that their commander might possess some leverage over this young lady. Otherwise, why would he acquiesce to everything? Meanwhile, Wen Rang furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Given his sister's character, a refusal meant a refusal. It was inconceivable that she would change her mind simply because of a few flattering words from someone surnamed Mo and less. Seizing the moment when Yi Xinghua was distracted, Wen Rang silently mouthed 2 words, "Mission?" Wen Qian nodded slightly, and Wen Rang nearly burst into laughter. Instructed Yi Xinghua to accompany Wen Qian and select firearms. Suddenly, Yi Xinghua recalled that Wen Qian had killed him and seized a gun, prompting him to urgently inform. Wen Qian retorted, "Let me tell you, I hold grudges. You'd better be prepared." Wen Ruan interjected, "You, as a superior, truly possess the talent for fabricating nonsense with your eyes wide open." In light of insistence, Yi Xinghua reluctantly agreed to lead Wen Qian and the others to collect their weapons. Upon exiting the room, Wen Qian glanced apprehensively at the adjacent door. Troubled by uncertainty regarding Gu Ran's conversation with the woman, she resolved to scrutinize Gu Ran's expression upon their next encounter. Should that woman act violently, she would ensure her face was unrecognizable even to her own mother. In the quiet room, Gu Ran and Zhang Duo exchanged glances. Zhang Duo, feeling exposed under his gaze, defiantly asked, "What do you want from me? Don't you have anything to say?" Growing increasingly agitated, she continued, "The network communication has been severed. This is not what I intended. You seek me out at my superior's place." Her fury mounted as she continued, "You've retired and no longer belong here. Yet I must persist. Because of your petty grievances, my superiors are now aware of everything. How am I to maintain my dignity in front of them?" Gu Ran clenched his teeth, enduring Zhang Duo's barrage of accusations. "You've pursued me for 2 years unilaterally. Do you have any idea how bothersome that is?" Gu Ran. Do not seek me out again, understand? We are simply not meant to be. He is now merely an unemployed drifter, with his parents deceased, his meager savings spent, and a burdensome younger sister whose fate remains uncertain. Conversely, she is a formal member of the organization, entitled to all the benefits and privileges it offers. She has a dormitory to reside in and 3 meals a day. What does he possess to compare with her? What can he offer in pursuit of her affection? Guran listened to her words and suddenly chuckled. Is it bothersome? Why had I not perceived it earlier? 2 years, over 100,000. Although this amount may seem trivial to the affluent, for ordinary individuals, it is by no means insignificant. Zhang Duoduo's expression froze as she listened to Guran continue. 2 years ago, when I inquired if you had a boyfriend, you told me no. A year ago, when I asked if you had someone you liked, you again said no. I believed you, and that is why I treated you well. Whenever you expressed a desire for something, I purchased it for you. As a man, earning is meant to be spent on one's wife and children, and I felt no remorse. But in truth, Zhang Duoduo, when exactly did you begin deceiving me? Upon hearing his words, Zhang Duoduo's heart raced with anxiety. What does he mean? Does he know something? Zhang Duoduo. What have I deceived you about? Those gifts were all given willingly. I did not coerce you. Guran. Upon reflection, from the very beginning, the gifts you requested were all couples items. You wanted 2 phones in different colors, clothing in 2 different sizes, and even necklaces and rings. You insisted on pairs. You claimed it was for convenience and switching, but in reality, it is for sharing with your boyfriend, isn't it? Zhang Duoduo's heart sank heavily. I implore you. Guran, what delusions are you harboring? Zhang Duoduo, in a fit of frustration, decided to abandon her pretense. Do you consider yourself a person of great significance? It is time to awaken from your daydreams. Soon enough, you shall find yourself residing in a cramped dormitory shared with dozens of others. This is the pinnacle of your existence. Guran, with a disdainful smile, turned to leave. Zhang Duoduo, who had pursued him like a lovesick fool for 2 long years, could hardly endure his sudden display of arrogance. She rushed forward and grasped his sleeve. Where are you going? You wouldn't dare to speak nonsense in front of my superior, would you? Guran, I warn you. If you utter a single word of folly before my boss, I shall smash your face. Guran forcefully shrugged her off, and Zhang Duoduo, taken aback by his strength, stumbled backward, striking her head against the wall. The pain ignited her fury, and she charged at Guran once more, raising her hand to strike his face. By then, Guran had already stepped outside. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned around, only to be confronted by a figure blocking his path. She seized Zhang Duoduo's wrist and delivered a resounding slap across her face. Zhang Duoduo's cheek immediately swelled, and blood streamed from her nose. When Qian remarked, Our Guran does not strike women, but I have no such scruples. Yi Xinghua, witnessing the altercation, hurried forward to intervene. After all, Zhang Duoduo was one of his own, and he could not stand idly by. What are you doing? This is an official base. You cannot act recklessly. Have I acted recklessly? I am merely assisting you in disciplining the morally corrupt and misbehaving subordinate. This woman behind you, despite having a boyfriend, deceitfully claims otherwise to my friend, exploiting his affections for her to repeatedly extort his wealth. Can you truly find peace of mind with someone like this by your side? Do you honestly believe such a person can safeguard the populace? Zhang Duoduo, I did not. You did not what? Let me tell you, Zhang. You would do well to remain hidden like a turtle under the protective umbrella of the official base for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I swear I shall strike you every time I see you. Having said this, when Qian seized Guran and entered Imohan's office, Zhang Duoduo, witnessing their unfettered access, felt her heart race and her complexion pale. Yi Xinghua, observing her reaction, understood that when Qian's claims were indeed genuine. With a heavy sigh, he addressed her, Leader. This is merely a personal grievance between Guran and myself. I do not wish to escalate matters. Let us simply let it go. How can we let it go? This pertains to your personal reputation and will undoubtedly impact your future promotions. Rest assured, I shall advocate for you. After speaking, Yi Xinghua patted Zhang Duoduo's shoulder and turned to join Imohan. Zhang Duoduo felt her heart sink, frantically wiping away the blood from her nose, utterly at a loss. In truth, Yi Xinghua was deceiving her. The base was far too busy to investigate her personal affairs. He was merely attempting to frighten her. Nonetheless, individuals of such questionable character should indeed be monitored closely, ensuring they are excluded from critical missions in the future. When Qian distributed the firearms they received to Guran and then bid farewell to Imohan. Imohan, The combat team will depart tomorrow. Why not stay at the base tonight? Chapter 46. Temperature-controlled combat suit when Qian contemplated for a moment before declining. No, I'm not accustomed to sharing a dormitory with dozens of people. We can arrange for a single room, Emohan offered, making a concession. I'd rather not. There's no air conditioning here, and it's unbearably hot. When Qian resembled a demanding young lady, which caused immense discomfort in Yi Xinghua upon hearing her response. In such circumstances, being able to stay in the official base and secure a bed was already a significant privilege. The entire base housed only 2 single rooms, one reserved for the highest-ranking officer, Emohan himself, and the other designated for visiting leaders from other bases. To complain about such treatment was rather ungrateful of her. Emohan pondered for a moment but chose not to insist further. He merely instructed Yi Xinghua to coordinate the time and location for their meeting the following day before allowing her to leave. As the three departed, countless residents awaited their turn to check in outside the base's entrance. Helicopters hovered overhead, continuously targeting zombies outside the protective perimeter. When Qian and her companions walked side by side towards the outer barrier, engaged in hushed conversation. Guran, I truly appreciate your assistance today, thank you. Let us not mention it among ourselves, when Qian said, playfully punching his shoulder. Now let us discuss something serious. When Qian produced a map that Yi Xinghua had just provided, she pointed to a specific location on the map and spoke. Gu Ran nodded in understanding, but then inquired with curiosity, why has the base approached us for collaboration? Strength determines everything. If it were not for their considerable capabilities, it is likely that when Qian would have been executed on the spot by Mo Han after the incident at the base's entrance. It is merely her perceived value that spared her life. Gu ran, and when Rang contemplated her words and found them to hold merit. When Rang inquired, by the way, have you encountered Mo Han before? No, when Qian replied candidly. In her previous life, the official base was not established until the 3rd year after the apocalypse. And as for the figure of Mo Han, she had neither seen him nor even heard his name. Upon observation, she noted the absence of any elderly, infirm, or disabled individuals. The place was populated entirely by middle-aged and young people. This so-called base was essentially a large air raid shelter repurposed for their needs. Surrounding the shelter, some rudimentary structures had been erected to serve as dormitories. Perhaps due to the haste of construction, these accommodations were unrefined, with each room housing 10 sets of bunk beds, allowing for 30 individuals to share a single space. When Rang also shared his own observations. With a population of 30 million in Bin City, the official base could barely accommodate even a tenth of that number. Although the conditions were lacking, at least the base ensured their safety and provided food and shelter. In comparison, those who could not even gain entry to the base were far more pitiable. After more than 2 hours, they arrived at their destination safely. When Chongning and the others sighed in relief upon seeing them unharmed, Li Mo hastily prepared a meal for them, and while Gu Ran kept his sister company. When Chongning pulled Wen Qian aside, earlier that morning, he and Li Mo had inadvertently overheard the conversation between Wen Qian and Gu Ran, leading them to surmise what had transpired. However, to avoid hurting Gu Ran's pride, she refrained from mentioning anything, pretending to be oblivious. At this moment, when Chongning lowered her voice, concerned, and inquired of Wen Qian, have you found that person? Yes, I have, Wen Qian sighed. Gu Ran had already made his intentions clear. Their paths would no longer intertwine. Oh, I suspect that foolish Gu Ran has spent quite a bit on her. It's fine. Consider it a lesson learned at the cost of some money. In the future, should he encounter someone like her again, he certainly won't fall for it. When Chongning remained optimistic, recognizing that Gu Ran had moved on, and thus refrained from asking further questions. In the brief hours they had been away, several doors in the neighborhood had been forcefully broken open, and supplies had been completely looted. Even their own home had been visited by a few groups. But upon seeing the electric fence, they left disheartened. Wen Qian informed Li Mo about their upcoming mission for the next day, and then handed Wen Chongning a firearm, suggesting that Gu Ran teach him how to use it. She had previously noted that the well water was quite effective in restoring stamina, making it essential for their outings. Subsequently, she checked the factory's output and sold off half of the remaining stock, exchanging all the mall currency for ammunition. Just as she was about to close the mall and retire for the night, the system notified her of a newly unlocked achievement. Congratulations on unlocking the beginner's shopping achievement. Reward: 3 pieces of thermoregulating battle gear. The battle gear will subsequently be available in the mall. Should you require it, the host may purchase it at will. Battle gear attributes: increases defense by 100, maintains a constant temperature of 24 degrees. Wen Qian felt a surge of joy as 3 gossamer thin garments appeared in her hands. Gazing at these precious items, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Tomorrow, the daytime temperature is expected to reach a staggering 50 degrees. She had been pondering whether she might succumb to heat stroke, when suddenly, the system delivered her equipment. It seemed to be aware of the sweltering heat outside, and certainly did not wish for its host to suffer from the oppressive warmth. With a cheerful demeanor, Wen Qian stepped out into the open space, distributing combat suits to Wen Rang and Gu Ran. At 3:30 in the early morning of the following day, they set out with Xiao Bai towards the predetermined rendezvous point. Xiao Bai had already gained 10 kilograms and was rapidly growing in size. After being cooped up at home for a month, it finally caught a whiff of the liberating air outside and became quite exhilarated, darting around Wen Qian's feet. The temperature outside had already soared above 30 degrees, and after a brief period of exuberance, Xiao Bai collapsed at Wen Qian's feet, unwilling to move. Its eyes glimmered with a green light in the darkness, and upon keenly detecting the approach of a zombie, it sprang into action, lunging at the creature. Xiao Bai sank its teeth into the zombie's throat while simultaneously launching an assault with its claws. Within mere seconds, it had severed the zombie's neck. This was the blood of a zombie. Would Xiao Bai be susceptible to infection? Wen Qian contemplated this and concluded that it would not. In her previous life, Xiao Bai had not only consumed zombie blood, but had also feasted on zombie flesh, demonstrating a remarkable resilience far superior to that of their bipedal counterparts. Chapter 47. Encountering a mutated zombie with the addition of a formidable ally, the trio successfully arrived at the meeting point, where Yi Xinghua and his group had already gathered. Wen Qian glanced at the time. She was neither late nor delayed, arriving a full 10 minutes early, which filled her with confidence. Yi Xinghua's party consisted of 15 individuals, organized into groups of 5, forming 3 distinct squads. Upon hearing that the commander had assigned 3 individuals to assist with the operation, curiosity enveloped them. Thus, they set off early in the morning, arriving a full 20 minutes ahead of the scheduled time. Now, they observed the trio, a pair of men and a woman, accompanied by an ambiguous creature that resembled either a dog or some other type of pet, each of them furrowing their brows in unison. Only one member of the team, upon spotting Wen Jiang, exclaimed in surprise, "Jiang, is that you?" Wen Jiang lifted his gaze and recognized a familiar face, smiling as he greeted, "Ji Fan. It's been a while." Ji Fan quickly introduced his companions. "This is my senior, an exceptional scholar. I heard our side once offered him a lucrative position, but he declined and later joined a startup." The expressions of Yi Xinghua and the others varied, their disbelief palpable. "A startup? Isn't that just a small private enterprise? Who would forsake such a promising opportunity for that?" Ji Fan, sensing their skepticism, added, "He holds a technical stake in that company, earning an 8-figure sum annually." A silence fell over the group. Yi Xinghua remarked, "What good is that? No matter how much one earns, it still cannot be spent." He harbored a lingering animosity towards Wen Qian and her companions, unwilling to exchange further words with them. Wen Qian, however, remained unfazed, boarding the transport aircraft behind them, en route to the location where several scientists had gone missing. Their team had also brought along 2 rescue dogs, which, upon seeing Xiao Bai, recoiled and bared their teeth, displaying a heightened sense of vigilance. Xiao Bai, indifferent to their presence, lay at Wen Qian's feet, occasionally rolling over to expose its belly, mewing softly in a plea for affection. The helicopter swiftly approached the mountainous region, finding a spacious area to land as dawn began to break on the horizon. Several scientists had vanished on an island inhabited predominantly by fishermen, with a resident population of approximately 20,000. According to prior investigations, it was determined that 90 of the island's inhabitants had already succumbed to a zombie transformation, rendering the survival rate of the missing individuals nearly non-existent. However, accompanied by special forces personnel and operating in a remote location away from the residential zones, there remained a glimmer of hope, prompting them to conduct one final search and rescue operation. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, Yi Xinghua turned to glance at Wen Qian and her companions trailing behind. "Stay close. If you get lost, we shall not waste time looking for you." "Understood," Wen Qian replied lazily, her nonchalant demeanor causing Yi Xinghua to furrow his brow once more. Although Wen Qian and her associates had been specifically dispatched by Mo Han, Yi Xinghua's team did not compromise the pace of their search and rescue efforts in deference to them. As the sun ascended, the temperature began to rise steadily. Even within the forest, they felt an unprecedented heat. By 9 in the morning, the temperature had already soared to 42 degrees Celsius. The search and rescue team, clad in combat uniforms and laden with rescue packs and gear, had been walking for 2 hours, drenched in sweat and on the brink of dehydration. Observing the team's deteriorating condition, Yi Xinghua promptly ordered a 10-minute halt. They collapsed onto the ground, hastily replenishing their water supply, too fatigued to utter a word. Leaning against a sturdy tree, Yi Xinghua turned his gaze toward Wen Qian and her companions. However, he did not anticipate that Wen Qian appeared utterly unfazed. Showing no signs of fatigue, her complexion unflushed and breathing steady, as she stood not far away, her gaze keenly surveying the surroundings of the Western Zhou. After 2 hours without encountering a single zombie, Wen Qian felt somewhat disoriented. She dared not let her guard down, remaining in a state of constant vigilance. As their eyes met inadvertently, she offered a faint smile and approached Yi Xinghua. Still miffed over her actions in eliminating a member of the base the previous day, Yi Xinghua darkly inquired, "Is there something you need? I believe our search is progressing far too slowly. Perhaps we should split up? The number of zombies on the island is excessively high. Separating is ill-advised. If we face an attack, it would be all too easy to sustain injuries or even lose our lives." A hint of perplexity crossed Wen Qian's face, prompting a derisive smirk from Yi Xinghua. "You've never slain a zombie, so you cannot fathom their true ferocity." When Rang and Gu Ran, who were sipping water, nearly choked upon hearing this. They exchanged incredulous glances at Yi Xinghua, wondering if he had not seen the various videos online showcasing Wen Qian's prowess against zombies. Or perhaps he had seen them, but dismissed them as mere fabrications. Wen Qian began to grasp how Yi Xinghua perceived her, yet she could not help but inquire, "Then how do you suppose I survived my excursions for supplies, my discussions at the base, and our meeting today, should I encounter zombies along the way?" Yi Xinghua glanced at Wen Rang and Gu Ran behind her, not bothering to conceal his thoughts. Those two seem capable enough. They should be able to protect you without issue. Very well then. To act separately is to only exhaust oneself. Since he disagrees, we shall proceed according to his plan. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and the group continued onward. Wen Qian obediently trailed behind them, serving as a mascot that could not slay zombies. Just when everyone assumed the morning would unfold in tranquility, a sudden commotion erupted from the small white creature at Wen Qian's feet. The 2 rescue dogs at the forefront of the group halted, barking incessantly towards a certain direction. Instantly, everyone raised their weapons, on high alert. Moments later, a dark figure emerged from the woods, and as they discerned its nature, they were left utterly astounded. Even Wen Qian widened her eyes slightly, for it was evidently a mutated zombie. Towering over 2 meters, its body was in a state of decay, with a grotesquely swollen face. Its lifeless eyes scanned the group before finally locking onto Wen Qian. She met its gaze, raising an eyebrow, finding it oddly discerning. Yet, an unsettling sensation crept over her as she unsheathed the tang knife from her back. Remarkably, despite the presence of so many living beings, the zombie did not charge at them immediately. The members of Yi Xinghua's group had already opened fire the moment it appeared, each bullet aimed at its head. Yet none succeeded in bringing it down. Suddenly, when Qian realized why there were no other zombies on this mountain, it was its territory, and the lesser zombies dared not venture here. Upon discovering that shooting it in the head was futile, Yi Xinghua and the others began to panic. However, despite their fear, retreat was not an option. Especially when he discovered that the zombie's gaze was fixated on Wen Qian, Yi Xinghua instinctively positioned himself in front of her. Chapter 48, Rescued by Wen Qian. Yi Xinghua harbored a disdain for Wen Qian from their very first encounter in the shopping mall. He perceived her demeanor as excessively flamboyant and lacking in composure, not to mention her penchant for taking shortcuts. Although he remained oblivious to her connection with the officer, the fact that she had killed a base member without facing any repercussions yesterday, nor was she penalized for absconding with 3 firearms and 500 rounds of ammunition, was undeniable. Nevertheless, despite his aversion, Yi Xinghua could not stand idly by and witness an innocent perish before him. When Qian observed his actions, her brow furrowed in confusion. What is wrong with him? If he were more resolute and indifferent to her plight, she would feel no guilt in allowing him to perish. Yet, he now stood before her, exuding an air of indifference to death, which incited a surge of irritation within Wen Qian. The mutated zombie had locked onto its target and advanced towards her. Yi Xinghua's team of 15 did not falter. They all surged forward to shield Wen Qian. Even the two search and rescue dogs immediately lunged at the zombie, sinking their teeth into its thigh. "Run! Get out of here!" they shouted to the three individuals behind them while firing their weapons. Wen Qian remained rooted in place, letting out a sigh. "Xiaobai," she commanded sharply. Upon hearing her order, Xiaobai let out a fierce cry and sprang into action, leaping onto Yi Xinghua's head for leverage before launching itself towards the zombie's head. Yi Xinghua teetered precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground. Steadying herself and focusing her gaze, she beheld a sight that astonished her when Qian's pet had pounced upon a zombie. Clawing out one of its eyes with ferocious tenacity, the zombie, now frenzied, ceased to fixate solely on Wen Qian. The nearest individuals were the first to be hurled away, while another was seized by the arm and lifted skyward, as if the creature intended to devour him whole. Witnessing their comrades' impending fate, the group intensified their gunfire, aiming desperately for the creature's head. Despite the barrage of bullets, the zombie remained unyielding, its movements undeterred. A sense of despair enveloped them, resigning themselves to the grim possibility of death this day. Yet, at that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept past, accompanied by a faint, delicate fragrance that wafted into their nostrils. It was a scent uniquely feminine, reminiscent of shower gel or the allure of laundry detergent, a stark contrast to the pungent odors of the men surrounding her. In their ranks, there was but one female. The name Wen Qian flickered through their minds as a figure darted toward them. Since the apocalypse, Wen Qian had undoubtedly slain more zombies single-handedly than all of them combined, unlike their reliance on firearms from a distance. Each zombie that fell by her hand had met its demise primarily through the swift severing of its head with a tang knife. Given that bullets failed to obliterate the undead, she pondered whether decapitating one and treating its head as a projectile would elicit any response. Intrigued by this notion, she decided to put it to the test. The blade flashed, and with a furious roar, the zombie relinquished the arm it was attempting to feed to its mouth, severed by Wen Qian's strike. Frowning slightly, Wen Qian realized that the bones of this undead creature were several times tougher than those of an ordinary one. Without the combat enhancement granted by the system earlier, she feared she would not have succeeded. She executed a nimble backflip, landing gracefully to evade the frenzied attacks of the zombie. With renewed determination, she gripped the hilt of her blade, aiming for the creature's neck. The irksome howling finally ceased as the zombie's head tumbled to the ground, devoid of blood, indicating it had undergone mutation for some time. Wen Qian kicked the fallen corpse, receiving no response. Turning, she retrieved the zombie's head, shaking it slightly, yet it remained unresponsive. Disappointment tinged her thoughts. She pondered whether Yi Xinghua and the scientists had come here merely to study such abominations. However, upon glancing back, she was met with the expressions of her companions, frozen in disbelief as if they had encountered a ghost. Yi Xinghua never anticipated that Wen Qian would become their savior. Given the brutality of the zombie, she suspected the survival chances of the scientists were rather slim. In shock from Wen Qian's actions, Yi Xinghua and his group were left speechless. Wen Qian then approached the individuals who had been attacked by the zombie, meticulously circling them. She sought to determine if they bore any scratches. If so, they would need to be neutralized immediately. Yet, upon examination, she was surprised to find that none of them had any visible injuries, and their combat suits appeared intact, seemingly crafted from a special material. The only one severely wounded was the individual nearly devoured by the zombie, Jifan, the junior of Wen Rang. His face bore wounds from the fall, having struck against a stone. His arm was fractured, but fortunately, the rest of him was relatively unscathed. The individuals examined stood silently, watching as Wen Qian brandished the tang knife before them, daring not to breathe too heavily for fear that a moment of her displeasure might lead to the blade being swung down upon them. Thankfully, she eventually turned and walked away, sparing their lives. What a situation! Even firearms were rendered ineffective. Wen Rang hurriedly inquired as she approached. It appeared so, yet it was improbable that all zombies behaved in such a manner. This was Wen Qian's first encounter with such a zombie. She wished to extract its head to show her brother, but was met with a stern refusal from Wen Rang. He felt somewhat peckish and desired a meal later, not wishing to endure such a visual shock at present. The surroundings of the West Zhou returned to their previous tranquility as Wen Qian leaned against a tree, glancing down at Xiaobai rolling at her feet. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned her gaze to meet Yi Xinghua's. With a serious expression, Yi Xinghua expressed gratitude, and after contemplating, Wen Qian nodded in acknowledgement. "I accept it, no need for thanks." After resting for another 5 minutes, and tending to Ji Fan's injuries briefly, they continued onward. Xiaobai was entangled by two search dogs, who circled around it. Annoyed, Xiaobai revealed its claws, ready to retaliate, but was halted at a critical moment by Wen Qian. I know. She's the internet's legendary female warrior, isn't she? Am I mistaken? It must be her. Chapter 49. A month into the apocalypse, and her rations remain abundant. Ji Fan hopped over to Wen Qian's side, limping slightly, having just been saved by her. His gaze was filled with admiration. Is that person you, my goddess? I knew it. The individual dispatched by the commander to assist us must be extraordinary. As Wen Qian observed his excitement, she doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Flattery will not suffice. Should you become infected by a zombie, I would undoubtedly be compelled to strike you down myself. If I were to be infected, there would be no need for you to act. I would simply take a bullet myself. After Ji Fan spoke, he turned his gaze towards Wen Rang. When he had just entered his freshman year, he had heard of Wen Rang's name, but at that time, Wen Rang was already a junior. They had crossed paths a few times in the club, yet had never truly interacted. He had not anticipated that they would have the opportunity to undertake a mission together this time. Given the imminent threat of zombies, it was hardly prudent to stroll leisurely while chatting. Nevertheless, they could not resist engaging in hushed conversations, all of them astonished by Wen Qian's prowess. They had discerned from the videos that the young woman was a consummate professional, each move executed with precision and intent, devoid of superfluous gestures, all deadly strikes. However, as Wen Qian had always donned a mask, her face had remained unseen, leading them to indulge in idle bets regarding her appearance, speculating if she truly conformed to the online rumors of being a pockmarked, short-legged figure. Now, upon finally encountering her in person, they could not help but curse those malicious slanderers online. Wen Qian was tall and fair-skinned. In every regard, she was a beauty. How could those individuals dare to label her as unattractive? Curiosity about Wen Qian swelled within them. Finally, at noon, as the temperature soared to 45 degrees, Yi Xinghua ordered everyone to rest in place and partake in lunch. Unable to contain themselves any longer, the group flocked to Wen Qian, eager to seize the opportunity to converse with her. My name is Lin Yan. My name is Su Shuo. I am Jing Yun. Everyone laughed and introduced themselves, then produced compressed biscuits and mineral water, inquiring if Wen Qian would like some. Wen Qian politely declined their kind offer and proceeded to unveil several containers, one by one, causing the smiles on their faces to vanish. Inside the 3 boxes lay rice, while the others contained sweet and sour ribs, tomato beef brisket, dry-fried green beans, and a fruit platter. Upon seeing this feast, the few who had been gnawing on compressed biscuits and mooncakes for a month felt their eyes widen, and saliva began to drip. Ji Fan leaned heavily against Lin Yan's shoulder, appearing as though he might faint. Tell me, am I dreaming? I can actually smell meat? Lin Yan slapped him on the face and inquired, Does that hurt? Ji Fan replied, Not really, but let me hit you and see. Lin Yan retorted, Get the hell away from me. Su Shuo remarked, This is splendid. Just the aroma makes the compressed biscuits taste significantly better. Zheng Yan added, Even the mineral water seems to have the flavor of lamb soup. Wen Qian had not anticipated being so closely observed while eating, yet there was little she could do. Her family's circumstances were what they were, and she could not maintain a low profile. Removing her gloves, Wen Qian sanitized her hands with a no-rinse disinfectant before picking up her chopsticks to begin her meal. Ji Fan swallowed hard and curiously asked, Wen Qian, it's been a month since the apocalypse, and your family's provisions are still this good? Well, we stocked up quite a bit at home. And we can't finish it all, Wen Qian stated calmly, revealing a fact that made others grit their teeth in envy. Upon noticing his ostentation once more, Gu Ran quickly cast him a warning glance. Wen Rang, however, merely smiled nonchalantly and remarked, It matters not. After all, our modest resources have already been scrutinized by them. Even if I were to remain silent, that fellow with the surname Mo is well aware of our circumstances. Mo Han was acutely cognizant of their vulnerabilities. Whether or not to seize their supplies from the base was merely a matter of his word. As the group engaged in conversation, they soon steered their discourse towards the current rescue mission. Given the dense foliage of the mountain, even drones could scarcely capture anything of significance, necessitating a thorough search by foot. Ji Fan exclaimed, We are fortunate to have you with us. Otherwise, I surely would have perished at the hands of those zombies. Lin Yan concurred, Indeed, our brothers from the previous 2 batches have gone missing. I was just beginning to fear we would meet the same fate. Wen Qian listened intently, her gaze darkening. She understood that this mission was fraught with peril, The individual named Mo Han would never engage in a venture that did not yield profit. Yet, she was taken aback to learn that this was already the third group sent to face demise. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Qian inquired, "How many individuals were in the first two rescue teams?" Ji Fan replied, "Over 100, I believe." "Why do you ask?" Wen Qian cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xinghua, realizing why he had opposed the division of their team. It was due to this alarming revelation. The transformation of 100 professionally trained combatants into zombies was no trifling matter. When Rang and Gu Ran's expression shifted, and they began to scan their surroundings with heightened vigilance. The others, too, suddenly grasped the gravity of their situation, their smiles fading as they listened to the rustling leaves in the breeze, which sounded eerily akin to the approach of zombies. After a half-hour respite, at 12:30, the group set off once more to resume their search and rescue mission. The temperature soared as if to scorch them. Yet the three donned in temperature-regulating suits felt little of it. In stark contrast, Yi Xinghua and the others were already drenched in sweat, their garments soaked as if doused in water. Should any survivors remain on the mountain, the sight of this group would surely signal their impending rescue, and the sound of footsteps would no longer compel them to hide in fear. By 3 in the afternoon, they stumbled upon a helicopter. Nearby lay 2 corpses, gnawed down to mere bones, alongside fragments of clothing. From the fabric and style, it was evident these individuals had been dispatched from the base. A heavy mood settled over the group as they pressed on. After covering less than 5 kilometers, they found themselves ensnared by an oncoming horde of zombies. As Wen Qian had anticipated, the earlier rescue team members had predominantly succumbed to transformation into the undead, unlike the ordinary zombies that could be dispatched with a single shot. 1/3 of this new horde had evolved, akin to the one Wen Qian had vanquished that morning. The evolved zombies towered above their ordinary counterparts, each exceeding 2 meters in height. Perhaps due to their former lives as combatants, there was an air about them that distinguished them from the zombies previously encountered. "Everyone, spread out. First, eliminate the ordinary zombies." A cold female voice rang out from the rear of the group. Simultaneously, gunfire erupted, and Wen Qian swiftly dispatched one ordinary zombie. "Xiaobai, go attract the attention of the evolved zombies." With a single command from her, the agile little white creature beside her sprang into action, deftly maneuvering through the larger zombies. Though its strength was still developing, its remarkable leaping ability and speed had become astonishing. It leapt onto the shoulder of a zombie, just as it had done earlier, using its claws to strike at the creature's eyes. Once more, the onlookers were astounded by its combat prowess. What exactly was this being? A cat? A dog? A small lion? Gunfire echoed continuously as everyone scattered through the woods, evading the relentless attacks of the zombies while shooting to obliterate the heads of the ordinary ones. Meanwhile, Wen Qian coordinated with the little white creature to confront the evolved zombies, which could only be stopped by decapitation. She made every effort to provoke those monstrous entities, drawing them away from her companions. After several minutes of this frantic endeavor, she heard the system's voice. Ding. Combat skill unlocked. Fire attraction. Usable without limit each day. It allows the host to attract all zombie firepower to themselves for 3 minutes, ensuring the safety of their teammates. Wen Qian, what is the system up to today? Has it lost interest in her? Does it wish for her demise? How could it bear to make her the bait? Tears of frustration welled in her eyes. In the next instant, the system's voice echoed again. During the use of this skill, for every zombie killed by team members within the system, the host's speed will increase by 1. For every 100 zombies killed, any member within the system will receive a speed boost of 10. For the first minute after activation, zombies will ignore the host's presence. Wen Qian, a slap followed by a sweet date, is it? Very well. Consider this my acceptance. Wen Qian took a deep breath and activated the skill, Attract Fire. In the blink of an eye, those zombies that had been pursuing others abruptly halted their movements, turning around to charge towards Wen Qian. The onlookers were bewildered by the sudden turn of events. As they witnessed the impending assault on Wen Qian, they rushed forward to her aid. Wen Rang and Gu Ran, in particular, were fervently determined, desperate to reach her side. Realizing their intentions, Wen Qian shouted, "Stay back. We only have 3 minutes. Take advantage of their pursuit to act swiftly." With a designated time constraint imposed by the system, the zombies regarded everyone but Wen Qian as mere air for the next 3 minutes. Recognizing this, the group began to exert their full strength. Meanwhile, Wen Qian found herself fleeing in a panic, accumulating a plethora of curses she wished to discuss with the system. These zombies had once undergone professional combat training. They sprinted with incredible speed, and on several occasions, they nearly grasped her hair. As time ticked away, the critical 3 minutes finally elapsed. Wen Rang and Gu Ran had successfully eliminated 23 zombies, while Yi Xinghua and the others had nearly dispatched all the ordinary zombies, leaving only the final 5 or 6. Along with the evolved mutated ones, one must commend the marksmanship of those sent by Mo Han. Each shot found its mark, clearly indicating that the elite from the base had been deployed. Yet, even with such prowess, 30 mutated zombies still awaited their attention. The moment the 3 minutes concluded, Wen Xian instantly increased her speed by 23. She gazed at the zombies, momentarily stunned, as if awakening from a dream. After a brief pause, they scattered to hunt down others. Taking a quick breath, she seized the opportunity while they overlooked her for a fleeting moment and began to eliminate them. Wen Xian rushed towards Wen Rang and Gu Ran, who were closest to her. It seemed that Xiao Bai also sensed her intent, collaborating powerfully to allow her to land 2 consecutive strikes, severing the heads of 2 zombies. The tense battle raged on, and while her brother and Gu Ran took a brief respite, Wen Xian hurled 2 tang knives their way. She knew the strength had to be substantial. If she couldn't decapitate a zombie with a single blow, she would immediately turn and flee, never daring to attempt to extract the tang knives from the zombie's bones for a second strike. That delay was ample time for the zombies to retaliate, especially against these evolved ones, where a mere second could cost them their lives. The 2 recalled Wen Xian's warning, swiftly stretching their limbs before rejoining the fray. This was the first time Wen Rang witnessed his sister slaying zombies with the tang knife. After observing for a while, he could not help but develop the illusion that such maneuvers were not overly challenging. Now, it was finally his turn to engage. With all his strength, after much effort, he managed to sever a zombie's head, only to feel as if his arm were about to dislocate. Hadn't the system enhanced his combat prowess? Why was it still like this? Pain numbed Wen Rang, while Gu Ran, who had not received significant boosts from the system, struggled to successfully sever a zombie's neck. Thus, after more than an hour of chaotic fighting, they finally eradicated this batch of mutated zombies. 3 individuals perished at Yexinghua, all succumbing to wounds inflicted by zombies before being dispatched by gunfire. The remaining survivors, though unharmed, were utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground, breath quickening as if their chests might burst. Wen Xian, while not as severely affected, sat on the ground cradling Xiao Bai, too fatigued to engage in conversation. It had been a long time since she had found zombies so difficult to vanquish. After all, this was merely the first month of the apocalypse. Could the combat power enhancement provided by the system keep pace with the rapid evolution of the zombies? Gazing skyward, she recalled the newly acquired skill. As long as she activated this skill, she would be granted a surge in speed, correct? Very well, in the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. Once she becomes akin to the Flash, she would relish in witnessing those wretched zombies attempt to catch her. Observing his sister's expression of utter despair, when Rang approached and seated himself beside her, Wen Xian leaned her head against him, releasing Xiao Bai and grasping his arm tightly. Moments ago, her mind had been a void, free from fear. However, now that it was over, a wave of trepidation washed over her. She was not strong enough, still not strong enough. She must fortify herself. For the sake of her family, she could not afford to repeat past mistakes. Chapter 51. He truly deserves it. The group sat in silence for half an hour, resting in the stillness until someone finally broke the quiet. Goddess, Ji Fan turned his gaze towards Wen Xian and the creature at her feet, unable to suppress his curiosity. What species is this battle pet you have brought? His inquiry sparked interest among the others, who perked up, eager to hear Wen Xian's response. Ji Fan, caught off guard by the question, was momentarily speechless. I have encountered cats before, but never one so corpulent. Xiao Bai meow. What did you say? No. I have never seen one so robust and fierce. Ji Fan, fearing Xiao Bai might pounce, hastily rephrased his words. This cat must weigh at least 50 pounds, right? Has it been like this since it was a kitten? Wen Xian scratched Xiao Bai's chin, who responded with a languorous stretch and rolled over, exposing its belly for her to pet. The onlookers were utterly smitten, yet they couldn't help but recall its earlier display of ferocity as it tore apart a zombie, sending shivers down their spines. Wen Xian did not hold back. In this apocalyptic world, it wasn't just Xiao Bai that had mutated. She believed that the information in Mo Han's possession must surpass her own, so whether she shared it or not, these individuals would eventually learn the truth. Upon hearing this, Ji Fan and the others turned to observe the two rescue dogs they had brought along. The dogs had valiantly participated in the battle today. Yet one had been kicked several meters away by a zombie and now lay there, its body broken. The other suffered an injured eye. The team medic had hastily bandaged it, unsure of the risk of infection. The two pitiful creatures lay obediently on the ground, gazing longingly at Xiaobai, yearning to approach but too timid to do so, only managing to whimper in a distant attempt to communicate. Unfortunately, Xiaobai, in its pride, granted them no attention, only wishing for its caretaker to hurry and massage its belly so it could relieve itself. After inquiring about the cat, Ji Fan's curiosity turned to Wen Xian. He simply could not fathom how a young girl like her could surpass them so drastically. Among the 15 who had come, Ji Fan could assert without modesty that each was an elite member of the team. They possessed an air of superiority, yet today, that sense of superiority was utterly obliterated. For without Wen Xian, they would have faltered long ago. Goddess, you are truly remarkable. What did you do before? Were you perhaps a soldier? No. I simply excel at fighting. She continued. In my childhood, my family was impoverished, unable to afford meals, and my neighbors and classmates looked down upon me, constantly bullying me. As Wen Xian spoke, a chill ran through the hearts of the men present, evoking a sense of sympathy, particularly for Ji Fan, who felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself for his thoughtless inquiry. What possessed him to ask such a question, reopening old wounds? Regret coursed through him, even prompting his comrades to express their disappointment with a few playful punches. Wen Xian lowered her gaze to the ground and continued at a measured pace. When I was young, I wore only my brother's hand-me-downs, which led them to mock me as a freak, wanting to tear my clothes off to determine my gender. It was from that time that I learned to fight. Ji Fan could only think, he truly deserves this fate. When Rang, puzzled, wondered why he could not recall such events. Their family had indeed experienced poverty, but by the time Wen Xian entered elementary school, their circumstances had improved significantly. Moreover, this girl had never worn a single hand-me-down. Her parents would rather go hungry than deny their daughter beautiful dresses. There was even a time when they considered having Wen Rang, who was already in middle school, wear one of Wen Xian's oversized dresses as a nightgown. When Rang turned to Wen Xian, his brow furrowed in concern. Wen Xian feigned ignorance and continued her rambling, ultimately leaving Ji Fan and the others with reddened eyes. Even Yi Xinghua began to reflect upon whether he had been overly harsh towards this young woman. After concluding her speech with a soft sigh, Wen Xian expressed gratitude to those who had hurt her, for they had facilitated her growth and resilience. As the audience's hearts lifted, anticipating another heartfelt declaration, Wen Xian abruptly shifted her tone, chuckling softly. I shall certainly slay them and feed their remains to the dogs. Unless one is mentally unwell, who would ever express gratitude towards their enemies? Rolling her eyes, Wen Xian rose and brushed off the dirt from her clothes. Time was of the essence. They needed to search before the sun dipped below the horizon, for once night fell, the zombies would become increasingly aggressive, and their recent stroke of good fortune might not hold. Wen Xian felt somewhat fatigued, although she had consumed water from the well within her space. She had yet to fully recover. If circumstances permitted, she would have relished a soothing soak in a hot spring. Yet, the current time and place did not allow for such indulgence. The zombies at night were an entirely different breed from those encountered during the day, and the terrifying thought of this compelled everyone to muster their strength against the pain, rising to continue their search. Apart from Wen Xian and her companions, the others bore various scrapes and bruises. Dragging their weary bodies, none dared to be careless, taking each step with utmost caution. Thus, when footsteps echoed once more through the woods, every individual, including Wen Xian, instinctively raised their weapons, their eyes gleaming with lethal intent. Stop! Do not fire! A trembling voice emanated from the thicket, prompting the crowd to turn their gaze. They beheld a young man, clad in tattered garments and wearing a helmet, limping towards them. Guoboen. Yi Xinghua recognized him and hastened forward to offer support. Guoboen, taken aback by their presence, felt his eyes welling with tears, rendered speechless by emotion. Wen Xian leaned against a tree, quietly observing the survivor. With one leg broken and an arm shattered, his survival in such a condition was indeed remarkable. Yi Xinghua gently patted Guoboen's shoulder, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Are there any other brothers who survived?" Guoboen shook his head. "No, they are all gone. But Professor Ouyang and the others are still alive." Hearing this, Yi Xinghua and the others felt a mix of sorrow and relief. "Did you not see the signal flares we sent earlier?" Wen Xian, positioned at the rear of the crowd, asked curiously. Upon hearing her, Guoboen turned his gaze towards her, his expression somewhat complex as he replied, I did see them, but I never expected you to survive. The zombies have evolved. The rescue team that came before was found by them after firing the flares, with no survivors. Thus, I waited until the flares and gunfire ceased before summoning the courage to emerge. Chapter 52. What trouble have I caused her? After Guoboen finished speaking, he led Wen Qian and the others to their makeshift shelter from the past few days. Initially puzzled by how they had managed to survive under such dire conditions, Wen Qian's confusion dissipated upon their arrival. In the woods, numerous zombie corpses lay strewn about haphazardly. Each of them was clad in battle gear identical to that worn by Guoboen and his companions. Beneath those lifeless bodies lay several pits, excavated by human hands. Within these pits were a few researchers, among whom Guoboen first covered them with soil, then heaped the corpses atop. He did not compact the earth too tightly, leaving several air tubes for them to breathe, connecting the underground with the surface. Thus, despite the precariousness of such an escape, they managed to elude the pursuit of the zombies. Yi Xinghua and others united their efforts to rescue the professors from the pits. Lin Yan, you all quickly shoulder the professors. We must strive to leave this place before darkness envelopes us, commanded Yi Xinghua, eager to vacate this cursed location without delay. The others shared the same sentiment, promptly shouldering the researchers and sprinting towards the helicopter. Yet, scarcely 2 minutes had passed before an unsettling feeling gripped her. Wen Qian furrowed her brow, observing the man on Lin Yan's back. The oppressive heat and the terror inflicted by the zombies had rendered him too exhausted to utter a single word. Yet, at this moment, his gaze remained fixated on Xiao Bai, radiating an insatiable hunger that sent shivers down the creature's spine, causing it to emit a series of low growls and warning. The man glanced at Xiao Bai, then at its owner, offering a faint smile towards Wen Qian. She, however, responded with a scornful glance, her heart brimming with ominous premonitions. Observing that Yi Xinghua and the others had boarded the helicopter without any intention of accompanying her, she resolutely declared, You all go ahead. I have matters to attend to and shall not join you. Her words left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Yi Xinghua remarked, Zombies are everywhere. You won't be able to accomplish anything. Wen Qian turned her gaze towards the valley below, speaking slowly. The mutation rate of the zombies here is swifter than in other regions, and I do not wish to squander this opportunity for practical experience. For her, it seemed rather straightforward. Contemplating the future, she felt compelled to enhance her combat skills as much as possible. Upon discerning her intent to remain and eliminate zombies, Yi Xinghua and the others couldn't help but feel she had lost her sanity. However, Wen Qian paid no heed to their concerns. While Wen Rang and Gu Ren showed no dissent, appearing resigned to accompany her in her madness. Resolute in her decision, Wen Qian smiled and waved goodbye to the group. Just as the silent Professor Ouyang spoke up, You may stay, but this mutated creature will accompany me, he stated, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Bai. His tone brooking no opposition. It possesses immense scientific value. Keeping it with you would be a waste. Wen Qian scoffed at his words, a smirk playing on her lips. She had always found the surname Ouyang familiar, and now she was certain. In her past life, there was a renowned scientist named Ouyang Yong, whose research on human experimentation had reached a level of madness. He was obsessed with the amalgamation of mutated zombies and humans, and it was said that he ultimately began exploring the potential between humans and mutated animals. Wen Qian had heard many rumors about him but had never encountered the man himself. Little did she expect to cross paths with this deranged mastermind at the very onset of the apocalypse. Upon finishing his words, Ouyang Yong instructed Yi Xinghua to bring Xiao Bai onto the plane. However, Yi Xinghua hesitated, his expression revealing a sense of difficulty. Professor, this creature belongs to Wen Qian. We have no right to take it away. Ouyang Yong was taken aback by Yi Xinghua's refusal. He cast a glance at him, snorted coldly, and then turned to direct Lin Yan beside him. You, go fetch it. No, no, no. Lin Yan shook his head vehemently. Professor, we cannot resort to blatant theft in broad daylight. What are you joking about? That is the pet of a goddess, one that has saved their lives. The atmosphere grew awkward as Ouyang Yong realized he could not command this group. He decided to take matters into his own hands. Leaping from the plane, he advanced toward Xiao Bai. Anticipating his move, Xiao Bai charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen that sent him staggering backward, ultimately falling to the ground. Yi Xinghua and the others stood by, watching idly, While only a few assistants brought by Ouyang Yong rushed to help him up, they looked at Wen Qian, feeling that she was ungrateful. How dare you lay a hand on us? Do you know who we are? The professor's interest in your possession is a privilege. Indeed. Hand over that creature at once. Wen Qian regarded them with an impassive expression, aware that they were attempting to take advantage of their esteemed status to act aggressively. Yu Xinghua and his companions stepped forward to intervene, and seeing that they still retained some decency and did not join forces with the perverse professor to intimidate her, she chose not to make things difficult for them. She took a step forward, striding directly towards Ouyang Yong. Perhaps her aura was too menacing, for Ouyang Yong sensed danger even from several meters away. As soon as she took that step, he issued a warning. Ouyang Yong, believing that she was akin to Yi Xinghua and others, mere soldiers of Mo Han, threatened her. What do you intend to do? You are sent by Mo Han to ensure my safety. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? If I lose even a single hair today, you shall never find solace in the official base again. His words rendered Yi Xinghua and the others somewhat awkward. They yearned to inform Ouyang Yong that Wen Qian was not one of the base's personnel, and that intimidating her with the commander would bear no fruit. Yet, Ouyang Yong seemed resolute in his misconception of Wen Qian's identity as a mere soldier, commanding those around him to seize Xiaobai, dismissing Wen Qian entirely. Wen Qian approached Ouyang Yong, retrieving a sealed bag from her backpack, and swung it towards his head. Yi Xinghua, observing from behind, quickly discerned the contents of the bag and trembled in fear. Hey, do not strike. Yi Xinghua frantically grasped Wen Qian's wrist, but it was too late. She had already rendered Ouyang Yong unconscious with the severed head of a zombie, and in her wrath, delivered a kick to him as well. Ouyang Yong, taken aback by her possession of a zombie's head, was both startled and terrified, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yi Xinghua hurriedly rushed forward to catch him, and upon confirming that Ouyang Yong was merely unconscious and in no mortal danger, he sighed and could not help but mutter. What on earth possessed him to provoke her? Chapter 53. Are there living people down the mountain? Upon witnessing Wen Qian incapacitate Ouyang Yong, the remaining researchers were incensed, rolling up their sleeves and advancing towards her, intent on settling the score. They exclaimed with indignation, Have you lost your mind? Do you even know who you have struck? Their demeanor suggested a readiness to execute immediate justice upon Wen Qian. Upon witnessing the situation, Yi Xinghua swiftly signaled his subordinates to intercept the individuals. He feared that these people might truly provoke Wen Qian, who, in a fit of displeasure, could dismantle the helicopter, thus preventing anyone from leaving that day. Yi Xinghua led his team onto the aircraft and turned to Wen Qian, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Are you truly not planning to accompany us? I shall not go, Wen Qian retorted, clearly irked. Sensing her agitation, Yi Xinghua refrained from further provocation, exchanged a few pleasantries, and advised her to remain safe before departing with Ouyang Yong and the others. Wen Qian watched as the helicopter ascended into the sky, then turned to Wen Rang and Gu Ran, stating, Ouyang Yong is renowned for his expertise in studying mutated zombies. His team's presence here undoubtedly indicates they have uncovered something significant. The mutation rate of the zombies on this island is alarmingly rapid. We must exercise utmost caution moving forward. Wen Rang and Gu Ran nodded in agreement, glancing westward. With evening approaching, descending the mountain would be unwise. So the three opted to spend the night atop the mountain. The dumplings, which she had previously retrieved from her spatial storage, were slightly cool but retained their delightful flavor. Gu Ran had anticipated a dinner of biscuits or instant noodles, so discovering the comforting dumplings from home filled him with joy, causing him to forget to inquire why they were still warm. Wen Qian also distributed some well-prepared spring water from her spatial storage to the two, allowing them to replenish their strength. After ensuring they were well fed and hydrated, she retreated into the tent, ostensibly to rest, but instead entered her spatial realm. She took a refreshing shower, enjoyed a soak in a hot spring, and changed into a fresh set of clothes. When they emerged once more, Gu Ran and Wen Rang remained vigilant outside the tent, engaged in hushed conversation while attentively scanning the surroundings of the Western Zhou. Inside the tent, Xiaobai lay comfortably, accustomed to her sudden disappearances and reappearances, lazily rolling over with her feet in the air, playfully seeking attention. Wen Qian and her companions took turns keeping watch and resting, experiencing no significant dangers. Commander, Wen Qian and her companions are determined to stay on the island. We could not persuade them otherwise, so we had no choice however. He was taken aback when Mo Han, upon hearing this, calmly nodded and simply stated that he understood, leaving the matter at that. Yi Xinghua was momentarily stunned and mustered the courage to inquire. "Commander, you will not punish us?" Emohan was surprised by the question, considering that it was Wen Qian's own decision to remain. Indeed, who could have compelled her otherwise? Yi Xinghua candidly expressed his thoughts, but sighed regretfully. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Wen Qian's abilities undoubtedly surpassed theirs. It would indeed be a fortuitous event to recruit such talent into the base. Yet now Yi Xinghua had already formed his conclusion, but could not help but ask one last question. Regardless of the answer, it had become irrelevant. He had failed to exert his utmost effort to dissuade Wen Qian and her companions from their perilous course. Thus, no amount of regret could alter the situation. Even if Wen Qian and her companions were exceptionally strong, surviving a week on that island was an impossibility 6 days from now. Wen Qian proclaimed that she would deliver the helicopter to our base. Emohan nodded, returning his focus to the documents on the table, harboring no doubt regarding Wen Qian's promise. As Yu Xinghua observed his calm demeanor, she refrained from pressing further and turned to leave. On the fishing island, in the dead of night, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Wen Qian leaned against a tree, gazing up at the blood-red full moon. A sense of unease gnawing at her. She contemplated for a considerable time before the realization struck her. It was too quiet. The woods usually resonated with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds, yet now, the only sound was the whisper of the wind. With gritted teeth, Wen Qian glanced at the tent where Wen Rang and Gu Ran were resting inside. She then turned her attention to the west, when suddenly, a rhythmic drumming echoed from the mountains below. Wen Qian raised an eyebrow, wondering if there were still living souls on this island. Inside the tent, although Wen Rang and Gu Ran lay awake, they had not succumbed to sleep. Upon hearing the drum beats, they emerged from the tent, their faces etched with confusion as they looked towards Wen Qian. Wen Rang inquired, "What is that noise?" Gu Ran added, "Could there be someone down the mountain? I am uncertain. According to the clues from Yi Xinghua and the others, there shouldn't be any living beings left on this island." However, Wen Qian hesitated, peering towards the source of the drumming, caught in indecision. In accordance with the conventions of horror films, those with insatiable curiosity often met with grim fates. Yet, in this apocalyptic era, even if she held little regard for her own safety, the arrival of zombies would indisputably herald her demise. Moreover, the commotion from the mountain would surely draw the undead towards it. She reasoned that merely sneaking a glance at whoever dared to make such noise should pose no threat. With that thought, she resolved and spoke to Wen Rang. "I wish to go and take a look." "Let us go," they echoed in unison, promptly rising to set forth. Under the moonlight, the trio moved cautiously towards the mountainside. As the distance narrowed, the rhythmic beating of drums from below became increasingly distinct. Finally, within the range of the telescope, the three individuals came to a halt, their curiosity piqued as they gazed down the mountain. The scene below was shrouded in darkness, and after a prolonged search, Wen Qian managed to pinpoint the source of the drumming. However, upon discerning the unfolding spectacle, a wave of goosebumps cascaded over her. "What on earth is this?" Beside her, Wen Rang and Gu Ran simultaneously voiced their astonishment, lowering their binoculars to exchange incredulous glances before, as if in disbelief. They returned to confirm what they had witnessed. Wen Qian shared their astonishment, struggling to trust her own eyes. After repeatedly affirming that a congregation of zombies was engaged in some sort of ritualistic celebration below, an icy chill enveloped her. Professor Ouyang and his team had deliberately come to this island for research, and there must be a compelling reason behind it. Wen Qian had long suspected that the zombies here were extraordinary, yet their evolution to such a degree exceeded her wildest imagination. In her previous life, zombies had only begun to evolve human-like consciousness many years later, with some elite specimens eventually resembling humans in appearance. However, such transformations had their limitations. To Wen Qian's knowledge, even the most formidable zombies could only remain lucid for a mere 2 hours each day. During the remaining hours, they remained enslaved to their thirst for bloodshed and carnage. Yet in this new existence, how could there be zombies mimicking human behavior in a ritual? Even for someone as accustomed to grand spectacles as Wen Qian, the current situation provoked an urge to utter expletives. Damn it, is there truly no escape left for us? Once again, Wen Qian raised her telescope to gaze down the mountainside. This time, her sight was not only clear but also locked onto the zombie, standing at the forefront of the horde. The figure at the very front was a small zombie that appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old. In the shroud of night, it seemed to sense that it was being observed. Slowly, it turned its head, contorting it into a position that no human could possibly achieve. with a look of confusion. Its gaze swept across the mountain before precisely honing in on Wen Qian's location. Realizing she had been spotted, a wave of dread washed over her. There was no time for lengthy exchanges with Wen Rang. She swiftly turned and made her way into the woods. The forest was eerily quiet, with only their breaths and the whisper of the wind breaking the silence. After a prolonged stillness, Wen Rang could no longer contain his curiosity. What in the world were those creatures down the mountain? Their behavior mimicked that of humans, yet their decaying bodies and lifeless, fish-like eyes betrayed their non-human identity. Don't ask me, my intellect falters in such matters. Little by circled the three of them anxiously, baring its teeth in a warning toward the mountainside. Wen Qian had expected that once the zombies were aware of their presence, a fierce battle would be inevitable. Yet, after waiting for a full half-hour, the horde remained utterly still, and even the previous drumming had ceased. This was decidedly odd. Could there truly be something on this mountain that instilled fear in them? Wen Qian glanced at the time. It was already 2:30 in the morning. If she did not rest soon, she feared she would lack the energy and stamina to confront the zombies come dawn. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, "It has been quite a while since they last pursued us. They likely won't return. You two should rest first, and I will continue to keep watch. I shall awaken you in 2 hours." In such circumstances, how could Wen Rang and Gu Ran bear to let her, a young girl, stand guard alone? Wen Rang insisted, "No, you should rest first. We will take the watch." Gu Ran concurred, "Indeed, you are our primary combat asset. You must recuperate." They immediately declined her proposal. Yet Wen Qian could not suppress her sarcasm upon hearing their words. "It is good that you recognize I am the main force. With the zombies having evolved so significantly, if they were to charge, the two of you would be utterly overwhelmed. Do not squander your rest. I will rouse you in 2 hours." Her sharp retorts left them speechless, ultimately compelling one to retreat into the helicopter and the other into the tent. Seizing the opportunity while they were separated, Wen Qian swiftly transported Wen Rang into her space. Upon realizing she had entered this peculiar realm, Wen Rang was momentarily taken aback before hastily seeking a bath and a soak in the hot springs to regain her strength. If her intuition served her well, the small zombie, whose gaze had locked with hers, was likely the leader of the horde. Typically, the combat prowess of children transformed into zombies surpasses that of adults. Their diminutive stature grants them agility, and once their strength evolves, they become quite formidable. With her arms crossed over her chest, Wen Qian pondered the probability of her success should she engage that small creature in battle. Given the rapid pace of its evolution, it was plausible that it had already developed some extraordinary ability. In her previous life, she had encountered individuals with supernatural abilities only twice, once with enhanced strength and once with the capacity to mimic human voices. She pondered what abilities she might face this time. Wen Qian incessantly calculated how she would descend the mountain at dawn to confront the zombies, and how she would respond if she encountered that little ghost again. Time slipped away unnoticed, and over an hour had passed. Gradually, Wen Qian relaxed from her initial state of extreme tension. Just as she believed that no zombies would approach her that night, she suddenly felt a chilling sensation. It was difficult for Wen Qian to articulate that feeling. In an instant, her scalp tingled, and a wave of cold spread from her spine to the very core of her being. She held her breath, as all her senses heightened at that moment. Gripping the tang of her sword, she loosened and tightened her hold again, swallowed nervously, and slowly raised her gaze to the branch above her. In a fleeting glance, she nearly lost her composure. For perched above her was the little zombie she had locked eyes with through the telescope earlier, now drooling as it crouched on the tree branch. Its pallid face, illuminated by the moonlight, resembled a blank sheet of paper. Upon realizing that Wen Qian had spotted it, the creature grinned, revealing 2 rows of small, sharp teeth akin to those of a fish, as if ready to sever a human throat at any moment. Wen Qian gasped sharply, instinctively reacting as the little zombie lunged toward her. It leaped from the tree with ferocity and in a swift motion. Wen Qian rolled on the ground, wielding her sword, and aimed a decisive strike at its arm. The zombie was utterly unprepared for the formidable strength of Wen Qian, and with a swift strike, it had its arm severed. With a howl of anguish, it turned and fled. Witnessing its hasty retreat, Wen Qian's exasperation boiled over. How infuriating. The zombies on this island were shockingly incompetent. It was one thing to feast on humans, but to be frightened by them was preposterous. Her heart raced wildly as she heard Gu Ran's voice emanating from the tent, prompting her to release Wen Rang from her spatial confines. Wen Rang appeared bewildered. struggling to comprehend the situation, but his attention was quickly drawn to the severed arm on the ground, leading him to ask anxiously, "Did a zombie come?" Wen Qian nodded wearily. "Yes, just a little brat. It realized it couldn't contend with me and ran away." No sooner had she finished speaking than Xiaobai approached, sniffing curiously before tilting its head back and gulping down the severed arm. The dog had shown little combat prowess earlier, yet now it devoured the flesh with unabashed enthusiasm, licking its lips as if still hungry. Chapter 55. The Zombie Nest. Wen Qian was incensed. It had only been a little over a month since the apocalypse began. She could not allow a mere juvenile zombie to bully her. "So, you wish to play with me, do you? Very well. Just wait, you little wretch." After confirming that the small zombie had vanished without a trace, she turned her attention to Wen Rang and Gu Ran. "I'm tired. I shall rest for a while. Wake me in 3 hours." With that, she entered the tent, closed her eyes, and drifted into slumber. Gu Ran stood in stunned silence, incredulous as he whispered to Wen Rang, "Is she really able to sleep in such a situation?" "Indeed, she can." Although Gu Ran was unaware of Wen Qian's true nature, Wen Rang was acutely aware of it. His sister possessed remarkable adaptability and an indomitable spirit. He reminisced about Wen Qian's high school days when she pursued the sciences. During the first examination after the class division, she was outperformed in mathematics by a male classmate by a considerable margin. While this in itself was inconsequential, the crux of the matter lay in the boys' subsequent mockery of Wen Qian, asserting that girls were not as intellectually capable as boys and should instead pursue the arts rather than the sciences. Wen Rang recalled this incident vividly because at that time, Li Mo and Wen Chongning had perceived her distress and suspected she was being bullied at school. Wen Qian harbored no secrets from Wen Rang when he inquired. She recounted the entire episode. She expressed her displeasure but reassured him that a good night's sleep would remedy her woes, urging him not to fret. During that period, Wen Qian spent her time either sleeping or tackling practice problems, and as a result, she never again performed worse than her male classmates in subsequent examinations. Moreover, Wen Rang observed a peculiar pattern. The more pressure his sister faced, the more inclined she was to seek solace in sleep. Thus, he surmised that she had indeed been irked by that little zombie earlier. Now, rejuvenating her spirit, she would likely set out to confront the creature's lair at dawn. After a 3-hour slumber, Wen Qian was roused by Wen Rang. Stretching and emerging from the tent, she retrieved a portable stove and pot from her supplies, along with the handmade noodles prepared by Li Mo. As she cooked, she also brought forth a jar of the beef sauce crafted by Li Mo, and the three of them commenced their breakfast. Wen Qian devoured 2 generous bowls of noodles before rising to gaze down the mountain. From the moment they arrived on this island, they had not descended from the mountain, tirelessly searching through the woods without any knowledge of the situation below. After satisfying their hunger and preparing their belongings, the three of them began their descent. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they discovered several statues surrounding it, reminiscent of those the horde of zombies had worshipped the previous night. The island was inhabited by fishermen who relied on the sea for sustenance, holding deep reverence for deities such as the Dragon King, the sea god, Mazu, and He Bo Gu Ran, having relatives in the fishing profession, possessed considerable insight into these customs. These traditions had been passed down through generations, and even though the fishermen had succumbed to the fate of zombies, the ingrained habits of their youth lingered within them. It was precisely due to the presence of these statues that the ordinary zombies dared not approach the mountain. Regardless of the circumstances, the number of zombies capable of ascending the mountain was limited, providing a relatively safe haven, which brought a sense of relief to Wen Qian and her companions. Wen Qian observed the zombies wandering near the base of the mountain and distributed the bullets she had exchanged for it in the spatial realm to Wen Rang and Gu Ran, advising them to flee uphill if they found themselves outmatched, assuring them not to worry about her. After imparting her instructions, she descended the mountain with her Tang Dao in hand. Gu Ran, witnessing her fierce demeanor, mused that had he been a zombie, he would have surely fled long ago. Gu Ran and Wen Rang secured a position that allowed for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, commencing their assault on the seemingly unmutated zombies with gunfire. The nearby zombies, drawn by the sound of gunshots, converged upon them, only to be dispatched by Wen Qian, who stood guard at the mountain's base. The proportion of mutated zombies on this island appeared to be significantly higher than outside, leading Wen Qian to speculate whether they had consumed an excessive amount of seafood contaminated by nuclear radiation during their lifetimes, resulting in such an outcome. She vented all the pent-up fury she had accumulated from last night's encounter with that little zombie upon this unfortunate horde of the undead. Xiaobai followed her, as if transported to an amusement park, gleefully leaping amidst the throng of zombies, her biting and slaying techniques growing increasingly adept. Wen Qian did not forget the unfortunate skill bestowed upon her by the system, which drew fire. Within a span of 3 minutes, for every zombie killed by the combatants in the system, the host's speed would increase by 1. Slaying 100 zombies would grant any member of the system a speed boost of 10. With no limitations on usage, she would activate this skill whenever her condition allowed. The exhilarating rush of adrenaline during the extreme 3-minute escape was simply addictive. As the number of zombies vanquished by their hands continued to rise, Wen Qian's speed accelerated correspondingly. Thus concluded the first day of carnage, yet Wen Qian did not encounter the little zombie that had frightened her away. By nightfall, the system reported a total of 960 zombies slain, of which 200 had fallen under the influence of Wen Qian's fire attraction skill. Her speed had surged by 200, while Wen Rang and Gu Ran experienced boosts of 10 each. At that moment, Wen Qian suddenly craved hot pot, but given the limited circumstances, she feared that rummaging through her bag for a dozen boxes of hot pot ingredients might startle Gu Ran. Thus, she settled for a few boxes of self-heating hot pot and some self-heating braised rice. Although these were merely convenience foods, being able to enjoy a warm meal under such conditions was already a luxurious affair. To satiate their hunger, Wen Qian allowed Wen Ruo and the others to rest first, while she sat beneath a tree, clutching a tang knife, awaiting the appearance of that little zombie. However, the entire night passed without a single sighting of the creature, leaving Wen Qian, whose mind was consumed with murderous intent, seething with frustration. When dawn broke, the trio descended the mountain to hunt once more. Over the course of the day, they successfully dispatched 1,200 zombies, with Wen Qian's speed increasing by an astounding 400%, while Wen Ruo and Gu Ran each reaped a reward of 20%. Chapter 56. Unlocking the Rebirth ability, noticing the transformation in Wen Qian. Both Wen Ruo and Gu Ran were filled with excitement. Yet, Wen Qian herself remained composed, aware that while she was evolving, the zombies were also undergoing their own mutations. The ordinary zombies on the island were nearly extinct, with the remaining threats primarily being mutated specimens towering 2 to 3 meters tall. By the third day, Wen Ruo and Gu Ran found that relying solely on bullets was no longer sufficient to obliterate their heads. Thus they had no choice but to engage in close combat with tang knives, much like Wen Qian. Consequently, their pace in eliminating zombies slowed considerably. After a full day of relentless effort, the trio managed to slay over 800 zombies, the majority of which fell to Wen Qian's blade. Although she felt disheartened for not locating the zombie leader, she accepted the reality. After all, such rare entities could not be easily vanquished. Furthermore, the arm that Wen Qian had severed days prior had miraculously regrown. Upon discovering this, she couldn't help but let out a light laugh. When Ruo glanced at his sister, sensing that her gaze at the zombie seemed to emanate a greenish glow. For a moment, he found it difficult to determine which side truly embodied the essence of a villain. After several days apart, the little zombie, upon seeing Wen Qian again, was filled with rage upon its small face. Wen Qian could not ascertain whether its anger stemmed from her having severed its arm or from the fact that she had eliminated many of its minions in the past few days. Regardless, the furious little zombie appeared somewhat endearing. With a loud shriek, it commanded the horde of zombies surrounding it to charge at Wen Qian and her companions. In response, Wen Rang and Gu Ran promptly decided to turn and flee up the mountain. However, this time, the mutated zombies did not relent. Instead, they relentlessly pursued them up the slope. Wen Qian glanced at the retreating figures of her companions and chose not to follow. She understood that she could not remain perpetually by their side, and that there would inevitably come a time for them to act independently. With this realization, she fixed her gaze upon the little zombie. The air was thick with the pungent scent of decaying fish. Zombies from the western direction swarmed towards Wen Qian, and after several missed attempts, their movements began to slow, as if expressing their confusion. Effortlessly, she evaded their attacks, occasionally dispatching one or two with her blade. Her eyes fell upon the little zombie hidden within the throng, and she spoke coldly, "Little demon, today, whoever flees shall be the grandson." The little zombie seemed to comprehend her words, glaring at her with a sinister expression. After a moment of silence, it suddenly charged toward her. Having searched for it for nearly a week, Wen Qian found it presenting itself willingly and chose to stand her ground, making no move. She flexed her wrist, and as the little zombie reached her, she swiftly sidestepped to its rear. In the blink of an eye, the little zombie's regrown arm was once again severed by Wen Qian. It let out a sorrowful wail towards the heavens, and almost immediately, a new arm sprouted forth, appearing significantly more robust than its predecessor. Any normal person witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly be paralyzed with fear, yet in Wenqian's eyes, there was only exhilaration. This was a zombie endowed with the extraordinary ability of regeneration. Such a power is exceedingly rare. In a certain sense, possessing this ability equates to achieving immortality. For as long as one is sufficiently strong and the regeneration occurs rapidly enough, the concept of a fatal injury becomes obsolete. As the little zombie regenerated its arm, it provided no respite for Wenqian, launching into another round of attacks. Within just a few days, her strength had ascended to an impressive level. The zombie could not fathom why she had become so much stronger since that night. After several failed attempts to prevail, it began to behave like a true brat. Roaring in frustration, observing its charge once more, Wenqian chose not to wield her knife this time, but instead grasped its wrist with her hand. As it bared its sharp teeth, attempting to bite her flesh, she swung its arm down forcefully against the ground. With her newfound strength, she was capable of tearing the heads off ordinary zombies with her bare hands. Thus, after her merciless strike, the little zombie's head collided with the earth, leaving it momentarily dazed. Realizing it was no match for Wenqian, the little zombie contemplated fleeing. However, having already captured it, there was no way she would allow its escape. Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer as her gaze fixated upon the neck of the little zombie. She was curious to test whether this creature's regenerative abilities were potent enough for its head to reattach itself. The small zombie struggled frantically, but its strength was no match for Wenqian. Suddenly, it raised its other hand, which had not been grasped by Wenqian, pressed it against the shoulder of the arm she held, and with a fierce exertion, wrenched its own arm free. Finally liberated, it ceased its resistance and turned to flee. However, it soon realized that it was not only outmatched in strength by the female demon, but also in speed. Wenqian did not grant the little fiend the chance to escape. With a swift motion, she severed its neck. As she watched the lifeless body of the small zombie collapse to the ground, devoid of any further transformation, her eyes were filled with profound disappointment. TSK. That deranged professor would undoubtedly find this specimen intriguing. Yet, before she could secure the head in a sealed bag, a fist-sized orb fell from the zombie's cranium. Quick as a flash, Wenqian caught it, her brow furrowing slightly in confusion. What could this be? Brain matter? Did this little creature possess a substantial cerebral capacity? Pondering this enigma while evading the attacks of other zombies, she retreated towards the mountain, seeking a place to examine it thoroughly. In the distance, the little white creature, engaged in battle with the zombies, seemed to catch a whiff of an enticing aroma and abruptly charged towards Wenqian. Preoccupied with dodging the zombies, she momentarily overlooked it, and in an instant, it collided with her back, sending her sprawling face down onto the ground. Moreover, what proved even more perilous was that as she cursed vehemently, she inadvertently bit into that white orb. A curse escaped her lips, only to be met with a mouthful of zombie brain. Wenqian felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. Yet the ghastly substance melted away upon contact, leaving no trace behind. Rising to her feet, she gazed at the innocent expression on Xiao Bai's face, tears welling up in her eyes. She was uncertain whether she would be infected and mutated, hesitant to act recklessly in her distress. Just as she contemplated the absurdity of plucking every hair from Xiao Bai, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the regeneration ability. Chapter 57. She is more frightening than a zombie. Wenqian froze, questioning whether her consumption of something vile had led to hallucinations. Yet, the system's voice persisted. This skill requires no activation, nor does it have usage limitations, and it will adapt according to the host's physical condition. The host's blood cannot confer regenerative effects upon others. Given the host's current physical state, the fatal injuries sustained from the zombie's attack render regeneration temporarily impossible. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the initial achievement of this ability. Earning 100,000 marketplace credits, a 100 increase in combat power, and a 100 boost in spatial prosperity. Wenqian astutely seized upon a pivotal phrase, temporarily unable to regenerate. Temporarily. This implied that as long as she became sufficiently powerful, allowing her body to sustain the boundless potential of this ability, she might indeed disregard the harm inflicted by zombies. Even if bitten or if her heart were to be extracted by a zombie, there remained a glimmer of hope for her regeneration. What sort of perilous skill is this? If others were to discover it, Would she not be hunted down mercilessly across the globe? As when Xian was aware, abilities could indeed be seized. In her previous life, she had witnessed numerous brutal incidents where individuals turned on one another solely to appropriate each other's powers. There were blood relatives, devoted lovers, and steadfast friends who had shared joys and sorrows. Regardless of the nature of their relationships, when faced with sufficient temptation, betrayal was always a possibility. When Xian bit her lip, suddenly feeling a twinge of unease, the system seemed to sense her emotional shift and abruptly spoke again. Due to the unique circumstances of the host, all skills are bound to the host's identity and cannot be taken away. All members within the system, while maintaining their current loyalty, are forcibly prohibited from disclosing the host's information to the outside world. Should a member's loyalty drop to 80, they may entertain thoughts of seizing the host's abilities. If a member's loyalty falls to 80, the system will automatically eliminate that member and cease to provide the host with prompts and notifications. Updating member information within the system. Guran, loyalty, never betray. Guwanwan, loyalty, never betray. The system indicated that loyalty had reached the pinnacle of never betray and would remain unchangeable. Wen Qian, what should I do? I feel like crying. In the apocalypse, Wen Qian understood that if she wished to survive until the end, the best course of action was to transform herself into a cold-blooded machine, devoid of any emotional ties. For compared to zombies and monsters, the most terrifying entity will always be the human heart. Yet, how can one truly control emotions? She was deeply afraid, fearful that her relatives and friends might turn against her. That was a torment more agonizing than death itself. She did not wish to live in constant fear due to her extraordinary abilities, nor did she desire betrayal from those around her. Fortunately, the system comprehended her plight, endowing her with unwavering confidence, as it enforced mental control over all those she cherished, ensuring they would never betray her. When Qian inhaled deeply, a smile returning to her countenance, she turned to glance at Xiaobai, who seemed to have realized his previous misstep, now desperately tearing at the zombies in a bid for redemption. Xiaobai, Wen Qian called out, beckoning him to retreat with her up the mountain. In the woods, when Rang and Gu ran, though in disarray, managed to vanquish all the zombies pursuing them. This was their first genuine realization of their newfound strength. As when Rang severed the head of the last zombie, his peripheral vision caught sight of his sister. He turned to look, his face paling in terror. In a moment of reckless curiosity, when Qian had decided to test the limits of her regeneration ability, impulsively producing a folding dagger to cut her arm. The system had previously fortified her defenses to such an extent that her skin and blood were now remarkably resilient. The blade failed to break the surface. Thus, she resorted to a different method, plunging the dagger into herself. What Wen Rang beheld was his sister, seemingly possessed, inflicting harm upon herself. In the months since the apocalypse began, he had never felt such fear, even when being chased by zombies. Wen Qian, he called her name, his voice trembling, as he dashed toward her and snatched the dagger from her hand. Wen Qian raised her head and met her brother's reddened eyes. Noticing the glimmer of tears already forming in Wen Rang's gaze. What are you doing? Realizing what her brother was frightened of, Wen Qian hurriedly explained, Brother, please don't worry, I am perfectly fine. I just acquired a regenerative ability and wanted to test its efficacy. Wen Rang was taken aback. Regeneration? That term sounds inherently dubious, reminiscent of a pyramid scheme. How could something so absurd possibly exist? Wen Qian, seizing the moment, drew a dagger from her spatial pocket and, before her brother could react, plunged it forcefully into her forearm. In an instant, blood stained the blade, but merely 3 seconds later, the blood congealed, and astonishingly, the wound began to heal. Both Wen Qian and Wen Rang were captivated by this miraculous spectacle, sharing a moment of silence, each lost in thought. Wen Qian was elated, marveling at the prowess of her newfound skill. Although the pain of injury was still present, she reasoned that as long as she did not perish, she could endure any agony. Meanwhile, Wen Rang's previous anxiety dissipated entirely, replaced by an unsettling calm as he pondered the implications. What if this continues? Will my sister transform into a world-destroying demon? She now appears far more terrifying than those zombies. From a distance, Guran approached, observing the siblings standing face to face, unaware of their activities. Curiosity piqued, he ambled closer, but before he could inquire, he witnessed Wen Qian presenting a white orb to them. Here, each of you take a bite. She had whimsically broken off a piece of a small zombie's brain, hoping to grant them some extraordinary abilities as well. When Rang and Gu Ran reached out to take the object, tossing it into their mouths before they remembered to ask, "What is this?" When Xian replied, "Zombie brain." When Rang and Gu Ran were left utterly bewildered. Ugh! The two men, both towering at over 6 feet, immediately turned away, retching, but the brain dissolved upon entry, leaving them unable to expel it. They leaned against a tree, feeling nauseated, casting wordless glances at Wen Xian, who, with a hint of weakness, spoke up. When Rang said, "If you're not going to act human, could you at least not drag me along?" Gu Ren added, "Has the zombie's retribution finally driven you mad?" With an expression of excitement, Wen Xian asked, "Can you hear any sounds in your heads? The kind that hints at skills gained?" When Rang and Gu Ran were left speechless. "My head hurts. Someone drag her away." Chapter 58. With so many wanting to see me, who does he think he is? When Rang and Gu Ran stood weakly, making their way toward the helicopter, wishing to escape Wen Xian's madness. Yet she stubbornly grabbed them, insisting, "Oh, I'm serious. Pay close attention to the Western Zhou. See if anything seems different." Noticing their despondent expressions, Wen Xian attempted to reassure them, "What is the big deal? You seem to enjoy eating pig brains just fine." When Rang and Gu Ran thought it would have been better if she and T tried to comfort them, as unwelcome images flooded their minds again. With a sigh, Wen Xian proposed, "Let me rephrase. This is a crystal core. Surely that will suffice?" Although, in her mind, it didn't feel much different, as it all originated from the heads of zombies. When Rang and Gu Ran were compelled by Wen Xian to observe any changes in themselves, reluctantly, they acquiesced, intending to feign compliance for a while. However, upon witnessing the zombies climbing up from the valley, they were momentarily taken aback. Observing their reactions, Wen Xian followed their gaze, curiosity piqued. "What is it?" No sooner had she spoken than she too discerned something amiss. Previously, her focus had been solely on her regenerative abilities, neglecting to observe other details. Yet now, as she gazed at the faintly shimmering lights emanating from the zombies' heads, an understanding began to dawn on her. She turned to Wen Rang and Gu Ran, inquiring, "Can you see it?" They nodded in affirmation. Wen Xian continued, "Try aiming for the bright spots. Let us see if we can achieve a headshot." Thus, he raised his weapon and accurately shot at the area of a zombie's head that glimmered with a white light. With the gunfire, the zombie's head exploded instantaneously. Gu Ran experienced a similar success. After aiming at the luminous area, the zombie was instantly incapacitated. They swiftly dispatched this wave of pursuing zombies. Exchanging glances that acknowledged the astonishing truth, the zombies' brains were indeed a great source of nourishment. Furthermore, they comprehended why they had previously been unable to obliterate the heads of these mutated zombies with gunfire. Typically, the structural composition of a zombie's head mirrors that of a human's, with the brain comprising approximately 80 of the head's weight. As long as one strikes this 80 region, the likelihood of successfully slaying the zombie is high. However, the evolution of these zombies had brought about various changes to their brains. Some zombies have brains that have shrunk to the size of peanuts or sunflower seeds, which explains why there have been instances where their heads were shattered, yet they still survived. They simply were not struck at their vital points. As for the peculiar little zombie possessing extraordinary abilities, Wen Xian has yet to fully comprehend its condition. The two men, once devoid of hope and despairing, have transformed into figures brimming with excitement and joy as they have been pursued by those mutated zombies for several days. The stark contrast between their previous misery and current exhilaration is palpable. They exchanged glances, grasped their firearms, and descended the mountain. Wen Xian made no attempt to stop them. She could only watch as they sought vengeance against the zombies. Wen Xian had promised to deliver the helicopter to the base, as there was no suitable location nearby for parking such a vehicle. Upon arrival, she discovered notable changes at the base over the past few days. Shizhou was constructing walls, and numerous barbed wire fences had been erected above the residential area. Additionally, glass houses were being built in the open spaces within the base. Observing these preparations, Wen Xian raised an eyebrow. In the coming years, zombies will continue to evolve, and the previous fencing around the perimeter will undoubtedly prove inadequate. Thus, the decision to erect walls is indeed prudent. The overhead protective netting will effectively deter mutated flying creatures, such as crows and bats, that may emerge in the post-apocalyptic world. Binhai City, with its abundance of mountains and trees, is rich in bats. Wen Xian is uncertain whether bats used to feed on human blood, as she has never studied the matter. However, the future bats and crows will surely feast on human flesh and blood, and they will relish such delicacies. As for the glass houses, are they a precaution against acid rain? Wen Qian leaped from the helicopter and gazed thoughtfully at the rows of glass structures in the distance. Within the confines of the base, some individuals discovered their presence and hastily approached, mistakenly believing them to be comrades returning from a rescue mission to gather supplies. However, upon closer inspection, they were confronted with 3 unfamiliar faces and a creature of such imposing size that it was difficult to ascertain whether it was a cat or some other animal, leaving them momentarily stunned. "Who are you? How did you come to possess our base's helicopter?" Wen Qian directed her gaze toward the wary individual who posed the question. Clad in the same combat attire as those belonging to Yi Xinghua's group, paying no heed to whether he required a response. She understood the customary nature of reciprocity and gift-giving. She must not be at a disadvantage. Amidst the astonished stares of the onlookers, Wen Qian nonchalantly tossed the bag to the ground and turned to leave. Yet, she had scarcely taken a few steps when another group of individuals came rushing in from the distance, encircling her. Wen Qian frowned slightly, noting that their attire did not resemble the familiar combat uniforms, leading her to speculate about their identities. Ever since that day when Wen Qian had rendered Ouyang Yong unconscious through a combination of blows and intimidation, he had harbored a deep-seated grudge. Mo Han had said nothing to dissuade him. Ouyang Yong was determined to confront her on his own, with the understanding that no one from the base would accompany him. Without Mo Han's protection, Ouyang Yong's own companions would be insufficient. Finally, he had managed to corner her. Ouyang Yong's subordinates, upon observing the mutated battle pet beside Wen Qian, confirmed her identity as the one they sought. With an authoritative tone, they commanded, "Come with us. Professor Ouyang wishes to see you." In response to their words, Wen Qian smirked derisively. "Many desire to meet me. Who does he think he is?" Having already severed ties and engaged in conflict, she had no intention of feigning ignorance should they cross paths again in the future. Moreover, the adversary's intent to seize her possessions marked them as enemies. She had never shown kindness to foes. Chapter 59. No need for compliance. Just submit through defeat. Upon witnessing Wen Qian's audacity, Ouyang Yong's men were incensed. They could not comprehend what audacity this woman possessed to utter such words. To them, her refusal to meet Professor Ouyang was tantamount to an egregious affront. Professor Ouyang was a preeminent expert in biology, esteemed not only nationally but globally. The multitude of individuals vying for an audience with him was incalculable. Yet, what had this Wen Qian just declared? Who did she think she was? How dare she speak in such a tone? Among Ouyang Yong's team, some were individuals he had brought with him from his previous post, while others had been selected from the Binhai city base to ensure his safety. Regardless of their origin, each had chosen to be by his side out of reverence for his academic achievements. Thus, witnessing Wen Qian's blatant disrespect towards the professor they admired was intolerable. There was no point in reasoning with someone who refused to accept courtesy. If she did not wish to leave willingly, they would forcibly escort her away. Without further ado, they advanced and prepared to take action. Wen Qian stood her ground, her gaze icy as she regarded them. Gu Ran approached from behind her and, with remarkable efficiency, incapacitated each of them. In the past, he might have required more time to deal with such a group simultaneously. However, since being by Wen Qian's side, he felt as though he had undergone a transformation, just as she had jested before. He has become significantly stronger than before, effortlessly dealing with these individuals as one would handle unruly children. Xiaobai squatted beside Wen Qian, lazily grooming its fur while observing the fools collapsing one by one. The combat personnel at the base were taken aback by such a scene, their vigilance heightened, for the opponents were undeniably formidable. Moreover, Professor Ouyang was now one of their own. It seemed rather inappropriate to stand idly by as a few strangers incapacitated their comrades. The commotion drew the attention of people in the distance, and soon, a multitude of individuals appeared before Wen Qian. She lowered her eyelids, feeling rather discontented, and contemplated stretching her limbs. Just as she was about to take action, a familiar voice called her name. Wen Qian? The voice emerged from behind the crowd. Upon looking, she spotted Yi Xinghua and several familiar figures. Yi Xinghua's face instantly reflected a complex mix of surprise and joy upon seeing her. He had held on to this thought, even though he had little hope in his heart. After waiting an entire day without any news regarding Wen Qian, he had almost given up. Just moments ago, Lin Yin had rushed into his office, breathless, announcing that Professor Ouyang's people were heading towards the helipad. Yi Xinghua positioned himself and his companions to shield Wen Qian and Xiaobai, directing his gaze towards the opposing group. Among the crowd, he recognized a few familiar faces. Former members of their base who had since been selected by Ouyang Yong to join his team. What are you doing? Yi Xinghua inquired, his tone laced with displeasure. The group did not anticipate his arrival. After a moment of surprise, they refrained from being overly aggressive. After all, Yi Xinghua was a confidant of Mo Han, and this base was under Mo Han's authority. Do not misunderstand. Professor Ouyang merely sought to discuss a matter with this young lady, and we intend to escort her. Yi Xinghua was acutely aware of the implications. 6 days prior, this young lady had rendered Ouyang unconscious with a blow to the head. 6 days later, it was likely that Ouyang wished to confine her with the zombies for experimentation. Yi Xinghua glanced at those behind him, noting that despite the tense situation, Wen Qian remained utterly fearless. He even harbored doubts as to whether she would dare approach Ouyang again to deliver another beating, should there be no one to intervene. Yi Xinghua sighed internally and addressed the individuals before him. Unfortunately, we also require her presence for a matter of our own and must take her with us. Upon finishing his statement, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yan. The others, quick-witted, immediately moved to escort Wen Qian away, yet the opposition stood firm, blocking their path. The atmosphere grew tense, with Wen Qian observing the unfolding drama, surprised that Yi Xinghua had come to her defense. It seemed they possessed a modicum of conscience. Clearing her throat, Wen Qian expressed her desire not to squander time in this place. She patted Yi Xinghua's shoulder and stepped out from behind him. Very well. I shall accompany you to meet Ouyang. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, causing trepidation among Yi Xinghua and the others. They suspected her true intent was to say, very well, I shall go with you to thrash Ouyang. Yi Xinghua hastily intervened, fearing she might incite a considerable uproar. Observing his attempt to restrain her, Wen Qian was perplexed by his apparent fear. Despite Yexinghua's desperate attempts to prevent Wen Qian from meeting Ouyang Yong, her efforts proved futile. Ouyang Yong approached with a team of followers, and Wen Qian couldn't help but smile as she watched them advance. As Ouyang Yong drew near, he caught her remark and scoffed, stating, Mo Han is not at the base. Wen Qian replied, what does that have to do with me? Ouyang Yong retorted, do you understand what this signifies? Wen Qian shot back. It signifies that you are so detestable that he would rather vacate his territory than lay eyes upon your old visage. Ouyang Yong's expression darkened, implying that no one could protect her today. In his absence, this base was under his command. Wen Qian found his arrogance infuriating, likening the situation to a monkey seizing power in the absence of a tiger. A smirk graced her lips as she confronted Ouyang Yong. With Mo Han gone, shouldn't he be more concerned about his own safety? Did he truly believe that his ragtag crew could pose any threat to her? Her derision struck a nerve, leaving Ouyang Yong's entourage visibly displeased. Although they typically refrained from engaging with women, today might be an exception. This sharp-tongued woman would soon learn her lesson. Wen Qian observed their discontent, choosing not to waste further words. Their defiance mattered little. She would simply subdue them until they complied. With the only person she needed to worry about absent, their audacity was utterly misplaced. As the conflict erupted, Wen Qian, along with Wen Rang and Gu Ran, sprang into action simultaneously. Xiaobai profoundly understood the principle of capturing the leader before apprehending the followers, and thus, she directed her efforts towards Ouyang Yong. Wen Qian's speed was so astonishing that the onlookers hardly had time to react. Before they could even discern her visage, they found themselves sprawled on the ground. Ouyang Yong was taken aback by the sudden assault from this beast-like figure, instinctively seizing the nearest individual to use as a shield. Fortunately, with others instinctively rallying to protect him, he remained relatively secure for the moment. In a state of terror, Ouyang Yong frantically searched for Wen Qian's silhouette. He had sensed her formidable prowess back on Yu Island, yet he could never have anticipated the extent of her capabilities. Clearly, Wen Qian could no longer be evaluated by the standards applicable to ordinary humans. In terms of both strength and speed, she resembled a monster. Even the 2 men accompanying her surpassed every combatant within the base. From a scientific perspective, it was inconceivable for a human to possess such extraordinary abilities. Thus, one conclusion emerged: they had mutated. As this realization dawned on Ouyang Yong, his eyes ignited with a near-manic greed. Initially, he had merely intended to capture that beast for experimentation, but now his ambitions had escalated to seizing these individuals, especially Wen Qian. He envisioned her as the subject of his human experiments. Within a mere 2 minutes, all of Ouyang Yong's subordinates sustained injuries. The group, led by Yi Xinghua, initially hesitated, uncertain whether to intervene, but they quickly grasped that it was not their place to act. Given Wen Qian's formidable presence, capable of sending an opponent flying several meters with a single kick, It was clear that not just 100, but even 1,000 could not hope to restrain her. Those men who had been vanquished by Wen Qian were engulfed by a wave of shock and humiliation. They could scarcely fathom that they had been bested by a woman. If they were no match for her bare hands, then they would resort to weapons. Ouyang Yong, with keen eyes, spotted someone drawing a gun and swiftly shouted, "Do not fire. I require him alive. Only a living specimen holds value for experimentation." Upon hearing Ouyang Yong's command, most relinquished their firearms. Yet one man remained, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. His name was Chao Wan, the boyfriend of Zhang Duoduo, who had swindled Gu Ran out of a substantial sum. He had long perceived Gu Ran as a simpleton, physically capable yet mentally naive, easily ensnared by mere words. Zhang Duoduo's communications with Gu Ran over the past 2 years had occurred with Chao Wan's tacit approval. After all, who would forsake an automatic cash dispenser? Initially, Chao Wan held contempt for Gu Ran, viewing him as a fool, yet now he found himself unable to withstand even a single move from Gu Ran. How could he possibly lose to such a waste? It was inconceivable. Chao Wan raised his gun, aiming directly at Gu Ran. Even after hearing Ouyang Yong's warning, he did not lower his weapon. He understood that Professor Ouyang primarily desired the woman and that beast. Thus, even if he were to kill Gu Ran, it would not pose a significant issue. Moreover, that woman was insufferably arrogant. While he might refrain from killing her, he could still shoot to cripple her. After all, as long as they were alive, it seemed to align with the professor's wishes. However, just before he could pull the trigger, another gunshot rang out. Before anyone could discern the source of the sound, they beheld Chao Wan collapsing into a pool of blood, a single bullet having struck him fatally in the head. Except for Wen Qian and her companions, the expressions of those present were far from pleasant. It is strictly prohibited to discharge firearms within the base. Who possesses such audacity to commit murder? Everyone hurriedly sought the perpetrator, only to find themselves utterly astounded. The assailant was none other than Emo Han. Upon catching sight of Emo Han's figure, Yi Xinghua felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, Ouyang Yong's expression darkened. Emo Han approached, gun in hand, seemingly eager for everyone to recognize his culpability. After casting a glance at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, he brazenly fired another shot. "What are you doing?" Ouyang Yong exclaimed, a mixture of shock and fury in his voice. Emo Han met his gaze, retorting, "That is precisely what I wish to inquire of you." "What are you doing?" Ouyang Yong was momentarily at a loss for words. It was he who had committed murder, yet Emo Han had the audacity to question him? Non-combat personnel within the base are expressly forbidden from carrying firearms. Members of the research team's security detail are permitted to wield a weapon only within the confines of the zombie containment laboratory or during external operations. I assume this regulation was made abundantly clear on your first day here. Emo Han regarded Ouyang Yong with a frigid demeanor, his tone equally chilling. He glanced at the armed individuals behind Ouyang Yong before lowering his gaze to the gun in Chao Wan's hand. The safety was disengaged. One could only wonder whom he intended to shoot. As the base's executive officer, I am merely exercising my right to self-defense when necessary. Do you have any objections? Ouyang Yong could only stammer in response. Self-defense, my foot. You were a good 10 meters away. It's obvious the target was not you. Wen Qian interjected, finding the notion of self-defense rather familiar. Yi Xinghua, escort them to my office. With a commanding gesture, Emo Han instructed Yi Xinghua and the others to hastily approach Wen Qian, pulling and tugging at her, fearing that this stubborn lady would refuse to leave. Once they had distanced themselves, Yi Xinghua could no longer contain his curiosity and whispered to Wen Qian, "Do you truly understand who Ouyang Yong is? How can you dare to confront him? If Ouyang Yong were to perish, an investigation would undoubtedly ensue. In such a scenario, the base would have no choice but to surrender you in order to appease the higher authorities." Wen Qian chuckled at his words. It was precisely because she was acutely aware of the implications that she could not acquiesce to his wishes. If I were truly captured by him, what fate would await me? Surely, you must comprehend that. Thus, despite understanding Ouyang Yong's formidable status, she was resolute in her defiance. For once ensnared for experimentation, her existence would be rendered unbearable. Yet, at present, who could afford to dwell on such matters? Survival was paramount. Yi Xinghua reassured her, "The commander intends to protect you. He will not allow you to become a subject of experimentation." Wen Qian retorted, "Do you truly believe I would be so naive as to entrust my life to another?" No amount of eloquent persuasion could sway her. She was not one to place her faith in others lightly. Emo Han's protection stemmed from her unique abilities. In this world, There exist neither eternal adversaries nor everlasting allies. He might shield her today and again tomorrow, but could he guarantee her safety for a lifetime? He was not her system, tirelessly laboring for her benefit. When Qian rolled her eyes, unconvinced by the assurances of these men. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yong watched her retreat with a simmering anger and addressed Emohan. This when Qian possesses significant scientific value. You must hand her over to me. Emohan, observing the authoritative tone in his voice, narrowed his eyes slightly and replied. And what if I refuse? Ouyang Yong never anticipated that he would be refused. I stated emphatically that she possesses immense scientific value. Sacrificing her could potentially save all of humanity. Then let all of humanity perish. Chapter 61. Staying overnight at the base. Emohan's words were astonishing, his demeanor resolute. Ouyang Yong sought to discern a hint of jest upon his face, but after considerable effort, he realized there was none to be found. Emohan surveyed the individuals around him, comprised of both his subordinates and Ouyang Yong's. He understood that his recent declaration might chill the hearts of those present. Yet he felt compelled to speak. Today, you experiment on Wen Qian, and tomorrow, you might set your sights on anyone within the base, including myself. Ouyang Yong. Prior to your arrival at the base, I made my stance unequivocally clear. No matter your accomplishments in your field of research, I will not permit any clinical trials to transpire within my base. If you cannot accept this condition, then do not come here. Ouyang Yong fell silent. Emohan continued. At that time, you readily agreed, repeatedly assuring me that such incidents would not occur, which is why I consented to your presence. So now, having secured your own safety, do you intend to go back on your word? There is no distinction. If you refuse my terms, then leave my base. With that, Emohan turned to depart, leaving Ouyang Yong seething with rage as he observed his retreating figure. Emohan paused, as if he had heard an amusing jest, a slight smile gracing his lips. Ouyang Yong stood frozen, his complexion ashen. As one of the nation's foremost scientists, he had enjoyed unparalleled protection even in the face of the apocalypse. However, as the global climate becomes increasingly extreme and a zombie outbreak ensues, he seeks a secure location to continue his research. After traversing several bases, he narrowly escapes death each time. Humanity is utterly incapable of resisting nature's vengeance and the onslaught of the undead, those bases, having only recently been established, quickly devolve into new hotspots for zombie gatherings due to internal infections. Ouyang Yong has fled for a considerable time when he is instructed by higher authorities to head to Binching. Previously, Ouyang Yong had always looked down upon this coastal city, deeming it inconvenient in terms of transportation and overpopulated, thus not ranking high on the list for rescue efforts. Yet, the officials assured him with unwavering confidence that as long as he remained near Emohan, he would be utterly safe. Certain confidential information eludes outsiders, but Ouyang Yong is well aware. Prior to the apocalypse, Emohan had already undergone a transformation. He is, to the best of current knowledge, the first individual to possess supernatural abilities. Although Ouyang Yong remains oblivious to the nature of these powers and has attempted to communicate with the authorities about conducting human experiments on Emohan, his requests were met with stern refusal. The stance from above mirrors that of Emohan. No human experimentation shall occur, or else protection will cease. Ouyang Yong signed the agreement and was dispatched to the Binching base. He believes that as conditions worsen, the authorities will eventually relent and permit him to conduct those experiments. However, upon hearing Emohan's words, uncertainty creeps in. Outside of the Binching base, he may not only be unable to establish a laboratory for his experiments, but could also lose his very life. The thought spurs Ouyang Yong to hastily pursue Emohan, unwilling to offend him and jeopardize his stay. However, as he had just reached Emohan's side, he noticed that Emohan was already using a satellite phone to contact the higher-ups, requesting that someone be sent to retrieve him. Emohan, Ouyang Yong called out loudly, making a concession. I promise I will no longer pursue that girl. I only desire the creature beside her. Emohan did not falter in his steps. He clearly and succinctly conveyed his demands to the person on the other end of the call, insisting that they remove Ouyang Yong within 3 days, or else he would unceremoniously expel him from the base. Yixinghua promptly set to work, while Mohan stepped into the room. The first sight that greeted him was Wen Qian, seated on the sofa, munching on potato chips while engrossed in a variety show on her phone. He tightened his grip on the doorknob slightly before quickly relaxing it. As he closed the door, their eyes met, and he heard her inquire, "What brings you here?" Just as when Qian finished the last of her potato chips, she discarded the empty bag into the trash, wiped her hands and mouth, turned off her phone, and looked at Mo Han with curiosity. I heard you brought me a gift? Oh, just a bag of zombie heads. That Professor Ouyang was looking to conduct experiments. They might come in handy. He will be leaving Bin City within 3 days. Mo Han took a seat at the table, sharing information with Wen Qian and the others. Those zombie heads will indeed prove useful. Wen Qian perked up. In what way? You must have encountered some unique, mutated zombies during your prolonged stay on Fisher Island. Haven't you? No. Wen Qian lied without a hint of embarrassment, while when Rang and Gu Ran exchanged nervous glances, unable to meet Mo Han's gaze. Wen Qian feigned ignorance and pressed on. Oh? How do we enhance them? The current method involves extracting the harmless components from the crystal nucleus and subsequently injecting them into the body. Is there a harmful aspect to the crystal nucleus? Wen Qian was taken aback. What if the initial contact ingests the crystal nucleus? What side effects might arise? Wen Qian further inquired if an infection occurs. How long until symptoms manifest? According to current intelligence, the answer is 24 hours. I observe that your base has a rather pleasant environment. Would you mind if the 3 of us stayed here for a day? Wen Qian, having shifted her previous disdain for the base, smiled as she spoke. Just for 1 night, nothing more. Mo Han raised an eyebrow, stating, we lack air conditioning. That's unnecessary. A bed will suffice. If there isn't even a bed, we shall spread our mats at your doorstep. Let us experience life at the base, shall we, Commander? With a request to someone in authority, Wen Qian's demeanor softened. She feared that Mo Han might decline, but to her surprise, he readily nodded in agreement. Very well, let us embrace the experience. Mo Han's swift acquiescence earned him a silent commendation from Wen Qian. It's essential to compare individuals. In contrast to Ouyang Yong, this man is remarkably better. A true benefactor. Mo Han instructed someone to guide them to the accommodations. As previously mentioned, Wen Qian was assigned a single room, while Wen Rang and Gu Ran were placed in a double dormitory. Upon arrival, once Mo Han's personnel departed, Wen Qian immediately spoke to Wen Rang. Let us be cautious tonight. Don't sleep too soundly, lest that man Mo and Ouyang Yong conspire to capture us. One must always maintain a guard against potential threats. They were currently on foreign territory, and prudence is advisable. Chapter 62. Crystal Core Processor. When Rang and Gu Ran nodded in agreement. The overly affable demeanor of Mo Han toward them was indeed suspicious. Wen Qian remarked, moreover, I urge you to observe one another closely. Should you detect anything amiss, do not hesitate to come find me next door. The words of Mo Han stirred a sense of unease within Wen Qian. After departing from the quarters of Wen Rang and Gu Ran, she stood at the entrance, surveying her surroundings. The entire base comprised merely 2 single dormitories, one being hers, and the other belonging to Mo Han next door. The accommodation area of the base was distinctly divided into several segments, with single and double dormitories situated in one zone, primarily occupied by senior management and individuals of influence within the base. Solar-powered lamps adorned the exterior, spaced every 20 meters, contributing to the tranquil atmosphere. The western dormitories were located alongside 8-person lodgings, housing personnel akin to Ouyang Yong's team, as well as researchers and medical staff affiliated with the base. The remaining accommodations included 16-person and 30-person dormitories, designated for ordinary civilians rescued from various regions. The quarters for combat personnel were segregated into their own area, consisting of large rooms accommodating 30 individuals each. Every individual entering the lodging zone must undergo a rigorous examination via specialized machinery to ascertain whether they have undergone mutation. Only those with a green indicator light are permitted entry. Such detection machines are strategically placed at the main entrance of the base and throughout various other sectors. Centrally located within the accommodation area is the base's mess hall. All personnel within the base are allotted the same meal standard, albeit with staggered dining times, and each individual is restricted to a dining duration of no more than half an hour. Adjacent to the accommodation zone are the glass houses that Wen Qian had observed earlier that day. If she was not mistaken, it was intended for the cultivation of fruits, vegetables, and grains. Further in the distance lay the office area, including the offices of the management staff, Ouyang Yong's laboratory, the workspaces of other researchers, as well as the medical personnel's wards and operating rooms, all situated there. She had never ventured into the air raid shelter, but she had overheard Yi Xinghua and others discussing that it housed the survival supplies for the entire base. Everyone within the base was required to work, alternating between day and night shifts. It was now 7 in the evening. and a significant number of personnel were still engaged in the construction of the base's perimeter walls and the installation of glass greenhouses, while others were busy drilling wells. The entire base was bustling with activity, with combat personnel stationed everywhere to maintain order and prevent any disturbances. It was said that residing here required no rental payments. One simply needed to comply with the base's arrangements to enjoy all benefits free of charge. When Xian estimated that the base currently accommodated approximately 23 million individuals, and to sustain such a large number of people's needs, Mo Han must be severely lacking in resources. No wonder he was treating her with such courtesy. He must have recognized her spatial abilities and potential. When Yu Xinghua saw her, he could not help but ask Mo Han, "Commander, do you not intend to recruit Wen Xian into the base? Do you believe this base can retain her?" Mo Han responded with a counter-question, leaving Yi Xinghua momentarily speechless. "However, from any perspective, our base is the safest place in the entire Bin City. If she wishes to ensure her family's safety, she should choose to come here." Mo Han smiled slightly, not sharing that sentiment. Wen Xian was not likely to remain in someone else's base. She possessed the ability to protect herself. If you wish to have the opportunity to collaborate with her in the future, remember to refrain from suggesting that she remain at the base. Otherwise, she will undoubtedly distance herself as far as possible. Yi Xinghua pondered over Mo Han's words and found them to be quite reasonable. How could someone like Wen Xian possibly be content working under another's authority? There is a saying among the youth: it is impossible to merely work for others. Yu Xinghua believed that Wen Xian belonged to that category of individuals who would never settle for subservience. Meanwhile, in the adjacent space, Wen Xian, concerned about the potential for infection, decided to take Xiaobai with her into her secluded realm. In recent days, she had been preoccupied with eliminating zombies, occasionally retreating to her space not only to bathe and enjoy the hot springs but also to tend to the chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs her father had raised. Consequently, she had little time for other activities. Now that she finally had a moment to herself, Wen Xian first meandered through her farm, where she was astonished to discover that the rice, corn, and other crops she had previously sown had reached maturity. Additionally, her orchard was brimming with fruit. Filled with both surprise and delight, she then visited her small factories. The grain processing plant, Kinggood's factory, and garment factory had exhausted their raw materials and were currently idle. However, to her amazement, the steel factory was still operational, and her cloud warehouse was brimming with an abundance of goods. Recalling the 100,000 mall coins her system had gifted her, she accessed the mall system and was pleasantly surprised to find a plethora of new products available. The marketplace now featured a wide array of both cold and hot weaponry. As Wen Xian scrolled through the offerings, her gaze landed on a particular item, and she halted. It was the crystal core processor. She had been troubled about how to handle the crystal cores of mutated zombies should she encounter them again in the future. Her physical resilience was remarkable, complemented by her regenerative abilities, allowing her to engage in reckless endeavors. However, she could never jeopardize her family's safety. Yet now, a sense of relief washed over her. Wen Xian was overjoyed, immediately contemplating the purchase of this treasure. However, as she clicked the purchase option, her smile faltered. The price was a staggering 1 million marketplace coins. 1 million. Taking a deep breath, Wen Xian felt an urge to curse the system for being such a greedy merchant. This was nothing short of extortion. She glanced at her marketplace balance, 100,200. Previously, on Fishing Island, she had exchanged her remaining marketplace coins for ammunition. Now, apart from the system's reward of 100,000, she was left with a mere 200 coins, a veritable pauper. How was she to survive like this? In a fit of frustration, Wen Xian opened her cloud storage system. Initially, she had intended to trade the steel within for a deal with Mo Han. Now, she resolved to sell everything to the system. She sold the rice from her factory, fetching 10 marketplace coins per pound, totaling 300,000 coins. Next, she sold canned goods, with meat cans priced at 20 marketplace coins each and fruit cans at 10. Wen Xian liquidated her entire inventory, amassing 200,000 coins. Having cleared all her possessions, she finally gathered enough to reach 1 million and promptly turned to purchase the coveted treasure. After reviewing the product manual, she discovered the operation was quite straightforward. All that was required was to place the crystal core into the container and press the switch to initiate operation. The crystal cores varied in grade from 5 to special, each demanding differing processing times. The 5th grade was the lowest, requiring just 1 minute, while the 6th grade took 10 minutes, the 3rd grade 20 minutes, the 2nd grade 30 minutes, and the first grade 40 minutes. The special grade crystal core, however, necessitated an hour for processing. Chapter 63. Extending life. When Qian plugged in the power and tossed the crystal core, which she had nibbled on, and which her brother and Gu Ran had each taken a piece from, into the container before stepping outside to attend to her tasks. Her eyes immediately sparkled with delight upon spotting a nest of spicy rabbit heads. With great satisfaction, when Qian leaned against the railing, watching the delectable morsels for a while, before proceeding to clean the sheep pen, pigsty, cattle shed, and donkey enclosure. After completing these chores, an hour had already elapsed. Wen Qian hurriedly retrieved her findings and returned to observe the display screen on the processor. Successfully synthesized a superior crystal core elixir. This core grants the user a pinpoint skill, significantly enhancing physical attributes and extending lifespan by 5 years. Details of the pinpoint skill. It allows for precise identification of a zombie's fatal point. Upon striking this point, the zombie immediately loses its ability to act. Yet the integrity of the crystal core remains intact. Storage conditions for the elixir. Store at room temperature away from light. When Qian paused, her attention caught by several key phrases. Extending lifespan? This seemed remarkably akin to what her brother had mentioned, tinged with an air of dubiousness reminiscent of a pyramid scheme. Moreover, she had assumed that the explosion of a zombie's crystal core resulted in a headshot, but was that not the case? It appeared that the same crystal core yielded varying effects depending on the user. For instance, she had inherited the regenerative abilities of the minor zombie, while others were only granted the pinpoint skill. Concerned for one and the other's well-being, she decided to take Xiao Bai out of the space. Standing indoors, she surveyed the dormitory's surroundings. One must admit, it was quite satisfactory. Though the room is modest in size, approximately 10 square meters, it boasts a 2-tier loft design. In addition to the bedrooms situated above, there is also a study. The lower level accommodates a living and dining area along with a compact kitchen, and it further includes a walk-in closet. Thus, strictly speaking, this abode can host more than just a solitary occupant. As when Qian wandered through the space, she couldn't help but reflect on the necessity of striving for greater heights in life. One cannot fathom the improvements that come with status until experiencing them firsthand. Comparing this to the cramped conditions of a 30-person dormitory, the disparity becomes evident. Meanwhile, Xiaobai lay drowsily at the entrance of the living room. When Qian ascended the stairs and reclined on the bed, her eyelids growing heavy, leading her into a peaceful slumber before she was even aware of it. In the adjacent room, when Rang and Gu Ran's quarters resembled a university dormitory more closely, featuring a bunk bed with a desk beneath. The room is equipped with 2 wardrobes and a bathroom, which boasts a solar water heater quite commendable under the current circumstances. Yet, even in such favorable living conditions, the 2 men found themselves seated on the bed, gazing at one another in silence. Exhausted, yet unwilling to succumb to sleep, they harbored fears of infection. Upon awakening, one might find the other reduced to mere remnants of flesh and bone. Initially, they attempted to spark conversation, but as 2 grown men, the topics were scarce. And soon silence enveloped the room. Overcome by fatigue, when Rang pondered for a moment before rolling out of bed. Thus, the 2 took turns keeping watch, barely enduring the night. In contrast, when Qian slept soundly until dawn, ultimately roused by a gentle paw from Xiaobai. On occasion, Xiaobai would cling affectionately and share a slumber with Wen Qian. At times, it even relished resting atop her. A stark contrast to its previous weight of merely a few pounds, it had now ballooned to 50 pounds. When it sprawled across Wen Qian, it became nearly impossible for her to breathe. Unbeknownst to Xiaobai, its physique had undergone a significant transformation. It merely sensed discomfort in its position atop the caretaker. Thus, it swatted Wen Qian's face with a paw, attempting to rouse her to shift positions and resume their slumber. Upon opening her eyes, Wen Qian was greeted by the visage of a large feline. After a few moments of bewilderment, she realized she was not ensnared in a dream. With a swift motion, she pushed Xiaobai off and lingered for a moment before rising leisurely. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already past 7 in the morning. Hastily, Wen Qian entered the space to freshen up before heading out to find her brother and Gu Ran. Aside from a hint of drowsiness, the 2 appeared to be in good spirits. Relieved, Wen Qian recognized that they had yet to reach the 24-hour mark since consuming the crystal cores, leaving them with no choice but to pass the time at the base. As the trio strolled casually, they unknowingly meandered into the office area, where they encountered Yi Xinghua and others, who had just concluded their morning meeting and were preparing to dine. To her surprise, Wen Qian even spotted Mo Han amidst the crowd. It was quite unexpected for a base executive officer to be dining alongside everyone. Upon noticing Wen Qian, Yi Xinghua's subordinate, Ji Fan, hurried over with enthusiasm. "Goddess, how did you find your stay here last night?" Ji Fan, a junior to Wen Qian's brother and previously injured on Fisher Island, now appeared to have fully recovered, his spirit remarkably vibrant. "Dear goddess, fret not. Our leader has already commanded the departure of that Ouyang. Within 3 days, he shall undoubtedly be gone." In truth, the group led by Yi Xinghua holds Ouyang Yong in considerable disdain, primarily for the loss of numerous brothers due to his actions. Furthermore, Ouyang Yong continually belittles them, treating them as mere tools for his experiments with zombies. Yet, he is a renowned professor and expert, while they are but lowly soldiers, skilled only in combat. Regardless of their disdain, they must rise to protect his life in critical moments. To their surprise, this predicament was resolved by Wen Qian. Upon hearing that Mo Han had contacted someone to escort Ouyang Yong away, they rejoiced until the early hours of the morning, and their excitement has yet to wane. After listening to their words, Wen Qian cast a glance at Mo Han. She had thought he was jesting yesterday. Had he truly arranged for Ouyang Yong's removal? Yi Xinghua strode over, presenting them with 3 meal cards. "What a coincidence. I was just about to seek you out. Here, take these. Let us dine together." Wen Qian initially intended to decline, but upon reflection, she remembered telling Mo Han she wished to experience life at the base. Thus, she acquiesced with a nod. Chapter 64, Seeking Death, are we? Allow me to fulfill that. With Mo Han's presence, their group of over 10 quickly became the center of attention wherever they went. Upon entering the cafeteria, Wen Qian felt an onslaught of gazes directed toward her. She hesitated for a moment, only to hear Mo Han inquire from behind her, "What are you standing there for?" Instantly, everyone straightened up, rising to greet the officer while curiously observing the girl by his side. They had not encountered such a clean and beautiful girl in a long time. She seemed entirely unscathed by the apocalyptic world around her. Her skin was fair and dewy, her figure tall and gracefully curved. Today, the temperature soared to 50 degrees. And whether indoors or outdoors, everyone was drenched in sweat from the oppressive heat. Yet, looking at her, not a single bead of perspiration graced her forehead. She appeared utterly pristine, exuding an aura of softness and fragrance. For a fleeting moment, they even felt as though the air in the cafeteria had been purified. Wen Qian, under the gaze of thousands, began to grasp the sensation of being a celebrity. A group of them ventured inside, collecting trays to serve themselves, and soon, Wen Qian encountered a familiar face. It was Zhang Ziang and his family from downstairs, stationed at the adjacent 3 windows, tasked with serving dishes. Zhang Ziang was equally surprised to see Wen Qian. Their last meeting had been at the base entrance during a rather traumatic incident, which had left him haunted by nightmares that night, leading to an unfortunate accident. Wen Qian observed the trio with keen interest. Once, Zhang Yang and Su Yin had flaunted their status as doctors, often looking down on others in the neighborhood. Now, the doctors had transformed into cafeteria staff, and their unexpected encounter felt like an ironic twist of fate, an inexplicable connection. While most toiled under the blazing sun, subjected to the elements, those in the cafeteria enjoyed a respite from the heat, even stealing bites to avoid hunger. Wen Qian handed over her meal card, and Su Yin, upon swiping it through the machine, was left utterly astonished. Within the confines of the base, every individual possesses an access card, which contains pertinent personal information such as name, age, member identification number, and designated living area. Su Yin is aware that Wen Qian, that insufferable girl, possesses considerable skills. Thus her presence as a combat personnel within the base is somewhat justifiable. However, currently, Wen Qian's card merely displays her address, devoid of any other relevant details. This implies that she is not a member of the base, but rather a guest. What is even more alarming is that she resides in a single dormitory. Su Yin stared in disbelief at the screen displaying A0002. Area A only accommodates single and double dormitories, where the core figures of the entire base reside. The smaller the number of the address, the higher the status it signifies, with numbers 1 and 2 representing exceedingly rare, high-ranking individuals. Su Yin and her family, having secured positions in the cafeteria through connections, had never encountered individuals of such stature since their arrival. To their astonishment, Wen Qian was among them. Su Yin stood frozen, momentarily rendered speechless. Wen Qian, oblivious to her shock, exhibited a hint of impatience. "Have you finished staring? Get your food." Both Zhang Yang and his son shared Su Yan's astonishment upon seeing the information on the card. Today's cafeteria offerings included brown rice, stir-fried cabbage with glass noodles, and spicy shredded potatoes. Reflecting on the number of individuals within the base, Wen Qian deemed the meal quite satisfactory. If, after a month, the cafeteria could maintain the standard of 1 meal and 2 dishes per person, that would indeed reflect Mo Han's capabilities. Wen Qian swiftly grabbed her tray and sought out a seat, eager to avoid sitting alongside Mo Han. However, her desire was mirrored by those from the Yexinghua group, who felt the same way. As Wen Qian turned around, she spotted Yi Xinghua and his group huddled around a large dining table, regarding her with pitying eyes. Grinding her teeth, Wen Qian shifted her gaze to Mo Han. To her surprise, he occupied an entire table to himself, devoid of even a shadow nearby. She endeavored to find another vacant seat, but after a fruitless search, she resigned herself to approaching Mo Han. The unfortunate duo, Wen Rang and Gu Ran, followed suit. Once seated, Wen Qian inquired of Mo Han, "How many crystal cores have you collected so far?" A wave of regret washed over her. Had she known the significance of crystal cores, she would have gathered more zombie heads to store in her space during the previous month. Just yesterday, they had confirmed that prior to this, crystal cores held no value. Wen Qian felt a sense of relief as their conversation meandered, and the meal was swiftly concluded. Zhang Xiang observed her from a distance, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. He had come to realize the widening chasm between him and Wen Qian. The prospect of meeting her again would only grow more elusive. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity. Women, he mused, would obey once they were seduced. Though he was typically no match for Wen Qian, he could resort to alternative methods. To ensure safety, no personnel were permitted to carry external items within this area. However, in recent days, Zhang Xiang discovered he had acquired an unusual ability. Though the origin eluded him, he indeed possessed a small space. Though it measured merely 1 square meter, it sufficed to conceal numerous items. Zhang Xiang suspected that Wen Qian also had a spatial ability. Otherwise, how could she thrive so comfortably in this apocalyptic world? Zhang Xiang did not confide in anyone about this matter, not even his parents. At this moment, within his personal space, lay a vial of medication, which he had specifically prepared for Wen Qian a long time ago. Zhang Xiang lowered his head with a sinister smile and continued to immerse himself in his work. By noon, he caught sight of Wen Qian once more. This time, she had deliberately squatted outside for a while, ensuring that Mo Han was not present before entering. Wen Qian had been summoned by a junior to assist with a technical dilemma, while Gu Ran was mysteriously called away by Yi Xinghua for reasons unknown. Thus, it was only Wen Qian who came to dine alone. Upon seeing her solitary arrival, Zhang Xiang felt an overwhelming surge of joy. He swiftly retrieved the vial from his space, poured half of its contents into an empty bowl beneath the counter, and filled the remaining half with soup. Wen Qian, carrying a tray, chose a spot to sit and took a sip of the egg drop soup, only to be met with the system's warning. The host is consuming harmful substances. Please cease immediately and monitor your condition closely. Wen Qian glanced at the spoon in her hand and smiled. So be it. If she sought death, he would oblige. Chapter 65. Devouring in Zhang Xiang's space. Wen Qian discarded the spoon and raised her gaze to Zhang Xiang, locking eyes with him just as he was covertly observing her. Zhang Xiang had initially been elated to see Wen Qian drinking the soup, but in the next instant, he realized she was looking back at him. A sudden chill gripped his heart, especially when Wen Qian stood up. An icy shiver ran down his spine. The medication was colorless and tasteless. How had she sensed it? Wen Qian strode directly to Zhang Xiang and coldly commanded, "Come out." Zhang Xiang was drenched in cold sweat, relieved that a glass window stood between him and her, with a line of people waiting outside. "Qian, I am occupied with work and cannot spare time for you," Zhang Xiang remarked, forcing a smile while adopting a tone that suggested an intimate rapport. "Shall we converse once I am finished? Is that agreeable?" "Fine, your mother." Wen Qian's emotions flared. If he were to exit this cafeteria alive today, she would adopt his surname. Casting a glance towards the entrance, Wen Qian resolutely approached the door. Zhang Xiang, startled by her actions, felt his hand tremble, causing the serving spoon to clatter into the basin as he gazed anxiously at the entrance. That door was fortified against theft and currently secured. She should be unable to open it. Just as Zhang Xiang entertained this thought, Wen Qian forcefully kicked the door open. With an unstoppable momentum akin to a deity slaying demons, she advanced towards Zhang Xiang. Initially, Onlookers were curious about how this girl had managed to dine with an officer, but upon witnessing her kick open the heavy door, they were left utterly dumbfounded. The door crashed with a resounding thud, startling the staff who were busily preparing ingredients in the kitchen, prompting them to rush out to ascertain the commotion. When Qian scanned the crowd and recognized a familiar face, her neighbor from the community, she turned to the individual, instructing them to assist Zhang Ziang with his food. This neighbor had previously accompanied Wen Qian and her brother to the supermarket to gather supplies, and held a favorable impression of her. Aware of her contentious history with the Zhang family and her notorious temper, they promptly complied, hurrying to Zhang Ziang's side to usher him away. Zhang Ziang's parents, witnessing the unfolding scene, were displeased. Zhang Yang exclaimed, "Wen Qian, what are you doing? This is not a place for your antics." Su Yan added, "You insolent girl. What trouble are you stirring up now? Help! There's a madwoman here. Quickly, take her away." Zhang Ziang retreated step by step until he found himself cornered, trembling in fear. Seeing their son in such a state of terror, Su Yan and his wife surmised that he must have done something wrong and made an effort to prevent Wen Qian from advancing. With a swift motion, Wen Qian reached into her pocket, retrieving a rope from her spatial storage, and effortlessly bound the couple. She then grabbed 2 rags from the table and stuffed them into their mouths, silencing their cries for help. Dragging them outside, she called for someone to take their places and continue working. Her actions were executed with remarkable speed and professionalism, leaving the onlookers, who were engaged in combat, momentarily stunned. Initially intending to intervene, they reconsidered upon realizing her identity, choosing instead to remain silent and observe the spectacle. No one could offer protection to Zhang Ziang any longer. Wen Qian approached him unimpeded. Overwhelmed with fear, Zhang Ziang's legs gave way, and he nearly sank to the ground. What do you intend to do?" he stammered, his voice laced with desperation and regret. "What did you put in my soup? I have no idea what you are talking about." Zhang Ziang's voice quivered, his gaze darting aimlessly, unable to meet Wen Qian's eyes. "Uncertain, are we? Let me assist you in recollecting." With a swift motion, Wen Qian drew a dagger from her side, its blade glinting ominously as it pierced Zhang Ziang's shoulder. The excruciating pain caused him to momentarily lose consciousness, eliciting a scream of agony. Zhang Ziang struggled desperately, yet all his efforts were futile against Wen Qian. She regarded his torment with an impassive expression, withdrawing the dagger only to plunge it back into him forcefully. Once more, she extracted it, the blade pointed menacingly at his cheek. A winding trail of crimson accompanied Zhang Ziang's cries, marking a path from beneath his eye to the corner of his mouth. His complexion was ashen, and in despair, he gazed around at the onlookers, crying out for help. "Save me." Wen Qian chuckled softly. "Save you? What are you?" With a swift kick to his knee, Zhang Ziang immediately collapsed before her. She seized his hair, compelling him to meet her gaze. "I should have killed you long before you arrived at the base. Do you know why I have allowed you to live until now? Because in this apocalypse, survival is a far greater challenge than death." Wen Qian had initially thought that ending his life swiftly would be a merciful act, but now she regretted her earlier sentiment. Such a person was merely a waste of air in this world. As she watched Zhang Ziang weep, his face streaked with tears and snot. Desperately grasping for any opportunity to flee, she resolutely severed his tendons, dragging him by his arms out of the food distribution area. The ground was soaked with blood, and Zhang Ziang, in agony, had lost all strength, pleading weakly, "I was wrong. I won't provoke you again. Please spare me." Wen Qian dismissed him with indifference as he continued his lament. "You take advantage of my affection for you, believing I wouldn't dare to harm you. Which is why you treat me this way. Why don't you seek solace with another man instead?" She looked at him with utter revulsion, warning, "If you utter the words 'you like me' once more, I shall cut out your tongue." Affection should be a beautiful sentiment. Yet he had transformed those 2 words into something utterly repugnant. Wen Qian crouched down, rummaging through the pockets of Zhang Ziang, but found nothing of interest. Just as she began to suspect he had hidden the medication in the back kitchen, she was startled by the sudden chime of the system notification. Detecting the presence of a spatial ability of the same attribute near the host is advised to exercise caution. Wen Qian was momentarily taken aback. When she glanced back at Zhang Ziang, a smile crept onto her face. Fate truly has a sense of irony, allowing even such a wretched creature to awaken an ability. Without further hesitation, she struck decisively, the dagger piercing accurately into Zhang Ziang's neck. Blood gushed forth, and as Wen Qian turned her head, some splattered onto her. Zhang Ziang's eyes widened, filled with despair and rage. Why was this happening? Was he to perish at the hands of this vile woman? No, it should not end this way. He had just awakened his ability. His good days were only beginning, and he had yet to possess this woman. The light in Zhang Xiang's eyes gradually dimmed until he collapsed to the ground. As his breath ceased, the contents concealed within his spatial realm erupted forth. Simultaneously, Wen Qian received another system notification. By assimilating an ability of the same attribute, the spatial area increases by 1,000 square meters, and spatial skills are upgraded. All members within the system may freely store resources in the space, but only the host possesses the authority to retrieve them. Additionally, a reward of 1,000 prosperity points is granted. Chapter 66. Had she seen him before? Wen Qian was taken aback by the unexpected gain from slaying this despicable man. The fact that all members of the system could store resources in the space was a monumental blessing for Wen Qian, who urgently needed to collect crystal cores. A smirk played on her lips as she moved to investigate the items that had erupted from Zhang Xiang's realm. Just as she was about to gather them, she heard a voice behind her exclaiming, "Good day, Commander." Mo Han had arrived. Wen Qian frowned slightly. Under these circumstances, she was rather reluctant to see him. The footsteps behind her came to a halt, and Wen Qian let out a sigh as she rose to her feet. She turned around, facing the light to behold the figure before her. Mo Han stood at the forefront of the crowd, his face shrouded in frost. Anger flickered in his eyes, intertwined with emotions that Wen Qian could not decipher. A moment of astonishment washed over her, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of familiarity that surged within her heart. Had she encountered him somewhere before? Mo Han's gaze was fixed upon her face, a drop of blood cascading from the corner of her eye, akin to a tear of blood, strikingly vivid. Before her mind could fully comprehend the situation, her body instinctively reacted. A drop spilled? What on earth was this? Yi Xinghua bent down to pick up the white medicine bottle from the ground, and after perusing the lines on the label, his expression darkened. In the cafeteria, the only sounds that could be heard were the muffled wails of the Zhang couple, their mouths silenced by Wen Qian's cloth, rendering their cries incomplete. The other witnesses, having seen Wen Qian slay Zhang Xiang, exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. They were oblivious to the depths of animosity between these two individuals and were at a loss as to how to address the matter. Fortunately, the arrival of the executor brought a collective sigh of relief, prompting everyone to stretch their necks in anticipation of further developments. Mo Han accepted the medicine bottle that Yi Xinghua handed him, swiftly scanning the label's information. It was a vial of narcotic, potent in effect. According to the usage instructions, a mere drop could render a person unconscious for an hour, and half of the vial had already been consumed. Are you feeling unwell? Not too bad. Just a bit dizzy, but I can manage. She sensed the potency of the wretched drug. Given her physical constitution, it was remarkable that she still had a reaction. What would happen to an ordinary person under these circumstances? Wen Qian is fully prepared for Mo Han's impending confrontation. After all, this is the base, governed by its own rules. Mo Han turned his head to glance at Zhang Yang and another individual nearby, who were casting him desperate looks for assistance. Upon meeting his gaze, they appeared as if they had encountered a savior. "I will handle these two," Mo Han stated, his gaze withdrawing instantaneously as he refocused on Wen Qian, his voice devoid of inflection. The presence of external items in the cafeteria raises sufficient grounds to suspect their intentions. Rigorous interrogation is necessary to uncover the masterminds behind this. What masterminds could they possibly have? They were merely wicked at heart. Wen Qian understood this clearly. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts and followed Yi Xinghua. However, as she brushed past Mo Han, she felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. Stopping abruptly, she turned in surprise to look at the man beside her. He slightly lowered his head and spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them. "If you feel truly uncomfortable, step into the space. It will alleviate your distress." Wen Qian bit her lip and nodded, hastily departing. As she reached the entrance, she overheard Mo Han dispatching someone to investigate who had orchestrated the Zhang family's entrance into the cafeteria. This girl is clear in her affections and aversions, decisive in her actions. Although she might kill without hesitation, she would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Today's incident indeed highlighted a lapse in the base's preventive measures. Fortunately, the commander's sudden hunger led him to seek a meal, otherwise the consequences might have been dire. Upon returning to the dormitory entrance, Wen Qian felt her eyelids growing heavy, yearning for sleep. She turned to Yi Xinghua and instructed, "If my brother and Gu Ran inquire about me, just say I stepped out of the base for a while. Do not disclose what transpired. Ye Xinghua found herself in a bit of a predicament. So many had witnessed the incident that even if she remained silent, it would likely be impossible to conceal the truth. She could recover within an hour or two, but she simply wished to spare them any worry. After speaking, Wen Qian pushed open the door and ascended to the second floor, where she promptly entered her space. She consumed 2 large bottles of well water before retiring to her room for slumber. Upon awakening 2 hours later, she found that her discomfort had dissipated. To be on the safe side, she ventured out for a soak in a hot spring, then changed her attire before exiting her space. The house was eerily quiet, void of any sign of Wen Rang or Gu Ran. As Wen Qian stepped outside, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Lin Yan, who had been waiting at her door. "Goddess, you're awake. Are you all right?" Lin Yan inquired anxiously. He was already aware of the events that had transpired in the cafeteria, and upon hearing Wen Qian's assurance of her well-being, he hurried to report the follow-up. "Rest assured, those 2 individuals have already been detained. We also discovered who orchestrated their entry into the cafeteria. It is someone you know, Zhang Duo, the very person you were previously seeking." Wen Qian raised an eyebrow. "They share the surname Zhang. Could they be related?" "Indeed. No wonder they are so despicable." Wen Qian scoffed with a wry smile. "What about my brother and Gu Ran? They are in the armory. The commander stated that today's events were our fault, and to make amends, you are free to choose whatever you desire. However, it cannot be too excessive." Wen Qian paused for a moment, contemplating. "All right, given your sincerity, I shall refrain from emptying the armory. I have matters to discuss with Emohan. You go find them and have them wait for me at the base entrance. I will join them once I conclude my business." Wen Qian finished speaking and walked directly towards Emohan's office. Although there was a guard at the entrance, he did not impede her upon seeing her. Wen Qian knocked on the door, and upon hearing Emohan's voice from within, she pushed the door open. Emohan glanced at her from head to toe, refraining from inquiring about her health, and instead remarked, "You arrived just in time. Come take a look." Wen Qian approached the desk, where a map of the city of Bin was spread out. Emohan casually pointed to 2 locations and asked her, "Do you mind collaborating once more?" "What kind of collaboration?" she inquired. "This is a large automotive modification company, and this is a significant pharmaceutical enterprise. How will the gathered resources be allocated?" After she posed her question, Emohan suddenly chuckled. Leaning back in his chair, he regarded her with a questioning gaze and retorted, "Isn't that for you to decide?" Chapter 67. They seem like bandits aside from him. No one was privy to the existence of her space. If she so desired, she could easily preemptively gather all the resources and then inform them that everything had already been claimed by someone else. The total amount of resources, there was a mystery to all. Or rather, to put it another way, the amount of resources Wen Qian claimed existed, there would be the amount that did indeed exist. Seeing that Emohan appeared serious, she heard him continue, "Choose what you like. The rest will be split evenly. Is that sufficient sincerity? When do we take action?" "The base will depart at 5 in the morning." Wen Qian lowered her gaze in contemplation. Indeed, she had not stockpiled vehicles previously. With a gas station in her space, there was no need to worry about energy issues, and the 3 cars at home might very well break down at any moment. Regarding the equipment and medication, one can never have too much of such items. She lifted her gaze to meet Emohan's eyes. "I will rendezvous with you at the automobile modification company." "All right, I shall take my leave now. Here is this back to you." She was over a day late, and her parents must be quite anxious. After Wen Qian departed, she hurried towards the base's entrance, where she spotted her brother and Gu Ran, both adorned with several submachine guns hanging from their necks and more secured at their waists. Yu Xinghua stood nearby, his expression a blend of heartache and unspoken words, which elicited a smile from Wen Qian. Upon her arrival, Wen Rang and Gu Ran greeted her with beaming smiles, their faces brimming with pride. Wen Rang exclaimed, "Look quickly. Captain Yi seems to be in good spirits today, generously offering gifts." Yu Xinghua replied, "Do I truly appear to be in high spirits?" Gu Ran added, "I initially intended to procure more, but this is already sufficient." Yu Xinghua retorted, "Should I thank you for your restraint?" Behind the 2, their bags were stuffed to the brim with bullets, totaling in the thousands. Yu Xinghua had just witnessed them, akin to bandits, frantically stuffing bullets into their bags. Even after filling 2 large bags, they were still unsatisfied and turned to inquire if he had any additional luggage bags to lend them. Yu Xinghua dared not confess to having any. He quickly shook his head and dragged the insatiable duo out of the armory. Concerned that he might be in tears shortly, Wen Qian hastily shifted the topic. "Thank you for Captain Ye's generous gift. I just had a brief meeting with Emohan. He informed me about the supply collection tomorrow. You will be leading the team, correct? Yi Xinghua paused for a moment, then affirmed, yes, that is indeed my responsibility. Very well, I shall await your arrival at the automobile factory tomorrow. After Wen Qian finished speaking, she was about to leave. Yi Xinghua looked at her in confusion and asked, where is Xiaobai? Xiaobai is sound asleep in the space. She replied. Yi Xinghua was perplexed, wondering whether he should believe this. With a bemused expression, Wen Qian bid him farewell and then departed with Wen Rang and Gu Ran. Once outside the confines of the base, Wen Rang handed the gun to Wen Qian, who casually tossed it into the space. Gu Ran watched in astonishment as the object vanished into thin air. Where did the gun go? He inquired. It entered my space, Wen Qian explained, no longer concealing the truth from him. With the system's mental control in place, he would never betray her or disclose the existence of the space to outsiders. When we get home, I'll take you into the space. All our belongings are stored there. Gu Ran remained bewildered. What space? Where is it? Wen Qian replied. By the way, now we can all place items into the space. Give it a try. Just think about tossing the item inside. Following her instructions, Gu Ran attempted it. And to his astonishment, the gun in his hand instantly disappeared. He was taken aback. He then placed the remaining guns and bullets into the space. Gradually grasping why they could thrive in the post-apocalyptic world, it was all thanks to this space. However, despite its advantages, the space was perilously dangerous. If outsiders discovered it, it could lead to fatal consequences. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Ran fell silent. He knew he needed to strengthen himself swiftly to be of assistance when the time came. Wen Qian was oblivious to his thoughts. As he shared the action plan for the following day with the two individuals present, then turned to Wen Rang. Brother, I killed Zhang Ziang today. Wen Rang was not surprised by this revelation. Rather, it was Gu Ran who reacted slightly upon hearing the name Zhang. He turned to Wen Qian and said, I have something to share with you both. Yi Xinghua had summoned Gu Ran earlier that day to convey a piece of news. He informed him that Zhang Duoduo's boyfriend had died, the one who was killed by Mo Han yesterday on the tarmac. Upon learning of this, Zhang Duoduo had wept and caused an uproar throughout the night, disturbing all the residents of her dormitory to the point of sleeplessness, culminating in a physical altercation. In the more than a month of this apocalypse, who among them had not lost a few loved ones? While they felt sympathy for Zhang Duoduo, they were not so soft-hearted as to allow her to wail throughout the night, especially since they needed to rise early the next morning for work. Zhang Duoduo had not anticipated that her support would vanish so abruptly. Chao Wen had only recently managed to join Professor Ouyang's team, and she had hoped to soar to success alongside him. Now, he was gone. Who would protect her in the future? How could she establish herself in the base alone? Upon hearing reports from his subordinates regarding the situation in Zhang Duoduo's dormitory, Yi Xinghua grew concerned that she might seek out Gu Ran again. Thus, he preemptively warned Gu Ran, subtly advising him that the woman was hardly deserving of his affection and imploring him not to trust her words any longer. Gu Ran, undoubtedly, would not be swayed again. The mere mention of Zhang Duoduo's name now filled him with a sense of revulsion. Wen Qian contemplated Gu Ran's words, finding it rather coincidental that Mo Han had killed the boyfriend of that despicable woman. The level of zombie mutation in the city is not as severe as that on the island, rendering the task for the trio as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Having not seen them for over a week, Wen Chongming and the others have been sleeping restlessly each night. Wen Chongming refrains from using the satellite phone to contact them, for the creatures outside are acutely sensitive to sound. He fears that a single ring might attract the zombies' attention, heightening their perilous situation. Thus he endures the silence. Chapter 68. The family goes out together. They turned away to wipe their tears. Wen Qian also recognized that she had caused them worry and softly apologized. The family reassured her that it was unnecessary to say sorry, as their safety was paramount. Liamo took her into the house, sitting on the sofa to discuss matters with her. Qian, next time you go out, could you please take me and Dad along? We cannot remain cooped up at home. We wish to fight alongside you. Indeed. Wen Chongming nodded vigorously. Although we may lack your prowess due to our age, we will assist as much as we can. It is far better than doing nothing at home. The agonizing weight was becoming unbearable, and they could no longer tolerate it. What kind of parents would allow their children to risk their lives outside while they luxuriate in the safety of their home? Parents should protect their children. Even if it meant death, they wished to face it by their children's sides. After listening to their words, Wen Qian fell into a brief silence. Prior to their journey to the fishing island, the system had issued a task. For every zombie killed, her combat strength would increase by 1. for every 100 zombies slain. The combat strength of everyone else would rise by 10. Over the course of 7 days, the 3 of them had eliminated 8,000 zombies, albeit at a slower pace due to the severe mutations of the creatures there. Thus, aside from her, the combat prowess of the other family members had also surged by an astonishing 800, including young Gu Wanwan. As for her own capabilities, they could no longer be quantified by mere statistics. Although she had not acquired a power-type ability, Wen Qian was resolute in her belief that, in terms of both strength and speed, she was certainly not inferior to those endowed with special powers. Given these circumstances, taking her parents out for a stroll should pose no significant risk. Should they encounter danger, they could always retreat into the safety of the space, after all. She would ensure they remained unharmed. Contemplating this, Wen Qian assented. All right, I will take you both. She retrieved 2 vials of the crystal core serum from the space, along with a syringe, and handed them to Li Mo. Mom, you and Dad should administer this serum. Without hesitation, Li Mo sanitized her hands and proceeded with the injection, inquiring nothing about the substance. Wen Qian then elaborated, this serum will enable you to clearly identify the zombies' weak points. Let us test it on the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, Li Mo and Wen Chongning lifted binoculars to survey the street below. Indeed, they discerned a glimmer at the zombies' cranial regions. Wen Qian instructed, tomorrow, when we venture out, aim for that bright spot. Both Li Mo and Wen Chongning felt a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. After over a month, the moment had finally arrived for them to confront danger. It was rare for Wen Qian to witness her parents so anxious. After observing them from the sofa for a while, she spoke to reassure them. Dad, Mom, once you are out there, just act freely and without fear. We are here with you. Exactly. Gu Ran affirmed earnestly, Uncle and Auntie, I will definitely ensure your safety. We are to embark on a journey tomorrow morning, tasked with the collection of supplies and the elusive zombie cores. These cores are the spherical entities that emerge from the brains of zombies upon their demise, resembling pearls in their varied sizes. Through a meticulous extraction process, they can be transformed into harmless potions that significantly enhance bodily functions. Should fortune smile upon us with the encounter of an elite zombie, we may even acquire useful abilities. Wen Qian patiently elucidates the intricacies of the zombie cores to the others. In truth, her knowledge of these cores is rather limited, as she had not encountered such phenomena in her previous life. Back then, all individuals manifested their supernatural abilities organically, and even after years of the apocalypse, cores had never made an appearance. In this new existence, leading up to our voyage to the island, Wen Qian had never discovered their existence either. From the intelligence gathered from Mo Han, it appears that they too have only recently stumbled upon these cores. Wen Qian's audience listens attentively as she explains further. Then she addresses Li Mo and Wen Chongning, stating, once you have collected the cores, simply use your thoughts to place them into the spatial realm. All of us now possess the ability to transfer items into this realm without limitations, so I encourage you to experiment with it. As Li Mo and Wen Chongning hear her mention the spatial realm in front of Gu Ran, their hearts momentarily race. However, upon reflection, they realize that their collaboration in the field had made this revelation inevitable. Since Wen Qian chose to disclose this information to Gu Ran, it is clear that she possesses her own confidence and strategy. Reassured, they refrain from voicing any concerns. Li Mo attempts to place a box of tissues from the table into the spatial realm, while Wen Chongning tosses a bottle of mineral water inside. Both individuals experienced a sense of exhilaration as they successfully navigated their circumstances. Wen Qian remarked, tomorrow, we will be joined by some acquaintances from the Binhai base. While they are familiar faces, we must remain vigilant, as they are unaware of the intricacies surrounding the space. Everyone nodded in agreement. Fully cognizant of the critical importance of this space, which directly pertains to Wen Qian's safety, it is imperative that no one else becomes privy to it. Our destination includes an automobile modification company and a pharmaceutical factory. I intend to arrive at the automobile factory half an hour early, allowing everyone to stow away their preferred vehicles within the space. Once the others arrive, we can casually feign normalcy. Regarding the pharmaceutical factory, dear, you must assess which items we are most likely to require in the future. We will first secure what we need, and then negotiate a 50-50 split for the remainder. This operation is bound to yield substantial gains. However, Wen Qian harbors concerns regarding the well-being of the young Gu Wanwan. At merely 3 years of age, she cannot be exposed to the risks of adventure. While she could also enter the space, the duration of her stay would be limited. Wen Qian fears potential unforeseen circumstances, necessitating that this time be preserved. After discussing all relevant factors with Gu Ran, she sought his counsel. Gu Ran pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let us leave her at home. I will speak to her." At that moment, Gu Wanwan was peacefully sleeping in her room. Gu Ran entered and gently roused her. Sleepily, she gazed up at him, quickly becoming more alert. "Brother misses you too," he said, planting a kiss on her forehead. "Sister Wen Qian says she wants to take us to a fun place. Shall we go find her?" The child's attention was swiftly captured, and Gu Wanwan exuberantly exclaimed, "Yes. I want to go play." Wen Qian prepared to lead them into the space to acclimatize themselves to the environment. Suddenly recalling the sleeping Xiaobai within, she hastily cautioned, "Dad, Mom, Wanwan, Xiaobai has undergone quite a significant transformation recently. Do not be alarmed when you encounter it." Wen Chongming smiled in agreement, pondering just how much change could possibly occur in a cat. However, the moment they entered the space, he was taken aback. Was this what one might call a slight change? Chapter 69. Imo Han is a bug Xiaobai had already awakened, having just relieved itself and buried its waste, now sitting contentedly while licking its rear. Wen Chongming never anticipated that he would witness a cat weighing over 50 pounds in his lifetime. As he approached, he observed that Xiaobai's paws had grown to the size of a human fist. Its coat was a long, flowing white, with one eye yellow and the other red. As its physique expanded, it increasingly resembled a mutated white lion. Upon noticing Wen Chongming's proximity, it lazily nudged against his leg, nearly toppling him over. Gu Wanwan hid behind Gu Ran, peeking at Xiaobai, feeling somewhat apprehensive. "Brother, it's so big. Could it possibly eat me in one bite?" "Of course not. Xiaobai only preys on the wicked zombies outside," Gu Ran reassured, lifting his sister for a better view. He was astonished by the vastness of the space, which had grown to the scale of a small village. In addition to an enormous villa, there were even fish ponds, fields, and orchards, along with a considerable number of livestock. Gu Ran was left speechless in amazement, while Wen Qian, eager not to squander their time in this extraordinary space, promptly guided them into the villa, arranging guest rooms for them to freshen up and change their attire. Wen Chongming and Li Mo had not entered the space for over a week. Upon seeing the crops and vegetables they had planted fully matured, Wen Chongming was instantly filled with renewed vigor. The group stayed in the space for half an hour, and eventually, each person carried out several plates, ready to enjoy their meal. Meanwhile, Xiaobai and Shi, the little dog, remained in the space, frolicking about. Wen Qian had been craving hot pot for many days. Her gaze lingered on the table laden with tripe, duck intestines, yellow throat, duck blood, brain, crispy meat, rolls of beef and lamb, potato slices, lotus root slices, enoki mushrooms, tofu skin, garland chrysanthemum, baby cabbage, asparagus, yam, wide noodles, and her mouth nearly watered in anticipation. The hot pot base remained a delightful blend of half spicy and half tomato, as Li Mo and Gu Wanwan could not tolerate spicy foods. After indulging to their heart's content, they collectively cleaned up the dishes and stood on the rooftop, engaging in conversation. The temperature outside had soared to nearly 60 degrees. All the windows in their home were fitted with iron mesh, and Wen Qian observed the mosquitoes outside, each about 2 centimeters in size, which seemed to possess a keen sensitivity to human scent. They relentlessly collided against the iron mesh and glass, desperately attempting to enter and feast upon their blood. There were scarcely a few people left in their community. Li Mo furrowed his brows slightly and spoke softly. The previously vigorous individuals had been taken away by the base, leaving behind the elderly, weak, and infirm at home. The lack of sufficient food, compounded by extreme weather, quickly led to their demise. In truth, the base's approach was not without justification. Given the limited resources, the elderly and infirm offered little labor output. Wasting food on those who have succumbed to despair yields no hope. Naturally, anyone would choose to associate with those who possess a glimmer of promise. Each day, Li Mo observes the increasing number of zombies within her community, some adrift in the water, others wandering the corridors. These were once familiar neighbors, and witnessing their transformation weighs heavily on Li Mo's heart. Yet, no matter how much it pains her, she has no intention of aiding the survivors. She is not a savior, nor does she possess such formidable capabilities. Her sole desire is for her family's safety. The fates of others are of no concern to her. After contemplating Li Mo's words for a moment, Wen Qian spoke, "Mom, Dad, let us rest for another half hour. I will take you downstairs to deal with the zombies." Their community is perched upon a hillside, and due to the terrain, some of the water has evaporated in the heat, while the remainder has flowed down the mountain to other areas. Wen Qian plans to eradicate all the zombies within the neighborhood, thereby ensuring that as long as they safeguard the soul entrance, their community will become a secure haven. Wen Qian shared her intentions with everyone. Once we have cleared all the zombies, I want to establish this community as our base. A base? Liamo questioned, puzzled. Isn't there already an official base in Bin City? Wen Qian replied, that is a government base. In the future, there will likely be several more bases, large and small, emerging within the city. When Changming expressed her concern, does that mean we need to collaborate with others? Isn't that quite perilous? When Qian responded, our numbers are too few. If conflicts arise with other bases later on, it could become quite troublesome. Excluding the 3-year-old child, even accounting for her parents, there are merely 5 of them. In terms of individual combat capability, Wen Qian fears no one. However, what if they were faced with tens of thousands armed with firearms and artillery? Under such conditions, where the adversary holds a numerical advantage and ammunition is plentiful, their current predicament would be exceedingly difficult to withstand. Their sole recourse would be to flee. Wen Qian mused, in truth, we do not require a large number of people. Securing 100 individuals like Gu Ran would suffice. If these 100 could reside within the community and their loyalty monitored by the system could be ensured to remain unbetrayed, I could even allow them access to the space. At that juncture, I alone would constitute an entire team, and in critical moments, I could release 100 from the space, transforming them into a formidable force, striking terror into the hearts of those scoundrels. Wen Qian pondered for a moment before asking, have you considered collaborating with Emohan? Are we not already in partnership with him? Yet, to return to his base for work is out of the question. When Qian recalled the myriad experiences of her past life, an involuntary aura of menace radiating from her. Her brother had been slain by the base personnel in her previous existence, which initially fostered a deep-seated aversion towards that group. Were it not for Emohan, I would not have chosen to ally with them. Speaking of Emohan, she perceived him as a rather extraordinary anomaly. When Qian voiced her concerns, he previously informed me that his ability is telepathy, yet if telepathy were his sole skill, how could he ascend to the position of base executive? Additionally, I harbor doubts regarding the authenticity of his telepathic prowess. Although he sometimes knows that I secretly curse him in my heart, he remains an enigma. The most pressing issue lies in his demeanor. Do you not find it peculiar how excessively kind he is to us? One might even say he is at our beck and call. It is rather suspicious for a base commander to be so intimately familiar with a mere trio like ours. Yet, as I previously mentioned, I suspect this is the crux of the bug surrounding him. I sense not a hint of hostility towards us, which defies logic. When Wen Qian first visited the official base, she ended up killing a combatant, albeit out of sheer desperation. Regardless, he belonged to Emohan's faction. Under normal circumstances, one would expect him to exhibit an attitude akin to Yi Xinghua's. Yi Xinghua, after having killed her own, was met with cold shoulders for days. It was only when she saved their lives at Yu Island that their demeanor softened towards her. However, Emohan is different. From the very beginning, his attitude has been amicable. Who would be inexplicably kind without reason? Chapter 70. Does Emohan have feelings for you? When Qian has pondered the notion that Emohan might perceive her merely as a repository, he is aware of her spatial abilities and resources, thus treating her well. In the future, should he require them, he could simply eliminate her and seize her supplies. Following Zhang Xiang's incident, Wen Qian has confirmed that spatial abilities can indeed be usurped, much like other powers. However, the system had previously informed her that, due to her unique circumstances, all abilities are bound to her identity and cannot be taken away. What was it that the system said? That she was in a special situation? In what way is she special? Because she is reborn and endured great hardships in her previous life. Should we treat her with more kindness this time? When Rang and the others listened attentively to her words, exchanging glances, Li Mo and Wen Changning had never met the one named Emohan, thus unable to express any opinion. However, Gu Ran quietly raised his hand. I have a possible theory, he said, meeting their gazes with a hint of nervousness. He licked his dry lips and softly continued. Could it be that Emohan has feelings for you, and that's why he fulfills your every request? When Qian, 0-0? When Rang, 0-0. Li Mo and Wen Changning? When Qian took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to lash out. I will give you another chance. Please provide me with a different answer. No, you don't understand. You've never been in love. Men are always eager to cater to the girls they like. So, Are you implying that the CEO of the Binhai base is a lovesick fool? When Qian rolled her eyes dramatically, thinking, if I were Mo Han, I would kick you out right now. Gu Ran swayed slightly from her retort, quickly nodding. I heard that. When Qian shot him another fierce glare. In any case, we need to secure our territory and gather allies. However, we must not rush the recruitment process, as that could lead to complications. Unity is essential. We cannot accept every rogue and monster that comes our way. After their discussion, when Qian returned to her space to begin organizing her belongings, selling items to the system in exchange for currency, and then acquired 2 sets of temperature-regulated combat suits for Li Mo and Wen Chongning. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, the moment they were to venture out to confront the zombies, Li Mo and his companions could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. When Qian led the way, with Li Mo and Wen Chongning positioned in the middle, while Wen Rang and Gu Ran trailed behind. The 5 of them wobbled down the staircase, meticulously searching each floor. Whenever they encountered a zombie, before it could lunge to bite, Wen Qian swiftly bound it with her deft hands. Wielding a bundle of electric wires, she skillfully captured a zombie, leaving Li Mo and Wen Chongning in a state of astonishment. Could such a maneuver truly exist? From the 30th floor to the ground floor, Wen Qian captured a total of 16 live zombies. These creatures were securely tied, and she led them like one might walk a dog, kicking any that dared to approach. After a series of kicks, the zombies either had broken legs or fractured arms. The most unfortunate one had its head ripped off by Wen Qian's bare hands, which instilled a genuine fear in the remaining zombies, causing them to refrain from attacking her further. Thus, they smoothly exited the apartment building. This marked Li Mo and Wen Chongning's first excursion into the outside world since the apocalypse. Although they were clad in temperature-regulating suits provided by Wen Qian, the intense heat that greeted them felt like a searing wave against their skin. The zombies lurking below soon caught the scent of humans and began to converge toward their location. However, due to the varying distances and positions of the zombies, they arrived in staggered groups. Wen Qian captured as many as she could, while those she could not subdue were left for Li Mo and Wen Chongning to attempt to eliminate with gunfire. They waited patiently at the entrance, and as time passed, Wen Qian successfully trapped over 70 live zombies. They were bound together by Wen Qian, each one gaping with a desire to bite. Some even gnawing on the nearby zombies in their impatience. Mom, Dad, aim for the light spots atop their heads to practice shooting. Wen Qian dragged a zombie to a position several dozen meters away, instructing Gu Ran to keep an eye on the undead while she taught her parents how to handle firearms. As for Wen Qian, she continued to scour other apartment blocks in search of more zombies. Li Mo and Wen Chongning had never handled a gun before, so they needed ample practice. Wen Qian planned to allow her parents to familiarize themselves with the sensation of shooting on these stationary targets today. For tomorrow, they would face only moving zombie targets. The community was somewhat expansive, yet comprised predominantly of 6 buildings, with the remaining 90 dedicated to green spaces. The more Wen Qian observed, the more she felt the area was suited to become a base, as these spaces could later serve for cultivation. After several hours, they cleared all the zombies from the neighborhood. Upon slaying the last one, Wen Qian heard the system's voice. Ding! All zombies in the designated area have been eradicated. Automatically designated as host defense space. Defense space has expanded, unlocking automatic defense achievement. Following these notifications, the group stood in stunned silence. The community's outer walls had transformed entirely, now towering at 5 meters high, adorned with electrified fencing. Even the sole exit had altered its appearance, resembling the fortified door of Wen Qian's home, now classified as explosion-proof. Wen Qian never anticipated such a reward. This community had utterly transformed into a secure base. However, the surprises from the system were far from over, as a minute later, the system's voice echoed once more. 50 individuals were detected to be alive within the defensive zone, thereby fulfilling the foundational requirements for establishing a base. The base system was activated. These 50 individuals were automatically designated as ordinary members of the base, unlocking the primary achievement of prosperity, which rewarded an upgrade to the base's defensive system. As the system's announcement concluded, several steel rebars materialized within the community courtyard, and above them loomed blast-resistant glass that enveloped the entire area. This glass formed a roof over the courtyard, prompting Wen Qian to smile at the prospect of future acid rain. In contrast, Wen Rang and a few others were astonished, with Gu Ran unable to contain himself, exclaiming several times in disbelief to convey his excitement. The remaining individuals in the community also took notice of this series of transformations. peering through windows, and even descending to seek out Wen Qian and the others. Just as Wen Qian assumed that the day's surprises had come to an end, the system issued another notification. It detected that 3 members of the base had a loyalty rating below 80, leading to their automatic removal by the system. The loyalty of the remaining members was forcibly elevated to 90. Wen Qian smiled faintly, praising, "What a considerate system." Chapter 71. The steel rebars were produced by her space when Qian approached the nearest steel rebar to inspect its quality. It was as thick as a human wrist and appeared remarkably sturdy. She shook it gently, and it stood firm without a quiver, assuring her that it would withstand even the fiercest of typhoons. Not a shoddy construction, Wen Qian expressed her satisfaction, mentally commending the system once more. But what were these inscriptions? While inspecting the engineering quality, Wen Rang suddenly noticed a shallow inscription etched into the lower section of a steel rebar. Several individuals, upon witnessing the scene, hurried to inspect the others, only to discover that all bore the same inscription. Wen Qian paused momentarily, then contemplated a possibility. Could this rebar possibly be produced from her space? Since it belonged to her, might it bear her name? Truly, it exemplified the notion that one reaps what one sows. With nary a shred wasted. During their discussions, a few fortunate neighbors from the community emerged into their line of sight. Over a month of disrupted water and power supplies, coupled with a scarcity of food, had rendered them, even if alive, as pitiable as refugees. The extreme hunger had weakened their bodies to the point where even walking became a formidable challenge. Their descent was compelled by the direst necessity. With fearful eyes, they surveyed the ground littered with the corpses of the undead, cautiously assessing Shizhou, apprehensive of another potential zombie onslaught. Thus, they approached, halting intermittently until they stood before Wen Qian, who, without uttering a single word, found themselves kneeling before her. Wen Qian's formidable reputation was well known throughout the neighborhood. From the onset of the apocalypse, she had been tirelessly vanquishing zombies. Now, over a month later, she continued to thrive, and her family flourished, untouched by the cataclysm. In stark contrast, they could scarcely be considered alive when compared to the Wen family. The man leading the group knelt before Wen Qian, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication, his voice trembling with a sobbing plea. "Please, we beseech you, save us." Wen Qian recognized him, recalling that she and Wen Rang had once led a group to the supermarket in search of supplies, and he was among them. "Rise," she instructed, extending her hand to assist him while casting a glance at the individuals behind him. Each bore a pallid complexion, cracked lips, and appeared emaciated beyond recognition. "Why didn't you go to the official base?" Wen Qian inquired softly. The man's tears streamed down his face as he replied, "Given our ages, we should have qualified. However, I have both elderly parents and young children to care for. My little daughter is just 2 years old and suffers from congenital heart disease, which disqualifies us from the base's requirements, so we did not go." The man's wife knelt before Wen Qian, repeatedly bowing her head. As she prostrated herself, she implored, "Wen Qian, I know your family possesses extraordinary capabilities. I beg you, please save my daughter. I will repay you with my life. She is only 2. She knows nothing of this world, and her life should not end like this." Tears streamed down her face, and the combination of hunger and heightened emotions caused her to suddenly lose consciousness. Liamo hurried forward to check on her, and upon confirming that she was not in mortal danger, he sighed in relief. Wen Qian furrowed her brow and said, "If you wish for my assistance, please rise. Do not remain on the ground." The group was momentarily taken aback, for they had little hope left. In these dire times, survival was a challenge in itself, let alone the prospect of saving another. Wen Qian gazed at the information hovering above them, as the system had already marked their identities, including their loyalty levels. Among those present, some were under the system's mental control, while others were genuinely at their wits' end. Thus, when Wen Qian, appearing as a savior, offered her help, their loyalty levels soared to a perfect 100. She represented their sole hope. As long as she saved them, they would comply with any demands. They would never betray her, nor dare to do so. Building number 2 stands adjacent to building number 1, where Wen Qian resides. The community is currently rather desolate, allowing you to select any room at your leisure, as I shall unlock the doors in advance. Upon hearing this, the group was overcome with emotion, their sobs rendering them breathless. Without her, they would have truly succumbed to despair. Wen Qian had been absent from the community for several days and was unaware that 3 individuals had already chosen to leap to their demise, unable to endure the terror and starvation. This apocalyptic nightmare showed no intention of sparing them. Yet, thankfully, when Qian was willing to offer them salvation. Soon, other neighbors hurried down, beseeching Wen Qian for assistance. After addressing this group of survivors, Wen Qian discovered that the situation was not as dire as she had initially feared. She had assumed that only those lacking in strength remained, but the reality was different. Among the 47 survivors were 20 families, with merely 7 individuals over the age of 70. The remaining population comprised 20 children under the age of 10 and 20 young to middle-aged adults. This demographic was within her expectations. She did not anticipate that they would accompany her on her endeavors, as long as they could cultivate vegetables within the base. When Qian retrieved some rice, flour, oil, and vegetables from her space, dividing them into 20 portions to distribute among the survivors. She then informed them to relocate to building number 2 the following day, awaiting further instructions from her. Previously, when the system had upgraded the community's defenses, she had wondered if it might transform the entire area into a climate-controlled sanctuary. However, that was not the case. It seemed the system was not benevolent to all. As they had to rise early the next day, the group chatted for a while before attending to their evening routines and resting. At 3:30 the next morning, Wen Qian, accompanied by her parents and Wen Rang, set out punctually towards the automobile company. Due to the receding floodwaters in certain areas, they were able to drive at a relatively swift pace. They reached their destination in less than an hour and a half. Wen Qian gazed at the 3-story edifice perched upon the mountainside, feeling a flicker of excitement. Such a splendid locale could hardly go unnoticed. If the treasures within remained untouched, it could only be attributed to the overwhelming presence of zombies lurking below. The city, though not expansive, was teeming with people. Its landscape dominated by dense clusters of office buildings and residential complexes, which had led to a rampant proliferation of the undead. When Chongning and Li Imo watched in trepidation as hundreds of zombies surged toward them, their expressions shifting in alarm. "Do not be afraid. I will divert their attention. Brother, you drive in first," she declared, leaping from the vehicle and activating her skill to draw the zombies' focus. Upon seeing the horde charging toward their daughter, panic gripped Wen Chongning and Li Imo, compelling them to instinctively exit the car. However, Wen swiftly intervened, urging them to remain inside as he accelerated into the compound of the modified vehicle company. "Father, Mother, Qian is fine. This is her combat skill. It lasts for 3 minutes. Let us not waste time. We must enter and wait for her." Chapter 72. Military-grade Hummer and Mercedes RV. The zombies paid no heed to the roar of the vehicle's engine, instead fixating on Wen Qian. Wen successfully maneuvered the car into the compound, parking it securely before urging his parents to hasten toward the building. 3 minutes, neither excessively long nor too brief, was ample time for them to locate a relatively secure room. From their vantage point on the 3rd floor, they peered through the window and were startled to discover that the number of zombies in the vicinity far exceeded their initial estimates. Wen Chongning and Li Mo had initially glimpsed only a couple of hundred zombies. However, as they surveyed the bustling throng below, resembling a swarm of ants, their hearts nearly ceased to beat. They hurriedly descended to search for Wen Qian's figure. Wen Qian was adeptly leading the nearby zombies around as if walking a dog. Due to her prior enhancements in speed on Fisher Island, the zombies were utterly incapable of either capturing her or even accurately pinpointing her location. Wen Qian cooperated with them to eliminate the remaining threats, collecting the crystal cores before the group began to meander through the building. This automobile modification company boasted 3 stories, and being situated atop a mountain, it had remained untouched by the previous floods. After a brief exploration, Wen Qian soon stumbled upon a treasure within a warehouse. Wen Rang, following closely behind her, shared the same objective and exclaimed with delight, "This trip has indeed been worthwhile." Inside the warehouse were a military-grade Hummer RV and a Mercedes Arox off-road RV, both occupying the entire space. In comparison to the hefty 14-ton Mercedes, the Hummer appeared relatively compact. It resembled a land warfare tank, exuding an imposing exterior while offering a cozy and inviting interior. The living area was equipped with a booth, dining table, and television, while the kitchen was furnished with a stove, refrigerator, and dishwasher, all meticulously arranged. The bathroom featured a separate wet and dry area, fully catering to daily needs, and other amenities, including a washing machine, storage boxes, and beds, were all from the finest brands available. Meanwhile, the Mercedes RV was an even more substantial gem. The price of this vehicle exceeds $10 million, with a wheel height reaching the chest of an adult and a logo larger than a human face. Powered by 8 drives and equipped with an 800-liter fuel tank, its roof boasts 12 solar panels, each with a capacity of 1320 watts, ensuring ample off-road capabilities on treacherous terrains such as ice, snow, deserts, and tunnels. The front of the vehicle features a private double bedroom, while the mid-front section contains a bathroom. The central area is furnished with a kitchen, wardrobe, and a double-door refrigerator. And the rear is designed as a tatama-style lounge, entirely alleviating any concerns regarding space. Furthermore, the entrance is equipped with a facial recognition password lock. And the onboard water tank can hold up to 1 ton of water. Central air conditioning and a fresh air system are fully installed. The lounge area includes a retractable television, a wine cabinet, and a coffee machine, resembling a mobile apartment. Additionally, the vehicle is outfitted with imported marine-grade sunshades, mosquito nets, an automatic aluminum alloy staircase, outdoor lighting, an imported fully automatic water pump, outdoor water connections, an outdoor shower, a reversing camera, an 8-channel surveillance system, waterproof and sandproof storage compartments, among other features. With such a vehicle, even if one cannot reside at home, living on the road as a family for several years poses no challenge. Without hesitation, Wenxian decided on acquiring these 2 motorhomes. The group wandered around inside and outside the vehicles, exploring the first and second floors, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Gathered together, they leisurely enjoyed breakfast while discussing the differences between traveling in a motorhome and a conventional vehicle. Having never driven such a substantial vehicle before, there may be a slight adjustment period. However, Wenxian pondered that with so much space available, they could practice whenever they wished, free from concerns about fuel consumption. As dawn gradually broke, a commotion arose in the distance. They had brought several individuals along this time, fully equipped with weaponry, clearing their path with gunfire. And they finally arrived at their destination without incident. Upon parking the vehicle in the courtyard, everyone grasped their firearms and retreated into the building amidst the ongoing gunfire. However, the surge of zombies was overwhelming, and much like on Fisher Island, many of the undead had their skulls shattered yet continued to persist in their relentless pursuit. Noticing the difficulty the others faced in retreating, Wenxian decided to release Xiao Bai from her spatial confinement. Upon witnessing the bodies of zombies outside, Yi Xinghua immediately understood that Wenxian had arrived, yet upon entering the building and seeing the unfamiliar faces of Wen Chongming and Liu Mo, she couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Wenxian introduced them. "These are my parents. They've been cooped up at home, so I brought them out to get some fresh air and practice shooting." Yi Xinghua and the others were astonished. With such a casual tone, one might mistake her outing for a leisurely hunting trip. Though shocked, they respectfully greeted Wen Chongming and his wife. "Hello, uncle and aunt." They chorused in unison, their voices resounding so loudly that Wen Chongming flinched. He regarded the individuals before him, all of whom appeared to be around the age of his own children. The youngest merely in their teens and the oldest in their 30s, which left him with a peculiar feeling in his heart. Wenxian tossed each of them a bottle of well water she had procured from her spatial realm, and as they drank, they began to assess the supplies within the building. Having already located the car keys beforehand, Wenxian turned to Yi Xinghua and inquired, "How shall we divide this?" "You choose first. The remainder will belong to us," Yi Xinghua replied amiably, having mentally prepared himself for the possibility that Wenxian, as their leader, would leave them with just one vehicle. However, he did not anticipate that her demeanor would be even more amiable and gentle. To his astonishment, she merely requested a 7-seat modified business vehicle. Yi Xinghua was so taken aback that he found himself at a loss for words, and those around him fell into a profound silence. After a brief moment of stillness, Yi Xinghua approached Wen Rang and softly inquired, "Is your sister unwell today? She seems to be in poor condition. If she has a fever, we can postpone our plans." Wen Rang remained speechless, casting a glance at his sister, who shrugged innocently in response. "She doesn't have a fever. She simply suddenly realizes that you all have it tough and wants to show you some kindness," he explained. Yi Xinghua was left speechless, almost moved to tears by the benevolence of the female Yama. Chapter 74. You will not die. They had taken their own lives. The woman's arm had already been torn off by a zombie, and the man's leg lay exposed, gnawed to the bone. It appeared that they were terrified of becoming monsters like those that pursued them, prompting them to choose such a tragic end. Wenxian remained silent, locking eyes with the boy who looked to be merely 5 or 6 years old. Having gone too many days without proper sustenance, he appeared so frail that he could scarcely keep his eyes open. He seemed to sense his impending demise, mustering the strength to speak in a barely audible whisper, "Sister, I am going to die, take this." As Wenxian observed, The boy's hand trembled slightly, slowly opening to reveal a piece of chocolate biscuit. The temperature was sweltering, and having been clutched tightly in his palm, the chocolate had melted, rendering it unclean and messy. This was his last morsel. He had already taken a bite, and the remainder felt too precious to consume, fearful that once it was gone, nothing would remain. Yet now, even if he wished to eat, he found himself unable. Lacking the strength to raise his hand and bring the food to his lips, his voice nearly lost. This sister is so beautiful, the young boy thought. She must be hungry as well. I shall give her this piece of biscuit. After all, I am close to death. A child should be unfamiliar with the concept of death. He did not comprehend what it meant, yet he had witnessed his parents perish before his very eyes. The thought of their departure caused tears to cascade down his cheeks once more. Liam and the others stood nearby, their eyes reddened. Despite having witnessed countless instances of life and death, the sight before them still stirred profound emotions. Only when Qian remained unchanged, her expression devoid of fluctuation. She silently observed the boy and the small piece of biscuit in his hand. Just when everyone expected her to remain indifferent, when Qian knelt down, took the biscuit, and placed it in her mouth. She did not mind the dirt, slowly savoring its flavor, before gently patting the boy's head and speaking softly. After swallowing the biscuit, when Qian rose and turned to Liam, retrieving a bottle of well water from her backpack and handing it to her. Then she glanced at Gu Ran and Wen Rang. You stay here, when Qian instructed. Having spoken, she donned her goggles and mask, advancing towards the door. Outside, a throng of zombies amassed, incessantly battering against the door. Just as it seemed the door would give way, someone within opened it. The zombies lost their balance and surged forward, but when Qian swiftly kicked them aside and brandished her knife as she stepped out, she activated her skill to draw their fire, luring the zombies towards the distant hall. As Yi Xinghua and the others witnessed the horde of zombies relentlessly pursuing her, they hastily gave chase. Before long, they beheld the astonishing sight of her single-handedly confronting hundreds of the undead. With a piercing gaze and an aura saturated with lethal intent, she maneuvered gracefully through the throng of zombies. Dust swirled and blood splattered in the air. When Qian observed the grotesque figures before her, once vibrant humans who had experienced love, sorrow, familial bonds, and the full spectrum of human emotion, now reduced to mere shells of their former selves. A tempest of emotion surged within her. Today, not a single zombie would escape this place alive. They were lost, and she had come to grant them release. As time elapsed, the number of fallen corpses multiplied on the ground. By the moment she dispatched the last of them, her arms felt heavy and numb. Though they were battered, they remained alive. During the battle, when Qian discerned the presence of awakened abilities among them, two individuals had recently manifested combat-oriented powers. One, ensnared by a zombie and on the verge of being bitten, suddenly transformed into a puddle of water, droplets scattering across the ground before coalescing back into human form. This water-based ability was a novelty for Wen Qian, intriguing in its manifestation. The other person wielded plant-based powers, manipulating vines to ensnare zombies in successive waves. Yet lacking sufficient strength, was soon overpowered. Wen Qian recognized both individuals. The water manipulator was Yi Xinghua, and the plant user was Lin Yan, who often proclaimed herself a goddess. A spark of curiosity ignited within Wen Qian as she approached them. Does Emohan treat you well? Why not join my side? I assure you 3 dishes and a soup at every meal, with meat included, and a cozy single dormitory that remains warm in winter and cool in summer. Yi Xinghua, are you digging into our affairs? Wen Qian, fully aware that they would never agree, deftly changed the topic to extract some information. Yi Xinghua, it just appeared suddenly in the past couple of days. Lin Yan, I felt the same. When I awoke this morning, I thought I was still dreaming. As they conversed, Ji Fan, a junior to Wen Rang, approached from behind. Wen Qian had a rather vivid impression of him. Divine being, I too possess extraordinary abilities. He whispered excitedly to Wen Qian. I am quite formidable. I have spatial powers. After saying this, he retrieved a piece of candy from his spatial pocket and cheerfully offered it to Wen Qian. Here, I pilfered this from Lin Yan's pocket yesterday. Lin Yan, I told you it was you who took it. You denied it at the time. The two began to tussle playfully, their childish antics almost embarrassing to witness. Wen Qian, forget it, a bunch of fools. Even if I dig deeper, I would still have to worry about them. It's better not to get involved. However, Wen Qian did not anticipate their lack of guard around her, revealing everything so openly. With a sigh, she beckoned everyone to join her in the warehouse and workshop to search for medicine. This pharmaceutical company was not particularly large. Yet they managed to find several thousand boxes of potions. When Qian, this time, did not take advantage of them. Her space was already stocked with a substantial supply of medicine, sufficient for her needs, so she only requested what she lacked. The children in the community who survived all had congenital illnesses. Some suffered from heart disease, others from asthma. She had not stockpiled these medicines previously, so this time her primary aim was to procure them. Once they had distributed the medicines, they turned their gaze towards the outside. The zombies inside had been cleared away, but numerous still lingered outside. Thus, when Qian and Yi Xinghua first drove 2 vehicles into the warehouse while the others provided cover fire. Once these 2 vehicles were filled to capacity, they would replace them with others and continue this cycle until all the supplies were loaded onto the vehicles. When Qian and the others were not on the same path, and she did not request their escort, she watched them depart and then cast her gaze toward a factory several dozen meters away. For reasons unknown, a strange sensation washed over her, as if something were watching her from that direction. Chapter 75. Zombie, help. Xiaobai, at Wen Qian's feet, seemed to sense the anomaly as well. It arched its back, bristling, throat emitting low growls of warning, its claws and teeth bared, poised for an imminent attack. Wen Qian bit her lip, and upon witnessing the factory door slowly creak open, while the zombies in the yard fled in terror, she tightened her grip on the knife. A shadow, towering 3 meters high, gradually emerged from the factory and came into Wen Qian's line of sight. Much like the small zombie encountered on Fishing Island, its skin was as pale as parchment, devoid of any color. However, unlike that small zombie, this one possessed a broad skeletal frame, a robust physique, and 2 heads upon its neck. As it stepped from the dim light into the sunlight, it fixated its gaze upon Wen Qian, munching on a live mouse it had captured, and advanced toward her. Their eyes locked across the distance, and Wen Qian distinctly observed it grin, as if it had not encountered such a satisfying prey in a long time. Wen Qian frowned, sensing that this creature would prove more formidable than the previous small zombie, possessing greater strength and size. Yet, it has only been a month and a half since the apocalypse began. Why are there so many advanced zombies? She hesitated to even label such a creature as elite, for they had become far too common. A moment of blankness enveloped Wen Qian's mind as she instinctively reached for her firearm, intent on eliminating it. However, upon realizing that both of its heads lacked any fatal vulnerabilities, she swiftly turned and darted towards the room where Wen Rang and the others were situated. Without uttering a word, she extended her hand and transported them into her space. The young boy, not being a member bound to the system, triggered a notification once more. Monitoring 0 attack power injured individual. Do you require permission to bring the injured into the space for treatment? The injured individual retains consciousness upon exiting the space. Spatial memories will automatically dissipate. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Qian consented. After sending him into the space, she heard a thunderous crash. A zombie had forcefully kicked down the heavy security door at the entrance. Taking a deep breath, Wen Qian glanced out the window. The lower-tier zombies had already retreated to a safe distance. She shattered the glass with a punch and leapt outside. The confined space within the building hindered her abilities. It was far more advantageous to operate in the open air. At that moment, the zombies had reached the room she had just vacated, violently dismantling the door frame before entering. Upon spotting Wen Qian outside, they appeared somewhat irate. Such a powerful human would surely make for a delectable meal. Little White launched a fierce assault from behind, leaping onto its shoulder, only to be swiftly swatted away, landing several meters distant. Little White let out a pitiful meow, struggling to rise once more. Wen Qian, unwilling to let Xiaobai suffer harm, recognized that although it weighed over 50 pounds and could easily contend with ordinary zombies, it was but a mere kitten when faced with a creature tipping the scales at 700 to 800 pounds. She rushed to Xiaobai's side, gently caressing its head before sending it into her spatial realm, along with her Tang Dao. Subsequently, she rolled to the side, evading the zombie's sudden assault. Despite its imposing stature, the creature's speed was astonishing. Having lived 2 lifetimes, it was her first encounter with a zombie possessing 2 heads on a single body. If her conjecture held true, this abomination was the byproduct of the initial outbreak within the pharmaceutical factory, where the undead feasted upon one another. It resembled a vessel for nurturing malice, a place where zombies annihilated one another, leaving only this singular monstrosity. Could it possibly possess supernatural abilities? As this notion flitted through her mind, the zombie vanished from sight, only to reappear before her in the next instant. Teleportation. Wen Qian gasped, propelled several meters away by a kick from the creature. In that moment, she felt immense gratitude for the defensive values bestowed upon her by the system through various quest rewards, which allowed her to emerge unscathed from such a violent tumble. However, her sense of pain remained intact, and she inhaled sharply, realizing the zombie was already looming over her once more. Damn it, Wen Qian silently cursed. Rather than employing teleportation, it had chosen to approach her step by step, toying with her fear. She lifted her gaze to meet the creature's, her eyes flashing with a flicker of defiance. The zombie leaned down, its two colossal faces looming ominously above her head. It seized Wen Qian's arm and hoisted her up, then with a fierce tug, brutally dislocated her other arm. Blood gushed forth, and an immense pain pierced through Wen Qian in an instant. At that very moment, her regeneration ability activated, halting the bleeding, and her arm swiftly grew back within mere seconds. The zombie, taken aback by such a sight, momentarily froze. Wen Qian closed her eyes briefly and murmured, "Ugly creature. Do you not realize how painful this is?" The zombie, perplexed, retorted, "Who is the ugly creature? Is it merely pain you feel?" It began to doubt whether the being before it was truly human. Wen Qian had initially thought the zombie possessed other abilities and wished to witness more, but it seemed to only have teleportation. She cast a glance at her arm, noticing her clothes and temperature-regulating combat suit were torn. Her arm now lay exposed under the scorching sunlight, feeling slightly burning and painful. After the activation of her regeneration ability, the system alerted her. With each activation, her defense and strength increased by 100. A dagger materialized in Wen Qian's hand, and taking advantage of the zombie's confusion, she thrust it into one of its eyes. The zombie was caught off guard, having seen her without any weapon moments before. It let out a furious roar, instinctively covering its eye with its hand. Wen Qian gracefully descended from several meters above, landing smoothly. The other head of the zombie glared menacingly at her, and she tilted her head with a fleeting smile. Simultaneously, a Tang Dao reappeared in her hand. Like lightning, she charged at the zombie, wielding her blade to sever its legs. The zombie stumbled, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, creating a substantial crater. Wen Qian was momentarily jolted, her body rising slightly in response. Gripping her knife, she advanced 2 steps, looking down upon the fallen grotesque creature. "I am a reasonable person," she declared. "You have just severed one of my arms, and in return, I shall dismember you into 8 pieces. How does that sound?" The zombie, filled with dread in its murky eyes, attempted to teleport once more, vanishing from sight. A faint smile graced Wen Qian's lips as she accurately pinpointed its reappearance. As she had anticipated, even teleportation has its limitations, confined to a mere 10-meter radius. Moreover, utilizing such powers is immensely draining. After a few attempts, compounded by Wen Qian's relentless pursuit and her strikes that severed its arms and legs, it was fatigued and devoid of strength to flee. Having asserted her intention to dismember it, she was determined to follow through. With an impassive expression, she ruthlessly slaughtered the zombie that had once sought to consume her, its howl striking fear into the hearts of the lesser zombies nearby, rendering them too intimidated to approach. Wen Qian summoned Xiao Bai from her spatial realm. Upon emerging, Xiao Bai was greeted by a gruesome scene of dismembered corpses. After issuing a call to Wen Qian, it promptly turned to indulge in a lavish feast. Wen Qian's gaze fell upon the zombie, which now retained only its upper half and head yet remained alive, and she was plunged into contemplation. 2 heads, could it possibly possess 2 cores? The thought ignited a spark of excitement in her eyes. The zombie, witnessing her anticipation, regretted its momentary impulse. In truth, it had already feasted earlier that day, having devoured a team that had ventured to the pharmaceutical factory in search of supplies. It was merely due to a lack of hunger that it did not appear when Yu Xinghua and others arrived. Only after sensing Wen Qian's formidable combat prowess did it entertain the notion of devouring her. Yet now, it had become the prey itself. Wen Qian severed 2 of its heads in succession, and the excitement in her eyes gradually faded, leaving only a sense of tedium. How absurd. 2 heads, yet merely 1 crystal core. Such a waste of resources. Previously, when she had been slaying zombies within the building, she had unlocked an achievement reward for every zombie killed. The crystal core would automatically be absorbed into her space, thus eliminating the need to collect them individually. With the core secured, Wen Qian released Wen Rang and the others from her space. Upon seeing her unharmed, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Wen Chongning and Li Mo circled her, inspecting her meticulously for any injuries, their faces marked with tears. Gu Ran stared blankly at the dismembered zombie remains on the ground, while Wen Rang cast a dark glance towards a severed arm in the distance, remaining silent. The vehicle was driven by Wen Rang, and sensing his anger, Wen Qian refrained from speaking, having an inkling of the reason behind it. The system had designated the residential area as her base space yesterday, resulting in an overall upgrade. The walls had transformed in material, their quality rivaling that of a fortress, impervious even to cannon fire and tanks. Wen Qian and her companions had emerged too early that morning, when the darkness still enveloped the sky, thus failing to notice the changes outside the community. Now, she observed that the community name previously engraved on the outer wall had vanished, and the entrance to the underground garage had been sealed. Once again, she marveled at the invincibility of the system. The entire community, aside from the main gate, now only had the underground garage as an entrance. With this being sealed, the garage had become a sanctuary. The garage in their community consists of 3 underground levels, each unit accessible via elevators and staircases from within the building. Originally, it served as an emergency air raid shelter, providing an expansive space. Consequently, the children in the community can now play in the garage without the fear of their noise attracting the attention of zombies. Upon closing the door, Wen Qian observed Wen Rang hastily entering the room without uttering a single word to her. She first helped Li Imo settle the little boy before cautiously knocking on Wen Rang's door. Rarely did he express anger towards her. Throughout their lives, he had mostly acquiesced to her wishes. After he began college, he took on part-time jobs, transferring money to her whenever he earned it. Even when she entered university, he continued to send her monthly allowances, fully aware that their parents would provide her with living expenses. Thus, Wen Qian felt unrestrained in his presence. Yet she also feared his wrath, knowing full well how intimidating he could be when angered. She opened the door to find Wen Rang seated on the floor, engrossed in a video game. In the game, he was a formidable force, yet outside of it, his expression resembled that of a funeral. Even as she entered, he did not spare her a glance. A sense of unease washed over Wen Qian, prompting her to approach him and gently tug at the hem of his shirt. "Brother, please don't be angry anymore," she implored. Wen Rang remained silent. "I know I was wrong," she continued, her voice trembling slightly. His fingers paused momentarily over the game controls. "Really, I promise. I won't leave you behind next time." He cast aside the game controller and turned to face her, his eyes ablaze with emotion. "What do you know? You know nothing. You always rush headlong into danger alone." Tears glistened in Wen Ruan's eyes as he earnestly gazed at the girl before him. He was the first person to hold her after her birth. Aside from the doctors and nurses, when she began to speak, the first word she uttered was brother. She had never realized how profoundly significant she was to him. "Wen Qian, I can perish, but you cannot. I can accept my own demise, but I cannot bear your departure. Do you understand?" Wen Qian momentarily froze, and in the blink of an eye, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Seeing her cry startled Wen Ruan. "Don't cry. I haven't harmed you, so why are you weeping?" The warmth of her tears felt foreign to Wen Qian. It had been an eternity since she last cried. She raised her hand to hastily wipe her face and smiled at Wen Ruan. "Brother, I want to let you die." In her previous life, everyone had perished in their efforts to protect her. This time, she would ensure that such tragedies would not unfold again. "Let us grow stronger together. I promise I won't easily cast you into the void again, so please don't be upset. I fear your silence." Wen Qian tugged at Wen Ruan's sleeve, and upon seeing his pitiful expression, he sighed heavily. "All right." Wen Qian's eyes sparkled with delight as she promptly rose to leave. Wen Ruan watched her depart, opening his hand before clenching it into a fist. He had felt something amiss with his body over the past couple of days, yet he could not pinpoint the discomfort. Just yesterday, he had even doubted his own sanity when he saw a flicker of flame erupting from his palm. He intended to discuss this matter with Wen Qian shortly. Upon exiting Wen Ruan's room, Wen Qian was intercepted by Gu Ran. His face was as dark as a thundercloud, exuding an aura that suggested he might send anyone to their final resting place. After only a few exchanged words, the subject was made abundantly clear. Henceforth, he must not be sent to the spatial refuge during battles. Chapter 77. The awakening of the family's abilities. The one family had taken him in and saved his sister's life. If, at a crucial moment, he could not protect them and instead sought refuge in the spatial realm, then his presence here would lose all significance. Gu Ran was acutely aware of what he needed to do. Though his strength paled in comparison to Wen Qian's, he possessed his own capabilities. "Wen Qian, Earlier at the pharmaceutical factory, had not pondered too deeply, she was confident in her ability to eliminate the zombie, yet uncertain of its powers. She preferred not to risk everyone's safety alongside her. Additionally, she wished to experiment with her regenerative abilities without alarming her parents. Thus she decided to confine them all within the spatial realm. When Qian could scarcely envision that scene, she called everyone into the space for a shower and a change of clothes. Upon their return, she glanced at the still slumbering young boy, seeing no signs of awakening. She went to eat. At the dining table, when Qian broached serious matters with everyone, the zombie they had encountered earlier had begun to exhibit a semblance of human awareness. If this continued, it would become increasingly difficult to deal with. She had also noticed a rising number of individuals awakening their abilities of late. The timeline had advanced too swiftly. This was not a favorable sign. In her previous life, such anomalies had certainly not emerged so early. Even someone as inept as Zhang Ziang could possess spatial abilities, which Wen Qian found utterly outrageous. After sharing her observations, she noted the expressions of her companions were somewhat disconcerted. She raised an eyebrow. You all wouldn't possibly. The others remained silent, but apart from Gu Ran, the rest of them simultaneously extended their hands, palms open. A burst of blue flames erupted from Wen Rang's palm, while Wen Chongning held a sphere of water, and Li Imo emanated a glow of white light. Wen Chongning and Wen Rang nodded, indicating they were experiencing the same phenomenon. Wen Qian remarked, I understand now. It's related to elemental powers. The timing of their awakening to these abilities was remarkably synchronized, all occurring within the last couple of days. Wen Chongning was aligned with water, Wen Rang with fire, and Li Imo possessed healing abilities. Since discovering their extraordinary powers, they had been preoccupied with this matter, secretly practicing, yet at times they found themselves unable to manifest their abilities, which prevented them from confiding in Wen Qian. After listening to their uncertainties, Wen Qian pondered thoughtfully for a moment before responding. The same type of ability can manifest differently in different individuals. For instance, regarding water abilities, my father's power generates water, while Yi Xinghua's ability allows him to transform into water. I believe the instability of your powers stems from the fact that they are still evolving and have not yet reached their final form. Wen Qian was confident that her family's physical resilience and potential surpassed that of outsiders. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had been consuming well water from their space and soaking in the hot springs, a privilege unmatched by anyone else. Once these powers are awakened, they will not vanish. The next question is to what extent they will develop. Wen Qian's words brought a sense of reassurance to the group, though she found herself puzzled as to why. Despite her entire family being endowed with abilities, she herself remained without. If she was not mistaken, once she entered the space later to process the crystal core of the zombie she encountered today, she should be able to absorb its teleportation ability. Yet, why could she not awaken two abilities on her own? Wen Qian felt quite dissatisfied with this. As the apocalypse commenced, those who survived were striving to adapt to the harsh environment for the sake of their own lives. The spaces of Zhang Ziang and Ji Fan must have emerged under such circumstances, born out of their profound desires. However, their space was rather limited. Today, Wen Qian observed Ji Fan managed to store only 2 boxes of medicine before it was full. Furthermore, there was the issue of ability acquisition. Prior to killing Zhang Ziang, the system had alerted her to his abilities. Yet today, neither Yi Xinghua nor Ji Fan provided any such warning, indicating that as long as the other party harbored no hostility or murderous intent towards her, the system would not permit her to indiscriminately slay the innocent. As they conversed, the topic shifted to the base. Wen Rang glanced at Wen Qian and asked, What shall we name our base? Wen Qian pondered for a moment and replied, Xiaobai Base. The others were taken aback, not expecting her to name it after Xiaobai. Noticing their expressions, Wen Qian smiled faintly. Do you not think this name suits us perfectly? A group of innocents, lacking knowledge, resources, and combat prowess, can only huddle together for protection. It evokes a sense of guardianship, does it not? Wen Rang responded. Do you care to reflect on what you just said? A sense of guardianship? Anyone hearing that name would likely rush in to kill this group of innocents and seize their supplies. Regardless, Wen Qian decided that this would be the name. After the meal, Wen Rang summoned her to the study to show her the computer surveillance screen. The surveillance system was established by Wen Rang prior to the apocalypse, primarily monitoring the area directly in front of her home. However, it now displayed footage not only from the entire neighborhood, but also from a radius of 500 meters surrounding it. Wen Qian reinterpreted what the system had referred to that day regarding the meaning of defense upgrades. She then recalled the system's notification about the activation of the base system. After a moment of hesitation, she entered the space. Within the confines of the space, beside the commerce system, a base system had been added. Upon clicking into it, Wen Qian discovered information about all individuals currently at the base, including whether they possessed any special abilities and their respective points accumulation. The system would allocate points based on their future contributions, such as the amount of grain each person cultivated, 1 point for each pound of grain harvested, which would then be automatically credited to their accounts. This information was visible only to Wen Qian, and she alone could manage the points. Wen Qian had the ability to utilize their earned points to exchange for essential supplies in the base's marketplace, such as liquefied gas canisters, small generators, stoves, and briquettes, items that would be urgently needed in the future. In essence, it was inconceivable for anyone to remain idle in Wen Qian's base, merely waiting for her to provide sustenance. Those who were capable would work harder, accumulating more points, which in turn would allow Wen Qian to procure more resources for them. A conscientious system would undoubtedly ensure that its host would not suffer any disadvantage. With a sense of satisfaction, Wen Qian closed the base system, planning to initiate their agricultural life the following day. She intended to clear all the trees in the neighborhood and uproot every flower. After all, they were already deceased. Retaining them served no purpose. Every vacant space would be transformed into fields for cultivation. While outside chaos ensued, they would engage in farming and poultry rearing, an ideal scenario. Chapter 78. All members turned to black when Qian meticulously prepared the tools and seeds required for the following day, while grappling with the issue of water supply. Although she had water in her space, it was impractical to extract it daily for irrigation. She mused that it would be splendid if the system could provide her with a well within the community, offering ordinary water rather than the enhanced variety from her space. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the system chimed in with an announcement. The base well has been established between Building 1 and Building 2 and is now ready for use. Wen Qian was taken aback. So you really do grant wishes, do you? Perhaps it's time for me to indulge in some fanciful requests. Wen Qian continued, I would also like each base member to possess a laser sword, a spaceship, and perhaps even a superhero. The system's silence was deafening. Wen Qian imagined that, if it could manifest, it would surely deliver her a succinct message, dream on. All the crystal cores had been placed by the system in the medical room, including her processing unit. Ascending the stairs, she discovered the crystal cores neatly arranged in boxes, categorized by their levels. She located the core from the dual-headed zombie, which was marked as Level 2. Level 2? The grading of crystal cores ranged from Level 5, the lowest, to Level 1 and then to Special Grade, the highest. Notably, the last core from the small zombie had been designated as Special Grade, while this one, despite being stronger than the prior zombie, was merely Level 2. This indicated that the classification of zombies fluctuated in accordance with their mutations. The current Special Grade might very well be downgraded to Level 5 a year hence. It seemed the system had recognized the excessive resource wastage involved in the injections, requiring a needle for every individual each time, which was rather impractical. Wen Qian lowered her head to observe the information displayed on the screen, which outlined the synthesis rules for crystal cores. 100 Level 5 crystal cores could be combined to create a capsule potion, enhancing one's innate abilities by an increase of 3%. 50 Level 4 crystal cores would yield a single capsule potion, providing a 5% boost to one's powers. 10 Level 3 crystal cores could be synthesized into one capsule potion, resulting in a 10% enhancement. 1 Level 2 crystal core could produce 5 capsule potions, increasing strength by 20%. A single Level 1 crystal core could create 10 capsule potions, amplifying one's abilities by 40% and extending lifespan by 2 years. Moreover, one exceptional crystal core could be transformed into 10 capsule potions, granting a 50% increase in strength alongside additional skills, while prolonging life by 5 years. Additionally, all grades of crystal cores could significantly enhance physical attributes, though the effects varied from person to person. Wen Qian casually tossed a Level 2 potion into her mouth and immediately received a notification indicating she had acquired the ability to teleport. Indeed, while others awakened their powers, hers stemmed from absorption. After a moment of frustration, she quickly moved past it. In truth, this was rather advantageous if she were to awaken. She might possess only 1 or 2 skills, but through absorption, there were no limitations. What is most abundant in this world? Zombies. Given the current rate of evolution, it was evident that there would soon be no shortage of zombies possessing abilities. All she needed was the right power to venture out and capture zombies. The more she contemplated, the more delighted she became, even feeling an urge to venture outside in search of zombies to engage with. She emerged from the space with the potion, distributing the medicine to everyone. The group consumed the medicine as if it were a meal, and immediately felt the changes within their bodies. When stretched out his hand, and flames erupted several meters high, nearly singeing his father's hair beside him. Startled, Wen Changming quickly doused the fire, resulting in a chaotic scene with feathers and fur flying about, leaving the living room in disarray. Li Mo observed the father-son duo with an impassive expression as they scurried to tidy up, not daring to utter a word. She lay on the bed, perusing a comic for a while before turning to glance at the satellite phone on her bedside, contemplating whether to contact Mo Han for updates. There were undoubtedly numerous ability users at the Binqing base, and since they had discovered the properties of the crystal cores, they would certainly be collecting them in abundance. Wen Qian hesitated for a moment before picking up the phone and dialing the number. After 2 rings, Mo Han's voice came through the receiver. "What is it?" "I wanted to inquire about the crystal cores. Didn't you mention before that the harmless components could be extracted and injected into the body? How is the research progressing on your end? Have you achieved successful extraction? I'm in a meeting. Call me back in 10 minutes? All right." Wen Qian hung up, slightly furrowing her brow. This person seemed quite busy. Does he have meetings every day? With the turmoil outside, is it appropriate for him to be sitting in the base conducting meetings? It's not like he is leading missions outside. Just look at the difference between him and others. Wen Qian sat cross-legged on the bed, grumbling for 10 minutes until she received a call from Mo Han. The experimental team was still conducting research. Achieving a 100% extraction of the harmless components was challenging, with the highest experimental results reaching only 30%. Wen Qian remarked, "Your pace is rather slow." She acknowledged this without displaying any arrogance. Mo Han inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to know?" "Today, I encountered Yi Xinghua, Lin Yan, and Ji Fan. All of them have awakened their abilities. I presume there are quite a few individuals with powers on your end?" They had recently awakened, yet the overall number remained scant. Including the residents, there are merely a few dozen within the entire base. Out of nearly 300,000 people, only a handful have awakened, which indeed seems rather insignificant. However, whether this number will dramatically increase in the future remains uncertain. Mo Han appeared to discern her thoughts. He stated that if one does not awaken within the first 3 months of the apocalypse, the likelihood of awakening thereafter diminishes greatly. Wen Qian expressed her astonishment. "Why do you say that?" He explained, "Survival of the fittest, the disparity in strength will only widen. Those chosen by the apocalypse are all in the first tier, and only this group will possess abilities." This was the first time Wen Qian had encountered such a notion. A self-deprecating smile graced her lips as she contemplated before sharing her plans for establishing a base with him. Mo Han fell silent for a couple of seconds, then asked, "What is the name of the base?" "Xiaobai Base." "Is everyone there white and black-hearted?" Wen Qian did not anticipate his understanding, and she hypocritically denied, No. It's a literal interpretation. They are all Xiaobai." A soft laugh reached her ears. Mo Han did not call her out, merely stating, "Very well. If you need anything in the future, let me know, and I will assist you in procuring resources." Chapter 79. The mind-reading technique is a fallacy. Having obtained valuable information, she no longer wished to engage in awkward small talk with him. However, just as she intended to bid farewell, she heard Mo Han inquire, "Are you free next Friday?" Wen Qian replied, "In this apocalyptic world, where there are neither work nor school obligations, when would I not be free?" She continued, "Yes. Have you discovered another supply point? What is its precise location? I will wait for Yi Xinghua and the others there." Mo Han responded, "Actually, I have something to discuss with you. If you're available, I would like to take you somewhere." Without hesitation, Wen Qian declined, not even inquiring about the destination. It seemed as though he had never encountered rejection before. As he fell into deep contemplation, only speaking again after a moment. Why? Why indeed? That's an excellent question. Wen Qian remarked with a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Do you genuinely have no inkling at all? With your so-called mind-reading ability, who would willingly choose to remain in your company?" Eventually, it was Wen Qian who posed the question, "Is your mind-reading ability capable of hearing everyone's thoughts simultaneously? You must be quite occupied at the base. Are you able to find time to sleep? With 20 to 30,000 people, your ears must be working overtime." He felt as though he had inadvertently struck his own foot with a rock. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, holding the phone in one hand while pressing his fingers to his forehead with the other. It was futile to assert that his mind-reading ability was a fabrication. She would never believe him, nor could he offer an explanation. That's impossible. When Qian was taken aback. Why should this be the case for me? Have we ever met before? Emohan interjected. What do you mean by ever met? Nothing, he replied. Emohan added. For you, it is only under special circumstances. It is not something that can occur at any moment. When Qian remained skeptical, asking, then what do you mean by special circumstances? As she pondered. When Qian ground her teeth in frustration. Do you mind if I utter a curse? She inquired, though her interest was waning. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Goodbye. With that, Wen Qian abruptly ended the call. What a ridiculous notion of a special circumstance. What was so special about it? She was uncertain how many of Emohan's words were genuine and how many were mere fabrications. The only solution was to keep her distance from him. Surely, even the most potent mind-reading abilities must be constrained by spatial limitations. She found it hard to believe that, with them positioned on opposite ends of the city, he could still discern her thoughts. Emohan glanced at the 2 invitation cards on the table and sighed deeply, filled with regret for ever mentioning mind-reading to her. His mood was far from pleasant, so when Yi Xinghua knocked on the door to report matters, his immediate thought was whether his arrival was ill-timed. Meanwhile, Wen Qian, having tossed aside her phone, heard her brother knocking, announcing that the little boy had awakened. The bedroom door was ajar, yet they heard no sound. Ultimately, it was Gu Wanwan who leaned in to peek through the door, only to discover that the young boy was missing, eventually finding him inside the wardrobe. After Li Mo retrieved him, the boy's eyes were brimming with tears, clearly having been excessively frightened and still in shock. When Wen Qian approached, she found him curled up beneath the blanket, resembling a small dog trembling after being caught in the rain. She lifted a corner of the blanket and locked eyes with him. Upon seeing her, his anxious expression shifted slightly. Do not be afraid. You are safe now. This is my home. Wen Qian gently poked his cheek and asked, what is your name? She regarded him thoughtfully without pressing further, opting instead to fetch him something to eat. Li Mo and Gu Wanwan remained to accompany him for dinner. After the others exited the room, Wen Qian spoke softly. This little fellow possesses extraordinary abilities. In truth, Wen Qian had sensed it back at the pharmaceutical factory. In such a vast place, he was the sole survivor. Even if his parents had fought valiantly to protect him, it would have been impossible for him to emerge unscathed. Such a tender and delightful child. How could the zombies possibly let him slip away? The very thought of him would surely make their mouths water. However, given the child's current state, it was futile to inquire further. Perhaps it would be best to wait until another time. In her dreams, she had thoroughly thrashed Xie Guangquan, hanging him on the base's wall to lure the zombies. Below, the undead regarded him as bait, akin to fish drawn to a lure, a most satisfying sight. Wen Qian slumbered deeply until dawn, awakening first to partake of breakfast, then using the intercom to summon those residing in Building 2 to gather downstairs. Building 2 featured a dual elevator design, with the remaining 20 households occupying 5 floors. Over the past couple of days, they had filled their bellies, free from the worry of zombies lurking in the hallways, and had enjoyed ample rest. Thus, their spirits appeared much improved. Upon descending, Wen Qian addressed them directly. From this moment forth, you are all members of the base. As you are aware, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and I hold no obligation to rescue or sustain you. Therefore, should I discover any treachery among you, I will not hesitate to eliminate it. Those who attempt deceit will be cast out. Despite the robust mental surveillance of the system, Wen Qian preferred to lay her cards on the table. Today's task was to clear all the trees and flowers from the community and plant grains and vegetables in their stead. The water source lies between Building 1 and Building 2, from which you may also retrieve your daily water in the future. Everyone listened attentively to Wen Qian's speech, then turned their gaze toward the well, astonished. Their community was constructed upon a hill. Although the hill was not particularly high, the underground garage lay just below. How could she have possibly dug this well? The crowd remained stunned for a while, silently processing this revelation. In this apocalyptic world, where even zombies existed, what else could be deemed unacceptable? Wen Qian was like a celestial being sent to save them. It was wise to heed her words while disregarding everything else. Wen Qian observed the children nestled against their guardians, resembling a flock of quails, their eyes brimming with panic as they occasionally glanced towards the west, fearful of another terrifying zombie emerging. These children bore congenital ailments, rendering them incapable of vigorous play, thus they were considerably quieter than their peers. In the present circumstances, this was not a disadvantage. Had they been raucous and tumbling about, she would have certainly imposed discipline. How could they consume her provisions and then act unruly? She possessed no such indulgent temperament. After assigning tasks, everyone commenced their respective duties. Initially, Wen Qian had intended to send the little quails to play in the underground garage, but they all shook their heads, choosing instead to remain quietly beside their adults. While they could not undertake strenuous labor, they were still capable of running errands and passing items. As for the elderly, who were unable to work, their agricultural wisdom surpassed even that found in books. Chapter 80. Fu Yuan's abilities. 20 middle-aged individuals, accompanied by their children, diligently toiled under the guidance of 7 elderly advisors, their efforts fervent and spirited. Previously, they were merely office workers, unaccustomed to physical labor and entirely lacking in agricultural experience. Hence, it was not long before they drew the ire of the elderly, who lamented their lack of skills. One elderly gentleman seized a hoe and began to demonstrate, prompting a chorus of nods from the young onlookers, eager to learn and wary of straining his frail bones. The temperature had soared to nearly 60 degrees, yet the group toiled in the shade below, though the oppressive heat left them dizzy and drenched in sweat. Wen Qian encouraged them to work, but had no intention of pushing them to their limits. As long as they were not deliberately shirking their duties, she welcomed their breaks. They labored from dawn until dusk, sharing simple meals of steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and plain water, which they had once scorned but now found unexpectedly delightful. They savored the palpable sensation of being alive, especially the older members, whose eyes brimmed with tears unbeknownst to themselves. As night fell, the temperature finally began to drop. Mosquitoes and bats emerged, yet the glass roof of the base and the finely woven nets prevented any from infiltrating. Solar-powered street lamps illuminated the courtyard, allowing the group to continue their work, dragging felled trees into the underground garage for future use. During her prior trip to purchase seeds, Wen Qian had also acquired some soil, which she distributed among them. With renewed vigor, and assured that the outside zombies could not breach their sanctuary, they decided to pitch their tents outside to sleep under the stars. After all, the heat inside was no different, and with no mosquitoes outside, it was simply delightful. Shortly after midnight, they rose to resume their labors. By 9 o'clock in the evening, they retired for the night, and after a week of such a routine, they had finally filled every available space in the base with crops. With no immediate plans, Wen Qian decided to have them engage in physical exercise, starting with a daily 5-kilometer run, which would be increased to 10 kilometers after a week. The group complied, and the following morning, Wen Qian observed a collective of individuals, young and old, moving in circles around the community, some fast and others slow. The base system indicated a total of 47 residents, and indeed, 47 individuals were present below. The elderly, unable to run, opted to walk, and those who grew weary would take a moment to rest before continuing. After observing for a while, Wen Qian turned her gaze towards the entrance of Fu Yuan's room. He had appeared there at some point, cautiously peeking at her. For an entire week, he had not left his room, and his spoken words had not exceeded 10. She beckoned him with a gesture, and to her surprise, after a moment of hesitation, he approached her side. "Sister," Fu Yuan spoke softly, looking up at her. "Good boy," Wen Qian replied, patting his head. "Is your room comfortable? If you don't like it, you can choose another one." "That one is fine," Fu Yuan said, glancing back over his shoulder. Not seeing Gu Wanwan, he quietly inquired, "Have Wanwan's parents also been eaten by the monsters?" Wen Qian hesitated, contemplating how to respond. She wished to affirm the statement, but worried that the child might inadvertently reveal too much. After all, Gu Wanwan was only 3 years old. It was best to keep the truth hidden for as long as possible. Fu Yuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling happy for Gu Wanwan. That's good. As long as she still has her parents. Wen Qian observed his demeanor and, noticing he did not seem averse to her, decided to ask him further questions. "Could you share with me how you managed to evade those monsters?" "I concealed myself within a cupboard, remaining there. Yet, even so, they can still track you down. While you were in the cupboard, did you sense anything amiss with your body?" Fu Yuan tilted his head, contemplating her question earnestly. Something amiss with his body? After a prolonged moment of reflection, he turned back to Wen Qian and inquired, "Is that so?" Wen Qian's eyes widened slightly, for she observed an almost translucent barrier enveloping Fu Yuan entirely. She reached out to touch it, but felt nothing. She asked, "Could you allow me to enter this space as well?" No sooner had Wen Qian finished speaking than the pale light began to expand, encasing her within its protective embrace. When Qian nodded thoughtfully, it appeared this was indeed the case. As long as one remained within this barrier, the zombies could not sense their presence. However, given that Fu Yuan was still quite young and his control over his abilities was limited, the barrier could likely accommodate only 2 individuals at most. With this in mind, Wen Qian called Gu Wanwan out for an experiment. As expected, no matter how hard Fu Yuan tried, a third person could not enter the barrier. "Sister, could you teach me how to slay the monsters?" Despite the fear that those repulsive creatures instilled in him, causing him to tremble, he still yearned to vanquish them. Wen Qian was momentarily taken aback by his request. Then he added, "Next time you go out, will you take me with you? I will hide well and not be a burden." "All right, I shall strive to learn." After spending a week cooped up at home, Wen Qian resolved to venture out today in search of zombies to confront. Seizing the opportunity before others extract the harmless components of the crystal core, she must first enhance her and her family's abilities. With a stroke of luck, she might even encounter first and elite-level zombies. The system categorizes zombies based on combat strength, indicating that tangible references must exist. This implies that elite zombies are certainly lurking outside, merely hidden from sight. Meanwhile, Gu Ran remains at home, tasked with guiding Li Mo and Wen Chongming in clearing the zombies near the base, while also helping them hone their abilities. As they stepped outside the base, the sight of swaying zombies in the distance brought a sense of reality to Wen Qian. She set the offline navigation to a food processing factory located in the southern part of the city and said to Wen Rang, "This is the place. My intuition tells me that there will be formidable zombies here." Wen Rang replied, while others venture to food processing factories in search of supplies. "You are going to hunt zombies?" In Chapter 81, the intention to capture Wen Qian for resources unfolds. Wen Qian turned on the speaker to enjoy her favorite music. Feeling quite cheerful as she quipped, what could be more enticing than zombies when it comes to food? As the two drove towards their destination, Wen Qian gazed absently out of the window before suddenly recalling the matter of abilities. "Brother, have you thought of any entertaining techniques?" she inquired with curiosity. Turning to look at Wen Rang, taken aback by her question, he pondered, "Entertaining techniques? Yes, you're fire-based, so it can't be merely about setting zombies ablaze. That would be exceedingly dull." For days, Wen Qian had been contemplating how to utilize these abilities if she possessed them. Now, everything was in place, save for the zombies to provide her with the power she sought. A fleeting smile crossed her eyes as she observed her brother lost in thought. She reached out and patted Wen Rang's shoulder, and in an instant, their positions switched. Wen Rang found himself in the passenger seat, while Wen Qian took the wheel. Startled, Wen Rang wore a look of sheer astonishment. "You little rascal, no fooling around while driving," he admonished. "There are zombies all over the streets. What is there to fear? If we hit them, it would merely be their good fortune," Wen Qian replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing her lips as she grasped the steering wheel with one hand. "Isn't this trick rather impressive? Not only can I teleport myself, but I can also shift all living beings around me." Her words ignited a spark of excitement in Wen Rang, who, glancing out the window, began to view the zombies with growing exhilaration. During the hour-long drive, they encountered several groups of survivors scavenging for supplies. Those who had managed to endure thus far, opting to venture out for resources rather than remain at a base, were certainly not to be underestimated. Yet, collectively, the survivors were still no match for the overwhelming number of zombies. In the wake of the global apocalypse, which had commenced a month and a half ago, countless individuals had perished due to disease, starvation, and internecine conflict, while many others had succumbed to infection and transformed into the undead. It was estimated that the number of the deceased had already reached half of the original human population. This calamity had struck with alarming swiftness, and in comparison to the previous life, it was even more irrational in its ferocity. Upon nearing their destination, Wen Qian parked the vehicle, ensuring there were no onlookers before concealing the car within a spatial pocket. Her suspicion of encountering high-level zombies in this vicinity stemmed from the notoriety of the food processing plant, which was well known locally and had established numerous chain restaurants throughout the city. The headquarters of this facility was responsible for supplying semi-finished products and secret sauces to various eateries. Equipped with its own warehouse, which housed a substantial stock of rice, flour, and other provisions. Those residing nearby are undoubtedly aware of this matter, and during times of food scarcity, they would certainly consider coming here to gather supplies. As the crowd swells, so too does the horde of zombies. With an increase in the undead, it is inevitable that situations akin to that at the pharmaceutical factory will arise, unleashing formidable foes. Upon disembarking from their vehicle, Wen Qian and Wen Rang were immediately beset by a throng of zombies, which the duo ruthlessly dispatched. Wen Qian wielded a tang sword, paving the way ahead, slaying one zombie at a time, and then two at once. Wherever they tread, grotesque and misshapen heads littered the ground. As the crystal nuclei had been automatically collected by the system, Wen Qian merely kicked aside the obstructive heads without sparing them a glance. This scene drew the mocking gaze of another team that had emerged to gather crystal nuclei. These two fools are truly the chosen laborers, gratuitously toiling for our benefit. They jeered. They stood atop a building, initially intending to rest before continuing their descent, but now their urgency had dissipated. Observing the indifference of the two towards the severed zombie heads, it became clear that they were utterly oblivious to the significance of the crystal nuclei. It would be better to allow them to expend their lives a little longer. Once they fell victim to the zombies, the spoils would be theirs for the taking. As they exchanged banter and relished the spectacle, in the distance, when Rang cast a glance toward their location, surprised to encounter living individuals here. Wen Qian also sensed their presence. The crystal nuclei not only enhanced 1's abilities, but also sharpened 1's senses, making the detection of others an effortless task. When Rang inquired, "What do you think their purpose is here?" Wen Qian observed that the vicinity was dominated by factories, either gathering supplies or, like themselves, harvesting crystal cores. A team of 8, lacking any substantial skills, would undoubtedly refrain from venturing into such a perilous area. They were likely from one of the nearby bases. Recalling the numerous bases from her previous life, none of which left her with a favorable impression, she had no desire to engage with that group. Yet, despite her attempts to avoid confrontation, her presence seemed to provoke their interest. As time passed, the individuals above began to realize that the two below were quite formidable. Remarkably, after all this time, they had yet to be harmed by even a single zombie, and it appeared they had no intention of departing from that spot. Such a powerful woman was indeed a rarity. The man accompanying her also exhibited commendable skills, though it seemed they had yet to manifest any supernatural abilities. However, the absence of such powers did not pose a problem. In a critical moment, they could still be utilized as a shield. Since their intentions did not revolve around crystal cores, it was evident they were in search of supplies. If they provided sustenance, they would, in turn, offer their loyalty, a mutually beneficial arrangement. After a spirited discussion, the group ultimately decided to reveal themselves and extend a helping hand to Wen Qian and her companion. To her surprise, the previously timid individuals descended from the rooftop and approached her directly. Upon reaching the ground, their eyes brightened at the sight of Wen Qian and Wen Rang. From the rooftop, they could only discern their general forms, but now they could clearly see their features. Exchanging glances laden with cunning, they recognized that as long as these two faces were present, even incompetence would not be a hindrance. In any case, there is an abundance of wealthy individuals who revel in such circumstances. Throughout history, it is the ordinary populace that has endured suffering and hardship. The affluent and powerful were quick to catch wind of the impending crisis, stockpiling provisions for their own indulgence well in advance. 2/3 of the grain in Binhai City had already been appropriated by this privileged class a month before the apocalypse. The reason prices did not skyrocket was their own fear of leaks that could incite panic, prompting intervention from higher authorities. Thus, at the onset of negotiations, they resorted to extreme threats to intimidate sellers, forbidding them from disclosing any information, while deploying personnel for round-the-clock surveillance. Those who complied were spared, while those who resisted faced abduction and dire consequences. It was rumored that they had initially ordered a substantial shipment from e-commerce, amounting to 60 or 70 containers. However, on the night they were to collect their goods, those items mysteriously vanished from the e-commerce warehouse. Such an absurd explanation was met with skepticism, leading buyers to suspect that the e-commerce had deliberately absconded with their payment after the fact, resulting in a considerable dispute. Originally, they intended for the e-commerce to prepare another batch of supplies, but with the onset of the apocalypse, the e-commerce personnel either perished or fled, leaving the matter unresolved. Fortunately for the wealthy, their extensive stockpiles meant that their quality of life remained largely unaffected. Chapter 82. The moment of the hunt now, devoid of regulatory oversight. These affluent individuals have become even more unrestrained, engaging in behaviors previously deemed unacceptable. Wealthy individuals possess myriad ways to indulge themselves. Beyond gambling and substances, their greatest enthusiasm lies in the realm of intimate encounters. Some have a preference for men, others for women, while some are open to both genders. They spend their days reveling in the villa, men and women mingling in a scene that is utterly repulsive. Among them are those with peculiar preferences, indulging in sadistic games. And within just over a month, they have already caused the demise of hundreds. Thus, the two fair-skinned and attractive individuals before me, possessing some combat prowess, yet lacking extraordinary abilities, have become particularly favored by such individuals. Their robust physiques make them less likely to be easily disposed of, and their countenances alone uplift the spirits. Since the onset of the apocalypse, currency has become nothing but worthless paper. Now, only resources and gold circulate. With these two faces, they could easily command the value of 200 caddies of rice. A group of 8, filled with scheming, simultaneously fend off zombies with their firearms while conversing with Wen Qian and her companion. Brother, are you out here with your girlfriend to gather supplies? She's my sister. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Hello, I am Huang Zhuais from the West City base. What are your names? I am Zhang San, and my sister is Li Shi. When Rang casually fabricated an explanation, noticing the skepticism on their faces, he elaborated, our family is poor. My parents believe that a humble name is easier to sustain. Hence this choice. My sister carries our mother's surname. The group remained somewhat unconvinced. If true, the names were indeed rather casual, yet if false, there was a semblance of logic. His gaze lingered on Wen Qian, a flirtatious exchange unfolding, and the more he observed, the more he found her to his liking. Huang Zhuais remarked, you two do not appear to be from a poor household. In this post-apocalyptic world, encountering such clean and healthy individuals has become a rarity. One can discern from their complexions and physical states that they have not suffered from hunger. When Rang effortlessly severed the head of a zombie lunging towards him, his firearm secured at his waist. Reluctant to employ his extraordinary abilities in front of this throng, he resorted to wielding a Tang Dao, much like his sister. However, his lack of proficiency nearly resulted in him flinging the blade away, nearly decapitating the individual named Huang Zhuais. The notion of wealth is not easily discernible. Have you ever encountered a wealthy individual with strength comparable to ours? Such power is cultivated through years of laborious toil. As the saying goes, one is influenced by their surroundings. When Rang had heard his sister utter enough nonsense to articulate a retort himself, even the garments and weapons adorning us were acquired through the defeat of others. Huang Zhuais fell silent for a moment, the credibility of this assertion increasing in his mind. Affluent individuals are accustomed to a life of luxury. Even in the apocalypse, they would have long arranged for protection, indulging in sumptuous feasts within the safety of their homes, rather than venturing forth to scavenge for supplies. A slight smile graced Huang Zhuais' lips as he suggested, if that is the case, why not accompany us? Our base offers sustenance and guarantees 3 meals a day, along with clothing and weaponry. When Rang and his companion remained silent, prompting Huang Zhuais to cast a glance at Wen Qian, playfully inquiring, beautiful lady, why the silence? Surely you are not a mute? Call out for me, would you? His words elicited hearty laughter from the men surrounding him. Yet, their mirth was short-lived, abruptly interrupted by the relentless swarm of approaching zombies. The aroma emanating from the 10 or so lively individuals excited the undead, drawing them ever closer. Huang Zhuais and his companions were armed, yet they were oblivious to the zombies' fatal weaknesses. Consequently, they could only rely on their weapons to repel the undead and, like Wen Qian and her partner, sever their heads. However, the zombies in this vicinity had previously been scattered. What had incited them to converge here so frantically? Wen Qian activated her skill to draw fire, luring the zombies towards her, while she and Wen Rang expertly used Huang Zhuais and the others as shields. Observing their panic, she couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, fate had a peculiar sense of irony. During a prior mission to the fishing island with Yi Xinghua and his team, Wen Qian had been asked about her formidable prowess, inquiring whether she had ever served in the military. She recounted her impoverished childhood, where she often went hungry and had to wear her brother's hand-me-downs. It was during those times of hardship that she learned to defend herself against bullies who mocked her as a freak and even attempted to strip her in order to discern her gender. These seemingly exaggerated tales held more truth than one might assume. In her previous life, when Rang's departure left her vulnerable and unprotected, the people at the base had caused her brother's demise and sought to treat her as mere plaything, forcing her to flee. As a woman, she faced numerous challenges in the outside world. Thus, she cut her hair and donned Wen Rang's clothing, masquerading as a man. Yet, her inherently feminine visage coupled with her curves, rendered her disguise laughably inadequate, no matter how loose the garment she wore. The raucous men soon discovered her true identity, encircling her with lewd remarks, labeling her a freak, and demanding to inspect her body. It was in that moment that Wen Qian took a life. The one who was slain was none other than Huang Zhuai's. The act of murder transpired in an instant, and it was from that moment that Wen Qian realized the unsettling truth about herself. She had never taken a life before, nor had she ever engaged in a brawl. She had been sheltered like a delicate flower in a greenhouse, incapable of withstanding even the slightest tempest. Yet, after having brought about the demise of her entire family, she seemed to acquire the skill of killing instinctively, mastering it with increasing proficiency. The voice of the system echoed in her mind, reminding her of the presence of supernatural beings nearby, urging her to remain vigilant. Wen Qian understood that Huang Zhuai and his companions harbored murderous intentions towards her, wishing to use her as a shield to escape. Consequently, the system permitted her to eliminate them and seize their abilities. 2 of Huang Zhuai's men had already been dragged into the horde of zombies, while others suffered injuries. As the number of zombies swelled, Huang Zhuai grasped Wen Qian, the nearest person to him, and thrust her in front of him as he sought refuge behind her, firing his weapon. Little did he anticipate that this seemingly fragile and beautiful woman would deftly seize his gun. Before he could comprehend the situation, their positions had reversed, leaving him as the one closest to the zombies. Meeting his frantic and bewildered gaze, Wen Qian parted her red lips and uttered a few words. The moment of the hunt has arrived. At this instant, she yearned for the presence of supernatural beings or zombies to provoke her. Chapter 83. The Ultimate Villain, Wen Qian. As the 3-minute window to attract fire drew to a close, the zombies disregarded Wen Qian entirely. Huang Zhuai watched in disbelief as the undead passed by her, oblivious to her presence. His eyes widened in fury and despair as he demanded answers. Do you possess extraordinary abilities? 2 individuals arriving at such a place. Do you believe it is solely the blade in hand that provides assurance? To slay him may require such powers, yet exterminating zombies yields additional crystal cores. Hence, it would be preferable for him to succumb to a bite first. Wen Qian maximized the utility of the useless, while Wen Rang, witnessing her take action, ceased to feign indifference. A bullet pierced the skull, striking a fatal point, and with a resounding blast, a fireball erupted. The sheer force was so immense that it caused the heads of several nearby zombies to explode. As Wen Rang fired several rounds, zombies met their demise in the explosion or fled in panic, plunging the scene into chaos. Fire-based abilities are not merely for arson. They can be seamlessly integrated with weaponry. The instant a bullet strikes its target, flames ignite, unleashing explosive power akin to that of a bomb. Some zombies had begun to evolve a semblance of consciousness, recognizing danger and fear, and fled faster than rabbits upon witnessing the spectacle. It was utterly brutal. Is my brother intending to offer the zombies a swift end, initiating their cremation? Yet, a question lingers. Why is the fire blue? Wen Rang had not anticipated such an effect. A smug smile played at the corner of his mouth as he turned to Wen Qian. Praise me. Excellent. Wen Qian uttered a praise devoid of emotion. Yet her expression radiated joy. Brother, could you burn me just a little? She raised her arm, presenting a request that prompted a frown from Wen Rang. He was aware of her regenerative abilities. Yet it's all right. Just control your strength. I merely wish to experience the distinct nature of this fire. Wen Qian's resolve was unwavering, leaving Wen Rang with no choice but to comply. And then Wen Qian went numb, extinguishing the flames on her arm. Wen Qian raised her gaze to her brother, sharing her discovery. There was electricity within the fire. Wen Lang possessed the dual abilities of fire and lightning. In the distance, Huang Zhuai was desperately battling against the zombies, his peripheral vision catching sight of the 2 engaged in casual conversation, which incensed him further. To think that both were also endowed with supernatural powers. Huang Zhuai cursed, lamenting his unfortunate fate. It was no surprise that those capable of leading expeditions to gather crystal cores possessed a modicum of skill. Huang Zhuai mentioned that he hailed from the West City base, which Wen Qian was familiar with. It was established by a consortium of affluent individuals in the western district of Bin City. The western district of Bin City was dotted with luxurious villas, their prices rivaling those in the northern regions of the capital, all intended to maintain a clear class distinction, shunning proximity to the impoverished. These magnates were not merely wealthy. They inherited their fortunes, a level of affluence beyond the wildest dreams of the average citizen. They donned haute couture worth hundreds of thousands and casually purchased Hermes bags valued in the millions, while effortlessly driving cars worth tens of millions. Residing in sprawling estates of several thousand square meters, they engaged in business dealings amounting to billions with mere words. This elite class had lived a carefree existence even before the apocalypse, and they continued to revel in their fortunes thereafter. They looked down upon the conditions at the Emohan base and had no intention of venturing there. Thus, they resorted to hiring mercenaries and formed a base alliance. As Huang Zhuais had mentioned, the West City base boasted an abundance of weaponry and equipment, if possible, when Qian wished to avoid any confrontation with them. Given the frail and infirm state of her own base, should they send over a couple of combatants, the outcome would likely be disastrous for her people. Although Huang Zhuais was oblivious to her name and identity, it was not particularly challenging for that group of individuals to locate her. After all, during the early days of the apocalypse, numerous individuals had captured her on their phones and shared the videos online. It was inevitable that someone had viewed those recordings. Furthermore, there were not many who wielded blades to decapitate zombies, and that fool Zhang Ziang had previously disclosed their community's address online, making it all too easy to pinpoint her location. When Qian had just noticed that this fellow was a water-based ability user, capable of repelling zombies with a jet of water ejected from his palm. However, she never anticipated that he could also spit water. Wen Qian quickly turned her head to dodge, but the water struck her shoulder, piercing through it. A gaping hole, roughly the size of a baseball, appeared in her shoulder, and her entire arm drooped, seemingly on the verge of severing. Yet, merely 3 seconds later, it healed as if nothing had occurred. Huang Zhuais witnessed this scene in disbelief, stumbling in a panic and tripping over his own feet. "You!" he exclaimed, crawling away in fear. "Are you even human?" When Qian was displeased. "You are the one who is not human." Huang Zhuais was genuinely terrified. He had not felt such fear even when he observed Wen Qian effortlessly dealing with the zombies. Regardless of her protests, he was convinced that she was no longer human. He had never heard of such an eerie ability. She must be a zombie. A mutated zombie. An elite zombie. The zombie leader. Huang Zhuais trembled like a leaf. His previous sordid thoughts evaporated in an instant. He screamed like an exaggerated version of a squawking chicken, howling as he fled, the noise causing Wen Qian's ears to ache. Had he always been capable of such a piercing scream? In a moment of hazy confusion, memories became somewhat indistinct. Wasn't the intention to bite? Let them bite me. Today, if he doesn't perish by my hand, none shall escape. Emperor Jizhe, seized by the zombies, felt his legs weaken, devoid of any strength to flee, yet his voice remained robust. He shouted until his throat was raw, and gradually, his voice diminished, ultimately falling silent. His body collapsed onto the ground, and after half a minute, it rose again in a rigid and contorted manner. His eyes turned milky white, and his body rapidly expanded to over 2 meters in height. After all, he possessed extraordinary abilities. Even in his transformed state, he surpassed the ordinary ranks of zombies. However, due to the brevity of time since his transformation, the inherent fear within him had not yet fully dissipated. Thus, he turned and fled, with Wen Qian in pursuit. After his transformation, as he was terrified and ran away, she shouted after him, "Why are you fleeing now that you've come this far?" If an innocent bystander happened to witness this scene, they would be left utterly speechless. Chapter 84. This scoundrel merely seeks to seduce his sister. After dealing with Emperor Jizhe, Wen Qian set out to locate his companions, counting heads while collecting the crystal cores they had previously gathered. Once she confirmed that all had perished, she felt at ease to deal with the other minor zombies. Unbeknownst to her, the corpses of the zombies she had slain had accumulated into a small mountain. Standing atop the heap, she surveyed her surroundings. The remaining zombies, possessing a sense of danger, had already fled, keeping their distance from her. Wen Qian furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure. The zombies were evolving too swiftly. If they could run now, would they not soon engage her in a game of hide and seek? As she lowered her eyelids, contemplating how to lure the horde of zombies, the satellite phone in her chest bag abruptly rang. Wen Qian had brought the phone outside, despite her family's never having called her, fearing that the sound might attract zombies and place her in peril. Yet, she carried it with her, to avoid the misfortune of being unreachable in case of an emergency. The caller ID on the satellite phone displayed an unknown number, rendering her unable to see who was calling. Thus, Wen Qian did not glance at the screen but answered the call, only to hear Emohan's voice. "Where are you now?" he inquired directly. leaving Wen Qian momentarily taken aback. The last time they spoke was a week ago. She had wanted to scold him, but he had no desire to listen, prompting her to hang up. She had not expected him to reach out again. Reflecting on her location, she noted she was approximately 60 to 70 kilometers from the Binhai base, a considerable distance. Even if he sought her out, she had ample reason to decline. "I'll find you," he insisted. "Are you out of your mind?" Wen Qian exclaimed, pulling the phone away from her ear, her expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. She pondered whether claiming poor signal and ending the call would leave him harboring a grudge, potentially leading him to her home. "I have something going on right now, and it's not convenient. Why don't you tell me what you need first?" she replied. 5 minutes prior, Yi Xinghua had received a distress signal from the radio on Yunhai Road, reporting that over 30 survivors were trapped in the Kanhai building, besieged by zombies, and requested rescue. Emohan's voice was cold and detached, much like his expression, rarely betraying any emotional fluctuations. Yunhai Road was in proximity to her residence, and she was aware of the Kanhai building, which was merely a 20-minute walk from her home. "If you want to save them, then go ahead. Why seek me out? I am not one of your base personnel. Why should I work for free?" Once the benching base is established, the first area to be rescued will be that specific region. The Kanhai building is an office structure, and I personally led the rescue efforts there. It is implausible that there are so many survivors. Emohan, with his amiable temperament, explained patiently. Furthermore, even if there were rescuers, the company's break room is stocked with snacks and beverages, yet with over 30 individuals, it is impossible to sustain for so many days. Wen Qian's eyes flickered with uncertainty. "Are you certain that the distress signal originated from the Kanhai building?" Yi Xinghua replied that when the signal was received, the directional antenna was indeed pointed in that direction. "So what you imply is..." In truth, Wen Qian had already begun to form a vague answer in her mind. She had encountered zombies that could replicate human voices in her previous life. "I suspect it is an elite or special grade zombie. I am currently in the southern district of the city. Tell me your exact location, and I shall come to retrieve you, and we will proceed to the Kanhai building together." He too is in the southern district? What could he possibly be doing here? A sense of confusion washed over Wen Qian, prompting her to inquire further. "Why haven't you gone to join Yu Xinghua and the others?" Wen Qian. Although this statement seemed logical, it still felt amiss. A slight headache began to form for Wen Qian, yet ultimately, she could not resist the temptation of the advanced zombie's crystal core and divulged her location to the other party. She tossed her phone into her bag and turned to her brother, who appeared to be enjoying a barbecue, using flames to incinerate zombies, and called him over. Emohan mentioned he was coming to find us. Coming here to seek us out? Wen Qian was taken aback. What could be so urgent? Wen Qian lifted her gaze to a nearby 3-story factory building, tilting her head slightly before suggesting they head over there. The two ascended to the rooftop, settling at the edge to look down. Wen Qian recounted the details of the phone call to Wen Rang, who furrowed his brow upon hearing it. The CEO of the Binhai base had personally undertaken a mission, deliberately distancing himself from his subordinates, solely to secure a high-level zombie crystal core for his sister. Given the significance of the crystal core, the demand at Binhai base must surely exceed their own. What right did Emohan have to extend such a considerable favor? Suddenly, when Rang recalled Gu Ran's words from that day, where he expressed his suspicion that Emohan harbored feelings for Wen Qian. At the time, when Rang had dismissed this notion, questioning Gu Ran's judgment. After all, someone like Zhang Duo, who blatantly toyed with his affections and treated him as a mere backup, had managed to capture his unwavering devotion for 2 years, with both financial and emotional investments. How could one trust the words of someone with such poor judgment? Yet now, when Rang found himself considering the validity of Gu Ran's insight, stealing a glance at his sister's expression, which bore the marks of a firstborn's concern, he silently swallowed this revelation and refrained from speaking. Wen Qian then recalled her conversation with Emohan regarding his mind-reading abilities and whispered to Wen Rang for a strategy. "Brother, when he arrives, just curse at him in your mind. Curse as filthy as you can, all right?" Wen Rang replied. "Has there been something I've done recently that has prompted you to urge me so desperately to confront death?" Emohan claimed that his previous assertions were deceptive. "He cannot hear your thoughts." Wen Rang seized upon the key term. "What about you?" "The issue lies here. He claimed that he could only hear me at crucial moments." Wen Rang was utterly speechless, her eyes rolling skyward. What a despicable line from a man. Indeed, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. I never expected that the seemingly earnest Emohan would be, at his core, a scoundrel. Gu Ran was right. This rogue merely sought to pursue his sister. Moreover, to utter such repulsive words, he must have had prior experience. He is utterly shameless. Wen Rang was seething with rage, while Wen Qian remained oblivious to her brother's thoughts, displaying an expression that suggested she was ready to bite. Thus, she retrieved a packet of sunflower seeds from her space, and the two of them began to munch on the seeds, carelessly tossing the shells down onto the heads of the zombies below. When Imohan arrived, he was greeted by this scene. He parked the car downstairs and, as Wen Qian and her brother descended, he was already standing by the front passenger door, having opened it. Wen Rang observed this gesture with a cold smirk, her gaze sharp enough to cut. He strode over and unceremoniously plopped himself into the passenger seat, uttering a casual thank you. Imohan sensed that Wen Rang's demeanor was off. His eyes flickered as he turned to Wen Qian and asked, "Has he ingested explosives?" Chapter 85. The hellish apocalypse begins. Wen Qian was uncertain whether her brother had indeed taken explosives, but she silently gave him a thumbs up. She assumed that Wen Rang had acquiesced to her earlier suggestion and was now fervently cursing Imohan in her heart due to that wretched mind-reading technique. She settled into the back seat, ready to witness the unfolding drama. Imohan, stepping out of the car, found himself opening the door in vain, his gaze chillingly sweeping over Wen Rang. Seeing his expression, it would be a lie to say Wen Rang was unperturbed. Yet, the moment he recalled how this man had deceived his sister with sweet words, he found himself glaring back at him like a cock ready to fight. He understood Imohan's intention. It was simply to have his sister occupy the passenger seat. However, he was resolute in denying him that satisfaction. Wen Rang fastened his seatbelt with a determined air, signaling that no one would be able to pry him from his seat today. As the vehicle roared to life, a profound silence enveloped the interior. Wen Qian crossed her arms, turning her gaze toward the outside world filled with zombies. She had yet to witness Imohan in action, nor did she comprehend the nature of his abilities. To be honest, she felt a twinge of anticipation. Moreover, there was that zombie capable of mimicking human voices, a phenomenon that, in her previous life, would not have manifested for at least another 7 or 8 years. Yet, here they were, not even 2 months into the apocalypse. Wen Qian marveled once again at the astonishing speed of zombie evolution. She could not shake the feeling that this apocalyptic game was hastening its pace. It seemed intent on eradicating humanity in the shortest time possible, establishing zombies as the new inhabitants of this planet. Wen Rang sat beside Imohan, expecting him to seize the opportunity to converse with his sister. However, throughout the journey, this man remained stoically silent. Wen Rang turned his attention back to Wen Qian, who appeared completely unfazed, her eyes closed in a meditative state, entirely devoid of anxiety about the elite zombie they were soon to encounter. Imohan drove with an acute awareness of Wen Rang's watchful gaze, akin to that of a thief on guard, and he surmised the reason behind it. The vehicle sped along until they reached Yanhai Road. Only when the car came to a complete stop did Wen Qian leisurely open her eyes, stifling a yawn as she stepped out. Surrounding them were numerous companies, teeming with office workers. Thus, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the zombie population here was significantly higher than in other areas. Wen Qian kicked away a zombie that lunged at her with its mouth agape, then glanced up at the circling crows overhead. These crows, now known to feast on human flesh and drink human blood, suddenly veered away after encircling them, dropping a few black feathers in the process. Wen Qian shot a sidelong glance at Imohan, suspecting he had done something to spook them. However, Imohan remained unperturbed, and after confirming that the building before them was the Ocean View Tower, he strode directly toward the entrance. The grand entrance stood wide open, and from a distance, Wen Qian found it peculiar. Outside, zombies roamed freely, yet inside, not a single one could be seen. With the door ajar, why were the zombies not entering? Puzzled, Wen Qian stepped inside the building. The moment she crossed the threshold, an icy chill enveloped her. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, with temperatures soaring above 60 degrees. Yet within the building, it felt as if it plunged below freezing. A thin layer of frost clung to the walls, beneath which lay bloodstains, dark and congealed from days of splatter. The trio paused in the lobby, surveying the comprehensive layout map of the entire building displayed near the entrance. They scanned it briefly, committing the spatial distribution to memory before proceeding further. In stark contrast to the blazing sun outside, the interior of the building was shrouded in gloom. The corridors were unnaturally silent, with bloodstains plastered along the walls. It was as quiet as a classroom at midnight. Apart from their footsteps, no other sound penetrated the stillness. exuding an aura of deathly silence. Anyone familiar with horror films would recognize that this was undeniably an ominous place. A chilling sense of silent dread enveloped them, as if something sinister lurked just behind, ready to pounce, sending shivers down their spines. Having searched every office on the first floor, they found nothing that could move. Ascending the staircase to the second floor, Wen Qian's feet landed on the final step, and upon glimpsing the contents of the corridor, her eyes filled with disdain. Wen Rang, trailing behind her, was oblivious to what she had seen, only hearing her coldly mocking remark. Which fool is trying to impress their parents by flaunting some new skill learned in kindergarten? Curiosity piqued when Rang leaned forward, only to behold a corridor filled with individuals encased in ice. They were human, not zombies. Their expressions were grotesque, as if they had been captured and frozen in terror, perishing while ensnared in fear. Humans hunted zombies, and now, the sentient zombies were also preying upon humans. Wen Qian's concerns were not unfounded. This apocalyptic game had gradually morphed into a hellish ordeal. Compared to this existence, her previous life had been a mere child's play. In truth, as soon as Wen Qian stepped into the building, she had sensed the presence of ice-type zombies. The frost adorning the walls was undeniable evidence. Yet, she had underestimated the zombies' desire for self-destruction. Aside from these tragically frozen humans, nothing else was discovered on the second floor. When Rang sensed that these zombies differed from those he had encountered before, having never faced an elite zombie, he felt a twinge of caution. He warily observed Shizhou, intending to caution Wen Qian and the others to remain vigilant. But as he turned, he found them advancing side by side, with Wen Qian furiously kicking open the tightly shut doors. They did not resemble humans intruding upon a zombie lair. They appeared as hellish emissaries bent on obliterating the zombie stronghold. After thoroughly searching the second floor, the trio continued their ascent. Mo Han led the way, when suddenly he came to an abrupt halt. Wen Qian glanced up and beheld a zombie, suspended from the ceiling like a grotesque spider, its pallid face framed by disheveled hair, staring intently at Mo Han as they met eye to eye. The sight was such that anyone with even a modicum of sensitivity might faint at the mere shock. Yet, Mo Han merely furrowed his brow in irritation, grasped the zombie by its hair, and swung it down, subsequently casting it onto the floor. Wen Qian observed this spectacle with keen interest, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. Given Mo Han's irritable demeanor, she almost found herself believing that this exalted executor feared the supernatural. Undoubtedly, these were a troop of zombies reveling in their eerie antics. Wen Qian quickened her pace, already formulating a plan to deal with them. She intended to capture the ice-type zombie first, delaying its demise. On such a sweltering day, the folks at the base must be suffering greatly. Wouldn't it be better to create an ice cellar? Let this zombie toil for us around the clock, producing ice blocks until its exhaustion is complete, Wen Qian suggested, her words laced with a certain malice. Upon finishing her thought, she glanced at Wen Rang's inscrutable expression, surmising his internal critique of her plan, and decided to mock herself instead. Indeed, my surname is Zhou, and my given name is Peeling Skin. Chapter 86. Mo Han's loyalty, never betrayal the zombie. Having been hurled to the ground by Mo Han, scrambled to its feet and fled upon realizing its disadvantage. Wen Qian and Wen Rang watched from a distance, entertained by the prospect of Mo Han unleashing his powers. The zombie fled with remarkable speed, vanishing down the corridor in the blink of an eye. Wen Qian glanced at Mo Han, who remained rooted to the spot, too lethargic to even take a step. She could not comprehend his intentions. Was he so captivated by the zombie's appearance that he hesitated to eliminate it? Did he possess such peculiar inclinations? The expression of struggle on the creature's face made it evident that it was not acting of its own volition. Wen Qian caught the crystal core and exchanged a silent glance with Wen Rang. Both discerned a trace of confusion, unease, and astonishment on each other's faces. A possibility crossed Wen Qian's mind. Could it be that he possessed the ability of mental control? Mo Han took a few steps forward, and upon realizing Wen Qian had not followed, he halted. Let us go? Who said we weren't going? Wen Qian muttered as she approached him, not particularly eager to walk alongside him. She was candid in her disdain, expressing her feelings openly. Yet, Mo Han remained unfazed. A flicker of amusement danced in his eyes as she drew near. The corridor within the office building was not particularly spacious, but two individuals walking side by side posed no issue. Wen Qian strolled as if window shopping, oblivious to the unusual tension emanating from the person beside her. Mo Han's arm, which was close to her, was taut with restraint. They were in close proximity, so close that he could easily grasp her hand if he chose to. When Rang trailed behind, observing the scene unfold before him, he was unaware of Emohan's thoughts, yet he could discern that he seemed to be suppressing some emotion. What could he be restraining? When Rang pondered, was it Wen Qian's earlier remarks that had displeased him? That seemed unlikely. He was not the type to be easily offended. Besides, from their first encounter until now, Wen Qian had consistently treated him with a casual indifference, only adopting a perfunctory tone to address him as commander when she sought his assistance. Surely, it was merely the fright induced by that recent zombie encounter. As Wen Rung contemplated, he realized that if he were to be startled in such a manner, he would certainly feel anger as well. The third floor, devoid of any living creatures except for a solitary zombie dressed as a ghost, presented a stark contrast when they moved towards the western corridor. Suddenly, the situation transformed dramatically. The hallway was teeming with zombies, all poised and waiting. Upon their arrival, the creatures lunged at them like famished wolves that had not eaten for a month. Salivating at the sight of fresh prey, with a mere glance, Wen Qian pulled her brother in front of her, and Wen Rung quickly grasped her intent. With so many zombies around, it would indeed be a waste not to incinerate them. Flames crackling with electricity rendered the zombies numb, while those engulfed in the intense heat twisted their bodies, vainly attempting to drag Wen Qian and her companions down with them. Observing their foolish antics, Wen Qian let out a scoff. The trio swiftly took action, quickly purging the entire floor of its undead inhabitants. The crystal cores of the zombies slain by Wen Qian and Wen Rung automatically entered their spatial realm, yet this was not the case for Emohan. After collecting a few manually, his patience waned, and he turned to Wen Qian, uttering a statement that completely took her by surprise. "Add me to the system." Wen Qian's heart raced, thumping violently in her chest. He not only knew about the spatial realm, but was also aware of the system. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back, her entire being radiating vigilance. With a piercing gaze, she scrutinized Emohan and asked, "What do you mean?" "Literally what I said." Emohan replied, unfazed by her reaction. His tone, surprisingly gentle, gave the impression that he was soothing her rather than confronting her. "Collecting these items one by one is an utter waste of time. I noticed you weren't picking them up. Can they not be automatically gathered? If 2 individuals possess this ability, it stands to reason that they belong to the same system. Therefore, integrate me into your system." He is aware of her thoughts. "No, I merely possess some understanding." Meng Han surmised her contemplation and, sensing her uncertainty regarding her exceedingly biased host system, inquired, "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? My system is quite formidable. Should you entertain any malicious intentions, you would be the first to face annihilation." The system had previously stated that if it detected any murderous intent from its members towards her, and their loyalty fell below 80, it would automatically execute them. Although Meng Han consistently displayed a friendly demeanor, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Both he and Wen Qian now had their own bases, and in the future, conflicts could potentially emerge over resource competition. Should he, in pursuit of personal gain, wish her harm, it would be a futile endeavor. Wen Qian believed Meng Han to be an astute individual. If she were in his position, she would certainly refrain from such actions. Yet, Meng Han exhibited not the slightest hesitation, his unwavering resolve instilling in Wen Qian a sense of excitement. Indeed, it was excitement. The prospect of such combat prowess joining her system would yield only benefits. She did not coerce him, it was his own volition. What then was there to ponder? After a moment of contemplation, Wen Qian nodded. "Very well, but do not come to regret this." Once both parties reached an agreement, a notification from the system chimed. Ding! A new member has been added to the combat team. Prosperity of the reward space has increased by 1,000, and farm yield has increased by 100%. Wen Qian was astonished. When Gu Ran joined the system, the prosperity was merely 20, with a yield increase of 20 as well. Could this mechanism truly allocate rewards based on an individual's combat capabilities? Gu Ran would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with despair upon discovering this. However, the system appeared to be ensnared in a glitch, succumbing to an eerie silence. Turning her gaze toward Emohan, she perceived a semblance of anger emanating from him. And then the system revived. Member information was updated. Name, Emohan. Gender, male. Height, 187 centimeters. Age, unknown. Blood type, A. Occupation, unknown. Loyalty, unwavering. Wen Qian had encountered numerous profiles, including those of base members, yet it was her first experience seeing the term unknown. She silently scrutinized the entries for age and occupation, her gaze subsequently descending to the phrase unwavering loyalty. This denoted a loyalty level that exceeded 100, a further elevation. Upon reaching this threshold, it would remain immutable. Regardless of the circumstances, his allegiance would forever align with Wen Qian. While she could comprehend and accept the loyalty and goodwill of family, she found herself questioning the reason behind Mo Han's unwavering devotion. She redirected her attention to the man before her. He possessed a remarkably handsome visage, one that would stand out in any setting and linger in the memory of those who beheld it. Wen Qian strained to recall if she had met this individual in her past life, ultimately concluding that she had not. Chapter 87. Wen Qian, who pinned this foolish system? Yet, she held little hope, for how could one expect another to remember events that even she had forgotten? Furthermore, even if Mo Han did remember, he might not choose to divulge that information. If he truly wished to share, he would have done so at their first encounter, rather than resorting to a haphazard excuse involving spatial matters. When Rang was oblivious to the unfolding situation, from his perspective, it merely appeared that his sister was in a rather foul mood after binding with Mo Han. Could it be that this man harbored some issues? He inched closer to Wen Qian, subtly shielding her half from view, and inquired, "What troubles you?" "Nothing, just a minor glitch in the system," Wen Qian replied. When Rang retorted, "Which fool wrote this?" "A glitch? It's unacceptable for it to manifest now. What will happen later?" "It wouldn't harm my sister, would it?" Wen Qian remained unresponsive, yet Mo Han let out a derisive snort. With a knowing glance directed at Wen Rang, he turned and ascended the stairs. When Rang felt belittled by the mockery, although no words were exchanged, he sensed that Mo Han's gaze conveyed a singular sentiment. Fool, this irked Wen Rang, leaving him feeling unjustly treated. What did he mean? Just because a program has a glitch, all programmers must be condemned? With such an attitude, he dared to pursue his sister? No way. He would be the first to oppose this union. Internally seething, Wen Rang contemplated confronting Mo Han, but he had only encountered him a handful of times. To describe their relationship as unfamiliar would be inaccurate, yet it lacked the depth of true acquaintance. Thus, he swallowed his displeasure and silently followed. The upper floors were akin to the western wing, teeming with hordes of zombies. Yet, these unpretentious zombies posed the least threat to Wen Qian and her companions. They fought their way upward, resulting in a significant increase in the number of crystal cores within Wen Qian's space. It seemed that the elite zombie, lurking on an undisclosed floor, sensed the rapid decline of its minions, causing the temperature within the building to plummet. Though clad in temperature-regulating attire, Wen Rang and Wen Qian could still perceive the chilling shift in the atmosphere. They cast a fleeting glance at Mo Han, who was clad in a simple black combat suit. Would he not be frozen stiff if this continued? If he became immobile, they would lose a valuable combatant. Unbeknownst to Mo Han, the ill intentions of the brother-sister duo lingered in the air as he expressionlessly dealt with the zombies before him. Wen Rang observed from behind, as his presence left little opportunity for Wen Qian to intervene. As the trio ascended several more floors, the zombies finally began to cower, retreating towards the west, making it increasingly rare to encounter those recklessly charging at them. This development, however, displeased Wen Qian. With the building nearing its 10th floor, did these lifeless corpses expect her to scour each level? The cowards among the zombies remained hidden, and now even the lesser zombies were denied her the satisfaction of slaying them. Stopping in her tracks, Wen Qian declared her intent to descend. As she turned, Wen Rang recalled the famous phrase, "Since we are here," and was about to offer a few words of persuasion to his sister when a figure darted past him. Mo Han obediently followed suit. Wen Rang could only chuckle. "Ah, men." Wen Qian descended the stairs, remaining alert to the sounds around her. The zombies would not allow them to leave unscathed. The distress signal from the power station was merely a ploy to lure them in. Thus, it was only fair that they did not allow the zombies to fish without resistance. Predictably, after descending just 2 floors, the corridor was sealed off by a thick layer of ice. At long last, the zombies that had been lurking in the shadows revealed themselves. Upon seeing one, Wen Qian exhaled in relief. Why? Because its appearance still resembled that of a zombie, tattered clothing draping over a body of decaying flesh and exposed bones. As she scrutinized the creature from head to toe, she thought to herself that it was fortunate it had not evolved into a human form. Otherwise, she would have truly reached her breaking point today. The ice-based zombie initially believed that upon revealing the existence of over 30 survivors, the base would dispatch a multitude of rescuers. This would enable it to indulge in a fresh feast, thus avoiding the need to consume the frozen remnants of its past. However, to its surprise, only 3 individuals arrived. Yet, these 3 possessed extraordinary abilities, which made them quite appealing. The taste of enhanced humans far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. The sense of fullness, satisfaction, and the surge of vitality they provide is what every awakened zombie yearns for. The zombie watched, drooling, as the trio of Wenxian discussed its appearance. Wenxian remarked, "A beer belly. It's evident this one is no spring chicken." Emohan observed the sparse hair remaining on the zombie's head, noting that it had not been long since its demise, and some characteristics from its former life lingered. "A Mediterranean hairstyle, a programmer," he concluded. When Rang interjected, "What has a programmer done to you? Must you resort to personal attacks?" "Just stating facts." Emohan replied, casting a glance at Wen Rang's hair, which nearly provoked an explosive reaction from him. However, the one truly incensed was the ice-based zombie. As a being that had rapidly evolved to possess advanced cognition and ice powers, it harbored a certain pride. Moreover, upon becoming a zombie, an innate disdain for humans naturally emerged within it. Humans are frail, inevitably succumbing to the ravages of age and disease. Yet zombies, as long as their vital points do not suffer complete destruction, can endure indefinitely. How many would yearn for such an existence? While humans may falter, zombies can prevail. Thus, upon transforming into a zombie, once advanced cognitive awareness is attained, all zombies exhibit an air of arrogance, looking down upon humanity. In their eyes, the apocalypse serves as their battlefield. They consider themselves the new breed of humanity, destined to cleanse the world of the originally inferior and weak remnants. At present, this ice-based zombie gazes at the 3 lowly humans, who, upon encountering it, not only display no fear, but also engage in idle chatter. Its anger swiftly overtakes it. Fixating its gaze on Wenxian, a chilling gust capable of slicing through human flesh hurtles toward her. The zombie raises its hand, intending to grasp Wenxian's neck. But in the next moment, another individual seizes its wrist. The zombie regards the meddlesome man with a smug grin. Emohan glances at his arm, encased in ice, then shifts his gaze back to the zombie's face. The smile at the corners of the zombie's mouth falters, for no matter how fervently it exerts its power, its ice cannot encase even a single inch of the man's skin. Even the small portion of its arm that had previously been frozen has reverted to its original state. How could this be? The zombie's eyes widen in disbelief. Emohan grips the zombie's wrist with one hand, rendering it unable to retreat even a single step. With raw strength, he snaps the zombie's arm and tears it from its body in a series of ruthless motions, all executed with a stoic expression. Frankly, his demeanor is more terrifying than that of the zombie itself. After losing an arm, the zombie fails to regenerate it. Emohan intends to continue his assault, but suddenly hesitates, revealing a hint of impatience on his face. "You take over," he commands, seizing the zombie by its collar and thrusting it before Wenxian and Wenrang. The zombie finds itself surrounded by the 3, hearing Emohan state, "My intervention would disrupt the balance of power." Chapter 88. "Zombie, perhaps you should take on the role of the zombie," Wenxian suggested, glancing toward Emohan, her mind racing. Aware of Emohan's psychic abilities, she pondered the possibility of him swiftly eliminating a significant number of zombies if his powers were potent enough. What then? Was the reason for his inaction? Was it a lack of desire, or simply an inadequacy in strength? What did it mean to disrupt the balance of combat? And what consequences would ensue from such a disruption? Swallowing her questions one by one, Wenxian redirected her attention to the zombie, tilting her head with a smile. "Come on, the esteemed officer has decided to take a break. Let us switch it up." The young girl's smile was sweet, yet when she engaged, she was fiercer than any man. Wenxian yanked the scant strands of hair from the zombie's head, causing Wenrang to wince in discomfort. The moment her skin made contact with the zombie, it was as though it froze her. With a swift kick, she sent the zombie tumbling towards Wenrang, whose flames ignited, causing the creature to screech in terror and flee. However, its speed could never rival that of Wenxian. The path ahead was forever obstructed by her, with the mischievous boy playing with fire behind, and at the stairway stood a man clad in black, whose mere presence exuded a deterrent force that rivaled that of the other 2. All avenues of escape were sealed. The zombie, charred and disfigured, lay beneath her foot as she inquired, "Where's the zombie that can speak human language?" It's certainly isn't this one that led them here through radio signals. Zombies were prone to boasting. Much like the one that lured humans with the radio, or this one that displayed the frozen corpses of humans in the hallway. They were always eager to showcase their most formidable selves. Yet this particular zombie, apart from its incoherent howling, had failed to utter a single coherent human word. Wen Qian's blade pierced through the zombie's body, pinning it to the ground. The zombie struggled for a moment, but soon fell silent under the threat of Wen Qian's firepower. The zombie stammered, "I am just." Wen Qian sneered, "You can't even articulate your thoughts coherently. What are you? You're nothing but a nuisance." Enraged, the zombie howled in frustration, yearning to rip out her teeth and tongue, rendering her mute. Observing its impotent fury, Wen Qian taunted, "Fine. When I string you up and roast you over the flames, you better have some spine. Don't just threaten to bite." The ice elemental was particularly vulnerable to fire and sunlight. Her words nearly stunned the zombie into silence. It realized that this audacious girl was indeed capable of carrying out her threats. Moreover, that mischievous boy who played with fire squatted before it, frequently singeing its face and hands. This was undoubtedly a form of torture for the zombie. After a while of torment, it finally divulged the truth. The articulate zombie had already sent a distress signal to the base before it departed, leaving this one to guard its territory and await human delivery. However, Wen Qian surmised that this zombie likely lacked formidable combat abilities. Otherwise, it would not resort to hiding in such a manner. Surely it would have showcased its skills by now. Perhaps its sole talent was mimicking voices. Yet, it would undoubtedly send another plea for help to the base in the future, and when Xinghua and the others ventured out to rescue, danger would loom. It wasn't that she underestimated them, but to be pragmatic, Lin Yin and his companion's intellect was on par with Gu Ran's. Their eyes reflected sheer, naive foolishness, easily swayed by a few flowery words. Wen Qian entrusted the ice-type zombie to Mo Han while she and Wen Rang switched to another floor to deal with the remaining minions. Under the influence of the skill, Wen Qian became like a potent toxin that drove the zombies into a frenzy. They simply could not resist such temptation. As she observed the lifeless bodies of humans frozen to death in the corridor, she instructed Wen Rang to thaw the ice, and then dispose of the corpses by casting them down below and setting them ablaze. Mo Han, having bound the ice-type zombie securely, dragged it along and handed it over to Wen Qian upon exiting the building. Before she could utter a word, Wen Rang squeezed himself between them. The two bases had yet to establish formal amicable relations, rendering the situation rather awkward. The excuse felt rather contrived, leaving Wen Qian feeling somewhat embarrassed. She turned her gaze to the zombie on the ground, engaging in a silent stare-off, while listening to her brother and Mo Han engage in a rather clumsy conversation. Mo Han remarked, "I had assumed that the sincerity I exhibited was sufficiently friendly." Wen Rang retorted, "Well, you see, that's precisely what you thought." Raising an eyebrow, Mo Han inquired, "Then pray tell, what more should I do?" Wen Rang shot a sidelong glance at Wen Qian, swiftly moving closer to Mo Han and lowering his voice. "Keep your distance from my sister, you scoundrel." This was a sentiment Wen Rang dared not express openly in front of Wen Qian, as it was evident that she had not yet contemplated such matters. Wen Qian had previously declared that anyone engaging in romance during the apocalypse was somewhat deranged, a sentiment Wen Rang wholly endorsed. Human nature is such that if one does not dwell on certain topics, they remain inconsequential. However, once one begins to ponder deeply, they inevitably become significant. Therefore, Wen Rang was resolute in not providing any hints that might lead his sister to consider the notion of romance. Wen Rang's vehement warnings had no effect on Mo Han. He swiftly pulled Wen Qian along, moving faster than the zombies pursuing them. Wen Qian dragged a zombie, whose face was pressed against the ground, as they fled. The silhouettes of the two, accompanied by the lifeless figure, quickly disappeared into the distance. While Mo Han leaned against the car door, observing them and lighting a cigarette, the zombie shambled past him, seemingly oblivious to his presence, treating him as though he were mere air. After finishing his cigarette while gazing in the direction of Wen Qian's home, he departed in his vehicle. Wen Qian hurriedly called out to those who were sprinting towards the building, insisting, "It's tied up. It can't move." The crowd, skeptical at first, glanced at the terrifying zombie at Wen Qian's feet, only to hear her add, "Zombie. Damn it. Perhaps you should take its place." Chapter 89. The Awakening of Xiao Bai. Upon noticing that the most fearsome individual had left, the zombie attempted to resist but was swiftly met with a punch from Gu Ran, leaving its face battered. Following this, Wen Rang unleashed 2 fireballs upon it, causing it immense suffering. Finally, when Changning, passing by, doused it with water, leaving it in a disheveled state. Mistaking the commotion for a fire, Wen Changming only realized his error after extinguishing the flames, and he then patted his son's shoulder, saying, "Do it again." After the zombie had been thoroughly schooled, Wen Rang, observing its apparent fear of sunlight and its inability to perform in the yard, decided to drag it into the dimly lit underground garage. The shadows of the garage significantly improved the zombie's condition, prompting further education until it obediently began its tasks. Meanwhile, upstairs, Wen Qian entered the space and tossed all the crystal cores into the processor, which could automatically categorize them. Given the current circumstances, Wen Qian no longer dares to adhere to the timeline of her previous life. She must elevate everyone's abilities to a level that surpasses the relentless pursuit of the zombies before the onset of the polar night. During the waiting period, Wen Qian meticulously inventories the medicinal supplies within her space, then seeks out Xiaobai. Over the past few days, Xiaobai has remained in the space, having felt unwell since consuming the flesh of the two-headed zombie. Despite Wen Qian's efforts to alleviate its condition with some crystal core potions, there has been no improvement. Concerned that it might undergo a sudden mutation and pose a threat to others, she decides to keep it here, where it can be more comfortable. Eventually, she finds it nestled in the trees, seemingly deep in slumber. Even as Wen Qian approaches, Xiaobai, typically so vigilant, does not awaken. A slight frown crosses Wen Qian's face, as she recognizes its discomfort. Compared to a few days prior, Xiaobai has doubled in size, resembling a small lion. She steps closer to the base of the tree, intending to stroke its head. However, the moment she extends her hand, Xiaobai's eyes snap open, a palpable aura of hostility enveloping the air. In her moment of surprise, Wen Qian is tackled by Xiaobai, which bears its sharp claws and lunges for her neck. Yet, upon recognizing her face, it suddenly halts, its gaze transforming. It is the first time Wen Qian has witnessed such a reaction from an animal, and she finds it difficult to articulate the nature of its response. If described from a human perspective, it is akin to a flood of memories surging into one's mind, overwhelming in quantity, leaving one momentarily paralyzed and unable to process. Xiaobai stares blankly at Wen Qian, utterly motionless. Wen Qian gazed into its eyes. It was originally a heterochromatic cat, yet now both its eyes had transformed into a crimson hue. Xiaobai. Wen Qian hesitated to call its name. Xiaobai remained silent for a moment, and upon confirming that she was indeed its owner, it began to nudge her incessantly with its head, vocalizing a litany of meows. Its fervent and impatient response left Wen Qian quite bewildered. She sat up, only to be knocked down again by Xiaobai, and in resignation, she nestled against a tree, leaning against its trunk while she stroked Xiaobai's head. "What's the matter? I come to see you every day, don't I? It was you who was sleeping and ignoring me. Why are you scolding me now?" Feeling unjustly reprimanded, Wen Qian looked on with innocence. Yet Xiaobai was undeterred, chattering incessantly like a garrulous companion, making Wen Qian curious about the nature of its complaints. Her unfamiliarity with animal language left her feeling helpless. With a gentle demeanor, she embraced it, soothing it for nearly half an hour before Xiaobai gradually calmed down. Resting beside her, the pair sat quietly under the tree, with Xiaobai occasionally glancing up at her, which amused Wen Qian. "I want to run away. What are you looking at?" Wen Qian took out all the prepared crystal core potions, noticing that this time the potions of the advanced, intermediate, and basic levels were more abundant than before. The second-tier zombie was likely the one that had been face-to-face with Mo Han at the Kanhai building and Huangzhai's. After mutating, had also been classified as a second tier. Wen Qian consumed the 2 second-tier potions and soon received a notification from the system, Water Elemental Ability. A faint smile graced her lips as she recalled something. Aside from the initial experience of absorbing regenerative powers on Fisher Island, the system has not provided her with instructions or precautions regarding the subsequent instances of teleportation and water manipulation. What does this imply? Could it be that her current physical strength allows for the unrestricted use of these abilities? Wen Qian clenched her fist, sensing the newfound strength within her. She consumed a few low-grade zombie cores and then retrieved the remaining potions from her space, distributing them among her family. Without needing Mo to say anything, Wen Qian was acutely aware of the current situation. She had to prepare sufficient medicine for the children before the eternal night descended. In truth, she could easily forego this effort. Those individuals were merely the sickly castaways from other base alliances. Providing them with stable shelter and food was already a considerable act of kindness. Even if the medicinal supplies ran out, no one would hold her accountable. However, acquiring medicine was not a challenge for Wen Qian, and these people were ones she had willingly taken into her base. No one had coerced her into doing so. Thus, the thought of transforming these individuals into base members to enhance its prosperity only to abandon them shortly thereafter was an abhorrent notion that Wenqian could not fathom. Should a situation arise in the future requiring her to choose between these individuals and her family, she would undoubtedly opt for their sacrifice. Yet, at present, it was not an extraordinary circumstance. While Wenqian conversed with Li Mo, Fu Yuan was entertaining Gu Wanwan in the living room. He turned to Wenqian and inquired, "Sister, what medicine are you looking for?" Wenqian paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, "What medicine do you think I need? Can you assist me?" Fu Yuan hurried to Wenqian's side, her fair and charming little face adorned with seriousness. "I can remember all the medicines at home, and I have accompanied my parents to foreign pharmaceutical companies to discuss collaborations." Wenqian thought to herself, who said that the children of wealthy families do not strive. This one is already working hard at the age of 5, learning about products in factories and understanding collaborations abroad. Suddenly, Wenqian, who only asks her family for living expenses as a university student, began to reflect on herself. Chapter 90. The scandalous conflicts of the aristocracy. Wenqian retrieved the medicine from her space, and Fu Yuan took the bottle, carefully reading the information on it, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. "I know this. I overheard my parents discussing it before." "Oh, what did they say?" Wenqian inquired curiously. "My father mentioned that this imported original research medicine is very expensive and many children cannot access it. Once we produce it in large quantities ourselves, we can reduce the cost. Importing." In fact, the idea of collecting resources abroad had crossed Wenqian's mind long before the apocalypse officially began. Her space was exceedingly convenient, and she felt it would be a loss not to take advantage of it. She had witnessed it firsthand and even recorded a video. At that time, her space could not bind all her family members, and not wanting to be separated from them, she remained in place, targeting supermarkets operated by foreign enterprises. It was unfeasible before the apocalypse, but what about now? It has been almost 2 months, and the situation abroad is likely as chaotic as it is domestically. Most resources are under the control of the wealthy and powerful, leading to the mass demise and zombification of the ordinary populace. The remaining few with the capacity have nearly scavenged all available supplies. In regions where firearm regulations are lax, the survivors possess formidable combat capabilities against the undead. Should she choose to venture outside at this juncture, she would likely find little in the way of sustenance. If anything captivates her interest, it would be the crystal cores. Foreigners, typically tall and robust, seem particularly reckless, which may result in a slightly accelerated mutation rate. However, she would never consider acting as a free scavenger for another nation while her own undead remain unvanquished. Weighing all these factors, Wenqian concludes that it would be unwise to venture out at this moment. She turns to Fu Yuan and inquires, "Is this medication produced by your company? Apart from the factory where I found you last time, does your family possess any other locations for storing these pharmaceuticals?" Fu Yuan lowers his head in deep thought, his intense expression causing Wenqian to worry that the CPU in his little brain might overheat. "We don't have any at home, but my uncle does. His company is quite large, inherited from my grandfather. Grandfather said my father is a failure, and so am I, hence we were not given anything." Oh, the typical melodrama of aristocratic rivalries, a narrative she finds quite enjoyable. Fu Yuan continues, "This medication is also sold by my uncle, but at a higher price." "What is your uncle's name?" she asks. "Fu Sheng." Wenqian responds, "Well, how shall I put this? It is rather coincidental. Fu Sheng, ISNT, he one of the higher-ups at the West City base? The individual she previously dispatched, Huang Zhuai's, was merely a pawn under his command." Wenqian gently patted Fu Yuan on shoulder, urging him to join his sister in play. Obediently, Fu Yuan departed, and Wenqian turned her gaze towards Li Mo, stating, "I shall devise a solution regarding the medication." Li Mo, once a physician, had heard whispers concerning Fu Sheng. Being a substantial pharmaceutical enterprise, they monopolized the production of certain medications, resulting in exorbitant pricing. With a hint of concern, she regarded Wenqian, cautioning, "If it proves too arduous, do not pursue it. Your life is of paramount importance, even more than others. Do you understand?" "Understood." Wenqian nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, mother. I am not one to willingly sacrifice my life for another. I lack such noble character. I will endeavor to resolve the matter of the medication. But if it becomes untenable, I shall withdraw. I cherish my life." Hearing her words, Li Mo felt a wave of relief. only to be ensnared by Xiaobai, who was particularly clingy today. It took Liemo half an hour to extricate herself from its affectionate grasp, setting aside thoughts of the medication for the moment. When Qian noticed that Xiaobai's condition had improved considerably compared to the previous days, she decided to take it, along with several other dogs, downstairs. The few puppies that Wen Chongning had purchased had grown remarkably in just over a month. Wen Qian planned to take them out in the coming days to broaden their horizons and practice against zombies. In the underground parking lot, the ice-type zombie had, under the duress of Wen Rang and Gu Ran, managed to produce several blocks of ice, each measuring approximately 1 cubic meter. However, having expended excessive energy, it now lay on the ground feigning death. From a distance, Xiaobai spotted Wen Rang and dashed over, tackling him to the ground, startling him considerably. He was nearly suffocated beneath the weight of the hefty cat, struggling to catch his breath while inquiring of Wen Qian. "I don't know," Wen Qian replied succinctly. "Perhaps it's the lifting of a seal. In a few days, it might transform into a howling celestial hound." She lifted her foot and nudged the seemingly lifeless zombie. Upon opening its eyes, it was met with the sight of 2 blood-red orbs hovering above, causing it to scramble to its feet in terror. Wen Qian swiftly halted the actions of Xiaobai, who was intent on dispatching the creature, and questioned, "Why have you ceased?" The zombie stammered, "I lack the strength to consume humans. Spare me your feeble excuses. Devouring humans is merely a psychological gratification for your kind. Even in abstinence, you would not perish. It would be prudent for you to comply, lest I dismember you without hesitation." As Wen Qian was intimidating the zombie, individuals from the base approached her. Fearing the zombie, they dared not venture too close, instead peering from the doorway, revealing only their heads as they spoke to her. "We wish to ascend the mountain to gather firewood." Previously, Wen Qian had instructed them to fell the dead trees in the community and store them in the underground garage, anticipating future utility. However, the quantity was insufficient for their needs, prompting them to consider the nearby small forest park. The mountain, situated adjacent to their base by the seaside, was merely a 10-minute walk away. Upon hearing their proposal, Wen Qian consented to accompany them beyond the confines of the base. It was preferable to have tasks to oversee rather than await her direction, and it was an opportune moment to take Xiaobai and Guzi for a leisurely stroll. After nearly 2 months of confinement, the group resembled a cluster of quails, huddled together and trembling as they surveyed the surrounding zombies. They were armed, some wielding baseball bats, others brandishing golf clubs, and even a few had brought out their rolling pins. Wen Qian, chewing on a lollipop, appeared unfazed by the scene. In contrast, Xiaobai, a fleeting white shadow, dashed forward to indulge in a feast. A few dogs followed suit, momentarily hesitating before charging ahead, inspired by their leader's audacity. Observing the dog's bravado, the base members felt compelled to rally themselves, brandishing their weapons and howling to muster courage as they surged forward. Chapter 91. The 5 major bases of Bin City. The remaining scattered fighters were not particularly formidable, so Wen Qian allowed them to proceed. Xiaobai had just pounced on a zombie, but had not yet had the chance to deliver the fatal bite when several foul-smelling dogs hurriedly surrounded it. Reluctantly, it abandoned its prey and sought another target. However, as it pounced once more, a throng of foolish bipeds armed with various weapons rushed towards it. The base residents, having witnessed Wen Qian and others toy with and swiftly dispatch zombies, were subtly influenced, gradually perceiving these ghastly creatures as less terrifying than they had initially thought. Although it was Xiaobai that had caught the zombie, it was through the collective might of many that the creature was slain. For nearly 2 months, they had been shrouded in the terror wrought by zombies, so witnessing the demise of one at their hands brought a sense of cathartic relief to each of them. As the adage suggests, with every first occurrence comes a second, and soon enough, another zombie fell victim to their efforts. Wen Qian trailed behind, observing how Xiaobai, resembling a village bully, apprehended a zombie and handed it over to the younger ones for disposal. The dogs rushed forward, biting, while the villagers retaliated with strikes. Finding the scene rather amusing, as they ascended the mountain, the group began to earnestly engage in their tasks. At the foot of the mountain lay the seaside. Despite the sweltering heat, the coastal breeze provided a refreshing respite. The once bustling beach, filled with adults guiding children in sandcastle construction, elderly individuals strolling leisurely, and young people gazing at the sea while listening to the wind, now lay in serene silence. The crowd darted towards the shore, struck by a sudden whim to forage for seafood. Wen Qian sat on the beach, observing the group joyfully rolling up their pant legs in search of marine treasures. While another group, faces pale with terror, fled towards the shore, shouting for help. With a helpless sigh, she inquired, "What happened?" "Man-eating fish," gasped the leading man, breathless and visibly shaken. In the past, this coastal area was abundant with oysters, crabs, sea snails, and kelp. On lucky days, one could even unearth razor clams or discover a small sea cucumber. However, they had never encountered fish lurking at the shoreline, especially not those with sharp teeth like piranhas. When Qian approached the water's edge to investigate, and indeed, the situation had transformed. In nature, animals possess a resilience that far surpasses that of humans. Much like during the plagues before the apocalypse, humans were often the first to succumb, while animals typically remained unaffected. Now, even these creatures had succumbed to infection and mutation, highlighting the dire state of affairs. On her descent, when Qian encountered a serpent with two heads, she swiftly severed it, only to watch in disbelief as the two halves, akin to earthworms, wriggled away, each surviving independently. Fear gripped her. If animals had acquired the ability to mutate and divide, what could this mean for the fate of humanity in the face of the undead? The zombie continued to toil under the merciless coercion of Wenrang and Gu Ran. While several more blocks of ice accumulated nearby, the ice it produced was distinct from that formed from ordinary water, as it would not melt. Wen Qian approached and stored the ice in her space, compelling the zombie, alongside Wenrang, to produce over 100 blocks throughout the night. Ultimately, the zombie was utterly exhausted. Had its tear glands retained even the slightest sensation, it would surely have wept profusely. It was inconceivable that, in its human existence, it had endured torment from its employer, only to be enslaved by heartless humans in its undead state. When Qian was aware that utilizing supernatural abilities drained physical strength, however, a zombie's recovery rate surpassed that of humans, and it required no sustenance. Thus, she granted it 5 hours of respite. She retrieved a container from her space and confined the zombie within. This way, should it attempt to escape, there would be no avenue for flight. When Qian informed Wenrang and the others about the snake she had encountered on the mountain, sharing her concerns and urging them to remain vigilant. In the days that followed, Gu Ran took on the responsibility of leading the base residents up the mountain to gather timber, while Wenrang oversaw the zombies' ice production. Li Mo and Wen Chongning had grown audacious enough to venture out of the base alone, slaying zombies within a 500-meter radius. If they were unable to defeat an adversary, they would simply flee. After all, they had practiced running daily since the onset of the apocalypse. Initially, they struggled to run even 3 kilometers. But now 10 kilometers posed little challenge. The children of the base gathered each day to tend to the crops, watering the vegetables and grains. Naturally drawn to water play, they were perfectly suited for this task. Meanwhile, when Qian ventured out alone to scavenge for resources and crystal nuclei, in her base, there existed a radio station, meticulously prepared long before the apocalypse, yet she had never utilized it. She merely listened occasionally to the exchanges of others. It was through this very radio that she learned of the emergence of 3 additional bases in Binhai City, apart from theirs, and the official base, led by a Mohan. One of these was the West City base, a haven for the affluent. Another was the Future base, seemingly formed by a group of veterans. The third was particularly intriguing, named the Fine People base, having been established merely a few days prior. Initially, when Qian assumed it was a recruitment base, straightforward in its intent, desperate for personnel, they beckoned all to come. However, she later overheard an explanation from someone there. It was indeed a search for individuals, as their leader was on a quest to locate someone, hence the peculiar name. The representatives of several bases were deliberating over the radio, planning to arrange a meeting between their leaders to discuss potential collaborations. The word had spread about the zombie crystal cores capable of enhancing human capabilities. Although the harmless crystal core serum had yet to be developed, they could stockpile the cores in advance. Moreover, this world would always have its share of brave souls, aware of the perils of consuming crystal cores, yet still choosing to take the risk in the face of overwhelming power. Thus, the first batch of humans infected and mutated into zombies due to consuming these cores emerged. Chapter 92. Is the Fine People base searching for her? When Qian abruptly halted her vehicle, gazing at the zombie that had leaped onto her hood, a flash of ire igniting in her eyes. How dare it? This was the car her father had gifted her. With a pang of sorrow, she stared at the dent on the hood, inhaled deeply, and met the gaze of the zombie, which grinned menacingly upon discovering its prey. The zombie before her had been infected after consuming a crystal core. Possessing considerable combat prowess prior to its mutation, its strength had now doubled. Retaining certain human physiological traits and cognitive abilities, it had consequently evolved into a level 2 zombie. As when Xian leaned against the back of her chair, the creature raised its hand, intent on shattering the car window and dragging her out for a gruesome feast. In that moment, she harnessed the water-based abilities she had acquired from Huang Zhuai's not long ago. The human body comprises approximately 70 water in adults and around 50 to 60 in the elderly. Thus, as long as the zombie still exhibited some human physiological characteristics, water existed within its body. And where there is water, it is the domain of a water manipulator. When Xian couldn't help but think how foolish Huang Zhuai's was. Such a remarkable ability wasted on trivial pursuits. She remained motionless in her seat, while the zombie attempting to strike her suddenly froze. Its hand lingered suspended in midair, and its expression twisted into a grotesque grimace as its body began to swell like an overinflated balloon. Just as a balloon bursts when filled beyond its capacity, so too could the human body when its water molecules decomposed. The zombie, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, only felt an excruciating agony swell within it until, with a resounding pop, it disintegrated into a mass of flesh. When Qian observed the splattered remnants on the already filthy windshield, collected the zombie's crystal core, and exited the vehicle to cleanse it with her water abilities. As she diligently worked to repair the large dent on the hood, she heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Halting her efforts, she turned to see a stranger standing a mere 10 meters away, fixated on her. "I am in no mood for trouble," she declared. "If you wish to avoid a grim fate, I suggest you distance yourself." When Qian coldly scolded, yet the man remained undeterred by her words. From his pocket, he retrieved a photograph, comparing its subject with the girl in the distance. In his hand was an identification photo, depicting a strikingly beautiful individual clad in a deep blue combat uniform, strikingly similar to the girl afar. The man was certain she was the target he sought. Thus he tucked away the photo and stood his ground, stating, "I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely searching for you." When Qian observed his earlier scrutiny of her with the photograph and raised an eyebrow, letting out a scoff. "Searching for me is the greatest malice, don't you think? What good person would seek out a bully like me without cause?" Her immediate thought drifted to the West City base. Recalling how she had left no survivors after annihilating the team led by the infamous Huang Zais that day, and there were no witnesses around. Thus, the West City base had no reason to trace her. Besides foes, who else would roam the streets with her photograph in hand? When Qian, "Do you know me?" "No, I do not. I am merely following orders." "Following orders?" That indicates an organization. When Qian recalled the mention of a search base she had heard over the radio, her gaze deepening and inquired, "Which base do you represent?" "The search base. Our leader has a matter to discuss with you." The anticipated response, however, did little to lighten Wen Qian's mood. The search base was looking for her. Surely, they wouldn't have a photo of her in every hand, would they? A surge of irritation coursed through her. She regarded the man before her with a frigid demeanor. Anyone bold enough to venture out alone in such a manner was either a complete fool or a ruthless individual. It was evident that the man standing before her belonged to the latter category. When Qian appraised the man before her, easily discerning that he had undergone specialized training, his physique appeared even sturdier than Gu Ran's. Perched on the car hood, she contemplated for a moment before proposing, "How about this? Let's engage in a duel. If you emerge victorious, I shall accompany you." Upon hearing her suggestion, the man was momentarily taken aback, yet he nodded in agreement. "All right." The instant he consented, when Qian had already dashed towards him, the man held his breath, his eyes widening in astonishment at her remarkable speed. However, his reflexes were equally swift. He managed to evade Wen Qian's assault after only sustaining a single blow. Under the blazing sun on the deserted street, the two engaged in a tentative exchange, gradually increasing the intensity of their strikes. Initially, Wen Qian had intended to temper her strength, wary of inadvertently inflicting fatal harm and consequently attracting enmity from an entire faction. Yet, she soon realized there was no need for restraint. Having previously sparred with Gu Ran and occasionally training in her spare time, she was acutely aware of Gu Ran's rapidly ascending prowess. Even amidst a world teeming with abilities, Gu Ran's strength could undoubtedly be deemed exceptional. However, the individual before her was no less formidable. In fact, in terms of practical combat experience, he surpassed Gu Ran. He adeptly countered her cleverly angled attacks, showcasing his own abilities. Wen Qian discerned, within the span of a mere minute, that her opponent possessed both strength and speed as his unique abilities. The man's initial shock at her capabilities swiftly transformed into admiration within just 3 minutes. Gazing down at the man she had knocked to the ground, Wen Qian did not wait for him to rise. Instead, she conjured water to ensnare him, then bent down to rummage through his pockets. Retrieving the photograph he had just been examining, she presumed it to be a mere screenshot from an online video, or perhaps, if one were to exaggerate, a candid snapshot of her life. Rarely does she indulge in photography. However, during her high school graduation, the institution hosted a prom where pictures were taken. Occasionally, during family excursions, she would capture a couple of images to share on her social media, updating her account roughly once every 6 months with a scenic photograph and a family portrait. Her social media was open to all, leaving the possibility that someone might disseminate her photos beyond her circle. Yet, when Wen Qian laid eyes upon that photograph, she found herself frozen in place. For that image did not belong to her social media, nor did it linger in her memory. She stared blankly at the identification photo, her head pounding as if some long-buried memory was desperately trying to seep through the cracks. Yet the barriers were insurmountable, leaving her with nothing but pain. Wen Qian tapped her head twice, inhaled deeply, glanced at the man beneath her, and raised the photo in her hand, her tone frigid. "Is this standard issue for your base?" The man remained silent. Wen Qian nodded and inquired, "What is your purpose for seeking me?" "I do not know. What is your name?" "Jiangyu." After uttering his name, Wen Qian turned and departed. Upon reaching her vehicle and driving several hundred meters, she finally released Jiangyu from his watery confinement. Jiangyu sat up, watching the car that rapidly vanished from view, sighed, and retrieved a satellite phone to contact the base. Chapter 93. Outside, the ocean is polluted, yet her family's seafood supply is abundant. A formidable group of individuals was scouring the city with her photograph in hand. It was only a matter of time before they would be discovered. She cannot remain cooped up at home all day, nor can she venture outside while donning a mask. In 60-degree weather, who are they trying to suffocate with a mask? Upon contemplating this, Wen Qian felt a surge of frustration. It was at this moment that when Rang and Gu Ran knocked on her door. Coincidentally, the zombie had grown weary, and it was time for it to rest. Consequently, the two of them bound it securely and stuffed it into a sack, which they hoisted and discarded at the doorstep. When Rang opened the door to find his sister reclining on the bed, clutching a photograph, her expression laden with contemplation. "Irritated?" he inquired. "Whose photograph are you pining over? Is there anyone more appealing than me?" Wen Qian glanced behind him and asked, "Are Mom and Dad home?" "They're not. Recently, they've become addicted to hunting zombies and have taken Xiaobai out for a stroll. I just saw them nearby, about 500 or 600 meters away. There's nothing to worry about." Upon hearing that their parents were absent, Wen Qian handed the photograph to Wen Rang. He accepted it, momentarily taken aback. "Did you edit this? Why are you sighing over your own picture?" "It was taken from someone else," Wen Qian replied as she sat up. "Do you remember that search for people base? The one we previously mocked for its name? Today, I encountered someone from there, and if I'm not mistaken, they are looking for me." Her words caused both Wen Rang and Gu Ran to furrow their brows. "They specifically established a base to find you. What could be the reason for such enmity?" Wen Rang mused, glancing again at the photograph in his hand. Perhaps it was due to his second glance, but he no longer found it unfamiliar. Instead, it evoked an inexplicable sense of recognition. "Were you involved in a confrontation with them? What did those individuals say?" He merely stated that their superior had a matter to discuss with him, though the specifics remained unclear. "The confrontation was initiated by me. However, the individual in question possesses considerable strength, rivaling that of both of you." This revelation from Wen Qian rendered the expressions of the two individuals even graver. Gu Ran took the photograph, scrutinizing it with a contemplative demeanor. "This photograph, I feel as though I have encountered it before." Wen Qian was taken aback. Setting aside whether the two had met in a previous life, an inconceivable notion for him, it was undeniable that in this lifetime, prior to bringing his sister for assistance, they had never crossed paths. Where could he have seen this photograph? Yet Gu Ran's serious expression left Wen Qian and Wen Rang momentarily bewildered. Wen Rang turned and exited, his expression somber as he inquired, "Mother, tell me truthfully, when you gave birth to my sister, was there not another child born? Were they twins? And was the other one taken away?" The confirmation came. "You have but one daughter, nothing more." Wen Rang closed the door firmly, leaning against it as he continued to examine the photograph. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Does Mohan know about this?" What was his reaction? "I have no idea," Wen Qian replied, bewildered. What does it matter to him? When Rang continued, "Has he not been in contact with you recently?" "Not at all. We have not communicated since our last parting." When Rang cursed under his breath, realizing, indeed, he is a seasoned rogue, playing a game of seduction with his sister. Is he? After deliberating for a while, they resolved to keep this matter from Li Mo and Wen Chongning to spare them worry. When Rang further suggested that in the future, Wen Qian should don a facial mask when venturing outside. It was a mask with only eye, nose, and mouth openings, while the rest of the face was concealed. Subsequently, Wen Qian was cast out. With a smile, Wen let herself out of the room. Yet the moment the door closed behind her, the smile vanished without a trace. Previously, to discern the difference between the ice cubes she had created and ordinary ones, Wen had collected a dozen before placing them aside to observe their melting times. Now that she had mastered this distinction, she no longer waited. Each cube she produced was immediately tossed into her space. Initially, the zombies believed that only that dead girl possessed spatial abilities, but to their astonishment, this group was equally endowed, shattering their already despondent hearts into fragments. What sort of demons were these? How could each individual be so formidable? Meanwhile, Wen Qian lay in her room, lost in thought. Before long, Li Mo and Wen Chongning arrived to seek her out, expressing a desire to enter the space to prepare some meals. During Wen Qian's childhood, both Li Mo and Wen Chongning were often preoccupied with work, resulting in her and Wen relying on takeout for some time. However, after a bout of food poisoning that landed them in the hospital, Wen Qian's digestive system had been compromised. She would suffer from diarrhea upon consuming anything unclean. Consequently, Li Mo seldom permitted them to eat food from outside. It was for this reason that, prior to the apocalypse, Wen Qian had never ordered from external restaurants. After concealing the photograph, she led the two into her space. Accompanying Li Mo to the kitchen to prepare meals, Wen Chongning took the opportunity to inspect his farm. The vegetables in the space thrived remarkably well. Just a few days prior, they had harvested cucumbers, green beans, peppers, and eggplants, all of which had ripened anew. Once he completed these tasks, he proceeded to check on the livestock he was raising. Typically, a female rabbit has a breeding cycle of 44 to 48 days. However, the creatures he purchased have already given birth twice within less than 2 months due to the influence of the space. Now, her belly has swollen again, and her rapid reproduction has caused Wen Chongning some concern, as he fears that this space may eventually become a realm dominated by rabbits. Besides rabbits, the chickens, ducks, and geese are also thriving, laying eggs daily, which Wen Chongning has successfully incubated into a batch of chicks. Furthermore, the cows, sheep, pigs, and donkeys are now pregnant as well. Wen Chongning can already envision how grand his farm will become in the future. At this rate of breeding, he could become the world's richest man in just a few years. Taking a leisurely stroll to his fish pond, he is delighted to see the fish and shrimp flourishing. To his astonishment, the adjacent seafood pond has seen an increase in its bounty as well. Wen Chongning has heard that the external seas have become polluted, rendering fresh seafood a rarity. Yet, in their home, they can indulge in it as long as they desire. Chapter 94. The zombies can split boiled fish, sauerkraut fish, tomato fish, steamed bass, squirrel mandarin fish, sweet and sour carp, chopped pepper fish head, crucian carp and tofu soup, and many others, each prepared in 10 portions. When they discovered the unlimited water and electricity within the space, they purchased numerous pots, bowls, and electromagnetic stoves, along with gas cylinders, to facilitate cooking larger meals each time. Wen Qian assisted with the preparations. While Li Mo cooked, she would rinse rice and steam it, while Wen Chongning helped wash vegetables and tidy up. Once Li Mo finished, Wen Chongning would take turns preparing the seafood. He skillfully made spicy crab, braised shrimp, poached shrimp, abalone with potatoes, spicy stir-fried octopus, spicy stir-fried clams, garlic scallops, and steamed eggs with sea urchin, among other dishes. After experiencing food poisoning, Wen Qian and his wife deliberately enrolled in a culinary class to learn how to cook, fearing that their future child might crave outside food while they remained incapable of preparing it themselves. As Wen Chongning busied himself here, Li Mo busied herself over there, simmering a rich bone broth. Once the broth was ready, she retrieved the hot pot base and began crafting spicy skewers. The group toiled in the kitchen for several hours, and only paused upon filling the shelves of the kitchen and dining room with their delectable creations. Li Mo then set about preparing the filling for dumplings, which included combinations of pork and cabbage, beef and celery, as well as mixed meat and vegetarian options, planning for the family to gather and wrap dumplings together in the evening. Upon exiting the space, Wen Qian and her father captured a few rabbits, placing them into several cages to distribute among the residents of the base for raising. Initially, they had purchased only 2 rabbits, but within 2 months, their numbers had multiplied to over 20, with the female rabbit poised to give birth to her 3rd litter. Although rabbits typically begin to reproduce after 6 months, their growth cycles seem to accelerate within the space. Hence, when Xian speculated that in another month, the young rabbits would likely begin contributing to the burgeoning rabbit population. She resolved that once her rabbits reached 100 in number, she would harvest a batch to prepare spicy rabbit heads, causing her mouth to water at the thought. With rabbits in hand, she and Wen Chongning descended the stairs and found the group in the small plaza. The plaza, a pre-existing feature of their community, was equipped with adult fitness equipment and playground facilities for children, such as slides and swings. Before the apocalypse, the property management regularly screened films in this area, serving as a hub for communication within the community. In any case, the latest gossip reveals the happenings of various families, who among them has welcomed a 2nd child. Which daughter remains single despite advancing age, which man has taken a mistress, and which couple has engaged in a midnight quarrel threatening divorce, and so forth. Such tidbits of information can be overheard here. When Wen Qian descended, she observed dozens of tents erected in the square where they had recently been sleeping. Previously, she had provided them with several blocks of ice, procured from the zombies, which they placed in the center of the tent circle to cool off during their downtime. Feeling immensely grateful, yet unsure how to repay her kindness. At this moment, they had salvaged bricks originally intended for sidewalk repairs from outside, collaboratively constructing a large stove. With an abundance of firewood at their disposal, they resolved to cook together daily, gathering to share meals, thereby reinforcing their sense of survival. When Qian offered them a rabbit, leaving its fate, whether they would enjoy meat in the future, up to their own fortunes. After delivering the rabbit, she turned and proceeded to the underground garage. The zombies, upon seeing her, fell silent, intent on their tasks, avoiding any eye contact for fear that a moment of discontent from her might provoke aggression. However, when Qian chose not to depart immediately, instead, she lingered nearby, observing them for a while. "What's wrong?" she inquired softly. Notably, the zombie's ice-making speed had noticeably increased, indicating a surge in its strength. When Qian drew her gun and pointed it at the zombie's head, causing it to momentarily falter in its actions. "What are you doing?" it asked, its tone eerily calm. "Oh, you can speak normally now. Over the past few days, she and the others had compelled it to produce over 1,000 blocks of ice, sufficient for their needs." Upon hearing her words, the zombie ceased its work. With the gun held aloft, it slowly turned its head, locking eyes with Wen Qian. What should have been a face devoid of expression, decayed and lifeless, instead revealed a fierce intensity that Wen Qian could not overlook. A chilling breeze swept through the garage, causing the base residents working below to shudder involuntarily, glancing around in trepidation, uncertain of the unfolding events. In a fleeting moment, as the zombie unleashed its splitting skill, Wen Qian's gaze sharpened, and she ensnared it within a watery prison. Damn it, she had anticipated this. The zombie, caught off guard by her water-based abilities, writhed in a frenzy, desperate to break free from her grasp. This wretched creature, realizing her formidable strength, yearned to consume her, believing that doing so would hasten its evolution. Driven by insatiable greed, the zombie's power surged, yet it ultimately fell short of its desires. The water prison gradually seeped into its rotting flesh and bones, rendering its movements increasingly uncontrollable. "I warned you, should you misbehave, I shall dismember you," Wen Qian uttered softly, a smile playing on her lips, igniting fury within the zombie. However, it was powerless to resist as its limbs began to detach from its body. Wen Qian deftly manipulated the water infiltrating its being, employing a swift and violent method to cleave it asunder. "If you can split, then I shall see how many pieces you can become and whether you can still mutate." She gazed at the severed remnants ensnared within the water spheres, then back at the contorted visage of the zombie. It deserved to perish. Having wasted a person's combat prowess merely to observe it, Wen Qian's patience had worn thin over the days, and she had resolved to end its existence today. As the residents hurriedly approached, they witnessed Wen Qian nonchalantly kicking the head of a zombie at her feet, akin to a soccer ball, sending it into a waste container. Collecting the crystal core, Wen Qian turned to meet Wen Rang's gaze. "Did you see that?" she inquired. Wen Rang, his expression dark, nodded, resembling the serpent encountered previously, capable of splitting. In just 2 months, if all zombies were to evolve in such a manner, would it not imply an everlasting struggle to eradicate them? Inviting leaders from other bases to gather next Tuesday. Currently, after rigorous scientific research, our base has successfully developed a side effect-free crystal core medication. Should you require it? We welcome discussions on pricing. The atmosphere at the dining table grew solemn, and after a brief pause, when Changning slowly swallowed his food and turned to his daughter. Do you believe it? He asked. I do not, she replied. Chapter 95. Yi Xinghua. Our commander is ailing indeed. The West City base possessed considerable wealth. Yet under normal circumstances, it should have been the Binqing base to first develop the medication. When Qian had previously conducted investigations and found that the researchers at Imohan's base were exceptionally capable, unlike Ouyang Yong, who was obsessed with conducting human experiments. They were devoted scholars, wholeheartedly dedicating their lives to research for the nation and its people, untainted by greed or ambition. When Qian humbly believed that she would never reach the realm of selfless devotion, which is why she held the utmost respect for those individuals. At the Binqing base, she dared to be casual with Imo Han, yet felt compelled to speak softly in the presence of the elderly, whose hair was grayed and garments patched. When encountering them on the street, she would dutifully step aside to give way. When Qian's philosophy was simple, one might not choose to be a bodhisattva to the suffering, but one should not obstruct the footsteps of the Buddha. Thus, in comparison to Imo Han's research team, the situation at the Shichen base felt like a display of folly. With the rapid evolution of the zombies, the harmful components of the crystal cores were undeniably increasing. If Wen Qian's conjectures held true, the Shicheng base was merely laying out a banquet of deception, seeking to swindle the crystal cores from other bases to swiftly augment their own power. On the radio, there was no response from the Binqing base, and the Seeking base remained silent, while the future base readily acquiesced. When Changning shook his head in resignation, sighing, these foolish children. Gu Ran appeared perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words, which incited Wen Qian's frustration. She felt an urge to package him off to the future base. Observing Gu Ran's confusion, Wen Changning smiled and elaborated, no merchant acts without deceit. If there truly existed a technology with a 100% success rate, wouldn't he first prioritize his own people? Is he not concerned that other bases might grow stronger and seize his resources? The abundance of resources at the Shicheng base was common knowledge, and they were certainly wary. In a soft voice, Fu Yuan spoke up. Sister, you mentioned last time that the Shicheng base was built by our uncle. Father said that all the capable people at uncle's company left because he refused to pay overtime. When Changning replied, just look at that. Could information from an official insider possibly be erroneous? Gu Ran suddenly realized, could it be that the future base is destined for a severe deception? Indeed, your former colleagues are on the verge of being duped. When Qian silently murmured to herself, casting a disapproving glance at Gu Ran. Gu Ran lowered his head to continue eating, refraining from further comments. It was evident that he was concerned, yet he recognized that such matters were beyond his control. When Qian had no interest in wading into this murky water, should she encounter individuals from the base, the situation would undoubtedly become chaotic. After finishing her meal, Wen Qian entered her space to process the crystal cores. The ice-type zombie she had slain earlier had evolved to a superior level, enabling her to successfully synthesize 10 potions. When Qian recalled that the effects of a superior potion could enhance one's ability strength by 50, extend lifespan by 5 years, and grant additional skills, she consumed 1 potion, successfully absorbing the ice-type ability from the zombie. However, she did not immediately sense any new skills and decided to venture out the following morning to test her abilities against another zombie. Subsequently, she retrieved the remaining superior potions from the small zombies she had previously defeated on Fishing Island and consumed another. With 2 superior potions ingested, her ability strength surged by 100, effectively doubling her combat prowess. It had been quite some time since the system had issued her a task to enhance her combat power. As if she had reached the limit set by the system, completing all tasks and unable to break through further. Now, if she wished to grow stronger, her only avenue lay in the crystal cores. Thus, her daily routine revolved around seeking crystal cores, concocting potions, and consuming them. One could hardly claim this to be the behavior of a virtuous individual. When Qian chuckled at herself, casually grabbing a handful of low-grade medicine and tossing it into her mouth, swallowing it down with water before stepping out of the space, accompanied by the medication intended for Wen Rang and the others. This time, She included Fu Yuan as well. Wen Qian believed that the child's extraordinary ability was quite practical. In critical moments, the air shield could indeed be life-saving. As for Gu Wanwan, it would be prudent to wait until her powers were awakened before administering the medicine, lest the enhancement buff be squandered. After consuming the medicine, everyone distinctly felt the changes in their bodies. Fu Yuan, who could only shield 2 individuals with his powers last time, had successfully expanded his capacity to 3 this time. Wen Qian was thoroughly pleased with this outcome and gathered everyone to the dining room to make dumplings. However, halfway through their task, the sound of a telephone ringing from the bedroom interrupted them. As she was at home, the only person likely to call her was from Imo Han's side. Yi Xinghua, are you free next Tuesday? Wen Qian, as long as it doesn't involve me going to the West City base, I am available. Yi Xinghua, you know? Wen Qian, I do not. Wen Qian rolled her eyes, bewildered as to why such a substantial official base would seek to create a commotion. Given Imo Han's myriad of concerns, did he not realize this was a ruse? Or perhaps he understood it, yet was simply bored and curious to see how the deception unfolded, while also hoping to snag a meal. It turns out that the higher-ups of the West City base are celebrating a birthday next Tuesday and have invited our commander to attend the birthday banquet. Wen Qian raised an eyebrow, questioning why Imo Han could not articulate this himself and had instead sent Yi Xinghua to convey the message. Yi Xinghua, startled by this revelation, quickly covered the receiver and glanced at the person beside him. Imo Han's expression remained impassive, as if he had not heard Wen Qian's words. His gaze fixed on the reports sent over from the laboratory. Oh? Wen Qian was taken aback. When did this happen? Was it serious? The last time they met. He had been full of vigor, demonstrating his abilities one after another, seemingly eager to impress her with his prowess. Hearing her concern, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Imo Han's mouth. Wen Qian glanced at Wen Rang, who had followed her, unable to restrain herself from complaining. Brother, that guy named Imo is trying to cause trouble. Wen Rang replied, I told you he was no good, right? Next time we meet, I'll just lie down on the ground and see how he tries to provoke me. The smile that had briefly graced Imo Han's lips vanished. Wen Qian said, I'm hanging up, goodbye. You should have mentioned the speakerphone earlier. Was that intentional? I didn't expect someone with such an honest appearance to be so deceitful. With that, she pressed the end call button and tossed her phone aside. Less than a minute later, the phone rang again. Chapter 96 User Login. Wen Rang. Wen Qian answered the call, irritation evident in her voice. If you use speakerphone again, you're doomed. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a couple of muffled coughs from the other end, followed by Imo Han's voice. You really don't want to go to the West City? Wen Qian furrowed her brows slightly, as his voice sounded rather unwell, low and slightly hoarse. Was he truly ill? That seemed unreasonable. If we go, we won't encounter anyone from the other bases. Wen Qian asked, is that really possible? Yes, they have arranged a separate room for us. I wanted to bring you not for the sake of the crystal core. I know you don't lack for that. Wen Qian inquired. Then what is the purpose of going? Have you eaten? He contemplated expressing that he was aware she was not lacking in sustenance. He merely sought an excuse to meet her. However, he surmised that the phone was likely on speaker, with standing nearby. Should he dare to articulate such sentiments, that meddlesome dog would undoubtedly snatch the phone away. Thus, sought an alternate pretext. His deep, resonant voice emanated from the receiver, plunging into reflection. An invitation. A gladiatorial arena. When had he ever mentioned such things to her? It must have been during that phone call, when he had asked her out, only for her to decisively decline. Shouldn't such matters be broached beforehand, followed by an inquiry about her availability and willingness to attend? Felt a twinge of disdain and inquired. What is there to see at the gladiatorial arena? Humans and mutated beasts, what do you think? If something catches your eye, you can even purchase it. These wretched perverts truly know how to amuse themselves. Fine, I will come to the West City base next Tuesday. You should come here. They will send a helicopter to pick you up, thus avoiding any encounters with others from the bases. We could also go to retrieve you, but you might not wish to reveal the base's location so soon to others. His considerations were indeed thorough. The base's location was exceptionally advantageous, being situated in a residential building on a hillside, discreet and inconspicuous. Were it not for the high, thick walls surrounding the base, one could easily overlook it even when passing by in a vehicle. All right, I will arrive at your location at 7 o'clock on Tuesday morning. Is that acceptable? Goodbye. Wen Qian hung up the phone and glanced at Wen Rang. The two engaged in a hushed discussion. Wen Qian remarked, is this person truly ill, or is it merely a ruse? It hardly sounds feigned. Wen Rang responded, One cannot trust a man's words. With his physique, he could easily fell a bull with a single blow. What ailment could he possibly have? Wen Qian also struggled to envision Emo Han as anything but robust, shrugged, and returned to making dumplings. Emo Han set down the phone and picked up a nearby cup of water, taking a sip. Yi Xinghua watched him with great concern. In a post-apocalyptic world, falling ill is a grave matter. Yi Xinghua had been so frightened at the time that he immediately sought a doctor, only for Emo Han to assure him there was no cause for alarm, claiming he would recover in a few days. As the days passed, Emo Han indeed appeared stronger with each sunrise, yet Yi Xinghua remained anxious and proposed his thoughts. Emo Han leaned back in his chair, his gaze piercingly deep. Yi Xinghua suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively turning to glance behind him, only to find nothing. Noticing Yi Xinghua's unease, Emo Han cautioned, why do you look back? Yi Xinghua, puzzled, responded with confusion. Because if there were a ghost, it would come up close and whisk you away. Emo Han's voice was chillingly calm, causing Yi Xinghua to shiver involuntarily. He had always been a staunch materialist, dismissing the existence of supernatural entities. However, with the emergence of resurrected corpses and various otherworldly powers, even his steadfast beliefs began to waver. Seeing Yi Xinghua's fear, Emo Han's mood lightened somewhat. Yi Xinghua replied, "Thank you for the warning, Commander." After exiting the room, Yi Xinghua felt an inexplicable unease, as if a chill lingered at his back. Inside the room, Emo Han sighed, lamenting the absence of a clever companion. While Wen Rang was quick to react, alas, he had yet to align with the right faction. The study door is secured by a highly advanced iris lock. Upon entering the room and ensuring the door is firmly closed, he finally exhales in relief. Within the study cabinet lies a safe, which he opens to reveal a compact computer. Emo Han approaches, retrieves it, and upon logging in, he is met once again with the familiar username, Wen Rang. Fixating on those two characters, he cannot help but curse, fool. On the other side of the city, at the Xiaobai base, Wen Rang sneezes, startling Wen Qian. "You're not coming down with something, are you? Should I fetch you some cold medicine?" "No need." Wen Rang sniffs dismissively. "I'm not ill. Someone is cursing me." Wen Qian raises an eyebrow, curious. Wen Rang reflects on everyone he knows, ultimately stubbornly pinpointing one individual. It must be that fool, Emo Han. He believes that because he thwarted Emo Han's pursuit of Wen Qian, the latter harbors resentment. Determined not to let this person succeed, he smirks and seeks out Gu Ran. The two resolve to venture out tomorrow to acquire crystal cores. It matters little that their innate combat abilities do not match. He can opt for diligent effort in the future. As long as they consume enough crystal cores, there will always be an opportunity to surpass Emo Han. Wen Rang brims with confidence, while Wen Qian can only shake her head in resignation. Caught between Emo Han and Wen Rang, she undoubtedly sides with her brother. Yet, in a fleeting moment, she finds herself pondering whether Emo Han might be somewhat wronged. Xiaobai frolics exuberantly with the Shitiao dog in their space, growing even more boisterous at her arrival. Wen Qian adds some kibble to their feeding bowl, mixing in a bit of low-grade crystal core potion. She believes Xiaobai has yet to fully evolve and eagerly anticipates the day it grows to an impressive weight of several hundred pounds. Chapter 97. New skills and new base defense system. As night fell, Xiaobai and the dogs settled in the space for the evening. Their bodies had grown increasingly larger, brimming with energy, racing about the building as if an earthquake had struck. Particularly, Xiaobai would sometimes spasm and nestle on top of her, falling asleep. Wen Qian had been awakened by the weight of it several times, so she decided to keep her distance. At dawn, around 6 o'clock, Wen Qian awoke and prepared to stretch her limbs on the rooftop, only to discover that her brother and Gu Ran were already geared up, seated at the dining table, devouring bread and sipping milk. Wen Qian expressed her surprise. What could possibly necessitate such an early start? Wen Qian added, "There's no need to be so diligent. You're making me appear lazy. Can we reject this endless competition?" "No, we cannot," Wen Rang replied with unwavering resolve. "How can one triumph over Emo Han without such effort?" Wen Qian pondered, somewhat perplexed by her brother's insistence on competing with Emo Han. However, she soon realized that this might be the mentality of a top scholar. Wherever there is a high achiever, there must be a comparison, regardless of whether they belong to the same class or even the same school. As long as they are in the same arena, competition is inevitable. Her brother had never placed second in his academic endeavors. Perhaps this time he was genuinely feeling the pressure. With this thought, Wen Qian promptly retrieved several thousand rounds of ammunition from the space and handed them to her brother, patting him on the shoulder with a sympathetic expression. "You can do it. I believe in you." When Rang, thankful to the heavens for his sister's complete disinterest in matters of romance, felt assured of his victory in this defensive battle. With a heart full of confidence, when Rang set out after a satisfying meal, accompanied by Gu Ran. When Xian, on the other hand, intended to venture out in search of zombies but felt no urgency. Therefore, she leisurely engaged in her morning exercises. Once everyone had risen, they enjoyed breakfast together before when Xian took her parents and a portion of the base's residents along with her. Especially after when Xian mentioned the possibility of prolonged extreme cold in the future, their anxiety kept them from sleeping soundly. Seizing the opportunity while the weather remained mild and before the cold could render them immobile, they aimed to gather as much firewood as possible. With a shared desire for self-preservation, when Xian naturally did not deter them. Moreover, she had no intentions of straying far from home that day. She merely wished to explore nearby waters and ascertain the skills bestowed by the premium medicine consumed the previous night. Within 1,000 meters of the base, sightings of zombies had become increasingly rare. When Xian speculated that it might be due to their frequent presence in that area. If zombies were capable of communication, they would surely have erected a warning sign near the base, stating, "Dangerous individuals within. Zombies, please keep your distance." With the aid of a truck, the group's enthusiasm for gathering firewood intensified. When Qian entrusted the care of Xiaobai and the little dog to those around them for protection while she, accompanied by Li Yimou and Wen Chongning, continued to explore the vicinity. At last, fortune favored the diligent, and they managed to uncover a few elusive zombies. The moment when Qian laid eyes on them, she comprehended the nature of her new skill. When Chongning squinted at the distant zombies, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Do I see words on the heads of the zombies?" "I see them too." Upon finishing his words, Li Yimou glanced at Wen Qian, and upon seeing her nod in agreement, he felt reassured. At that moment, the zombies in their sight were distinctly marked with their respective levels. The few that were several dozen meters away belonged to the lowest tier, classified as level 5. Although this skill might initially appear to be of little significance, Wen Qian found it to be quite essential. With this ability, even if the zombies were to evolve into a human-like form, they would be able to see through their disguise at a glance. Moreover, it would help them avoid underestimating different levels of zombies when encountered. At 2 in the afternoon, the group set out once again. As Wen Qian ambled along the road, her gaze wandered idly until it caught a glimmer in the distance at the foot of the mountain. It was a bank. Although she had already stockpiled a substantial amount of supplies, she had yet to acquire any gold bars. At this juncture, aside from bartering, gold remained the sole form of currency in circulation. Once again, she cursed the unpredictable nature of this wretched apocalypse in her heart. Turning to Li Yimou and Wen Chongning, she exchanged a few words and then left Xiaobai in their care as she hurried towards the bank. As she had anticipated, the heavy vault door of the bank was not something just anyone could open. Various banks offered gold bars of differing weights, 20, 50, 100 grams, and even larger specifications of 200, 500, 1,000, and 2,000 grams. Wen Qian scoured the banks within a 10-kilometer radius, and the quantity of gold bars in her space surged dramatically. She refrained from visiting the bank headquarters, as it had likely been thoroughly emptied by the West City base. They possessed weaponry and equipment, making it a trivial matter for them to breach the vault door if they wished. However, it is not certain that each of the smaller branches was visited, as they are numerous, and the materials to be collected are extensive. Inevitably, some lesser locations may be overlooked due to the inconvenience. When Qian, enchanted by the allure of gold, found herself returning home later than her companions, Wen Ran and Gu Ran, who were engrossed in gathering crystal nuclei. After hastily consuming a meal, when Qian entered her space, her eyes sparkled at the sight of the hundreds of pounds of gold within. Indeed, purchasing shoes and bags pales in comparison to acquiring gold. The resplendent gleam of the gold was simply mesmerizing. She meticulously arranged the gold bars within her villa before accessing the mall system. Recently, she had set her heart on acquiring a certain item that required 1 million mall coins, prompting her to amass her wealth. Clearing out the inventory of the steel mill and the canning factory, when Qian felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. After piecing together the necessary funds, she pressed the purchase button, successfully acquiring the base's close-range defense system. In an instant, various weaponry appeared atop the base and along its walls. When Qian reviewed the user manual to comprehend the system's defensive capabilities, the specifications of the close-range defense system included 12 units of 7-barrel 30mm Gatling guns with a firing rate of 5,000 rounds per minute and an effective range of 6,000 meters. The system features self-developed anti-aircraft missiles capable of detecting, intercepting, and destroying various targets, including fixed-wing aircraft, drones, and tactical missiles. All devices have been enhanced with stealth design and can be operated both automatically via computer control and manually. After absorbing this information, tears and saliva nearly flowed simultaneously from her eyes. Chapter 98. A show of strength. When Qian had previously harbored concerns that if conflicts arose with other bases, the adversaries might come charging in with fighter jets, potentially dismantling her stronghold. However, the time for confrontation had arrived. Unfazed and emboldened, Wen Qian joyfully exited the confines of her space, beckoning Wen Rang and others to descend and behold their newfound treasures. Indeed, the weaponry and equipment could only be witnessed within the base. Once outside its gates, they vanished entirely. The group was astounded by the stealthy design of these armaments. Wen Qian was utterly pleased. With this advancement, even when they were absent, the ordinary residents left at the base would possess greater means for self-defense. Everyone eagerly delved into the mechanics of these devices, their excitement propelling them into the late hours of the night. The following day, they awoke with renewed vigor, akin to having been invigorated by a potent elixir. Wen Rang and Gu Ren ventured forth to procure crystal cores, while Li Mo and Wen Chongning accompanied the base residents up the mountain, and Wen Qian continued her quest for gold. Due to the ongoing search for personnel at the base, Wen Qian treaded carefully wherever she went, ever fearful that someone might emerge brandishing her photograph, prompting her to mentally chastise that base repeatedly. Days passed, and at long last, the day agreed upon by Wen Qian and Mo Han arrived. On this day, Wen Qian and her companions rose early, and after partaking in breakfast, they set out, arriving at the Binqing base a full 10 minutes ahead of schedule. The guards at the entrance were unfamiliar faces, never before encountered. Just as Wen Qian was about to articulate her purpose, she observed that the guards had already opened the gates, allowing them entry. It seemed Mo Han had forewarned them. At that moment, Mo Han awaited them on the helipad. He was aware that Wen Rang and Gu Ran would certainly accompany Wen Qian, yet upon seeing them, he feigned a mischievous demeanor, stating, "I only possess 2 invitation letters." With a gentle laugh, Wen Rang anticipated his cunning ways and replied, "It matters not. The 2 of us can enter the space together and emerge once we reach your exclusive VIP suite." The unease and apprehension that had accompanied Wen Rang during their initial encounter had long since dissipated. He now possessed the audacity to meet Mo Han's gaze and even challenge him. Mo Han, sensing this transformation, coldly inquired, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Fear? Not in the slightest," Wen Rang thought to himself, aware that it was he who should hold the upper hand in this exchange. Uncertain of the authenticity of Mo Han's mind-reading abilities, he dismissed the concern, for he had no qualms about his thoughts being overheard. "So, you wish to pursue my sister, do you? But are you aware of what she calls me? The trap I lay is for your benefit. Should you succeed in your pursuit, you will be obliged to call me brother." Wait a moment. Mo Han refers to himself as brother. The image that formed in Wen Rang's mind was so delightful that he almost reconsidered his stance. Unbeknownst to Wen Qian, who was oblivious to her brother's musings, it was evident to her that his thoughts were not of a favorable nature. With a hint of disdain, she hastily cast him into the space, inadvertently dragging the quiet and compliant Gu Ran into the mix as well. Curiously assessing Mo Han, Wen Qian found herself intrigued by the nature of his previous ailment. Noticing her scrutiny, Mo Han inquired, "What troubles you?" "Nothing," she replied, turning away. "When will the others arrive?" 7:30, he stated. "That means there's still half an hour." Regret washed over Wen Qian for having ejected her brother prematurely. Perhaps she should release him now? No, that would undermine his dignity. Left with no other option, she began to engage in awkward small talk. "Is it true that the West City base only allows you to bring 1 person? Isn't that rather perilous? Who is in danger?" Wen Qian couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "All right, you are impressive, truly remarkable." Wen Qian fell silent, turning her gaze towards the west side of the helipad. The base operates around the clock, with personnel consistently engaged in their duties. Special Forces members continuously venture out in search of supplies, as the large number of personnel means that even a small meal for each adds up significantly. Wen Qian pondered for a moment before glancing at Mo Han. He seemed to be gazing at her, causing her to momentarily freeze upon meeting his eyes. They stood in a silent standoff, and for a fleeting instant, Wen Qian felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if she had encountered this person before. A vague silhouette flickered in her mind, leaving her uncertain whether it was a genuine memory or a mere figment of her imagination. However, the more she strained to recall, the sharper the pain in her head became, accompanied by a wave of discomfort in her mood. Wen Qian averted her gaze, suddenly engulfed by an unwarranted sadness. "What were you about to say to me?" Emohan's voice broke the spell, pulling Wen Qian from her reverie. The last time they captured that elite ice-type zombie, he had played a significant role, prompting her to share half of the ice produced from the zombie with him. As Emohan observed the previously empty warehouse now filled with blocks of ice, a chill enveloping the air, he listened as Wen Qian explained, "This ice is quite special. It won't melt. If you place a fan nearby, it won't be as effective as air conditioning, but it will certainly alleviate some of the heat." "Thank you," Emohan replied softly, leaving Wen Qian at a loss for words once more. Fortunately, at that moment, someone rushed over to inform them that the plane from the West City had arrived. Upon hearing this, Wen Qian promptly made her way towards the helipad. If no one had arrived, she would have blurted out the question lingering on her lips, whether she had seen Emohan somewhere before. Thankfully, she refrained from asking. If they had indeed met, and Emohan chose not to mention it, it was clear he had his reasons. Conversely, if they had never encountered each other, then she would merely be indulging in her own sentiments. Regardless of the possibility, neither outcome was what Wen Qian desired. It must be said, wealth truly possesses its advantages. This area was already a vast expanse of villa estates, each household boasting its own farm, collectively rivaling the size of Emohan's domain. As the helicopter descended onto the helipad, Wen Qian spotted dozens of aircraft of varying models stationed in the distance. Once they disembarked, the door of a Rolls-Royce was respectfully opened by the driver, who ushered them into the car. After a drive of several minutes, they finally arrived at the building of the West City base. This structure had been newly constructed before the apocalypse, standing modestly at 5 stories. However, upon entering, Wen Qian was nearly blinded by the opulence of its decor. It was extravagance that made one wish to obliterate the place. The ceiling boasted an enormous crystal chandelier, flanked by jade sculptures of the 18 arhats, while the staircase featured ivory embellishments, and the entrance showcased a golden koi pond with a fountain. As Wen Qian silently marveled at the lavishness, a chilling scream suddenly drew her attention. Following the sound, she witnessed a frail woman being dragged down from upstairs and thrown in front of several ferocious hounds, who proceeded to maul her to death. Wen Qian and Emohan stood there, eyes wide, exchanging a glance as they witnessed the harrowing scene. Wen Qian coldly inquired, "What is this?" "A show of force directed at us." Chapter 99. Whoever speaks, I confront. The men who had thrown the woman out turned and approached Wen Qian and her companion. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, prompting Wen Qian to glance over. There, descending amidst a throng, was a man clad in a black traditional Chinese suit. Wen Qian recognized him immediately. She had seen the family portrait displayed on the desk while rescuing Fu Yuan. This man bore a resemblance to Fu Yuan's father. He was Fu Yuan's uncle, Fu Sheng. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Fu Sheng's eyes as he spotted Emohan, a smile spreading across his face. "General Emo, it is indeed a pleasure to have you grace my humble establishment." He approached Emohan, extending his hand for a handshake. "Are you showing me something?" Wen Qian was taken aback by his boldness, asking outright. She noticed a fleeting coldness in Fu Sheng's gaze and the displeasure etched on the faces of his subordinates. It dawned on her that in this age, those who were arrogant must possess some degree of capability, otherwise, they would have long been eliminated. "How could that be?" "General Emo, amidst your busy schedule, I would never dare to impose a show of force upon you. It is simply that this woman is quite ungrateful and has disrupted the order here. As we both know, it is challenging to manage those beneath us. I must make an example to assert my authority," Fu Sheng concluded, casting an inquisitive glance towards the person beside Emohan. "And this lovely lady is?" "Wen Qian," she replied, meeting his gaze with unwavering composure, stating her name firmly. Fu Sheng's ambiguous gaze flitted between her and Emohan. Wen Qian had not yet grasped his meaning when she heard him say, "It must be the esteemed Director Emo. Just look, even his aide beside him is as stunning as a celestial being." The men behind Fu Sheng displayed insidious smiles, and their eyes regarding Wen Qian shifted with a newfound intensity. It was only then that she comprehended his implication. Uninterested in providing an explanation, she was nonetheless met with another discontented voice from her companion. "Wen Qian is not from our base. She is the executive officer of the Xiaobai base. It was I who specifically invited her to accompany me today. Emohan's voice was cold and distant, and coupled with his aloof visage. Even a slight seriousness from him could evoke a palpable tension, observing the slight falter in Fu Xing's smile. Emohan seemed intent on ensuring Fu Xing was aware of his displeasure, adding, "After all, with such a grand display from Mr. Fu, it appears to be a feast of intrigue. I must remain cautious." The atmosphere abruptly chilled, and when Qian sighed inwardly, realizing that he indeed warranted a comparison. "Just look, compared to Emohan, her words sounded far more pleasant, didn't they? How could she dare to exhibit any frivolity in front of the esteemed Director Emo? However, what exactly was this Xiaobai base? Are you planning to converse with us here?" Emohan's remark nearly incited a laugh from Wen Qian. She turned her head, cleared her throat softly, and concealed her amusement behind his presence. Should she inadvertently smile in front of Fu Xing, the situation would become even more awkward. Unlike Emohan, she was a person of propriety, one who refrained from causing disturbances. At this moment, Fu Xing's demeanor had grown decidedly unfriendly, yet he, the seasoned veteran, maintained a facade of cheerfulness. "It is my fault. Upon seeing Director Emo, I became overly excited and completely forgot to invite you inside. Please, esteemed guests, this way." When Qian had anticipated that Fu Xing would usher them upstairs, however, he led them out through a side entrance instead. After a brief journey of several minutes, they arrived at their destination. As when Qian gazed upon the uniquely designed edifice, she recalled Director Mo's previous mention of an arena, deducing that this must be the place. Fu Xing guided them up the stairs and into a private room. The suite, approximately 60 square meters in size, was equipped with all amenities: air conditioning, a television, a wine cabinet, a sofa, and a restroom. The curved floor-to-ceiling windows offered a clear view of the scene below. Approaching the window, Fu Xing remarked, "This room boasts the finest view in the establishment. I had it reserved specifically for Director Emo. The glass is one way, so there is no need to worry about anyone below catching a glimpse of us. And it is crafted from a special material." As he spoke, Fu Xing raised his hand and struck the glass with considerable force. Even under the most vigorous impact, it remains unscathed, ensuring the safety of those within. Both Emohan and Wen Qian wore expressions of indifference, accustomed to such displays. Noticing their reaction, Fu Xing continued. The room fell silent once more, and Emohan remained fixated on the glass, seemingly contemplating whether to test its resilience with a punch. Unable to contain herself, Wen Qian tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to slowly turn his attention to Fu Xing and offer a perfunctory, "Thank you, Mr. Fu." Fu Xing's lips twitched slightly, cursing Emohan's ancestors in a most colorful manner. As for herself, she would likely be dragged into the verbal onslaught as well. Fu Xing turned his gaze back to Wen Qian and posed the earlier question again. The base of officer one was called Little White? He had certainly never heard of it. Fu Xing mused that the name suggested a small workshop, likely concocted by Mo Han as a gilded cage to hide his beloved. Given the bustling crowd at the Bincheng base, Mo Han seemed intent on avoiding gossip, thus arranging a separate meeting place with this woman. Though it was termed a base, it probably housed no more than 50 individuals. Aside from this woman, the rest were likely there to lend an air of legitimacy to the so-called base, as well as to ensure her safety. Fu Xing had witnessed such arrangements frequently, having orchestrated similar situations himself, so he was quite familiar with the dynamics. A playful smile crept across his face as he inquired further about Wen Qian. "I wonder how many individuals your esteemed base currently accommodates?" Fu Xing chuckled, reveling in his accurate guess. Indeed, it was a classic case of a hero faltering before a beautiful woman. Here was Emohan, all seriousness, yet utterly captivated by her charm. How amusing it was, watching the youth attempt to showcase his prowess before him. In his mind, Fu Xing definitively concluded the nature of their relationship, yet he feigned interest in the little white base, praising. Officer Wen not only possesses striking beauty, but also remarkable capabilities that leave others in awe. In this apocalyptic era, it is my first encounter with such a remarkable woman, capable of single-handedly sustaining a base. In the future, I hope you can join Commander Mo and visit me whenever you have the opportunity. Even if it is merely for the sake of those suffering citizens under our care, we should discuss potential collaboration. What do you think? Fu Xing presumed that women lacked decisiveness, and that Wen Qian would undoubtedly nod in agreement with his words, even if it were merely a matter of social courtesy. Shi Wunti allowed his remarks to fall cold. However, to his astonishment, Wen Qian neither nodded nor shook her head, but instead countered with a question. "So, Mr. Fu, What business do we intend to discuss today? Fu Sheng had indeed summoned Mo Han for a purpose. He glanced at Mo Han, noticing no signs of resistance on his face, then signaled to his subordinates guarding the door to leave. Once the door was closed, Fu Sheng invited the two to sit down and poured them each a cup of tea before he sighed and broached the subject. Commander Mo, I wonder how the progress of your crystal core experiments is faring? Have you achieved success? Fu Sheng nodded thoughtfully, adding, as expected from the Binqing base, truly impressive. My highest result is only 20. If Wen Qian recalled correctly, the Xiqing base had publicly claimed to have successfully developed a crystal core medicine without side effects. Today, they summoned individuals from other bases to negotiate pricing. Why had their stance shifted? Yet, she quickly deduced the truth. This cunning merchant sought to drag Mo Han into his dubious dealings. If Mo Han declined, it would signify an opposition to the Xiqing base. With hundreds of thousands of ordinary lives under his command, as the chief executive officer of the base, he must consider the welfare of these people. Confronting the Western City base head-on will yield no fruitful outcomes, a notion that Fu Sheng firmly believes. Mo Han is not a native of Bin City. He is an envoy dispatched from above. The adage a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake rings true. If he wishes to rival Fu Sheng in Bin City, he must duly assess his own capabilities. Fu Sheng acknowledges the remarkable achievement of someone as young as Mo Han attaining the position of base commander. Yet he recognizes that Mo Han's ambitions are bound to reach far beyond the confines of this modest locale. What young person does not aspire to achieve success and ascend the ranks? As the foremost leader of the local civilian base, Fu Sheng is willing to extend an olive branch, offering his assistance, which should surely delight Mo Han. After all, men are often swayed by the trifecta of wealth, power, and beauty. Mo Han already has allure at his side. What he truly lacks is greater authority. Thus, Fu Sheng is filled with confidence. When Qin cast a sidelong glance at Mo Han, observing him after Fu Sheng's remarks, as he inquired, "Were you summoned merely to receive compliments?" It was evident he was feigning ignorance. Silently sipping her tea, Wen Qian relished the unfolding drama. Fu Sheng, with a smile, clarified his stance. "I am merely speaking the truth, Commander Mo. Presently, neither of our bases can successfully eliminate the harmful substances within the crystal nuclei. We require a substantial quantity of crystals for experimentation. However, the rapid evolution of the zombies poses a grave risk to the lives of our subordinates in the pursuit of collecting these nuclei, which seems a tragic waste. Therefore, what I propose is this." Fu Sheng's expression shifted as he continued. "Do you consider the lives of your subordinates to be more precious than those of other bases?" Mo Han's voice was calm as he posed the question, causing Fu Sheng's smile to falter. "What price do you intend to offer for the crystals held by others when you deceive them into coming here?" Mo Han pressed further. 5,000 crystal cores in exchange for a potion and 100 pounds of grain. Rest assured, we have already discovered that zombies can split, so in the future, we will never lack for zombies. There is no fear of them being eradicated. Wen Qian almost choked on her water. What a heartless merchant, black-hearted from head to toe. Fu Sheng continued speaking, and Wen Qian, having successfully choked, coughed lightly a couple of times before meeting Mo Han's gaze. Mo Han raised an eyebrow, and Wen Qian silently nodded. Yes, she was indeed the formidable zombie. It was she who had brought death to humans. Seeing their interaction, Fu Sheng assumed they were exchanging glances of affection and thought little of it, continuing with, "Thus, my price is entirely reasonable. When the time comes, we will provide them with the potion that has the highest success rate from your end, while keeping the rest for our experiments. Once the costs decrease, we can replenish their supplies, can't we? Furthermore, if they do not collaborate with us and blindly consume the crystal cores outside, they will ultimately all turn into zombies, leaving us in a precarious situation. So consider this. If we join forces, they can assist us in gathering crystal cores, while we provide them with food and medicine. What do you think?" Mo Han remained silent, and Fu Sheng, interpreting his contemplative demeanor as a sign of agreement, was startled when he asked, "Mr. Fu, with such a strong plan in mind, why not simply absorb and merge those bases, making them your subordinates to serve you? Wouldn't that be more convenient?" "Oh, it's just that it hasn't succeeded yet." Fu Sheng sighed heavily. "Currently, the only bases worth noting are the future base and the search base, and of course, Miss Wen's little white base." Fu Sheng cast a glance at Wen Shan, who remained expressionless as she stated, "Such matters can certainly exclude me." Fu Sheng, merely being courteous to Mo Han, smiled at Wen Shan and remarked, "As for that future base, The intent to collaborate is indeed quite strong. However, the base is established by a few retired soldiers, individuals who have grown up sharing meals from various households. Within the base, there is a congregation of the elderly, the weak, and the ill, all of whom are their former neighbors from the streets. Even if I were to take them in, it would serve no purpose. I have contemplated eliminating that group of ineffectual individuals and then bringing these few over. Yet, they possess a certain skill. Several high-level zombies I previously sent their way have been eliminated by them. Thus, I surmise they must have accumulated quite a number of crystal cores. Emohan patiently listened to Fu Sheng's words, idly toying with the teacup in his hand, and nonchalantly inquired, since Mr. Fu has divulged so many secrets to us, if we do not nod in agreement today, will it be exceedingly difficult for us to leave alive? Fu Sheng laughed obsequiously, saying, how could that be? Business entails both success and failure. I would never dare to threaten an officer such as yourself. Chapter 101. The significance of the official base. Emohan's remark plunged the already frigid room into an even deeper chill. When Shang glanced at Fu Sheng, observing that the smile had vanished from his face, replaced by a fierce countenance. Yet, in merely a few seconds, a smile re-emerged at the corners of his mouth. The old fox's ability to change expressions was remarkable. It was not a matter of consideration, it was outright refusal. Emohan maintained his indifferent demeanor, offering Fu Sheng no semblance of courtesy. Fu Sheng regarded him, his expression darkening as though engaged in a game of changing faces. Officer Emo, are you certain you do not wish to reconsider and grant me a favor? If someone else were seated here, upon hearing Fu Sheng's inquiry, they would undoubtedly hesitate for a moment before retracting their words. It is certain. When Qian observed the tension between the two and sought an excuse to excuse herself to the restroom, she was merely a bystander drawn to the spectacle. Should a conflict arise, it would undoubtedly implicate her. Leaning against the sofa with her legs crossed, she scrutinized Fu Sheng's tightly clenched fist. This man was undoubtedly an individual of extraordinary abilities, though she pondered the nature of his powers. Perhaps it would be better for them to engage in a fight, allowing her to witness the spectacle firsthand. For a fleeting moment, a genuine murderous intent flickered within Fu Sheng. The two individuals had been brought here by his subordinates, with no one else accompanying them. The woman was merely a plaything. Ultimately, only Emohan possessed the capacity to fight. He contemplated keeping them here without issue. However, the real dilemma lay in how to manage the aftermath should he decide to eliminate them. The Binhai base would certainly demand an explanation, and higher authorities would undoubtedly dispatch new personnel. What if the newcomers were as obstinate and troublesome as the current ones? Would he simply eliminate one after another? Fu Sheng pondered for a moment before hearing Emohan's cold voice. It seemed that Fu had a limited understanding of the term official base. Fu Sheng lifted his gaze to meet his. In this apocalyptic world, everyone was primarily concerned with self-preservation, leading to an alteration of many rules. Yet, some matters remained immutable. What matters? Fu Sheng inquired. The essence of being official, Emohan replied. Fu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a response. The term official implied that there were individuals whose mere presence guaranteed salvation. Regardless of personal desires or the sacrifices entailed, the weight of official duty bore down upon them. Yet, General Fu, you are presently engaged in a discourse with me on how to extinguish the lives of those whom I ought to have rescued. Do you not find this topic rather absurd? The room fell into silence once more, as Fu Sheng fixed his gaze upon Emohan for an extended moment, then scoffed. If my memory serves me correctly, at the very onset of the rescue operation, the official base had already forsaken a significant number of individuals. Is that not tantamount to murder? Indeed, but such abandonment is also aimed at facilitating more effective rescue efforts. When faced with a choice between saving a young individual in their 20s and an elderly person in their 80s, I believe no one would err in their decision. To be candid, we are currently in the process of establishing a second base. Whether before or after the apocalypse, the world requires a set of rules to maintain its function. Even livestock adhere to their own survival laws, how much more so for humanity? The West City base has its own regulations, and those who violate them face dire consequences. Naturally, the Bin City base has its own as well. While General Fu contemplates how to augment his power, we are focused on how to save more lives. Even if there are individuals I cannot save, I refuse to become the instrument of their demise. Therefore, I cannot acquiesce to the proposal you presented today. But should you wish to explore other avenues of collaboration in the future, I remain open to discussion. Imo Qian felt that Emohan possessed a certain eloquence in his reprimands. Essentially, his words implied that if Fu Sheng continued to coerce him into moral compromise, he would be no better than a beast. Fu Sheng remained silent for a while, then rose with a smile. Very well, I comprehend your sentiments, General Mo. Let us consider today's events as if they had never transpired, and I look forward to our future collaboration. He turned and walked outside. When Xian observed him reach the door, quickly scanning the room's interior, and inquired, Mr. Fu, is there any surveillance in this room? No surveillance, and the soundproofing is excellent. He replied, then instructed his subordinates, withdraw and keep your distance from this room. Do not interfere with Officer Mo's affairs. When Xian, perplexed, turned to Mo Han and asked, do you have any business to attend to? Mo Han lightly cleared his throat and shook his head, nothing of importance. When Xian found Fu Sheng's behavior suspicious, she doubted his words. After thoroughly searching the corners of the room and confirming the absence of any surveillance or listening devices, she retrieved her phone from her sleeve, pressed a couple of buttons, and then tossed it into her bag. Following that, she locked the door and brought Wen Rang and Gu Ran out from the spatial realm. The two had been idly passing time in the space, indulging in the company of cats and dogs. At the moment of their extraction, Wen Rang was sprawled on the belly of a fluffy white cat, while Gu Ran was affectionately petting a small green dog. They suddenly found themselves in a new environment, yet their poses remained unchanged. Particularly, when Rang appeared as if he were engaged in a morally questionable act, creating an awkward atmosphere. Rushing to Mo Han's side, the white cat was exceedingly affectionate, incessantly meowing while rubbing its head against Mo Han's pant leg, attempting to leap into his arms for cuddles. This was what one might call a reckoning for their indulgences. When Xian cast a dark glare at the hefty silhouette of the cat, pondering, what business do you have being so spoiled at over 100 pounds? Mo Han, taken aback by the sight of the cat, paused momentarily before gently petting its head and murmuring something inaudible, almost too soft for Wen Qian and the others to discern. This foolish cat has never shown such enthusiasm for itself. Does this scoundrel possess catnip? What madness is it exhibiting? Wen Rang glared at Mo Han, who languidly sat on the sofa, locking eyes with him. Observing the tension between the two as if they were about to clash, Wen Qian inquired, must we remain confined to this room until we depart? When does Fu Sheng's birthday banquet commence? I wish to venture out and locate his warehouse. I am aware of the warehouse's location, but alas, it is not feasible to go there today. If Commander whenever considers a raid, count me in. As per our usual agreement, you may select your preferred items first, and we shall split the remainder 50-50. How does that sound? Chapter 102. When Rang's girlfriend, how could he possibly know the whereabouts of the warehouse at the West City base? Had he anticipated a day when he would find himself in opposition to Fu Sheng and his ilk, thus preparing in advance? If we cannot exit the room, we shall have to pass the time within it. Fortunately, the room is not small. The four of us are seated on a circular sofa, with two oblivious men positioned between Mo Han and Wen Qian. Earlier, when Rang had already conversed with Gu Ran about Mo Han in the space, and both concurred that Gu Ran's previous suspicions were indeed correct. Mo Han harbors ulterior motives. When Rang was not particularly pleased, as he deemed Mo Han to be quite problematic. He is not an old stickler. Long ago, when Wen Qian entered high school, he broached the subject of early romance with her. Fearing she might hesitate to confide in their family, he discreetly allocated half of his living expenses to her, concerned that her romantic inclinations might diminish her financial prudence. Thus, he has never wished for his sister to face a solitary future. However, this apocalyptic era has only just begun. His sister has repeatedly mentioned that the speed of zombie evolution in this lifetime far surpasses that of the previous one. No one can predict what dangers lie ahead. At such a critical juncture, he, Mo Han, an executive overseeing a massive base of over 20 or 30,000 people, finds himself infatuated with a mere 19-year-old girl, engaging in subtle flirtations. What could this possibly signify? Is he not aware that love can cloud one's judgment? With Gu Ran as a living example before him, Wen Rang dares not to be careless. He has never seen his sister in a romantic relationship and cannot even fathom what it would be like if she were to have a boyfriend. For the mere thought fills him with anger. Yet, he staunchly opposes his sister's romantic endeavors. The environment is perilous, and Mo Han himself poses a threat. Gu Ran's thoughts align closely with those of Wen Rang. Although he is not Wen Qian's biological brother, both his and his sister's lives have been saved by Wen Qian, who has become akin to family for him. He does not wish for her to be in danger, harboring suspicions about Mo Han's ulterior motives, such as an interest in Wen Qian's space abilities. After witnessing the wonders contained within that space, Gu Ran comprehends Wen Qian's significance all the more. The secret of the space must remain concealed, otherwise she would be hunted down by everyone in Bin City. Emohan occupies the far left end of the curved sofa, his gaze unimpeded as he looks towards Wen Qian, seated at the far right. However, upon noticing his actions, Wen Rang swiftly pulls Wen Qian behind him, a gesture that incites a bemused smile from Emohan. So, they wish to play the game of pretense, do they? Emohan exchanges glances with Wen Rang and inquires, "Has your girlfriend not come to find you?" Wen Rang was taken aback by the question. Where did he acquire a girlfriend? It soon dawned on him that this individual was attempting to ensnare him. Straightening his back and wearing a sardonic smile, he retorted, "Is it possible that you, Director Emo, have mistaken the facts? Surely it is you who must possess a girlfriend." Wen Qian, intrigued, leaned forward and inquired of Emohan, "Do you have a girlfriend? Where is she now? Why haven't you brought her to your base?" Emohan. Wen Qian continued to murmur, baffled by the lack of discretion from someone supposedly in a relationship. "I truly do not understand. Next time you embark on a mission, do not involve me. I shall only associate with Yi Xinghua and the others from now on." Emohan took a deep breath, meeting Wen Rang's smug and taunting gaze, and smiled as he nodded. "Very well, you have forced my hand. Emohan, are you certain you do not have a girlfriend? I happen to possess a photograph of you both." "Huh." Wen Rang laughed. "So now you are fabricating stories, are you? Who exactly is my girlfriend?" "You?" Emohan retrieved his phone, revealing a picture that he waved in front of them. Before Wen Rang could process the situation, Wen Qian sprang from behind him and seized the phone from Emohan. While she could not ascertain the authenticity of the photograph, she pondered briefly and deliberately remarked, "Wen Rang." His mind went blank as he moved to stand beside Wen Qian. Upon viewing the photograph, his expression became indescribable. Wen Rang was oblivious to what they had seen. He approached with curiosity, only to be met with a sudden throbbing headache. The image depicted him with a woman, and had he not been embracing her with a disingenuous smile plastered across his face, he might have been able to argue his case further. Yet now, he found himself at a loss for words. He merely gazed silently at the photograph, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him, an amalgamation of suffocation and pain. The woman's visage struck him as oddly familiar. After studying the photo for a while, he turned to Emohan and inquired, "Where did this photograph come from?" Emohan thought to himself, "You provided it. Otherwise, how would I have procured a picture of the two of you?" However, given the current state of his companion's memory, he refrained from uttering the truth. With a disconcerting smile that could provoke ire, Emohan cryptically replied, "Figure it out yourself." The two stood and sat, respectively, their gazes clashing like blades in a duel. Wen Qian and Gu Ran sensed an unsettling chill in the air, prompting them to instinctively step back a pace, distancing themselves from the tension. The room was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Wen Rang's initial reaction upon seeing the photograph was to deny its authenticity. Yet, memories of Wen Qian's identification photo flooded his mind, along with peculiar images that occasionally surfaced in his dreams. Consequently, the denial that had been poised on his lips suddenly evaporated. Wen Rang stated, "Let us converse." Here, Emohan surveyed their surroundings. The space comprised merely a private booth and a restroom. His gaze fixated on the restroom door as he declined the suggestion. "Are you certain that two grown men cramped into a restroom is suitable for a discussion?" Wen Rang contemplated the imagery, his brow furrowing in exasperation. Observing his reaction, Wen Qian proposed, "Perhaps you two could retreat to the space for your conversation." It was a commendable suggestion, yet Wen Rang declined. "No. While the system is bound to me, your system harbors bugs, and I am not at ease with that." Wen Rang's words elicited a profound nod of agreement from Emohan. With a cynical smile, Wen Rang remarked, "To think that a life and death system could encounter such a bug, and you dare call it a minor error? This fool deserves to perish." Emohan, seemingly resigned, replied, "If you put it that way, I have nothing further to say." He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, where below, individuals were steadily transporting items inside. If all proceeded as expected, the banquet would commence in about an hour. When Shan also gazed downwards, her attention fixed on the enormous boxes being brought in, deep in contemplation. She then heard Emohan's explanation. Inside those boxes were either humans or exotic beasts, crafted from materials developed by their own team, impervious to the current zombies' assault capabilities. Chapter 103. Engaging in wild play, mimicking cat sounds? The West City base showed little enthusiasm for researching serums, yet they seemed quite eager to pursue such fanciful endeavors. When Shan continued to observe from the window, while Wen Rang leaned against the corner, frowning as he scrutinized a photo he had just captured on his phone, lost in thought about the individuals therein. Occasionally, he would glance at Mo Han, clearly wishing for a meaningful exchange. However, whenever Mo Han's gaze shifted towards him, he would turn away, adopting a frosty demeanor as if unwilling to engage. When Shan, not fully comprehending her brother's shyness, attributed it to his lack of romantic experience and social acumen. Believing him to be merely upset, she positioned herself in front of him, obstructing any further eye contact with Mo Han. When Rang sighed, "Listen to me, thank you," as the crowd below grew increasingly populous. After an hour and a half of bustling activity, a serene stillness finally enveloped the scene. Wen Qian sat on the ground, munching on sunflower seeds while observing the scene below. The gladiatorial arena had been encased in a formidable steel mesh, charged with high-voltage electricity. She had just witnessed an unfortunate soul inadvertently brush against it, collapsing instantly and ultimately being dragged away. The arena itself was quite spacious, approximately 200 square meters. However, Fu Sheng had not deceived her. The room where Wen Qian and her companions resided indeed offered the finest vantage point, allowing them to scrutinize every corner of the arena with clarity. Wen Qian rummaged through her supplies, producing several bags of potato chips, eel strips, beef jerky, washed grapes, sliced watermelon, as well as bottled water and beverages. Sitting on the floor, she indulged in her snacks, resembling a carefree participant on a spring outing. After finishing his solitary reverie while gazing at photos, Wen Rang dashed over to sit beside his sister. Gu Ran hesitated for a moment before joining them, effectively sandwiching Wen Qian in the middle and leaving no opportunity for Mo Han. Mo Han reclined on the sofa behind them, observing the trio and their feline companions seated in a row, some cracking sunflower seeds and others nibbling on fish snacks, entirely devoid of any tension that one might expect in enemy territory. Had it not been for the sound of someone knocking at the door, he would have suspected they were about to pull out a deck of cards to play a game of dodiju. Wen Qian remarked with exasperation, "Have you all turned into spirits?" Mo Han approached the door and cracked it open just enough to obscure Wen Qian's position from the visitor outside. The delivery person, noticing his caution, was not taken aback. President Fu had specifically instructed that Mo Han and the woman he brought were engaged in serious business within, advising them not to linger outside eavesdropping. After all, the person on the other side was the leader of the Binhai City base. Should they be discovered, it would create an awkward situation that needed to be avoided. Thus, they merely assumed that Mo Han was reluctant to reveal the appearance of the woman inside. Perhaps she was even without attire. However, Mo Han himself was impeccably dressed, not a single button undone, leaving them to ponder what game he was playing. After indulging in their imaginative speculations, they turned to Mo Han with a grin, saying, "Officer Mo, we are here to deliver your meal." Upon finishing their statement, they stepped aside to unveil the food cart behind them. Mo Han cast a cursory glance and coldly replied, "Leave the items, you may depart." He then opened the door and wheeled the cart inside. As he closed the door, the two men seemed to hear the faint sound of a cat meowing from within. They exchanged amused glances and teased, "Getting a bit wild, are we? Learning to meow like a cat?" With playful banter, they walked away, while Mo Han securely locked the door. It was then that Wen Qian pulled Wen Rang and Gu ran out. The cart contained an array of Western delicacies, including Wellington steak, truffle foie gras, creamy snail mushroom soup, cod with mashed potatoes, and Frankfurt sausages. Another cart was laden with Japanese sushi crafted from salmon, tuna, eel, octopus, and more. A third cart featured Chinese dishes such as Yangzhou fried rice, Buddha jumps over the wall, Peking duck, and fish head tofu soup. The last cart was filled with fruit platters, desserts, red wine, and freshly squeezed juices. Such a feast would leave anyone astounded, especially considering the dire food shortages that had arisen merely 2 months into the apocalypse, exacerbated by severe natural disasters and the rapid mutation of zombies. Do not even mention the tantalizing and fresh dishes. Even a moldy bun outside is a coveted item, and fruits are simply out of the question. Yet, upon seeing these delicacies, particularly the array of Japanese cuisine, Wen Qian's expression was one of disdain. With severe marine pollution, from where could they possibly source such seafood? She recalled the octopus with its 20-plus tentacles and the piranha she had seen previously, unable to fathom what horrors the underwater world had become. In the past, one could dive and witness vibrant corals and and languidly glowing jellyfish. Now, it is likely that a mere plunge into the water would lead to being devoured by piranhas, leaving nothing but a skeletal remnant. The group picked at various morsels, and suddenly the light within the room dimmed, accompanied by the sound of drums and gongs from downstairs. As when Qian listened to the jubilant noise, she reflected on how lavishly the wealthy celebrate birthdays, only to be startled the next moment by the emergence of zombies from a box made of unusual material. The zombies, sporting ghastly pale faces and tongues stretching a meter long, ran about their confines, emitting a chilling, cackling laughter. It was reminiscent of a horror film. When Qian chuckled, surprised that Mr. Fu had such a penchant for the macabre, providing entertainment while everyone dined, a rather fitting accompaniment. Just as she finished her thought, another large box was opened. When Qian had anticipated the emergence of another zombie, an exotic beast, or at the very least, a supernatural being, however, to her utter astonishment, it contained a group of ordinary individuals, utterly defenseless. Their faces were etched with expressions of terror and despair. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of wails and the jarring sounds of drums and traditional instruments, creating an indescribable eeriness. The smile on Wen Qian's face faded as she watched the fleeing individuals, yet they could not escape the relentless pursuit of the little zombie, one by one falling victim to its hunger. The arena was a gruesome tableau, drenched in blood and strewn with corpses. Through the glass, Wen Qian could almost smell the iron tang of blood below. The little zombie, having feasted, wore a satisfied expression as it leaned against the electric fence, patting its belly. What would have been lethal to a human posed no threat to it. It rolled on the ground, gazing up at the glass windows of the cage, its eyes revealing a fierce intent to kill. When Qian let out a cold laugh. Indeed, General Fu had orchestrated quite the spectacle. One might think he was preparing a macabre celebration for himself. Chapter 104. The little zombie with invisibility powers. The scene was profoundly unsettling, causing when Rang and Gu ran to abandon their chopsticks. Their faces darkened with silence and a loss of appetite. In contrast, Imohan and Wen Qian, after a brief pause, resumed their meal, crunching on the crisp bones as if they were gnawing on Fu Shang's very skeleton. Soon, the little zombie's adversary made its entrance, another mutated zombie, towering over 3 meters, capable of leaping to meet the faces of those behind the windows. The moment the zombie was unleashed, an announcement echoed throughout the building. The betting system had commenced. Players were instructed to operate the machines within the room, with betting to cease in 1 minute. When Qian turned her head and noticed that the screen beside the sofa, resembling a karaoke machine, illuminated with a display for betting and wagering. The stakes here were manifold. One could gamble on gold, grain, water sources, crystal cores, and even human lives. Before the apocalypse, human trafficking had already been a dark undercurrent, and afterward, it became even more rampant. Suddenly, when Qian seemed to grasp why the benching base had resolutely abandoned the elderly, the infirm, and the weak in its initial efforts, focusing instead on rescuing the young. Human nature is inherently malevolent, yet the depths of that malevolence remain unimaginable until one witnesses it firsthand. The scenes before her today were precisely what Fu Sheng and his associates intended for their guests to see. Beyond their view, there surely lurked even more repugnant and brutal realities. When Qian observed the combatants armed with weapons standing behind the electric fence, then glanced at the remains of severed limbs within the enclosure. Ultimately, her gaze met that of a human skull, thrown to the ground by a small zombie, blood oozing from its orifices, forever unable to close its eyes. A sense of discomfort welled up within her. The 2 zombies in the arena were ferocious, immediately lunging at each other upon sight. When Qian was uncertain of the glass window's strength and whether it could withstand a powerful blow. However, she was certain that the glass was not soundproof, as she could hear the zombies' roars and the sounds of their collisions with striking clarity. The small zombie was agile and swift, while the larger one possessed tremendous strength and a wide attack range. She scrutinized the capabilities of the 2 zombies, noting the level indicated above their heads, which was somewhat unexpected. Every day, Fu Xing nurtures him with his own efforts, yet he still fails to achieve a special grade. As when Qian pondered this thought, she heard her brother behind her remark that he had expected it to be a special grade. When Rang, meanwhile, was casually munching on sunflower seeds, meticulously placing the shells atop Wen Qian's head in an orderly fashion. Imohan stood nearby, his gaze fixated on the playful scene unfolding between the 2. Gu Ran, casting a casual glance at Imohan, found himself momentarily entranced. Many had remarked that Gu Ran was physically gifted yet intellectually simple. He himself acknowledged that at times, his mind could indeed be a bit dull. He often struggled to articulate his thoughts and feelings through words. Thus, he lowered his head, earnestly contemplating how to describe Mo Han's current demeanor. It was as if he derived immense pleasure from the sight before him, reminiscent of a long-lost moment he had not encountered in ages. Suddenly, Gu Ran was transported back to his days in the military. Despite being surrounded by comrades, there were moments when he would find himself alone, the others having faded away. Mo Han now appeared akin to a solitary traveler in a vast desert, having wandered for an eternity, at last encountering a familiar figure. Yet, he hesitated to disrupt the tranquility, fearing it might all be a mere dream, his words reduced to fragments if he dared to speak. Gu Ran felt a spark of enlightenment, as if he had grasped a profound understanding. Perhaps it was the influence of being around Wen Qian for so long. A transformation she might call a mutation, causing his mind to evolve alongside her. He believed he had drawn an impeccable conclusion and proceeded to indulge in further speculation. He surmised that Mo Han must have known Wen Qian previously and had likely harbored feelings for her for quite some time. However, it was also plausible that his affections were directed towards Wen Rang. The dim lighting within the room obscured Gu Ran's ability to discern which individual Mo Han's gaze was truly fixed upon. Indeed, it must be so, after all. The objective is those two siblings. Outside the window, two zombies clashed fiercely, their battle intense. Wen Qian and Wen Rang sat at the forefront, analyzing the zombies' extraordinary abilities and assessing which side had the greatest chance of victory, while pondering where these zombies might be confined. Wen Qian was quite eager to venture into the darkness to seek them out for some amusement. Mo Han observed the silhouettes of the two, his thoughts veiled in mystery. Gu Ran discreetly glanced at Mo Han, contemplating whether his affections lay with Wen Qian or Wen Rang. Xiaobai pressed against the window, its little paws tapping eagerly on the glass, yearning to join the fray below. The atmosphere within the room was harmoniously warm, until suddenly, a small zombie leapt several meters high, landing on their window like a Spider-Man, perching on the glass. Wen Qian spat derisively, launching a sunflower seed shell at its face, which, blocked by the glass, fell to the ground. The glass remained unscathed, affirming Fu Xing's assertion of its superior quality. Yet, Wen Qian felt a tinge of disappointment. For if only that zombie could enter, then, the little zombie was unperturbed by thunder and lightning, its strength and speed both remarkable. However, what captivated Wen Qian the most was its ability to become invisible. In her previous life, she had awakened only one extraordinary power, stealth. This lifetime, she had not awakened any powers. All her abilities were delivered to her by the zombies on a proverbial platter. Thus, when she witnessed the little zombie utilize its invisibility skill, her gaze startled Wen Rang beside her, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, for the zombie targeted by his sister seldom survived. Turning to Mo Han, Wen Qian inquired, "You mentioned before that one could purchase what they fancied? One may only purchase humans, not zombies." TCH. Wen Qian pursed her lips, displeased. Mo Han remarked, "This little zombie is Fu Sheng's recent favorite, fed not only with humans, but also with zombies." Wen Qian responded, "Is he raising a poison? Is he not afraid that in the end, he too will be devoured by the little zombie?" Considering the rate of the zombie's evolution, the devices below could not indefinitely contain them. Although the voltage in the electric net could be heightened to levels currently unbearable for the little zombie, it was only a matter of time before it adapted to the maximum voltage, gaining strength sufficient to shatter its confinement. Raising zombies, Fu Sheng must be insane. Does he aspire to cultivate his own legion of zombies to dominate the earth? Is he still dreaming, in need of a few slaps to awaken him? Chapter 105. Have you met my brother before? Wen Qian was more than willing to assist in delivering those slaps. She could easily send his head flying. She fixed her gaze on the little zombie, whose figure flickered in and out of sight, ultimately appearing on the shoulder of the larger zombie. The larger zombie turned to engage in an intimate encounter with it. In the next instant, the little zombie's arm pierced through its skull, extracting the crystal core from its brain and swallowing it whole. The little zombie had already grasped the significance of the crystal core, a troubling development. This bloody massacre concluded with the little zombie's overwhelming victory. The machines within the room illuminated once more, displaying the betting outcomes for each gambler in every chamber. Due to Wen Qian's absence from the gathering, the display now reads, "Regrettably, as you did not participate in this guessing game, you have not received any rewards. We look forward to your next participation. Wen Qian silently berated Fu Sheng, deeming him an inveterate gambler. The little zombie, being Fu Sheng's cherished pet, does not make daily appearances. Today's contest was merely a showcase for those who had specially come to celebrate his birthday, allowing everyone to witness the strength of his West City base and thus facilitate future so-called collaborations. Once this match concluded, the little zombie promptly exited the stage. To everyone's surprise, it left with remarkable compliance, requiring no coercive threats. It simply made its way towards the specially designed box that had contained it. In the end, its gaze fixated on the room where Wen Qian and her companions were situated. Wen Qian observed it baring its teeth in a grin towards her, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. Xiao Bai perceived this as a provocation, growling more ferociously, seemingly eager to charge down and eliminate the adversary. Can it see us? Gu Ran inquired, puzzled. No, came Mo Han's cold voice from behind, indicating he too had noted the little zombie's behavior. The brain structure of zombies differs from that of humans. It likely sensed a formidable power within this room, thus drawing its attention, having never encountered anything of great significance. Wen Qian was utterly astounded upon witnessing a fish with legs, capable of breathing on land and walking. The intercom within the room crackled to life once more. What follows is a display of a confrontation between marine creatures, two beings discovered in the Pacific region, which seamlessly amalgamate the characteristics of oceanic life and humanity. We hope you enjoy the viewing experience. Wen Qian thought bitterly to herself, enjoy? What a ludicrous notion. Indeed, the Pacific has been the first ocean to succumb to pollution, leading to the earliest mutations among its marine life. Yet, even with such transformations, could they truly manifest in this manner? If so, Wen Qian might genuinely find herself yearning for the appearance of Ultraman. Once a skeptic of light, she now found herself contemplating its existence. Was it too late to believe? Beneath the surface, two bipedal fish, each measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, were engaged in a fierce battle, obliterating her appetite entirely. With a sigh, she turned to Mo Han and inquired, "Is this the daily spectacle here?" "No, it occurs once every 2 weeks. Only invited guests may attend," he replied. "Those poor souls must endure such an unappetizing display," she remarked. When Rang and Gu Ran could no longer bear the sight either and retreated to the sofa, each lost in their thoughts. The attendees had been ushered into separate rooms, preventing any interactions. Thus, they remained unaware of each other's identities or locations. Gu Ran had initially intended to caution the personnel at the future base against being deceived, but given the circumstances, he could offer no assistance and resolved to let things unfold naturally. The collective disinterest in remaining here prompted the group to depart. When Rang, Gu Ran, and Xiao Bai entered the space first, followed by Wen Qian and Mo Han as they exited. At the staircase, they encountered Fu Sheng's subordinate. Upon seeing them,